Konoha Village, Hokage Rock stands as the most iconic structure of the hidden leaf village in the Land of Fire, adorned with the visages of its past Hokages. However, today is unlike any other, as two young boys are busily painting its surface. What could possibly prompt such an endeavor? This peculiar situation can be attributed to one mischievous lad with golden hair. In a bid to capture the attention of the adults, this troublemaker has daubed the iconic rock with whimsical faces. His name is Naruto Uzumaki, the celebrated protagonist of the renowned manga Naruto, currently Konoha's most infamous rascal and the perennial underachiever of the Ninja Academy. Though, in the not-so-distant future, he is destined to become one of the world's mightiest warriors and a savior of the realm. Yet, those matters lie in the future. Furthermore, the true protagonist of this tale is not him, but rather the dark-haired boy beside him. This boy, at 12 years of age, stands at 1.5 meters tall and weighs a mere 80 pounds, a rather standard physique. Like Naruto, he too is a child of war, orphaned and bereft of parental care. What sets him apart is that he does not even know the identities of his parents. Rendering him a nameless boy under such circumstances, the village had to bestow a name upon him. However, upon gaining awareness, he discarded the name given to him by the village, deeming it too unpleasant for his liking. He chose to rename himself Zhou Ke. This name hardly resembles what one would expect a child to choose for themselves. In fact, it is quite unusual for children to even contemplate naming themselves. The reason behind this anomaly is quite simple. Zhou Ke is a reincarnator. He is not a native of this world, but rather a soul reborn from another realm. As Naruto busily paints, he turns to Zhou Ke and inquires, "Hey, Zhou Ke, why are you here helping me paint the statue?" Zhou Ke, in a languid tone, responds, "I have nothing better to do. Accompanying you to do this work is merely a way to pass the time." Naruto gazes at his friend and classmate with gratitude, having entered the Ninja Academy in the same year due to their similar ages. "Stop being sentimental and focus on the task at hand." Zhou Ke rolls his eyes in exasperation. "Next time you paint, could you use a type of paint that's easier to clean? After all, we'll be the ones cleaning up afterward. Don't make it harder for yourself." "But if I use a paint that's easy to clean, won't it be pointless?" Naruto scratches his head and then tosses aside his worries, exclaiming with excitement, "All right, enough of that. Tomorrow is the graduation exam at the Ninja Academy. Do you feel prepared?" Zhou Ke continues to respond lazily, "I suppose it's all right. You seem rather unenthusiastic. Come on, we're about to graduate from the Ninja Academy and become ninjas. Why the lack of motivation?" Naruto queries, puzzled. "Well, I'll come to terms with reality." Zhou Ke sighs in resignation. The bittersweetness of this statement is known only to him, perhaps due to his tender age and insufficient development. Zhou Ke's memories from before he turned 3 are exceedingly vague. He lived blissfully unaware of his circumstances. It was not until he turned 3 that his mind reconciled with the memories of his past life. Realizing the extraordinary situation he found himself in had he really traversed worlds. While it is said that nothing new exists under the sun, the phenomenon of reincarnation, typically found only in novels, games, television shows, or animations, occurring in reality, is undeniably exhilarating. How fortuitous that I have arrived in the world of Naruto, my favorite manga. This is simply splendid. Oh, that I mustn't forget that my love for Dragon Ball is equally fervent." Zhou Ke thought excitedly, leading him into an endless stream of daydreams. As a reincarnator, surely he must possess a system, the quintessential tool of such individuals? With this cheat-like power, ascending to great heights, becoming a CEO, marrying a wealthy beauty, and reaching the pinnacle of success would not be a mere fantasy. Well, such notions feel improbable. Thus, he settles for a more modest aspiration. Surely he must possess some form of lineage, particularly since he cannot locate his parents. It's possible that they were from esteemed clans like the Senju or Uchiha, bestowing upon him a powerful heritage to dominate the shinobi world. All right, this could merely be a fantasy, but even without that, armed with the mind of an adult, as long as his talent is adequate, he could still become a legendary figure in the shinobi realm, right? This last thought is somewhat tenuous, considering that in the later stages, mere legends would no longer suffice. Nonetheless, that achieving such a status would still be a commendable outcome. With these fantasies in mind, Zhou Ke adopted this name derived from Joker, signifying not a mere fool, but the ultimate trump card. Zhou Ke aspires to become the pivotal ace of his future. However, dreams are often fragile, while reality can be harsh. Systems remain undiscovered. Lineage, imperceptible, exceptional talent, also absent. Years passed after he gained awareness, and Zhou Ke profoundly understood that he was merely an ordinary individual possessing the mind of an adult brother. I named myself Zhou Ke in hopes of becoming an ace, not a clown. Through diligent training and his advanced understanding, Zhou Ke did experience progress. He sensed his strength increasing, and he quickly learned basic ninjutsu. Yet, he also recognized his limitations. Mastering basic body techniques was effortless, but as he advanced, the challenges multiplied. This became evident when Zhou Ke attempted to learn tree, climbing ahead of schedule understanding. It mentally did not equate to executing it physically. The precise manipulation of dot chakra was no simple feat. Constructing the desired ninjutsu using chakra proved even more daunting. If the basics are so taxing, how much more difficult must the advanced techniques be? He pondered, casting a glance at the geniuses in his class. Talent is not something that can be matched. To be frank, my talent pales in comparison to least if the diligent geniuses can't surpass him. Then no amount of effort on my part will allow me to compete in later battles. Sigh. When one can see the end in sight, the motivation to strive fades. Life is arduous. Zhou Ke sighed, with his talent laid bare and his limits established. Contemplating this left him questioning the significance of relentless training. After all, if he could not partake in future battles, it might be preferable to live leisurely. Cultivating a good relationship with Naruto and living as an average ninja should suffice for a comfortable life. Thus, Zhou Ke currently resides in a state of complacency. Of course, this is merely his perspective. However, outsiders perceive it quite differently. You scoundrel, you're merely flaunting your talent with such words. Naruto pouts in discontent. Indeed, to others, Zhou Ke is a genius. An adult's thought process combined with a child's brain. This is the essence of a prodigy. He can recall what the teacher says after a single instance and can quickly apply it in various contexts. After 2 years of enrollment, he has mastered all the requisite knowledge of the Ninja Academy, reaching a level sufficient for early graduation, while also self-studying. Techniques meant for post-graduation. Bear in mind, he is an orphan who had no prior instruction in ninjutsu before enrollment. To the outside world, this is the hallmark of genius. Much like the late 4th Hokage, a prodigy among commoners. This not only captured the attention of the academy, but even caught the notice of the Hokage, who became aware of this promising young prodigy emerging from Konoha. Consequently, 2 years after Zhou Ke's enrollment, the school principal inquired whether he wished to graduate early. Despite the high expectations, Zhou Ke did not allow the flattery of others to inflate his ego. One must possess self-awareness. Those who fail to understand their position are destined for misfortune. With a long-term vision, Zhou Ke understood the potential he could reach in the future. Therefore, rather than graduating early, he chose to remain in the Ninja Academy, establishing solid relationships with the story's protagonist and key supporting characters, becoming close friends with Naruto and Sasuke, ensuring he could thrive in the ninja world later on. Thus, Zhou Ke decided against early graduation under the pretense of strengthening his fundamentals at the academy. The principal had no objections to this decision, but the current Hokage, 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, held a different perspective. A young mind exhibiting such maturity, coupled with his demonstrated talent, indicated that he would likely become an elite jonin in the future. The 3rd Hokage recognized the value of such a prodigy, and, to protect him from the sinister intentions of a certain unnamed Danzo within the village, arranged for Zhou Ke to live next door to Naruto. Given their camaraderie, it would be a fitting arrangement. Naturally, he also took it upon himself to cover Zhou Ke's living expenses. Zhou Ke felt a deep sense of gratitude towards the 3rd Hokage, though the funds were barely sufficient. Having a private room was infinitely better than sharing a large dormitory. In the orphanage, stop chatting, you two. Focus on your work, admonished Irika, their enthusiastic instructor, rolling his eyes. However, realizing this approach lacked encouragement, he proposed, once you finish painting, I'll treat you both to ramen. Ramen? That sounds fantastic. exclaimed Naruto, his eyes sparkling at the mention of his favorite dish. Eagerly, he completed the task at full throttle, and soon the three were off to enjoy ramen together. As they savored their meal, Naruto remarked, "Ichiraka ramen is simply delightful." Zhou Ke added, "Free Ichiraka ramen is absolutely exquisite." Though the sentiment was similar, the additional words created a peculiar vibe. Watching his two students, Irika felt a pang of concern. Though they were friends, their dispositions seemed utterly contrasting. As their homeroom teacher, he knew them well. Naruto radiated like the rising sun, perpetually energetic and undeterred by challenges, continuously striving forward. In contrast, Zhou Ke resembled the twilight, exuding a relaxed demeanor. Already contemplating retirement before even graduating from the academy, was it perhaps his prodigious talent that made everything seem so effortless? It was truly remarkable that such differing personalities could forge a friendship. Contemplating this, Irika inquired, "The graduation exam is tomorrow. Do you both feel prepared?" Zhou Ke calmly replied, "I am. But perhaps you should be more concerned about Naruto. He's the one who might struggle." "Not a chance. I will definitely pass this time," declared Naruto with unwavering confidence. "Let's hope so." Zhou Ke chuckled softly, knowing well how Naruto would perform. Irika expressed his concern, "If you both pass the exam tomorrow, you'll become genin. Do you have new goals as ninjas?" Naruto raised his finger triumphantly, stating, "Naturally, I aspire to become Hokage. I want to be the greatest person in this village and earn everyone's recognition." Zhou Ke lazily replied, "Well, I just wish to become a jonin and find a good wife for him. A warm family life was of utmost importance." Irika felt a bit embarrassed. One pursued lofty dreams, while the other sought a simple reality. They were indeed opposites, reflected in their ranks. "Regardless, I sincerely hope you both pass the exam. Good luck," Irika encouraged them. With Irika's encouragement, Naruto's determination surged. However, the next day, his enthusiasm deflated like a burst balloon. "Why is it the shadow clone technique? That's my weakest skill." Upon learning that the graduation test would involve this technique, Naruto was thrown into a panic. In the world of Naruto, the fundamental ninjutsu 3 body technique consisted of transformation technique, substitution technique, and shadow clone technique. Among these, Naruto excelled in transformation, having even invented a new jutsu seduction technique, which allowed him to transform into the most alluring of beauties. His substitution technique was also commendable, but the shadow clone technique he struggled immensely with, unable to release it steadily. Even when he did manage to perform it, the result was a sickly clone, rendering it practically unusable. The thought only intensified Naruto's anxiety. He forcibly reassured himself, "I can do this. I will succeed." Then it was Zhou Ke's turn. Casually forming the necessary hand signs, he summoned 3 perfect clones, flawless in execution. The supervising instructors Irika and Mizuki immediately awarded him a high score of excellence. Without surprise, Zhou Ke received the forehead protector, symbolizing a leaf village ninja, proudly becoming a genin of Konoha. What's so glorious about this? While many claim Konoha's genin are the strongest, that reputation applies only to a select few. The average genin merely performs menial tasks. Most of the time, they are relegated to mundane errands. After mentally grumbling about his situation, Zhou Ke accepted his forehead protector from Irika. However, the moment he grasped the protector, his eyes suddenly caught sight of a few words. "Perfect transformation technique unlocked." Staring at those words, Zhou Ke was momentarily stunned, then turned his head to confirm that the words followed his gaze. Suddenly, he erupted into joyous laughter. Zhou Ke exclaimed, "Ha! At long last, the day has come. My extraordinary ability has finally arrived." Irika and Mizuki were taken aback. Wasn't this child usually quite composed? Why was he laughing so exuberantly? Chapter 2. The destiny has arrived. One must strive. Who truly desires to live a life of anonymity? Certainly not Zhou Ke. This is evident from the ambitious name he has chosen for himself. However, in the face of harsh reality, he must suppress his ambitions, diligently honing his skills and repeatedly reminding himself to accept the facts. Yet now, circumstances have changed, though the nature of this newfound ability remains unclear. As long as it proves useful, He has the potential to become a true ace in a world dominated by extraordinary powers. Of course, there exists the possibility of transforming into a mere jester. After a brief bout of laughter, Zhou Ke became aware of his own demeanor and awkwardly scratched his head, saying, "I apologize, teacher. It's not every day one becomes a ninja." I couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. This sentiment resonated with both teachers, who nodded in agreement. Shui Mu chuckled, remarking, "I never imagined the usually composed you could exhibit such uncontrollable enthusiasm." Indeed, Irika concurred, adding, "In any case, congratulations on becoming a genin." "Thank you, teachers. I will not let your guidance go to waste." Zhou Ke's joy at acquiring the new ability significantly elevated his previously languid spirits. This transformation in mood left the two teachers feeling somewhat disoriented. Was he truly that exhilarated by becoming a genin? Well, they recalled feeling similarly during their own graduation. Nevertheless, the examination must proceed, and they could not linger on Zhou Ke, thus instructing him to return to his seat and regain composure. Meanwhile, Naruto, seated in his own spot, experienced a tumultuous mix of emotions as he observed his dear friend pass the exam. On one hand, he felt genuine happiness for Zhou Ke. On the other hand, he was beset by an unsettling sense of being left behind. Although Naruto's performance had been lackluster, they had been classmates for many years, living next door to one another, and he had never been outpaced by Zhou Ke until now. The thought of possibly failing and being held back was unbearable. He did not wish to be abandoned by his friend. "Naruto, it's your turn." Irika's voice suddenly broke through his thoughts. "Is it really my turn?" "No worries. If Zhou Ke breezed through, I can do it too." With this resolve, Naruto approached the exam platform. Unsurprisingly, he faced failure. It seemed he was the only one in the class who did not pass. How could this happen? Alone in a corner, he watched his jubilant classmates, despair creeping in, the top scorer in the entrance exams, his peers soaring while he faced the prospect of repeating a year. This felt like a profound tragedy. "No, I cannot succumb to despair. I can still catch up in the future. I should go congratulate Zhou Ke." Where did he go? After mustering the strength to stand, Naruto sought out his friend only to find Zhou Ke had vanished. Meanwhile, Zhou Ke rushed home, exclaiming, "Who has the time to celebrate? I must return to explore my newfound ability." He hurriedly entered his abode, secured the door, and began to fervently investigate the extraordinary ability that had manifested after so many years. First, he needed to calm himself. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, Zhou Ke took deep breaths, reminding himself, "Stay composed. This could be the most pivotal moment of my life." In such times, panic is unwise. This world is fraught with danger, and even if this ability is formidable, I must use it cautiously until I am fully prepared. Otherwise, I risk falling victim to my own gifts before I realize my potential, and that would be quite embarrassing. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Zhou Ke steadied himself and began to delve into the sudden appearance of those 5 words, perfect transformation technique. In other words, his newfound ability was a transformation technique? What utility does transformation possess? He scratched his head. He had already mastered transformation techniques, so could this ability truly be of any use? Regardless, I should first test its effects. But how does one activate it? By mental command? As he pondered, the words before his eyes suddenly magnified, revealing an interface with 4 icons: Uchiha Sasuke, a rising star in the ninja world; Uzumaki Naruto, a rising star in the ninja world; Haruno Sakura, a rising star in the ninja world; and Hatake Kakashi, a genin. Zhou Ke, grasping his hair in frustration, exclaimed, "What is this? Could someone provide an explanation? Don't just present the interface. Give me some context." After a moment of silent complaint, it became evident that the system offered no further clarification. He would have to navigate this on his own. Thus, Zhou Ke replicated the previous action, focusing his attention on the icon. Suddenly, with a pop, the transformation technique activated. As the smoke cleared, Zhou Ke found himself in Naruto's form. Is that it? He pondered, examining his appearance. He had indeed transformed into Naruto, and remarkably so, he could hardly tell the difference. While the ease of use without hand seals was convenient, relying solely on transformation techniques seemed inadequate. Scaring opponents might be possible, but surely one could not defeat foes relying solely on transformation. Something felt off. It was as if he had absorbed new knowledge. Zhou Ke sensed the emergence of ninjutsu within his mind, and as he followed this newfound intuition, he invoked Shadow Clone Technique. This was an A-rank ninjutsu invented by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, allowing the user to create a multitude of shadow clones using an immense chakra reserve, capable of producing thousands in one go. Zhou Ke immediately conjured 10 clones. While I can create clones, I certainly can't produce multiple shadow clones. Moreover, my chakra reserves are insufficient. Zhou Ke exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, one of the Naruto clones said, clearly, this transformation technique is the source of the change. Zhou Ke retorted, well, while 3 heads are better than 1, your rapid thinking is making me feel a bit inadequate. The clone countered, perhaps your thinking is simply too conservative. Hey, how dare you critique me, clone? Zhou Ke responded incredulously, swatting at the clone. The clone yelped in pain before dissipating. After dealing with the rebellious clone, Zhou Ke continued, though he was rather defiant, he made a valid point. The perfect in this perfect transformation technique likely refers not to the technique itself, but rather to the transformation. Another clone adjusted its imaginary glasses and remarked, indeed, based on the current situation, this transformation encompasses not just a change in appearance, but also the skills of the individual being transformed. That seemed plausible. But why was the clone adjusting glasses? We don't wear glasses. Zhou Ke questioned in confusion. It simply makes one appear more intelligent. The clone asserted, readjusting its imaginary glasses. Zhou Ke rolled his eyes, muttering, do shadow clones really possess such distinct personalities? Previously, Zhou Ke had only learned basic transformation techniques, creating one or a few illusory clones with no actual combat power, merely illusions to confuse opponents, easily discernible. In contrast, shadow clones could create exact replicas of the user, sharing chakra equally among them. These clones possessed substance and could utilize identical techniques as the original to launch attacks. In essence, they were tangible replicas. Zhou Ke had not anticipated that after summoning tangible clones, they would exhibit such eccentric personalities. Who would openly admit their foolishness? Zhou Ke, isn't it inherently foolish to insult oneself? Thus, Zhou Ke swiftly redirected the conversation. With this perspective, the value of this technique appears considerable. At that moment, Clone C interjected, but merely transforming into Team 7 seems rather trivial, doesn't it? In their youth, the combat prowess of these 3 was indeed lacking. The notion that they could dominate the ninja world by transforming into them was utterly fanciful. Zhou Ke nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of this observation. However, wait, there seemed to be a change in the character selection interface. Zhou Ke suddenly noticed that the avatars on the selection screen had enlarged and transitioned into a web-like interface. Beside Naruto's avatar was a bar resembling experience points. 3 lines extended from Naruto's avatar, connecting to 3 dimly lit avatars below. Zhou Ke recognized these 3 dim figures, Hinata Hyuga, Naruto himself, and Kushina Uzumaki, Naruto's deceased mother. The names beneath these avatars confirmed Zhou Ke's understanding. Hinata Hyuga, Ninja Rookie. Naruto Uzumaki, First Tail of 9 Tails Chakra, and Kushina Uzumaki, Ninja Rookie. Kushina appeared as she did in her childhood. Zhou Ke pondered, what could this signify? Did fulfilling certain conditions with Naruto allow the unlocking of new characters? Shadow Clone be speculated. Judging by this interface, it seems that utilizing this transformation could increase experience points. Look, when we employ this transformation, the experience bar continuously rises. Indeed, but the increase is rather slow, isn't it? Let me check how much we have now. Only 10? At this rate, when will we unlock the next form? Zhou Ke rolled his eyes in exasperation. Shadow Clone B continued. Each avatar has a corresponding experience requirement. Hinata requires 100, Naruto, as the first tail, and young Kushina both require 1,000. Shadow Clone C remarked, is Hinata only at 100 because she is so weak? Zhou Ke nodded in agreement. This reasoning holds water. Both the first tail Naruto and Kushina should indeed be stronger than a recently graduated Hinata. Even Kushina in her youth would surpass her. It is quite reasonable to categorize experience value requirements based on strength. Shadow Clone B affirmed. Just then, Zhou Ke's transformation was abruptly undone, and the clones vanished as well. He gazed at his hands in confusion. Undone? Why? Is there a time limit? With the clones gone, no one could respond to Zhou Ke. He was left to contemplate alone. Zhou Ke looked up at the time. Had 10 minutes already passed? So, the duration of the transformation is merely 10 minutes? Or is there variability among individuals? I should create 2 shadow clones. 3 heads are certainly better than 1. And Zhou Ke needed additional minds to assist in his deliberations. The shadow clone technique was the rinse sign. He had just gained experience with it, so it should be. Like this. Zhou Ke formed the hand signs, successfully invoking the shadow clone technique. This time, he created 3 clones, shadow clones A, B, and C. Clone A exclaimed, "Wow, you freed us again, host. Are you struggling?" Clone B remarked, "It appears we are required for our intellect." Clone C added, "You too. The disparity between you and the host is striking. One is rebellious, while the other merely speaks of wisdom." Zhou Ke retorted, No, you're just as guilty of that. Always with the sarcasm. He continued, "You 3 clones have such distinct personalities. Let us give you names, rebellious, sage, and sarcastic." "Yes, that shall be settled." Sarcastic chimed in, "Host, you excel at sarcasm as well." Sage redirected the conversation, "Let us discuss this external enhancement. We also have an interface and should be able to transform. Action speaks louder than words. Let us try it." Before he could finish speaking, Sage transformed. Instead of becoming Naruto, he transformed into Sasuke. Sage flexed his body, and lightning crackled from his hands, explaining to the others, similar to Naruto. Sasuke's techniques are also applicable, and his avatar features corresponding character avatars: Rock Lee, Ninja Rookie, Itachi Uchiha, Ninja Rookie, and Sasuke with Heaven-S Cursed Mark II. "Oh, I see." Zhou Ke nodded vigorously. The 3 corresponding characters are interconnected through bonds of friendship, kinship, and the next phase of his own self. Sarcastic quipped, "This transformation method feels reminiscent of Digimon's web evolution." Rebellious chimed in, "It also resembles the development charts from the SD Gundam series." Sage summarized, "In any case, regardless of the analogy, we have unraveled a portion of this system. The subsequent priorities for development are now clear." Rebellious scoffed, "What difference does it make? Why prioritize anything?" Sage countered, "There is indeed a distinction. To ensure combat efficacy, we must develop powerful ninjas via the most expedient route." Sarcastic nodded in agreement. "That makes perfect sense." Zhou Ke inquired, "So what is the quickest route?" Rebellious replied, "It must be the protagonist, of course." "Excellent. We've eliminated one erroneous answer." Sarcastic commented, "A rebellious person certainly wouldn't provide the correct answer." Sage nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, Naruto Uzumaki's progressive forms include Jinin, First Tail, Shippuden, for Tails, Sage Mode, 6 Tails, 9 Tails Chakra Mode, QB Connection, 6 Paths Mode, Valley of the End 6 Paths, The Last Movie, Boruto QB Connection, and Heavy Particle Mode. There are far too many subdivisions. Moreover, to possess formidable strength, one must at least attain Sage Mode. The gaps between forms are far too extensive." Rebellious asked, "So who do we select?" Zhou Ke provided the final answer, "Kakashi Hatake." Rebellious exclaimed, "Wait, we are starting with Kakashi? Is it truly acceptable to begin at a 50-50 odds? I do not wish to live a life of perpetual 50-50. Chapter 3, The Rebel, the Sage. And the cynic the rebel exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, are we starting with Kakashi? What use is that half-hearted effort?" The cynic interjected, "Don't be so dismissive. Even a half-hearted effort is formidable. At the very least, he can hold his own against anyone. Of course, he isn't suitable for commanding presence." The sage cast a disdainful glance at the 2 clones, stating, "The focus of our development should be on Kakashi's friends and family." Zhou Ke ultimately concluded, "Obito Uchiha." "Ah, now it makes sense." The rebel responded, "Kakashi may not suffice, but Obito, his full-form suppressive power, is indeed terrifying." The sage elaborated, "The progression for Obito should be young boy, enraged child, the tiger-striped mask, the red-masked convict, Akatsuki's Tobi, the white mask, the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, Black Zetsu's possession, and Double Kimui, theoretically. Reaching the tiger-striped mask period, which incited the Nine-Tails incident, would bestow substantial combat prowess." The cynic remarked, "A form capable of contending with the 4th Hokage can certainly be deemed a top-tier ninja, quite suitable for commanding presence." However, the rebel disagreed. "Sage, these are merely conjectures. Aren't they? We cannot ascertain that the development axis aligns with your assumptions, and are you segmenting these forms based on the mobile game?" The cynic chimed in, "Indeed, the enraged child form has emerged. The official designation is Uchiha Obito Raging." The sage defended, "Explanations should be clear and concise. Using full names is cumbersome. Isn't it better to utilize established knowledge to elucidate?" The rebel, unwilling to concede, attempted to counter, but Zhou Ke, as the original, interjected, "All right. Let us cease this debate. As the original, I shall take the lead. Let us proceed as the sage suggests." "Why?" The rebel protested first. Kamui is both powerful and stylish. Is that not reason enough? Zhou Ke retorted, power is fleeting, while style is eternal. The dream of being both powerful and stylish is a rarity. Kamui is the ability of Uchiha Ibido's Sharingan, transcending causality and the horizon. Possessing eyes within the divine realm. It is a space-time technique that allows for the transfer of any object between the real and alternate dimensions. This technique enjoys immense popularity. As evidenced by the abundance of fanfiction titles across various novel platforms, how many stories commence with the use of Kamui? None. Kamui is indeed stylish. Even the rebel could not refute this. The cynic added, Kamui is indeed the epitome of style. The sage concluded, from a strength perspective, choosing Ibido is the prudent choice. Thus, consensus was achieved. With agreement reached, Zhou Ke instructed the 3 clones. Well, the direction is set. Now we must confirm the various details of this technique. It is time for testing. Without a clear manual, we must explore the technique's performance and limitations ourselves. Consequently, Zhou Ke and his 3 clones commenced their experiments. At that moment, the cynic suddenly remarked, "Did we forget something?" The rebel's eyes darted around before he chuckled. "How could that be? You're overthinking it. Focus on testing the skills." Meanwhile, Zhou Ke was fully absorbed in his new ability, neglecting to ponder whether the rebel's concerns held any truth, and continued his solitary exploration of the skills. Simultaneously, Naruto was aimlessly wandering the streets. He was reluctant to return home. Failing the exam and not becoming a genin felt like a catastrophe. His aspiration to become Hokage had taken a nosedive right from the start. How embarrassing. He lacked a queen like Queen Bienburek to take the blame for him. Sigh, he felt ashamed to face the villagers. At that moment, someone blocked Naruto's path. It was Mizuki, the proctor. After a brief conversation, Naruto's eyes lit up, and he dashed away, leaving Mizuki wearing a cunning smile. The ninja's journey continues. I can't go on. I'm utterly exhausted. Zhou Ke collapsed onto the ground. Though the sage was also fatigued, he persevered, stating, "Through this testing, we have clarified some conditions. I can't hold on any longer. The rest is up to you." With that, the sage's clone was dispelled due to chakra depletion. The other 2 clones had long since been dispelled. Zhou Ke lay on the ground, lamenting, "This ability consumes a significant amount of energy for me right now." Through the recent tests, Zhou Ke gained some understanding of this perfect transformation technique. Firstly, the duration is not fixed at 10 minutes. Currently, he can transform into Naruto, Sasuke, and young Kakashi for 10 minutes, while Sakura can last for 20. The sage analyzed that this discrepancy is likely due to their individual strength differences. Aside from not being able to switch forms, Naruto and Sasuke can utilize techniques from their unmarked period, clearly showcasing their full potential during that time, while Sakura's strength at this juncture is vastly inferior. Due to the varying strengths of the transformed individuals, their energy consumption also diverges. Or perhaps, the closer Zhou Ke's current strength is to theirs, the longer he can sustain the transformation. Well, that's the sage's hypothesis, but whether this holds true requires further testing. Next is the issue of energy expenditure after transformation. The energy utilized is drawn from the transformed individual's pool. Naruto's energy pool is vast as the ocean, while Sasuke's is somewhat lesser, and Sakura, compared to the 2, can only be said to have potential for growth. Sakura, wait for my 100 healings to be fully charged. However, the chakra consumed by the transformation is still Zhou Ke's own, explaining why he has now depleted his chakra. Zhou Ke pondered, for individuals, each can transform twice. Does that mean I can only utilize it 8 times solo? Haha, how weak am I? Zhou Ke had merely just graduated as a genin, lacking in strength and possessing a low chakra level. After all, he lacks any prestigious bloodline, and he still needed to further explore his potential. Zhou Ke also sensed that this external ability would grow stronger alongside his own prowess. However, that is a matter for another time. As he contemplated these matters, fatigue overcame Zhou Ke, and he fainted. After a while, hunger stirred him from his slumber. Awakening, he scratched his head in confusion. I'm so hungry. Why is it dark out? How did I fall asleep? He recalled the test of the external ability. Never mind. Let us eat something, and then return to slumber. Thus, Zhou Ke ventured to the fridge in search of food, simultaneously hearing rustling sounds outside the window. This prompted Zhou Ke to quip, is something happening today? So many people running on the rooftops. Never mind, it's none of my concern. I'll just eat calmly. Opening the fridge, the first thing he noticed was some nearly expired milk, and suddenly, he recalled something he had forgotten. Didn't Naruto seem poised to cause trouble today? This revelation should have been alarming. Yet Zhou Ke remained composed as he retrieved the milk from the fridge. After all, sustenance is paramount. Due to his exam failure, a dejected Naruto was duped by Mizuki into sneaking into the Hokage office to steal a scroll known as the Book of Seals, which contained forbidden high-level jutsu. Mizuki intended to exploit Naruto to acquire the scroll and then abscond from the village. Confirming that the milk was not expired, Zhou Ke took a sip. Although it seems unlikely to result in a major issue, I should probably take a look. Though this matter did not pertain directly to him, Naruto was indeed connected to him. After many years of friendship, one cannot simply stand by and do nothing. Thus, Zhou Ke began to take action. Leaving his room, he glanced around to ascertain his direction before hastening towards it. Meanwhile, Naruto had escaped into the forest with the scroll in hand. He exhaled in disbelief. He had actually managed to obtain it so effortlessly. He recalled Mizuki mentioning that it contained powerful ninjutsu. If he could master it, he would undoubtedly advance significantly. Without wasting any time, Naruto unrolled the scroll to begin his studies. Suddenly, a voice startled him, causing Naruto to clutch the scroll tightly to his chest. He turned to see Zhou Ke approaching. Relieved, he sighed and exclaimed, "Hey, Zhou Ke, I found something amazing." The joy of discovery compelled him to share with his friend immediately. "Wait," Zhou Ke interjected urgently. "Do you even realize what you have there? It's just a scroll that records ninjutsu. Isn't it? Mizuki-sensei told me that if I had it, I could graduate. Do you truly believe that? Regardless of whether you can or cannot, stealing from the Hokage's office is entirely wrong. The village is currently searching for you. Do you understand?" Zhou Ke emphasized the gravity of the situation. "Is it really that serious?" Naruto scratched his head in confusion. "For heaven's sake, how did you learn this?" "That's the Hokage's office, and it holds classified documents. Taking that scroll without permission is a grave mistake. What if it were seized by ninjas from another village? Would you not become a traitor? But it's merely a scroll that records ninjutsu. It shouldn't be that serious." Naruto began to grasp the severity of the situation. Yet he still wanted to deny the facts. "Who knows? No one saw exactly what you took. Now that something is missing from the Hokage's office, all suspicion could fall on you," Zhou Ke warned, knowing that the circumstances were indeed under the third Hokage's control, meaning Naruto would likely only receive a reprimand rather than severe punishment. Yet, this carefree boy needed a wake-up call to learn his lesson. "That was me. How can you pin this on me?" Naruto was genuinely alarmed. He could take responsibility for his own mistakes, but he couldn't accept blame for something he hadn't done. "Let us hurry and return this. Isn't that a bit of a loss?" Zhou Ke suddenly remarked. "You mean?" Naruto began to understand Zhou Ke's implication. Having already taken it, why not practice the ninjutsu within? Zhou Ke suggested a rather dubious plan. "Are you not at all afraid of the consequences?" "What a brilliant idea!" Naruto exclaimed. "It's not about being afraid of consequences." Thus, the two of them eagerly opened the scroll to learn the new ninjutsu. Meanwhile, the village was thrown into chaos as ninjas without tasks scattered to search for Naruto. Among them, Iruka, who was most familiar with Naruto, headed toward the location he suspected. Before long, he arrived at his destination, where he spotted Naruto and Zhou Ke. "Zhou Ke, what are you doing here?" he exclaimed in surprise. He had assumed Naruto was acting recklessly alone, but to find his best student involved too was unexpected. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhou Ke is usually so lazy. He wouldn't engage in such nonsense. Upon noticing Iruka, Zhou Ke greeted him. "Good evening, Iruka-sensei." "Good evening. Wait. What are you two doing here?" Iruka asked, his tone turning stern. "Practicing ninjutsu," Naruto declared excitedly. "I've mastered an incredible technique. Just watch me use it, and I'll definitely pass the exam." "Exam? Are you saying that Naruto stole the scroll to pass the Genin exam?" Iruka realized the truth. However, this was not the complete story, and Zhou Ke added, "I discovered someone had lured Naruto into stealing the scroll, telling him that obtaining it would ensure his graduation." Naruto was completely unaware of the underlying motives. "Who is it? Who deceived Naruto?" Iruka asked anxiously. "Well, he is already here. Isn't he?" "Mizuki-sensei," Zhou Ke said, glancing up at Mizuki, who had just arrived and was perched on a tree. Mizuki's expression was grave. The situation had deviated from his expectations. Originally, it should have been just the foolish Naruto. After seizing the scroll from him, he would have been able to blame everything on him. Now, however, two had joined the fray. Zhou Ke, while newly graduated, had performed well in school and possessed some combat skills. The real concern was Iruka. Though he had been focused on teaching, he was still a chunin and not to be underestimated. In a situation lacking in combat superiority, one must employ strategy. Psychological tactics were paramount. Therefore, Mizuki set his sights on Naruto. Zhou Ke, too, noticed Mizuki's intentions and refrained from intervening. Naruto would learn the truth sooner or later. Delaying it would only postpone his personal growth. Chapter 4. The Withered Chrysanthemum. A ground full of wounds with a calculated intent to manipulate, Mizuki addressed Naruto. Do you comprehend why others harbor disdain towards you? Irika, sensing Mizuki's intent, interrupted urgently. No? Don't reveal it. However, Mizuki paid no heed to Irika's protest and continued. Have you ever heard of the incident involving the sealing of the Nine Tails? Naruto, clearly perplexed, responded with a series of question marks. Well, let me elaborate, Mizuki said. In short, there was a calamity caused by the Nine Tails that devastated the village. And since that day, an unwritten rule was established within the community. Yet, Naruto, you seem to be utterly oblivious to this. What? Why am I the only one unaware? Zhou Ke, do you know? Naruto turned to Zhou Ke. Zhou Ke replied, are you referring to the fact that the Nine Tails is sealed within you? Irika gasped in shock. How do you know this, Zhou Ke? I overheard the adults discussing it in hushed tones and decided to investigate at the library. Zhou Ke explained, of course. All of this is nonsense. Zhou Ke had already possessed this knowledge and merely feigned ignorance to mislead others. Irika cursed silently. Those who relish gossiping behind one's back. Discussing Naruto is strictly forbidden. Mizuki mused to himself. Zhou Ke is indeed more mature than one would expect at his age. TCH, what an insufferable genius. The revelation that the Nine Tails resided within him left Naruto's mind in disarray. Mizuki had initially aimed to accuse Naruto directly of being the fox itself, intending to burden him with guilt. Yet, Zhou Ke's interruption changed the course of the conversation. No matter, he could redirect his approach. Indeed, the source of all evil resides within you. Mizuki continued. It is responsible for the death of Irika's parents and has rendered Zhou Ke an orphan. You are the embodiment of the calamity that has befallen our village. At this, Naruto collapsed under the weight of such overwhelming knowledge. This was far too heavy a burden for a mere 12-year-old to bear. Irika shouted, enough. Stop this. Mizuki, however, was relentless. With a mocking smile, he addressed Zhou Ke. Did you ever imagine that your closest friend is the very entity that caused your family's ruin? Do you harbor any resentment towards him? Calmly, Zhou Ke picked his nose and nonchalantly replied, no, not at all. I was aware of this long before you mentioned it. Mizuki, taken aback, questioned, no, that can't be true. How could you not feel animosity? Your parents were killed by him. Naruto, in sheer terror, looked at Zhou Ke. He could not fathom that his best friend's parents had perished because of him. Zhou Ke smiled at Mizuki and said, don't compare yourself to me, you fool. I genuinely don't care. Death cannot be reversed. Dwelling on the past only inflicts suffering upon oneself. Moreover, I was merely an infant when they died, so I have no recollection of them. Expecting me to feel deep emotions is quite difficult. How remarkably open-minded. Irika marveled, astonished at Zhou Ke's maturity, far surpassing that of many adults, including himself. Perhaps it was simply that they were too young to grasp such concepts. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Mizuki screamed in frustration. You're just putting on a brave front, you wretched little brat. The sight of Zhou Ke's maturity sparked envy within Mizuki, who had always believed himself to be exceptional but had failed to gain recognition simply due to lack of opportunity. He resolved to create his own, by stealing the sealing scroll and seeking out someone outside the village, thus achieving greatness. Yet now, he found himself outmatched by a mere child. A reality he could not accept. That is what I meant when I said you're incapable. Zhou Ke taunted, then turned to Naruto. Besides, he is my best friend. No comparison to the deceased can hold any weight, despite the somewhat filial tone of his words. The logic was sound. Why should he burden his friend for the misdeeds of strangers? Zhou Ke approached Naruto, pulling him to his feet. What he says is nonsense. Don't let it affect you. But, your parents. Naruto trembled, fearing that his best friend would resent him. Yes, they were killed by the Nine Tails. Zhou Ke replied, but that fox resides within you, not you. Why would I harbor resentment? Besides, you are also a victim. Huh. Naruto made a sound of confusion. Our fates are intertwined. That means your parents also perished in the Nine Tails rampage. You are indeed a victim, and not only have you lost your parents, but for the past 12 years, you have endured scorn from others. You, who should be celebrated as a hero for containing the seal. Why are you unjustly treated as a villain? This is fundamentally wrong. Your suffering surpasses mine by far. Irika silently agreed. Indeed. Why should we blame Naruto for the actions of the fox that harmed us? It is an absurdity. Mizuki grit his teeth in frustration. Damn it. All my carefully crafted words have fallen flat. That irritating little brat. Zhou Ke continued. Isn't that right, Irika-sensei? Irika hesitated. What can I say? Initially, I too blamed Naruto. However, after being enlightened by the third Hokage and witnessing Naruto's loneliness, I came to understand. Before Irika could finish, Mizuki could no longer contain himself. He hurled the large shuriken he had been carrying at Zhou Ke and Naruto. Paralyzed by fear, Naruto could not move, and he braced himself for the impending impact. Just then, Irika dashed forward, pushing Zhou Ke aside and shielding the immobilized Naruto with his own body. With a swift motion, blood splattered as the shuriken pierced through Irika's back. Naruto, feeling the warm blood drip onto his face, exclaimed in disbelief. Why? Why would you protect me? Enduring the pain, Irika forced a pained smile. I'm sorry, Naruto. You have suffered so much. This is my failure. Irika-sensei. In the depths of despair, Naruto, with the support of his mentor and friend, glimpsed the light of hope once more. Irika turned to Mizuki with fierce determination. As long as I stand, I will ensure that they are not harmed. Mizuki scoffed. Huh? You are deceiving yourself. The one responsible for your parents' death is Naruto. Why sacrifice yourself to protect him? He is merely a destructive little brat, one who has wreaked havoc for years. Now, fueled by hatred, he could use the techniques within the scroll to exact revenge on the very village that has scorned him for so long. Naruto is not that kind of person. He is my most exceptional student, Irika declared resolutely. He is diligent and focused, albeit somewhat lacking in flexibility, making it challenging for him to gain recognition. Yet he understands the pain of others. He would never harm anyone. The Nine Tails is not his sin. He is a hero of Konoha, Naruto Uzumaki. Upon hearing these words, tears flowed uncontrollably from Naruto's eyes. This was the second time he had received acknowledgement from others, and incidentally, the first was from Zhou Ke. Zhou Ke, in moments of leisure, often extols the brilliance of Naruto, resembling somewhat a sycophant. Zhou Ke exclaimed, What nonsense are you spouting? He is none other than the esteemed 7th Hokage. Is it so wrong to offer a little preemptive flattery? Irika then interjected, Zhou Ke, swiftly escort Naruto away from here. Even if it costs me my life, I shall impede him. Run? Huh. Irika-sensei, you are mistaken. Zhou Ke, having just been shoved aside, rose from the ground and approached slowly, declaring, The next act is showtime. Transformation Jutsu. As he formed the hand seals, his body underwent a miraculous transformation. He became an image of Naruto. Is showtime merely about becoming Naruto? What purpose does that serve? The other three present were enveloped in confusion. Mizuki quickly grasped the situation, smiling as he asked, Are you attempting to assume Naruto's form to obfuscate your target, thereby serving as bait to divert my attention? Such selflessness is commendable. Upon hearing this, Irika praised, What a splendid idea. I will hold him off while you two disperse and inform the Hokage of what has transpired here. However, Naruto was less than pleased. Don't become bait on my account. Who said I wanted to escape? We shall defeat him right here. Zhou Ke, now in Naruto's guise, turned to him. Naruto, can you bear to witness your beloved teacher being harmed? Of course not. Naruto replied earnestly. Zhou Ke pressed on. Then what must we do? We must vanquish him, Naruto declared, standing shoulder to shoulder with Zhou Ke. Irika, in a state of panic, urged, You two, hurry and flee. Do not act recklessly. Meanwhile, Mizuki, concealing his face, sneered, So, it seems I have been underestimated. Two freshly graduated genin dare to speak to me like this. Zhou Ke chuckled, Oh Mizuki, you were the one who said that mastering the jutsu on this scroll would grant you the means for revenge. Just a hint. One of the jutsu we have already learned. What? You must be bluffing. Mizuki retorted defiantly. Zhou Ke, I can understand. But how could that underachieving Naruto possibly learn a new jutsu so swiftly? If he were that capable, he wouldn't even be able to use the shadow clone jutsu properly. Enough of this chatter. Naruto, unleash that earth-shattering jutsu. Zhou Ke commanded as he formed the seals. Absolutely. Naruto followed suit, and then multiple shadow clone jutsu. In an instant, the forest was inundated with 2,000 clones, half of which were Naruto's, the other half Zhou Ke's. Of course, Zhou Ke himself could not have achieved such a feat. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to use the perfect transformation jutsu to become Naruto, as only he possessed the chakra to create such a multitude of clones. Mizuki was momentarily paralyzed by the sheer number of clones. At his level, he could not discern which were real, indicating they were all solid clones. Had they truly mastered the forbidden techniques from the sealing book and successfully executed them? What a mockery of Konoha. This must be a ruse. Impressive. But why did you choose to transform into Naruto to utilize this technique? Iruka queried, perplexed. 2,000 identical clones standing together were indeed a terrifying sight. Zhou Ke fabricated an excuse on the spot. The perfect transformation jutsu possessed immense potential, and Zhou Ke preferred that it remain undiscovered. After all, being exploited by ill-intentioned individuals would be rather unfortunate. In any case, that was a matter for another time. For now, their focus was on the immediate task, eliminating Mizuki. As Mizuki beheld the 2,000 shadow clones, he felt utterly overwhelmed. If they were merely two freshly graduated genin, he could easily dispatch them without a second thought. 20 genin clones he could devise a strategy to overcome. 200 genin clones he could fight and retreat. 2,000 clones, this was absurd. Even elite jonin would struggle against such a formidable number. However, he could not afford to show weakness here, at least not in words. Thus, he addressed the group. So what if you've conjured 2,000 clones? In the end, they are but genin. Your shadow clones. Before he could finish, a blood-curdling scream escaped his lips, as if something vital had been wrenched from him. He collapsed onto the sturdy branch upon which he had been standing. At that moment, a Naruto clone peeked from behind Mizuki, brandishing a bloodied kunai, and grinned. Konoha's ultimate body technique. 1,000 years of pain. How do you like that? With the flower of life withered and strewn upon the ground, Mizuki's expression turned pale as the clone had just struck him in a most sensitive area. Zhou Ke exclaimed, "Goodness, that is brutal. To stab someone with a kunai like that. Which one of you is that clone?" It was clear this clone possessed a distinct personality. Likely one of the three. The clone standing beside Zhou Ke adjusted his glasses and sagely remarked, "That one is the rebellious spirit. Forever fighting in a vile and despicable manner. Ah, I see. Is he truly my clone?" Zhou Ke pondered. This sentiment extended beyond just the rebellious one. All three clones exuded a similar essence, distinctly unlike his own. The quipster on the side interjected, "Of course. But it is merely a facet of yourself. Still, it would be best not to voice such thoughts in front of others." He gestured toward Iruka's Naruto, not far away. Indeed, Zhou Ke nodded in agreement, then turned his attention back to Mizuki. In any case, let us first deal with him before discussing anything further. Although his sensitive area had suffered a grievous blow, Mizuki was still capable of movement. The battle was far from over. Chapter 5, Becoming a Genin. Shuemu endured the agonizing sensation of tearing as he leapt from the tree. There was no escaping now, but at the very least, he needed to find someone to take the fall for him. Thus, he boldly initiated a desperate challenge against 2,000 foes. Was he dreaming? The rebel leaped down from behind and delivered a swift kick to Shuemu's most sensitive area, an utter disaster. The new ultimate technique of Konoha, the South Dipper's ruthless egg smash kick. Iruka, Naruto, and Zhou Ke instinctively shielded their lower bodies. Such pain is a universal understanding among men. Clearly, the rebel had no intention of sparing Shuemu. He shouted to the surrounding clones, "What are you waiting for? Get up here and give him a kick each." At the rebel's urging, the clones sprang into action, each delivering a kick. Amidst a cacophony of chaos and blows, all the clones vanished after kicking Shuemu, leaving him utterly incapacitated. His condition was dire. Once the clones had disappeared, Zhou Ke reverted from his transformation and looked at Shuemu, who was now a mere shadow of his former self, and remarked, "Was that a bit too harsh?" Naruto, feeling a twinge of sympathy, added, "It does seem a tad excessive. Zhou Ke, your clones are rather brutal, aren't they?" "Well, perhaps just a little," Zhou Ke admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed. Iruka, puzzled, inquired, "Zhou Ke, is there something wrong with your shadow clones? They seem quite peculiar." "Perhaps. It appears my technique needs refinement. I'll adjust it gradually," Zhou Ke casually responded. "In any case, I suppose this concludes our little escapade, right, Iruka-sensei?" "Indeed. It's time to address Naruto's punishment." Iruka turned to Naruto. After all, Naruto had erred, and consequences must be faced. Upon hearing of his impending punishment, Naruto, perhaps in an attempt to evade the rising sun, closed his eyes in trepidation. However, after a few moments of silence, he felt something placed atop his head. Slowly opening his eyes, he discovered that Iruka's forehead protector was gone, and he seemed to be wearing one himself. "You've successfully utilized the advanced technique of multiple shadow clones, Naruto. You've passed the exam with flying colors." Irika beamed gently. Wait, does this mean I'm a ninja now? Naruto's face struggled to register the appropriate expression, yet tears of joy streamed down his cheeks. Yes, congratulations. You are indeed a ninja. Irika tenderly patted Naruto's shoulder, then adopted a stern demeanor, saying, However, you must apologize to Lord Hokage and the villagers upon your return. I will. Naruto wiped his tears, exclaiming through sobs. Though his tears flowed, the underlying expression was one of sheer happiness. He had never felt such joy. This was what they referred to as tears of happiness, after all. Indeed, having shed all sorrow, only tears of joy remained. Zhou Ke interjected, Stop the noise. Must you speak like an adult? Naruto blushed, feeling embarrassed at the thought of being seen in such a vulnerable state by his peers. Irika then turned to Zhou Ke, inquiring with concern, Zhou Ke, is something troubling you? You seem more invigorated than before. Irika genuinely cared about his students' changes. He was pleased with Zhou Ke's positive transformation, but also worried it might lead him astray, adversely affecting his future. Well, I found my purpose. Zhou Ke gazed at the sun rising steadily. The past is the past, the present is now, and the future lies ahead. I've discovered a new goal, and I shall strive upwards like the ascendant sun. Just like Blackbeard, Edward Teach from the neighboring world, living steadily until opportunity arises. Now that the chance is before me, I shall seize it without hesitation. Naruto, intrigued, asked, What do you plan to do? Do you wish to become Hokage? Hokage? No, that is merely insufficient. Zhou Ke pointed skyward, declaring, I shall accomplish something earth-shattering in the ninja world, altering the very fabric of existence. Naruto, scratching his head in confusion, could not comprehend this ambition. Within his worldview, Hokage was the pinnacle of strength, an existence beyond which he could not imagine. Irika, however, suddenly perceived a hint of danger in this usually obedient student's demeanor. Yet, based on Zhou Ke's past kindness and willingness to help others, he believed there was no cause for concern regarding his moral compass. Unbeknownst to them, a third party had been observing Zhou Ke's declaration, the third Hokage. He possessed a unique ninjutsu that allowed him to project distant events onto a crystal ball, akin to the wicked old witch's magic. Naturally, this telescopic technique did not serve the purpose of locating individuals, and it took the third Hokage some time to find Zhou Ke and his companions, resulting in only partial observation. However, he managed to view the latter half of the events. Relieved that Naruto was unharmed by Shuemu's influence, the third Hokage sighed. Phew, it seems Naruto is fine. He will graduate smoothly. I hope he becomes a ninja as exceptional as his parents. Yet, his attention shifted back to Zhou Ke. I hadn't anticipated this boy's chakra levels to be so extraordinary. The heights he may reach could surpass my expectations. Previously, the third Hokage had expressed great anticipation for Zhou Ke, but his expectations were limited. Though intelligent and mature in thought, Zhou Ke's physical prowess was decidedly average, capping his potential. With relentless effort, he might reach the rank of elite Jonin, but further advancement would necessitate self-modification akin to his former disciple, Orochimaru. However, circumstances had changed. The multiple shadow clone technique was deemed forbidden due to its exorbitant chakra consumption, and those without a vast reservoir of chakra risked severe injury or even death. Naruto could create 1,000 clones due to the heritage he inherited from his mother, Kushina Uzumaki, along with the power of the Nine Tails within him. Zhou Ke, lacking these attributes, achieving such feats independently was, to be honest, somewhat suspicious. Could it be that this boy possesses some hidden bloodline? Pondering this, the third Hokage rose from his chair and began rummaging through documents on his desk, since Zhou Ke and the other graduates were about to be assigned to guiding Jonin. Their files were conveniently laid out. After retrieving Zhou Ke's file, the third Hokage reviewed it. His parents were commoners, perished during the Nine Tails incident. From this alone, there appeared to be no bloodline talent. However, one could not rule out the possibility of a concealed lineage. It was uncertain if he could trace his parents' documents back further. That said, it seems unlikely, given the passage of time. Typical commoners' records are rarely preserved. In any case, he decided to wait and observe. Regarding Zhou Ke's talent, the third Hokage resolved to take a closer look. After all, he was not present at the scene, and the quality of those clones remained unclear. Moreover, what if most of those clones were actually Naruto's? After all, Zhou Ke had specifically transformed into Naruto to utilize the technique. Thus, this unexpected event concluded without further incident. With the third Hokage aware of the entire situation, there was no need to distribute blame. it fell squarely on Shumue's shoulders. After a brief verbal reprimand of Naruto, the matter was swiftly put to rest. The following day, Zhou Ke and the other graduates went to the Hokage's office to complete their ninja onboarding procedures. Upon finishing his paperwork and exiting the room, Zhou Ke spotted Naruto waiting in line outside. Upon seeing Zhou Ke, Naruto remarked, "Why didn't you call out to me?" After rising from bed, he had intended to invite Zhou Ke to handle some paperwork together, only to discover upon knocking that his friend had already departed. "You were sleeping so soundly, how could I wake you?" Zhou Ke replied with an eye roll, exasperated. This lad had become a genin the previous day and was brimming with excitement, having spent the entire day reveling outside before returning home to rest. Consequently, he had fallen into a deep slumber akin to that of a lifeless pig, making him utterly unresponsive to morning calls. Thus, Zhou Ke decided to leave him be and ventured out on his own. Well, it was his own fault. He couldn't blame anyone else. Transitioning to another topic, Naruto exclaimed, "Wait for me. Let us go have ramen together." Zhou Ke glanced at the queue ahead and sighed. "There are so many people here. You'll be waiting forever. I might as well head out first." With that, Zhou Ke waved goodbye and departed. Naruto scratched his head, then immersed himself in thoughts about his forthcoming ninja career. Now that he was a genin, becoming Hokage was surely just around the corner. Haha, such aspirations were commendable, but alas, the wait for his ascension to Hokage would extend until after the birth of his children. Patience was key. Meanwhile, after leaving the Hokage office, Zhou Ke returned home, stretched lazily, and flopped onto his bed, muttering to himself, "So, I am officially a genin now. However, there is a possibility I might be reassigned by my supervising jounin back to the academy for remedial training, though such occurrences are quite rare. Aside from a select few, particularly Kakashi Hatake, most jounin were not overly discerning when it came to their students, and normally, one wouldn't be sent back to school. Speaking of which, who will my supervising jounin be? The good ones have already been claimed by others. I doubt I'll get paired with someone exceptional. But it's fine. I can manage on my own." With the perfect transformation technique as an advantage, combined with his prior knowledge of this world, he was confident he could navigate his path successfully. While Zhou Ke contemplated his future, another individual was deep in thought regarding the matter, none other than the third Hokage. Gazing at the documents on his desk, the third Hokage was troubled by the class assignments. Ordinarily, the groupings for this graduating class would have been finalized long ago. This cohort comprised 8 students of notable lineage: Shikamaru Nara from the Nara clan, Ino Yamanaka from the Yamanaka clan, Choji Akimichi from the Akimichi clan, Shino Aburame from the Aburame clan, Kiba Inazuka from the Inazuka clan, Hinata Hyuga from the Hyuga clan, Sasuke Uchiha from the Uchiha clan, and Naruto Uzumaki, the son of the 4th Hokage and current host of the Nine Tails. These 8 were undoubtedly to receive the finest guidance, not merely due to their backgrounds, but also because they were descendants of ninja clans, possessing innate talents that far surpassed those of ordinary ninjas. In the current state of Konoha, the combat capability was not yet sufficient to overlook the cultivation of gifted individuals. Thus, priority must be given to nurturing the talented. Fortunately, this year's supervising jounin included 3 capable individuals, ready to provide high-quality mentorship to ensure that no potential was squandered. However, with each team consisting of 3 members, there would be only one position left. Presently, 2 candidates were vying for this spot: Sakura Haruno, the female lead, and Zhou Ke, the story's protagonist. Sakura excelled academically and displayed considerable overall strength during her time at the academy, and the third Hokage had initially intended for her to occupy one of the 9 positions, forming a team with Naruto and Sasuke to grow together. Although Zhou Ke had performed admirably, his talents still paled in comparison to those of the other 8. Ultimately, the lack of a notable background was a significant factor. Yet, after witnessing Zhou Ke's performance yesterday, the third Hokage could not possibly assign him a mediocre teacher, such a waste of talent. Perhaps he could replace Sakura and team up with Naruto and Sasuke? The third Hokage entertained this notion for a moment before dismissing it. Such a powerful trio would be detrimental in the long run. A strong team might seem advantageous in the short term, but from a developmental perspective, it would be unwise. The 3-man cell system was designed to foster teamwork. Except for a select few exceptionally powerful ninjas, most accomplished their missions through collaborative efforts. Hence, instilling a sense of teamwork was vital. If a team were too strong, it could breed isolated individuals, which would hinder future growth. Conversely, including a weaker member would facilitate the cultivation of camaraderie. After all, The ninjas of Konoha fought to protect their village and comrades, and this principle was crucial. Alas, the village was facing a shortage of personnel. If only one of Jiraiya's trio were here to assist. The third Hokage sighed, acknowledging the scarcity of skilled ninjas in the village. Many were overwhelmed with their duties and lacked the time to mentor a team. Had there been an additional excellent instructor available, he would not be in such a predicament. Perhaps I should personally guide Zhou Ke? The third Hokage suddenly conceived this idea, and his eyes brightened with the possibility. It was indeed feasible. However, he quickly realized he lacked the time to take him on missions. But wait, the third Hokage had another idea. Chapter 6, Hatake Kakashi Lord Hokage, this arrangement. The supervising Jonin, Hatake Kakashi, remarked while scrutinizing the profiles of the members assigned to his team. Well, I have arranged for you to have 4 individuals. For now, just manage as you see fit, the third Hokage replied after taking a sip of tea. Kakashi frowned. Isn't this rather unconventional? Typically, a team consists of 1 leader and 3 members. Adding an extra individual complicates matters. However, I am not one to rigidly adhere to rules. Yet an additional member implies increased responsibility, which seems rather troublesome. The third Hokage explained, originally, I intended for Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, and Sasuke Uchiha to be part of your team. The individual named Zhou Ke was added just moments ago. Kakashi inquired, is there anything particularly remarkable about him? As he reviewed Zhou Ke's profile, he noted, he appears quite exceptional. Yet, is it truly necessary to alter the rules for his inclusion? Indeed, that was the case previously. But, the third Hokage recounted how Zhou Ke had collaborated with Naruto to defeat Mizuki. He produced 1,000 shadow clones? Kakashi pondered, resting his chin on his hand. If that is true, his talent is indeed impressive. Creating so many clones at just 12 years of age is extraordinary. Yes, I initially wished to mentor him personally, but I have been far too occupied until the conclusion of the Chunin exams. And it would be better for him to first acclimate to team activities, so I have assigned him to you for the time being, the third Hokage elaborated. Is that so? Kakashi sighed and conceded, very well, if this is merely temporary, I shall take him under my wing. The third Hokage smiled in response. Thank you for your cooperation during this period. Once the Chunin exams conclude, I shall arrange something else for him. Meanwhile, Zhou Ke had risen from his bed, declaring, all right, my time of idleness ends here. It is time to resume my training. He summoned 3 unique shadow clones. The rebellious clone immediately exclaimed, took you long enough. You ought to have released us sooner. The wise clone adjusted his glasses and remarked, considering the physical stamina and chakra of the main body, it is impractical to keep us active indefinitely. The sarcastic clone chimed in, indeed, the main body is rather weak at the moment. Why do you complain? You are just as weak. Zhou Ke rolled his eyes in exasperation. Precisely why I must now double my efforts in training. Yesterday's practice demonstrated that the closer I am to the transformed individual, the longer the transformation lasts. Additionally, the experience points for the transformed character can be accrued through you. This simplifies everything. You shall gather experience points while I focus on enhancing my physical prowess and swiftly elevate my strength. The wise clone nodded in agreement, a reasonable proposal. Let us proceed with this plan. Prioritize enhancing Kakashi's experience points to unlock Uchiha Obito's transformation option as soon as possible. The rebellious clone, momentarily subdued, stated, no problem. I am quite eager to wield the power of Kamui. However, the sarcastic clone suddenly rebelled. No, I have no interest in male forms. I want to transform into Sakura. What? Are you serious? Have you lost your mind? Zhou Ke was astonished. He had no inclination towards female forms and found the notion utterly bizarre. The wise clone frowned and cautioned, do not be willful. We currently lack power. It is imperative to unlock a form capable of dominating the battlefield. I have no interest. You all can work hard. The sarcastic clone stubbornly insisted. At this moment, Zhou Ke stroked his chin and mused, that may not be out of the question. Do not encourage his arrogance. The wise clone admonished Zhou Ke. No. This is not about fostering arrogance. From a strategic perspective, unlocking other characters is a necessity for the future. It would be prudent to initiate this process sooner rather than later. Zhou Ke contemplated, considering motivation, it would be better to follow our preferences. This ensures greater efficiency. Very well, from an efficiency standpoint, this does seem reasonable. The wise clone nodded in approval. In any case, I shall not interfere with your training endeavors. But I do have one request. Please ensure that our activities remain concealed from others. I wish to avoid exposing our techniques for the time being. Zhou Ke emphasized. Understood. The three clones replied in unison. All right, I shall head out to train. You may proceed as you wish. With that, Zhou Ke departed from his home to commence his training. The remaining three clones began their tasks. The sarcastic clone was the first to inquire. Are you planning to train diligently, or will you all slack off? The wise clone responded earnestly. Training is certainly necessary. However, judging by your demeanor, it seems you wish to be idle? The sarcastic clone admitted. That was the initial plan. But since the main body has granted me the freedom to follow my own desires, I shall indulge in transformations. With that, the sarcastic clone skipped out of the room. The rebellious clone also prepared to leave. The wise clone regarded the rebellious one and asked, Do you have your own agenda? No. I shall pursue the path of Uchiha Obito. I eagerly anticipate the power capable of dominating the world. The rebellious clone grinned mischievously. The wise clone queried, So, you are not merely rebellious in nature? Of course not. I intend to rebel against this world. The rebellious clone chuckled as he departed. Watching the rebellious clone leave, the wise clone scoffed. In the end, he is merely a child at heart. Let us begin. With that, the wise clone utilized the perfect transformation technique to become a youthful Hatake Kakashi and commenced his training. Meanwhile, Zhou Ke, en route to the training grounds, self-deprecatingly mused. Is this a facet of myself? Is it true that my shadow clones are such unique entities? Throughout the history of the ninja world, such distinctive shadow clones had never been observed. Yet, with Zhou Ke's current knowledge of ninjutsu, he could not discern the reason. Thus, he resolved to take his time to understand. For now, he could only begin his diligent training. The following day arrived, marking the day of class assignments. That afternoon, Zhou Ke, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura sat together in the classroom. Class divisions had been finalized, and other students had been escorted by their supervising jonin, leaving this quartet to endure the wait for their own instructor's arrival. Naruto, growing impatient, remarked, How slow? What is that jonin doing? Perhaps he has matters of his own to attend to? Sakura Haruno, the female member of the group, replied obediently, though this was merely a facade, as she was far from a docile girl, harboring a violent temperament within. The reason for her peculiar demeanor was the presence of another male in their team, the cool and composed Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke, however, had little interest in the supervising jonin at the moment. His focus lay on another matter. By the way, why do we have 4 members in our team? Other teams consist of 3 members, yet ours has 4. It feels rather odd. Perhaps they simply placed an extra individual into our team without much thought. Zhou Ke remarked while performing sit-ups. Though he stated this, was the situation truly so simple? Zhou Ke, unaware of the answer, could only speculate for now. Noticing Zhou Ke's incessant training, Naruto curiously inquired, What are you doing? Zhou Ke responded, Is there any need to ask? It's about exercising. He certainly knew this, but he couldn't help but wonder, Have you ever been this diligent before? Naruto voiced his curiosity. Sasuke and Sakura shared this sentiment, having been classmates for several years. They were well aware of each other's personalities. Zhou Ke was typically quite lazy, making it difficult to imagine him being so industrious. Well, now that I've set a goal, I intend to see it through to the end. This is my ninja way, Zhou Ke declared with flair. Naruto felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with that phrase. Of course, it's familiar. It's his catchphrase. Just then, footsteps echoed. Had their instructor finally arrived? A mischievous thought struck Naruto, and he quickly placed the chalk eraser atop the classroom door. The moment the door opened, the dust-covered eraser would surely fall onto the unsuspecting newcomer's head. Sasuke dismissed the prank with a scoff. Humph, such a trivial trick could never fool a Nin. Although Sasuke's words sounded quite cool, he was soon met with a swift rebuttal. Upon opening the door, their Nin instructor, Kakashi, was greeted with the eraser landing squarely on his head. The reactions of the 4 genin varied. Naruto burst into laughter, exclaiming, Ha! You fell for it. You fell for it. Pranking the teacher is the most entertaining. Was he not concerned that the new teacher might hold a grudge? Sakura nervously interjected, I'm sorry, sensei. I tried to stop Naruto. Yet inwardly she thought, what a fool. He fell for it just as I predicted. Sasuke, at a loss for words, remarked, Is this what a Nin is like? Seems a bit unreliable. Zhou Ke mused, So? The 7th team's Nin is indeed Kakashi? I suppose my previous performance secured me a good teacher, thus forming this 4-person team? Kakashi scanned the 4 of them and chuckled. How should I put it? My first impression of you is rather annoying. The atmosphere turned slightly awkward. Scene transition. Since it was their first meeting, they couldn't converse within the classroom. Kakashi led the four outside and addressed them. Let us begin with self-introductions. Share what you like, what you dislike, your dreams, and your interests. Naruto was the first to raise his hand. Let the teacher go first. Sakura chimed in. Yes, the teacher is the most suspicious one. Oh, me? Kakashi seemed unfazed and began his introduction. My name is Hatake Kakashi. What I like and dislike is a secret, and I don't have much to say about my dreams. As for interests, I have quite a few. Sakura, perplexed, remarked, so we only know his name? At that moment, Zhou Ke interjected, I've done some investigation into him. Really? Kakashi's previously lazy gaze sharpened. Had someone actually looked into his background? This piqued his interest. To what extent? Curious, Kakashi did not hinder Zhou Ke from continuing. Naruto eagerly inquired. Hurry and tell us. What are our teacher's interests? Interests? He enjoys reading adult novels. Zhou Ke replied. He particularly likes a novel called Paradise of Affection, which primarily depicts romantic encounters between men and women. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. Isn't that a bit perverted? Our Jonin instructor is of that nature? This left him feeling rather dismayed about the future. Naruto exclaimed, wow, isn't that similar to Grandpa Hokage? Could I use a seduction technique on him to learn some secret jutsu? Though Naruto had no interest in lewdness, he was quite adept at leveraging such tactics for personal gain. Sakura exclaimed, a pervert? Isn't that just abnormal? Kakashi chuckled. Ha ha ha, it seems you do know me quite well. Indeed, my investigation was quite thorough, and not just of you, Kakashi-sensei. I have looked into all the prominent Jonin of this generation. After all, I needed to determine who my instructor would be, so I researched them all. This was merely an excuse. Zhou Ke was already familiar with the well-known figures and their backgrounds, requiring no investigation. Oh, I see. So you aim to assess your instructor's caliber in advance? Kakashi nodded in understanding. Curiously, Naruto asked, what level is Kakashi-sensei? Very formidable. He is the disciple of the fourth Hokage, essentially one of the strongest Jonin of the younger generation. Mastering all 5 elemental natures, he possesses knowledge of over 1,000 jutsu, earning him the title Konoha's #1 technician. Sasuke glanced at Kakashi. Is he really that impressive? Sounds promising. Naruto excitedly proclaimed, that's incredible. Ha ha. It seems my talents have finally been recognized, and I have such a powerful teacher guiding me. Sakura retorted, that has nothing to do with you. Clearly, he is here to mentor Zhou Ke and Sasuke. They are the top students and deserve a good teacher. I'm no less capable than them. Naruto asserted confidently. Don and Appos. T interrupt me. I Haven and Appos. T finished yet. Zhou Ke redirected the conversation. Konoha's #1 technician is merely an internal title. In reality, Kakashi-sensei has an internationally renowned moniker. The copy ninja Kakashi. What did you say? The Sharingan? Sasuke exclaimed in shock. You heard correctly, the Sharingan. Zhou Ke chuckled. Kakashi sighed. I see you've done your homework quite thoroughly. Chapter 7. The Entrance Exam of Class 7. Sasuke was taken aback for a few moments before he realized his lapse in composure. He quickly adjusted his demeanor and, returning to his aloof state, inquired of Zhou Ke, how is it that he possesses the Sharingan? Zhou Ke explained, it is said that during the last Ninja World War, his friend Obito Uchiha, before his demise, bestowed one of his Sharingan upon him, granting him the opportunity to wield it despite not being of the Uchiha clan. Having grasped the gist of the situation, Sasuke chose not to delve further into this matter. For those of the Uchiha clan, the misuse of the Sharingan by outsiders was a sensitive issue. However, given the current state of their clan's annihilation, Sasuke had little inclination to pursue the topic. Moreover, Kakashi's ability to use the Sharingan could indeed be beneficial for Sasuke. At least he would have someone to guide him in this regard. Naruto and Sakura, lacking in knowledge about the Sharingan, refrained from further inquiries. Kakashi, however, furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, your investigation is quite thorough. Even digging up matters from so many years ago is no easy feat. Zhou Ke replied, it's not too difficult. Chatting with some old neighbors can reveal past events. Huh. It seems you are indeed quite mature. Since you've managed to uncover my affairs, why don't you start with your self-introduction? Kakashi instructed. All right. Zhou Ke nodded in understanding and said, I am Zhou Ke. I initially sought a tranquil life, but after becoming a ninja, I yearned to make a mark on the entire ninja world. As for my likes, I can't think of any. If I must say, I'm male and I like females. Zhou Ke suddenly recalled the need to clarify his sexual orientation and boldly declared his preference for women. Sakura thought, is this guy also a pervert? But that's odd. He never seemed interested in girls before. During school, Zhou Ke was friendly towards everyone, but hardly interacted with the girls. How can someone like him say he likes women? I don't believe it. Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement and said, good. Next. Naruto raised his hand and exclaimed, I'll go next. I am Naruto Uzumaki. I love ramen. Especially the Ichiraku ramen that Irika-sensei treats me to. What I detest is waiting 3 minutes for instant noodles. My dream is to surpass the Hokage and become someone acknowledged by the villagers. Kakashi reflected on Naruto's upbringing, thinking, this child's growth story is indeed complicated. He bears some resemblance to Obito. He then turned to Sasuke. Next. Sasuke coolly stated, I am Sasuke Uchiha. I have many dislikes, but not much that I like. As for dreams, I have no intentions of voicing them, but I do have ambitions. I aim to restore the Uchiha clan and kill that man. Indeed, from the very start, he exhibits the demeanor of a vengeful spirit. It seems there will be much for him to accomplish in the future, Kakashi noted, then turned to Sakura. Your turn. I am Sakura Haruno. The person I like is. She glanced at Sasuke and, blushing, continued, as for my dream. After another glance at Sasuke, she found herself unable to articulate her thoughts. Girls at this age indeed tend to be more concerned about the opposite sex. But Rin didn't exhibit such behavior. No, she was very considerate towards Obito. Kakashi mused internally before shifting the topic. That concludes the self-introductions. From tomorrow, we will commence with our missions. Upon hearing that they would soon begin missions, Naruto eagerly raised his hand and asked, Teacher, what is the mission? Kakashi replied, it is a task for the 5 of us, a wilderness survival exercise. Naruto, puzzled, asked, why is it an exercise? Isn't it a test? Zhou Ke clarified, I've heard that Kakashi-sensei is quite selective with his students. If we fail to meet his standards, we might be sent back to school to repeat the year. Doesn't that mean we degraduate for nothing? Naruto exclaimed in shock. After all, he had worked hard to become a ninja, and failing this test would render all his efforts futile. Pretty much, Kakashi said as he handed out several sheets of paper. This outlines the content of tomorrow's test. You can read it yourselves. See you all tomorrow. After a brief glance at the contents, the 4 began to contemplate. Sasuke thought, this is a perfect opportunity to gauge his capabilities. Naruto resolved, I absolutely cannot fail this. I must earn Kakashi-sensei's approval. I will pass, no matter what. Sakura declared, to be with Sasuke, I must succeed. This is a test of my love. Zhou Ke mused, This exam doesn't seem difficult at all. There's really no need to worry. The exam wasn't a measure of combat prowess, as they were merely freshly graduated genin, lacking the strength to be judged on that basis. Kakashi's true assessment was of the team's unity, whether they could endure hardships together and support one another as comrades. Thus, the process was not crucial. What mattered was their ability to assist one another in the end. Knowing this, Zhou Ke felt confident in passing the test and decided to focus on his training instead. And so, the next day, Kakashi greeted the early risers. Good morning. Naruto and Sakura shouted in unison, you're late again. While Sasuke maintained his cool demeanor, Zhou Ke was still engaged in his physical training. Zhou Ke thought to himself, I must say, training can indeed become addictive. The sensation of improving is quite delightful. Kakashi, observing Zhou Ke's training, internally quipped, this kid should really be in Gaia's class. Given his relentless dedication to physical fitness, he ought to learn from Konoha's taijutsu master, Might Guy. However, Kakashi began to understand why the 3rd Hokage had made an exception for Zhou Ke. His mature mindset, diligent work ethic, and innate ninja talent suggested that this child's future achievements could be boundless. As a commoner ninja, surpassing the 4th Hokage was within the realm of possibility. Setting that aside, Kakashi began to explain the exam rules. The rules are quite simple. All you need to do is. He produced 3 bells and continued. Your task is to seize these 3 bells from me, with a deadline of noon. Those who cannot acquire a bell within the specified time will be deemed unworthy of lunch and must be tied to a post to watch me enjoy my bento. Upon hearing this, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura exchanged glances of dismay. Yesterday's warning about not eating breakfast was evidently in preparation for this. Zhou Ke, however, secretly relished the moment. Only a fool would comply. I had breakfast before coming. Knowing the plot made it quite enjoyable. Kakashi continued, securing just one bell will suffice. However, as you can see, there are only 3 bells, which means one of you will inevitably be eliminated. In other words, at least one of you will be sent back to school. With this revelation, a tense atmosphere enveloped the group. Without further ado, they commenced the test. All 4 dispersed, stealthily positioning themselves like true ninjas, waiting for the opportune moment, except for one who boldly stood right in front of Kakashi. Kakashi, exasperated, remarked, I must ask, are you all right? As a ninja, you should be concealing your presence and hiding your form to seize the moment for a stealthy strike. What is the meaning of this blatant display? What exactly did you learn in school? Let us begin. Let us settle this once and for all. Naruto declared with fervor. Indeed, his nature was anything but that of a ninja. Kakashi rolled his eyes, choosing to disregard Naruto and shift his focus to the other 3. Excellent. Sasuke and Sakura have concealed themselves well. Their studies paid off remarkably. However, where is Zhou Ke? Where has he vanished to? Zhou Ke was nowhere near, having ventured far away to continue his training. He deemed the process of the exam rather futile and preferred to hone his skills in solitude. You 3 should join me in training, he remarked to his 3 clones. In the interest of efficiency, Zhou Ke had summoned them. 3 craftsmen can rival 1 master strategist. The sarcastic clone quipped, to think we were assigned to Kakashi's class. It seems our hopes of quietly amassing wealth are about to be dashed. After all, this is the protagonist's team, and we must navigate all pivotal events. Remaining inconspicuous is quite the challenge. Surely, we cannot feign death in the face of danger? With Zhou Ke's capabilities, if he were to engage in combat, the perfect transformation technique would undoubtedly be employed frequently. The more he uses it, the higher the chance of exposure. Should he reveal himself now, he would likely attract the attention of Orochimaru and become a mere specimen. Zhou Ke sighed, well, that is indeed the case. If this continues, I might soon find myself subjected to dissection experiments. Zhou Ke's abilities possessed not only significant combat value, but also immense potential for scientific research. The ability to perfectly transform into another person was akin to a natural experimenter's physique. Theoretically, Zhou Ke could inherit every bloodline limit of ninjas, rendering him an encyclopedic figure in the ninja world. If Orochimaru were to discover Zhou Ke's talents, Sasuke would quickly transition from a sweet little boy to a formidable foe. Wouldn't this ability be more enticing than a singular Sharingan? Indeed, the risks of exposure had escalated, yet the sage cautioned, the rewards may also increase. Why is that? Zhou Ke inquired, intrigued. The sage explained, you may not have realized, but the experience gained from the transformation technique can be rapidly enhanced through combat. Oh, is that so? How did you come to this conclusion? Zhou Ke asked. His curiosity piqued. The sage replied, I discovered it while testing the performance of the transformation technique yesterday. Zhou Ke nodded in understanding. I see. Wait. Why was I not aware of this? A new doubt emerged in his mind. Normally, when a shadow clone is dispelled, its memories and experiences return to the original body. Yet Zhou Ke had never received any experiences or memories from his 3 clones. What could this mean? Could it be that his cloning technique also harbored issues? The sage remarked, it seems not only the transformation technique, but our cloning technique possesses some peculiarities, or perhaps all 3 techniques do. The transformations and cloning techniques had undergone remarkable changes. What about the substitution technique? Did it too possess any unique characteristics? Zhou Ke pondered. My substitution technique has been functioning without any issues, hasn't it? It was his most frequently used technique, and it appeared to be working fine. Well, what I mentioned earlier was merely conjecture. It is entirely reasonable for the substitution technique to remain unchanged. The sage chose not to dwell on this matter. At that moment, the sage abruptly reached out, seizing the rebellious clone who sought to depart. Zhou Ke exclaimed, where are you going? The sarcastic clone interjected, he seems intent on causing trouble. Doesn't he? Causing trouble? He ought to be renamed troublemaker instead of rebel. Zhou Ke responded with exasperation. Was it truly so difficult for this clone to refrain from stirring up mischief? The rebellious clone retorted, this is a splendid opportunity to have some fun with Kakashi. With a sudden burst, the clone transformed into a Beto. Has a Beto been unlocked already? Zhou Ke quickly glanced at the interface. Thanks to the efforts of the rebellious and the sage, the transformation option for a Beto had been activated. The sage cautioned the rebellious clone. There will be plenty of time for fun later. Right now, revealing the transformation technique would be quite difficult to explain. You wouldn't want to be caught, would you? If Zhou Ke were taken for dissection or preserved in formaldehyde, his own freedom would be uncertain, let alone that of his clones. The rebellious clone understood that if Zhou Ke were imprisoned, their freedom would be jeopardized as well. Such a feeling of being constrained was truly unpleasant. With the troublemaker restrained, Zhou Ke decided not to participate in this exam. Meanwhile, on the training ground, Naruto had been swiftly dealt with by Kakashi. Naruto's reckless approach proved ineffectual against Kakashi, culminating in a humiliating exit after suffering 1,000 years of pain. Nevertheless, despite the ease of his defeat, Kakashi offered Naruto a commendable evaluation. Utilizing the multi-shadow clone technique demonstrates considerable skill, and while your approach is brash, your mind generates unconventional ideas, promising high unpredictability in combat. Truly a potential underdog. After concluding with Naruto, Kakashi shifted his attention to the others. Who shall be next? Sasuke, or the thoroughly concealed Zhou Ke? As for Sakura, Kakashi had already employed a clone to assess her, though the necessity of such a test was minimal. Based on her performance during the self-introduction, she appeared to be the most insecure, a common trait stemming from a lack of confidence in one's abilities. It was likely that Sakura was the weakest among this team, and a simple assessment by a clone would suffice. Just as Kakashi contemplated whether Sasuke or Zhou Ke would be next, a figure suddenly surged towards him. It was Sasuke. The long-awaited moment had finally arrived. Chapter 8. The mission in the Land of Waves begins. Sasuke has fallen. Wasn't that a bit too swift? Well, the disparity in strength is just as such. Sasuke was easily taken down. Sakura, too, succumbed to Kakashi's shadow clone's Jinjutsu, leaving only Zhou Ke from Team 7. This piqued Kakashi's curiosity. Where had Zhou Ke gone? Although it was possible to wait idly, that would be rather dull. So Kakashi took the initiative to investigate and discovered Zhou Ke was training in a small grove. Surely, he had misallocated his team? Are you training here all by yourself? Kakashi inquired as he appeared. Oh, Kakashi-sensei, did Naruto and the others get wiped out? Zhou Ke asked as he noticed Kakashi. I suppose that counts as incapacitation. Did you not consider snatching the bells from me? Kakashi probed. As a ninja, one should accurately assess the mission. Given our current capabilities, unless you intentionally let us succeed, there's no hope of retrieving the bells. You are not one to assign an impossible task. So I deduced this mission has an alternative solution. Zhou Ke elucidated. Was this not a case of reverse engineering the problem-solving process? Kakashi nodded in approval, a commendable deduction. So, what do you believe is the way to pass this mission? Zhou Ke replied, teamwork, of course. Since we are a team, cooperation is paramount. And as our guiding teacher, it is your duty to guide us. Well said, but your current actions do not reflect consideration for teamwork. Kakashi pointed out, Zhou Ke was training alone, utterly disregarding his companions, which lacked any semblance of collaboration. From this perspective, he too was unqualified and could not pass this examination. However, at that moment, Zhou Ke chuckled, Sensei, watch your words. Who has abandoned their comrades? Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, and just then, his shadow clone dispersed, relaying the information it had gathered. Upon receiving the report from his clone, Kakashi laughed. I see now, a diversion? You are drawing my attention here while your clone rescues your teammates. Indeed, someone must remain in a secure position to prepare for a rescue. Otherwise, the team would truly face annihilation. Zhou Ke adjusted his imaginary glasses. What does that gesture imply? Kakashi queried, puzzled. Yet before he could contemplate the meaning behind Zhou Ke's action, Zhou Ke suddenly vanished in a puff of smoke. Goodness, he is a sage. Is that a shadow clone? It seems I have been careless. Kakashi shook his head in resignation, yet he recognized Zhou Ke's strategy, understanding when to advance and retreat, employing tactics against formidable foes, while also safeguarding his companions, ultimately ensuring his own safety. He would undoubtedly become an exceptional leader in the future. In light of this, Zhou Ke should be deemed qualified. It was now time to observe the reactions of the other three. In subsequent trials, the trio also passed Kakashi's tests and thus, everyone successfully completed their evaluations and officially became ninjas. Was it not said that one would be eliminated? Well, that was merely a ruse. Those who passed the test were officially designated as honorable genin, and now, the tumultuous life of a ninja awaited them. Or so it seemed. No, in reality, Zhou Ke and the others' ninja lives began with the mundane task of searching for cats and dogs. Well, as genin, they could not expect to be assigned perilous missions. Their duties primarily consisted of menial tasks. Zhou Ke was unperturbed by this. After all, for him, it was a time to hone his physical abilities, refine his skills, and enhance his strength. Performing trivial tasks was quite agreeable. However, Naruto and the others were somewhat disgruntled. Menial work was not the ninja life he had envisioned. If they continued with such tasks, how long would it take to become Hokage? Consequently, he directly voiced his dissatisfaction to their teacher, Kakashi, but each time, Kakashi skillfully deflected his complaints, leaving Naruto with no choice but to wait in frustration. After a period of anticipation, the long-awaited mission finally arrived. Kakashi departed from the Hidden Leaf Village with his 4-member team and the current mission's client, Tazuna. This mission was a relatively simple C-rank task, to protect the bridge builder, Tazuna, as he returned to the Land of Waves to construct a bridge. At first glance, it appeared devoid of danger. Not quite. Zhou Ke internally scoffed. This old man has concealed the fact that he is in peril. This mission involves confronting one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Zabuza Momochi. Familiar with the narrative, Zhou Ke was acutely aware of what was to transpire next. Yet he refrained from divulging this information. Firstly, he was uncertain how to communicate this to the others. Surely he could not say he dreamt of danger in this mission and suggest they abandon it. Secondly, Zhou Ke had recently discovered that the progress of his perfect transformation technique could be rapidly enhanced through real combat. The stronger the opponent, the quicker he accumulated experience. Thus, there was no reason to shy away from battle. Let combat come fiercely. And so, oblivious to the underlying circumstances, the party advanced toward the Land of Waves. Along the way, the enemy arrived as anticipated. Encountering adversaries from the Hidden Mist Village, Kakashi feigned defeat to provide the 4 with experience, allowing them to engage in battle. Due to his lack of combat experience, Naruto was gripped by fear and fell victim to a poison attack. Conversely, Sasuke, Zhou Ke, and Sakura maintained their composure. United in their assault, Sasuke and Zhou Ke easily vanquished the ambushing ninja. From this incident, they gleaned the hidden truths of the mission. Because the Land of Waves is an island nation, a crime syndicate operated there. Gato had a stranglehold on transportation, restricting the islanders' movement and thus controlling the nation's lifeline. Tazuna's desire to construct a bridge contradicted their interests. After all, once the bridge was completed, there would be no need to rely on boats to leave the Land of Waves. The local crime syndicate did not wish for Tazuna to return and build the bridge, which would alleviate the difficulties of leaving the island and enable free trade. Thus, they employed ninjas to eliminate Tazuna. However, due to his lack of funds, Tazuna could not afford higher-ranking ninjas and had to falsely claim this was a low-ranking mission, seeking a few genin for protection. While this was somewhat understandable, it was still rather lacking. Yet, upon learning the truth, Naruto and the others chose not to abandon the mission. There were 2 primary reasons for this decision. Firstly, it was their inaugural mission outside, and none wished to abandon it midway. Secondly, Tazuna played the sympathy card, particularly emphasizing his need to care for his daughter and grandson, threatening, "If you abandon me, I will surely perish." Was this not a moral coercion? Indeed, it was. Kakashi's team, exhibiting a moral compass above the average, fell victim to this sob story and thus resolved to continue with the assignment. Upon discovering that the assassins he had dispatched had been defeated, Gato promptly sent forth even stronger ninjas, namely, the one Zhou Ke had mentioned before, the demon ninja, Zabuza Momochi. Once a captain of the mist, his prowess was on par with Kakashi's. He had nearly slain the Mizukage under dire circumstances. Alright, that was a jest. To be serious, Zabuza Momochi was A.J. Nin of the Mist, renowned in the ninja world for his exceptional silent killing techniques. Discontent with the village's tyranny, he assassinated the 4th Mizukage, but failed and fled the village, becoming a rogue ninja, now taking on mercenary work to gather resources for a resurgence. His current task was to eliminate Tazuna as per Gato's commission. Upon Zhou Ke and his companions entering the borders of the Land of Waves, Zabuza employed the mist technique to envelop them in a thick fog. This technique utilized chakra to whip up water droplets, creating a dense mist that filled the air, with the fog's density determined by the amount of chakra expended. This technique can obstruct the enemy's line of sight, allowing the caster to flicker in and out of a milky white world and launch attacks. Although Kakashi sensed an ambush, he let his guard down and did not evade. Zabuza, a formidable elite among J-Nin, posed a significant threat, and Kakashi could not risk having his 4 subordinate ninjas confront him directly. Thus, he opted for a swift resolution. However, This maneuver fell right into Zabuza's trap. He was deceived by Zabuza's water clone and subsequently ensnared by Zabuza's real body using the water prison technique, rendering him immobile. The water prison technique creates a spherical prison of water around the opponent, preventing them from moving or performing hand seals, and making it impossible to break free from within. However, the caster must keep their hand in contact with the prison to maintain its shape. Once they withdraw, the jutsu is immediately dispelled. This characteristic of the technique presented the only favorable situation for Zhou Ke and his companions, for although Zabuza's real body was unable to act while containing Kakashi, he still had his water clone at his disposal to eliminate Tazuna and complete the mission. Faced with Zabuza's water clone, Kakashi immediately ordered his 4 young companions to flee with Tazuna. He understood their capabilities and knew they stood no chance against Zabuza. Zabuza would not indulge them. He would certainly kill them, so escape was their only option. Run? No, we must defeat him, Zhou Ke declared confidently. Hearing this, Sakura felt dizzy. What gives you the confidence that we can defeat him? Just the murderous aura he exudes is overwhelming. How can we possibly fight? At that moment, Naruto spoke up. You're right. We must defeat him. Naruto's declaration was not born of arrogance, but rather a decisive resolve. In previous battles, fear had paralyzed him, leaving him reliant on others for protection. Such disgraceful behavior was unacceptable to Naruto. How could he realize his dream of becoming Hokage if he continued like this? Thus, after the last battle, Naruto had cut his hand to signify his determination. Just moments ago, he too had been frightened by Zabuza's killing intent, wanting to retreat. But the pain from his hand and Zhou Ke's encouragement spurred him on. How could he flee in the face of adversity and ever hope to become Hokage? He was determined to conquer the man before him, using him as a stepping stone on his path to Hokage. The final member of their group, Sasuke, upon hearing his companion's declarations, initially dismissed Naruto. Foolish Naruto aside, Zhou Ke must have a reason for choosing to fight. What could he possibly be banking on? In Sasuke's view, Zhou Ke's judgment of the situation was more astute than theirs. If he insisted on fighting, he must have a plan. What could his trump card be? Kakashi, witnessing their decision to confront Zabuza, grew frantic and urged, "You fools, stop. The water clone cannot function without the real body. If you escape far enough, you will be safe." Zhou Ke retorted, "Kakashi-sensei, even if he doesn't pursue us now, once you are eliminated, he will still hunt us down. You may escape the monk, but you cannot escape the temple. We must devise a plan to eliminate him here. Otherwise, we will face trouble later." Hearing this, Zabuza chuckled. "Well spoken. As long as you continue your mission, I shall ensure your demise. However, if you manage to kill Tazuna, I might consider sparing you. Apologies, but I will not engage in actions that would tarnish my mission record. Besides," Zhou Ke formed hand seals and proclaimed, "Who do you think you are to command me?" Shadow clone technique. With a resounding bang, Zhou Ke produced 2 clones. Why only 2? Where's the rebellious one? Zhou Ke's expression darkened. He had prepared for battle before arriving. But now an unexpected twist had occurred. The rebellious clone was nowhere to be found. The sage replied, "He split off, but where he went is unknown." A sense of foreboding washed over Zhou Ke. The rebellious clone might be up to something. Sure enough, a figure suddenly emerged from beneath the water, heading straight for Zabuza. A sneak attack? Is this your source of confidence? Zabuza laughed. But how naive? Do you think a water-style ninja like me would fail to notice movement beneath the surface? As he spoke, Zabuza gripped his decapitating sword tightly and swung it toward the emerging figure. The decapitating sword, one of the 7 ninja swords of the mist, is massive and capable of absorbing iron from the blood of its enemies to self-repair and restore stamina, thus regarded as an unbreakable blade. While this ability may not be particularly useful in battle, the sheer size of the blade could inflict substantial damage. Its weight alone could prove lethal. The figure, upon seeing the oncoming blade, did not retreat but charged forward. Is it because you are a clone that you feel no fear? Then let death be your reward. In Zabuza's eyes, this sudden aggressor must be Zhou Ke's clone. Clones often exhibit bravery, as their demise merely returns them to chakra. However, Zabuza would not allow this clone to approach unchallenged and swiftly aimed to cleave it in 2. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the clone did not shatter upon impact. Instead, Zabuza's sword passed right through it, as if grasping at a reflection. In his astonishment, the entity he presumed to be Zhou Ke's clone struck Zabuza squarely in the face, sending him flying. As a result of being knocked back, Zabuza's water prison technique and water clones were forcibly dispelled. granting Kakashi his freedom and bringing forth an unexpected ally. The tides of battle had turned. Chapter 9. The Furious Child. After being crushed by a boulder on the Bridge of Godless, Uchiha Obito was rescued by Uchiha Madara. Following a period of training, he attained a form that allowed him to wield the powers of his left eye's Manjiki Sharingan, Kimui, alongside his proficiency in fire-release ninjutsu and the wood-release abilities derived from the cells of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. This newfound strength provided him with a solid means of self-preservation within the ninja realm. Though Kakashi had regained his freedom, he was not overtly joyful. Rather, he cautiously regarded the newly emerged figure, a person clad in a black robe, enveloped in white, unidentifiable substances, with only one eye visible. Judging by the figure's stature and demeanor, it was clear that this individual was not one of his 4 disciples. Uncertain of whether they were friend or foe, Kakashi knew he could not afford to let his guard down simply because this person had aided him. Meanwhile, Naruto appeared momentarily dumbfounded. He had just conceived an excellent battle strategy, only to find that the opportunity to implement it had vanished. Sasuke pointed at the mysterious newcomer and inquired of Zhou Ke, "Is he your trump card?" Zhou Ke promptly shook his head, exclaiming, "I have no idea. This was not part of my plan." Originally, Zhou Ke had intended for Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi to launch a coordinated assault against Zabuza, but now, the rebellious Obito had revealed himself, undermining Zhou Ke's carefully laid strategy. Indeed, after considerable effort, Obito had successfully unlocked his abilities. Yet, was Zabuza truly worth exposing such a hidden card? Zhou Ke felt a profound sense of exasperation. Regardless, he resolved to distance himself from the situation, ensuring that any suspicion would not fall on him, and then he would merely observe the rebellious display. Upon hearing Zhou Ke's comments, Sasuke did not dwell on them. After all, the sudden appearance of this man exuded an aura quite distinct from Zhou Ke's, suggesting they were not one and the same. He had only asked out of curiosity. At that moment, Obito spoke, addressing Kakashi. "After all these years, you remain the same worthless fool, Kakashi. Ah, so this is your game?" Zhou Ke realized Obito's intentions. He was impersonating Obito. Confident in his transformation techniques and possessing a complete understanding of the narrative, Obito sought to toy with Kakashi's emotions. Zhou Ke couldn't help but think, while Kakashi's distorted expression might be amusing, is it truly appropriate to manipulate his feelings like this, given how well he has treated me? Obito, devoid of Zhou Ke's moral scruples, simply wished to witness Kakashi's twisted expression. Kakashi, taken aback by Obito's words, asked, "Who are you?" Obito taunted, "Who am I? That is of little consequence. After all, for one like you, who cannot even protect your comrades, merely surviving is what truly matters." Stunned by this remark, Kakashi felt as if struck by lightning. Who was this person, daring to jab at his vulnerabilities upon their first meeting? No, this figure, this voice. I have seen it before, I have heard it. It cannot be. Absolutely impossible. Kakashi's demeanor shifted, his masked face contorting as if he were a straw man torn apart. If his suspicions were correct, this figure before him was none other than his fallen friend, Uchiha Obito. Yet, Kakashi quickly dismissed this notion. Obito was dead, having witnessed his demise firsthand. Even if he had somehow survived, how could his form and voice remain unchanged after all this time? Thus, the figure before him must be a counterfeit, or perhaps an illusion. As Kakashi pondered this, Zabuza regained his composure from earlier, remarking, "Ah, so you are an acquaintance of Kakashi? However, you are merely a child. Though I am uncertain of what you just did, if you dare to interfere in this battle, be prepared for death." Death. Ha ha ha. Obito suddenly erupted into laughter, his voice chilling as if it had emerged from the depths of hell. How amusing. You dare speak of death? I have long since experienced it, and compared to the afterlife, this world is the real hell. At the unsettling words, the atmosphere on the battlefield grew icy, far colder than when Zabuza had released his murderous intent moments ago. Zhou Ke was astonished, thinking, "Goodness, is this acting or genuine emotion? How can it feel so frigid?" Kakashi, closer to the source of the chilling atmosphere, was more concerned about Obito's words. Had he truly died once? This person is no ordinary foe. Should I retreat? Zabuza began to contemplate his next move. In the world of ninjas, one could not simply assume that youth equated to weakness. Many renowned killers had risen to prominence at a young age. Suddenly, Obito spoke again. "Are you a ninja from the mist?" His single visible eye glowed a menacing crimson, as if it aimed to consume Zabuza whole. Zabuza took a step back, utterly astonished. I actually retreated due to a mere question? How absurd. Renowned as the demon of the mist for his ruthless and wild nature, Zabuza was a man of iron will and ambition, brimming with confidence in his abilities. He had always been the one instilling fear in others. Being intimidated himself was unacceptable. Determined not to show weakness, Zabuza declared, "Accompany you to the grave? Since your important person has perished, you shall join her in the afterlife." Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Obito, get out of the way. Seeing the water dragon barreling towards them, Kakashi instinctively dodged to the side while warning Obito to evade as well. He had subconsciously begun to regard Obito as Kakashi. However, Obito stood his ground, refusing to evade the incoming water dragon. Witnessing Obito engulfed by the water, Zabuza laughed maniacally. "Huh, I thought you were powerful. Turns out you are nothing but a fade, a futile endeavor." Yet, mere moments later, Zabuza's perception shifted dramatically as Obito emerged unscathed from the water dragon. "Do not underestimate the Uchiha," he remarked, his voice devoid of emotion yet instilling fear. Zabuza was bewildered. Both the earlier assault and this technique had proven ineffective against him. What was this individual? What kind of monstrosity had sprung forth? Attempting to mask his fear, Zabuza shouted, "Uchiha? Are you a survivor of the Uchiha clan?" Sasuke was taken aback. What? His attention was entirely focused on Obito. Were there others from the Uchiha clan besides himself and his brother? How could this be possible? Obito offered no response, instead advancing slowly towards Zabuza. As the other party remained unresponsive, Zabuza, in a fit of desperation, hurled a kunai towards the rebel and simultaneously conjured a water clone to strike with a decapitating sword. He then formed seals to unleash a more formidable water technique than the water dragon bullet. Water style. Great waterfall technique. This technique gathers chakra at the back of the throat, propelling a massive sphere of water to assail the enemy. It was evident that Zabuza was faltering, recklessly casting skills amidst panic. After all, facing such an overwhelming force as Kamui, panic was hardly shameful. If he triggered the perfect phasing, he would be gravely wounded. However, whether it was the thrown kunai, the water clone's assault, or the great waterfall technique, the rebel nonchalantly disregarded them, teleporting directly in front of Zabuza. With a swift motion, his right hand manifested wooden spikes, piercing through Zabuza's body. A mournful cry escaped Zabuza as he was impaled by the wooden spike, a fatal blow. With resentment, he gazed at Obito and bitterly exclaimed, "Who the hell are you?" Zabuza's bitterness stemmed not only from his impending demise, but also from the inexplicability of his fate. Why target the rogue ninja of the mist? If he sought to eliminate them, so be it. He was already a traitor. Shouldn't the enemy of my enemy be my friend? To die for the sake of others in the village felt unbearably unjust. He would have preferred to be slaughtered like a stray dog on the roadside, finding solace in the notion that the fault lay with the world, not himself. The rebel smirked. "In my eyes, you are no more than a stray dog by the roadside. Why would I need to answer your questions?" Zabuza retorted, "You bastard," as if caught in a paradox of dissatisfaction, whether he spoke harshly or not. Truly, he was difficult to please. If you wish to harbor hatred, then resent your lack of a special bloodline, lacking the innate strength of the Uchiha clan and the opportunity to wield this Mangeki Sharingan's power. With that, the rebel initiated the wood clone technique. The technique allowed wooden spikes to sprout from his arms, impaling the enemy and continuing to grow, gruesomely penetrating their body from within. The number determined by the user's chakra. Thus, the wooden spikes embedded within Zabuza's body exploded, tearing him into 17 pieces. He was utterly and irrevocably dead. Kakashi, accustomed to such scenes, was nonetheless astonished by Obito's use of wood release, a secret art of the first Hokage. Could this man truly be Obito? The younger trio, unaware of the nuances of wood release, were nonetheless struck by the brutality of the killing method. As ninjas, they had long prepared for the reality of taking lives, having witnessed death before, yet such a merciless technique left an indelible mark on their young minds. Why three, you ask? Because Zhou Ke himself was not easily frightened by such a spectacle, though he was profoundly shaken. Furrowing his brow, Zhou Ke pondered, though Zabuza had his merits, he was still a merciless executioner. His demise seems meaningless. Yet, was it truly necessary to obliterate his body in such a manner? Zhou Ke now regarded his clone with a new label, excessively brutal and exceedingly dangerous. Thankfully, it was merely a clone, Had it been an independent entity, it would have been truly terrifying. At that moment, the rebel picked up Zabuza's severed head, grinning malevolently. You talked a big game, acting as if you were formidable, yet this is your end, truly laughable. With that, the rebel discarded Zabuza's head as one would dispose of refuse. Are you really Obito? Kakashi hesitated for a moment before voicing his inquiry. Uchiha Obito is dead. I am. The rebel paused, casting a cold glance at Kakashi. Uchiha Madara. Madara? Impossible. Or perhaps, did Uchiha Madara save you? Kakashi's mind raced, grasping the implications of the rebel's words. Heh. Who knows? The rebel did not provide a direct answer, but continued. It seems you are utterly incapable of using the eyes left for you, the Manjiki Sharingan's power, which you completely overlooked. How infuriating. Manjiki Sharingan. Kakashi questioned, perplexed. An eye beyond the Sharingan? Such a thing existed? Suddenly, Kakashi's left eye throbbed with pain. It was the Sharingan left to him by Obito, and he sensed a change within it. Simultaneously, he noticed the white shell covering the rebel's face slowly unraveling, revealing the true visage of the individual. Indeed, it was Obito, albeit with half of his face grotesquely disfigured. Kakashi understood this was the result of being crushed by a boulder. The eye now exposed bore a transformed pattern. The normal three-tomo had morphed into a pinwheel design. If I possessed this power, perhaps I could have saved Rin. Alas, the best eyes were left to you, yet you still achieved nothing. The rebel declared, activating Kamui, drawing himself into the dimension of Kamui. Kakashi reached out, calling, "Wait, Obito, we." Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the rebel's words. I orchestrated the Nine-Tails attack, the fourth Hokage, your teacher, I killed him. With that, the rebel vanished completely. Hearing this, Kakashi felt as though struck by lightning. Trembling as he murmured, how? Is that possible? Chapter 10. The Ruthless Rebel. How is this possible? This was the sole thought that emerged in Kakashi's mind. The influx of information was overwhelming, even for an experienced J-nin like him. After all, it concerned his closest friend, a reality he found difficult to accept. Obito was still alive. Upon confirming this news, Kakashi felt an immense joy. The revival of his friend was indeed a cause for happiness. He had even conjured a plausible reason as to why Obito had not returned to the village. It was simply due to his failure to protect Rin. Kakashi resolved to atone for this by sacrificing himself, hoping to allow Obito to return to his beloved village and pursue his dream of becoming Hokage. However, Obito's final words condemned this notion to oblivion. The Nine-Tails incident was instigated by him, and both his teacher and teacher's wife had perished due to Obito's actions. There was no turning back for him. It is all my fault. If only I had saved Rin, things would not have turned out this way. Kakashi's heart was heavy with regret. As Kakashi wallowed in self-pity, the three young ones behind him began to recover from their shock. Naruto was the first to speak. So, is this the end? Yes, Sasuke nodded, appearing remarkably composed. Yet, internally, he was far from tranquil. The Uchiha clan has other members. And his eyes are the same as that man's. Could it be the Manjiki Sharingan? Meanwhile, Naruto's attention shifted to Zhou Ke, who had dived into the lake where Zabuza had fallen. Sakura noticed Zhou Ke's actions and, feeling a wave of nausea, remarked, it seems that the lake is filled with Zabuza's blood. This is so disgusting. Naruto, unfazed, curiously stated, Zhou Ke seems to be looking for something. He retrieved that uncle's weapon. Zabuza had dropped his executioner's blade into the lake upon his demise. Zhou Ke, though small in stature, struggled to lift the massive sword. Seeing this, Naruto rushed to the shore and helped haul Zhou Ke back onto land, inquiring, why did you dive to retrieve the enemy's weapon? Zhou Ke replied, this thing seems quite famous. It would be nice to take it back as a trophy. Even though I didn't do the deed myself, it was still my shadow clone that took care of it. So claiming it as a trophy is perfectly acceptable. The sarcastic one approached, asking, are you planning to use this as your weapon in the future? Zhou Ke disdainfully glanced at the executioner's blade. This seems rather useless to me. However, he expressed great interest in the other two swords of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Hiramakiri and Kubikirib-ch, given their remarkable abilities. The Kubikirib-ch could absorb an opponent's chakra, weakening them while simultaneously enhancing the wielder's strength. Hiramakiri could emit gas from its 2 holes, causing the entire blade to glow, thus allowing for the infusion of a vast amount of chakra, transforming it into a larger, more powerful weapon capable of unleashing devastating attacks. Its unique attribute allowed it to grow stronger with each enemy slain. making it a weapon that empowered its user the more they fought. Both swords possessed extraordinarily high potential. In stark contrast, the executioner's blade was massive and capable of absorbing iron from the blood of enemies, thereby self-repairing and replenishing its wielder's stamina, earning it the reputation of being an indestructible weapon. What a piece of junk! How dare it be mentioned in the same breath as the other ninja swords? Zhou Ke's primary motivation for retrieving the blade was monetary gain. Whether to turn it into the village, sell it on the black market, or directly trade it with the mist ninja for money, each option was enticing. Monetary exchange is indeed a wise choice. The sage adjusted his glasses. Now that the battle has concluded, we must take our leave. After signaling, the sage vanished. Following suit, the sarcastic one shrugged and disappeared as well. Naruto observed Zhou Ke's two shadow clones and curiously remarked, "Zhou Ke, your clones have quite distinct personalities." "They're all right, I suppose," Zhou Ke responded nonchalantly, his mind preoccupied with the sage's earlier signal. The sage's message had implied that the rebel had not yet released himself. He was engaged in other matters. What could he possibly be up to? Zhou Ke contemplated, due to the vast disparity in strength. Obito's transformation could only be sustained for 2 minutes in his enraged state, which explains his urgency to leave earlier. If he delayed, the transformation would revert, revealing his identity. While he could transform again in the Kamui space, the battle has concluded. What purpose does his remaining shadow clone serve? There's an unsettling feeling to this. Zhou Ke sensed that the rebel's actions, while not entirely good or bad, might bring about unforeseen consequences. Just then, an idea struck him, and he turned to glance at Zabuza's remains floating in the sea. After a moment's hesitation, he dove back into the water. Naruto inquired with curiosity, "Hey, what are you planning to do? After all, he is a legendary figure. It would be a shame for him to sink into the depths of the ocean. We should retrieve him and give him a proper burial." Zhou Ke's motivation for this act, beyond the aforementioned reasons, was a sense of guilt. Although he hadn't wielded the blade himself, it was still his shadow clone that had carried out the act, making it impossible for him to dissociate from the responsibility. In this world, where life and death were commonplace, taking a life was not considered a grave sin. Yet this was his first kill, and the weight of guilt lingered. Giving Zabuza a burial would serve to alleviate some of that burden. "I'll help you." Naruto immediately created a clone to assist Zhou Ke in retrieving Zabuza's remains. Together, they dug a grave to inter him. As they buried him, Zhou Ke internally murmured, "How should I put it? Although I killed you, I don't feel that I was wrong. If you harbor resentment and wish to seek me out, feel free, but I believe that death is death, and it is better to rest peacefully in the other world." This muttering served as a eulogy for Zabuza. Meanwhile, Kakashi remained lost in memories of Obito, wholly unaware of Zhou Ke and the others' actions. Ultimately, the battle concluded, and the 4 young ones roused Kakashi from his brooding state, prompting them to resume their mission. Despite the weight of his personal struggles, a mature ninja like Kakashi knew that duty came first. He must push through the pain and complete the task at hand before reflecting on Obito's fate. However, an unexpected yet somewhat anticipated event transpired. The primary antagonist of their mission, Kato, had been slain. This news reached them the day after Zhou Ke and the others arrived at Zabuza's location. A chilling announcement spread through the village. Kato's gang, which had long terrorized the land of waves, had been brutally annihilated. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ke and his companions hurried to the scene. As they arrived, Sakura instinctively covered her mouth, overwhelmed by the stench of blood. The intense odor permeated the air, mingling with the acrid scent of burnt clothing and the putrid smell of dismembered limbs, inducing a wave of nausea. Charred marks from fire jutsu and the signs of wood-release devastation were evident everywhere, clearly indicating the identity of the perpetrators. There was no need for speculation. It could only be the rebel. It was worth noting that he had returned the previous night, likely dispatching Kato and his men before releasing his shadow clone. The ground was stained with pools of bright red blood, twisting and coiling like serpentine patterns, transforming the land into a shocking crimson hue. The lifeless bodies lay sprawled across the ground, some grotesquely torn apart by wooden techniques, while others had been charred to a crisp by fire techniques. From the faces that remained relatively intact, one could barely discern expressions of sheer terror, as if they were recounting the horror and despair they had endured in life. Their wide-open eyes were devoid of any glimmer of life. What semblance of emotion could there be in those scorched orbs? These lifeless eyes bore silent witness to the massacre. The surrounding structures had not been spared from the devastation. The walls were riddled with gaping holes from explosive fire techniques, and the intertwining wooden techniques had distorted the buildings. Fragments of glass littered the ground, shimmering ominously. Flames ravaged the ruins, consuming everything flammable in their path, crackling like the mocking laughter of death, echoing through the desolate landscape. The atmosphere was thick with the stench of death, evoking an overwhelming sense of oppression and dread. Zhou Ke furrowed his brow, pondering. What was the purpose of such a grand display? Kato and his underlings were part of the mafia, notorious for their heinous acts. Their demise should only warrant applause, not a shred of sympathy. Yet, the sheer brutality of the scene was excessive. Polluting the environment aside, it was far too ostentatious. At this juncture, they were still in the phase of silently amassing wealth, and gaining notoriety too soon was hardly advantageous. It appears I can no longer release the rebellious one at will. Zhou Ke mused internally. The rebellious nature had become excessively defiant, feeling less like a double-edged sword and more like a blade turned against oneself. It was essential to deliberate on how to utilize this clone wisely. However, if the rebellious one is merely a facet of my being, it should not be idly engaged in killing. There must be ulterior motives at play. With this thought, Zhou Ke began to scan his surroundings with keen eyes. At that moment, Sasuke inquired of Kakashi, "Kakashi, this destruction was wrought by that man from yesterday, correct?" "It should be," Kakashi replied, still reeling from the shocking transformation of Obito. The gruesome scene was difficult to reconcile with the cherished memories of a compassionate, loving, aspiring, optimistic, vivacious, and altruistic Uchiha Obito. Such a drastic change was unfathomable. Little Sakura raised her hand, asking, now that the villains are gone, does that mean our mission is complete?" Their task had been to protect Dazna in the bridge-building endeavor, and with the threat now eliminated, it seemed logical to conclude their mission. Kakashi pondered briefly before responding. "In theory, yes, but considering the possibility of retaliation, we cannot leave until the bridge is completed." The group nodded in agreement. This indicated that they would be staying in the land of waves for some time. For Zhou Ke, training could occur anywhere. Remaining in the land of waves was inconsequential. Naruto and Sasuke, thrilled by Kakashi's promise to guide their training, were eager, while Sakura, who had little interest in training and found herself idly sitting around, appeared exceedingly bored. Indeed, she was likely the one most eager to conclude their mission and return home. Fortunately, with Kato's demise, the citizens of the Land of Waves no longer needed to fear him, allowing the bridge to be constructed swiftly, with ample labor available. It was anticipated that the bridge would be completed in a few days, at which point Zhou Ke and his companions could return to their village. During these days, Zhou Ke immersed himself in solitary training. Although Kakashi had mentioned guiding the group, Zhou Ke had already mastered the chakra wall climbing technique during his schooling, and had even progressed to the more advanced chakra water walking. Kakashi had no immediate plans to provide Zhou Ke with additional instruction, especially since Zhou Ke was not guaranteed to remain in his class. Thus, he was left to practice independently. What was Zhou Ke focusing on in his solitary training? Naturally, it was the Rasengan. The Rasengan involves concentrating chakra in the palm, causing it to flow in various directions while compressing it to form a high-density, rotating sphere, which possesses tremendous destructive power. It represents the pinnacle of chakra transformation. The Rasengan requires no hand seals and can be executed with one hand, delivering significant damage while also offering promising avenues for further development. Importantly, despite its high difficulty, the Rasengan does not impose stringent requirements on the user. Even Naruto, who initially struggled with chakra control, was able to master this technique through diligent practice, and Zhou Ke was confident he could learn it independently. The learning process for the Rasengan consists of several stages. Phase 1. Gathering chakra in the palm. Phase 2. Steadily and continuously releasing chakra, akin to placing a water-filled balloon in one's hand and releasing chakra to induce chaotic movement within until the balloon bursts. Phase 3. Maintaining the released chakra while solidifying it until it can puncture a balloon. After completing this phase, the Rasengan can cause damage, albeit only superficial, insufficient to pierce a tree. Phase 4. Integrating all preceding steps to concentrate high-density chakra in the hand, continuously releasing and maintaining it, ultimately solidifying it into a miniature typhoon, capable of penetrating trees and shattering rocks. Currently, Zhou Ke had commenced training in the third phase. As he formed the chakra sphere, he remarked, "The Naruto I transformed into has already mastered the Rasengan, so my body has developed some muscle memory for its use. Now, employing the Rasengan feels significantly more efficient. If only I could summon my clone to train together. However, due to the rebellious incident that had occurred previously, Zhou Ke was hesitant to release him. Regrettably, this clone had a penchant for causing trouble, and Zhou Ke preferred to have a serious conversation with him before allowing him to create further complications. Just as Zhou Ke contemplated how to communicate with the rebellious one to ensure he would confer with him prior to instigating any further rebellion, the chakra sphere he was forming suddenly detonated, sending Zhou Ke hurtling against a tree before he came to a stop. Moaning on the ground, Zhou Ke lamented, "I truly cannot afford to be distracted during training. Once I lose focus, I can no longer stabilize my chakra." However, mastering the Rasengan is indeed a formidable challenge. Only by enduring the training could one truly appreciate the dedication and effort Naruto had invested to achieve such mastery over the technique. Sighing, Zhou Ke decided to take a brief respite, sitting down and retrieving a scroll, his expression morphing into a mischievous grin. What has prompted this grin? Oh, it was undoubtedly the delightful thought that flooded his mind. I finally have money. Zhou Ke internally rejoiced. The scroll in his possession had been discovered amidst the ruins of Kato's company, containing his ill-gotten wealth. The rebellious one did not act solely for the sake of the people. His primary objective remained the pursuit of black market dealings. What nonsense! I am indeed ridding the world of evil, while also requesting a modest reward for my efforts. There is nothing improper in that. The rebellious one defended himself. In his quest to eliminate Kato, he had threatened Kato to relinquish his fortune for his life, and after witnessing the massacre of many, Kato had promptly surrendered his treasure with both hands. It was hoped that this unexpected harbinger of death would swiftly depart from this place. Of course, the rebellious one did leave with the treasure, but not before casually executing Kato. Apologies, promises are made to the virtuous. As for you, villain, you shall meet your end. And thus, Kato perished with a sense of bitterness, with no intention of bringing the treasure back. The rebellious one sealed it within the scroll and buried it in a pit. Zhou Ke surmised what the rebellious one had done. After careful observation, he discovered the hidden scroll. Kakashi, preoccupied with thoughts of Obito, had failed to notice Zhou Ke's actions. This scroll contained the wealth amassed by Kato over the years. And as a well-known figure in the ninja world, Kato's fortune was substantial. Zhou Ke felt confident that even if he retired from being a ninja, he could enjoy a life of comfort and security. However, all this wealth has been acquired through nefarious means. Is it appropriate for Zhou Ke to accept it? Zhou Ke, well, although it was my doppelganger's doing, I avenged the blood debts of the people of Boziguo, so it is only fitting that I receive this sum. There is no need to return it to them. Furthermore, it is precisely because of this money that Zhou Ke merely wishes to converse with the rebel rather than seeking to banish him entirely. After all, having someone to do the dirty work can be quite advantageous. This reveals that the rebel is indeed a reflection of Zhou Ke. Neither of them can be deemed virtuous. Chapter 11. Has the mission in the Land of Waves come to an end? With a light chuckle, Zhou Ke stowed away the scroll. After all, it is often said that wealth should not be flaunted, as such unexpected fortune can attract unforeseen calamities. It is better to keep it hidden until returning to the village. Besides the monetary reward, there was another prize from this mission, the decapitating sword of Zabuza Momochi. Zhou Ke stood up, retrieved the sword he had set aside, and pondered. Now that I have money, this sword seems to serve little purpose. How can I maximize its utility? Just then, he heard footsteps approaching. Is that an unfamiliar sound? Zhou Ke turned to see who it was, and his gaze fell upon a face he should have recognized. Ah, Haku. How could I have forgotten him? Haku, a descendant of the Snow Clan and a loyal attendant of Zabuza, was inherently kind-hearted but could transform into a ruthless combatant when it came to protecting Zabuza. Interestingly, despite his feminine appearance, he was indeed male. Originally, Haku was supposed to intervene after Zabuza's defeat to rescue him. However, the rebellion had escalated too quickly, culminating in Zabuza being internally detonated before Haku could act, leaving him to witness Zabuza's demise helplessly. But now, what was Haku's purpose for appearing? Could he be seeking revenge against me? Zhou Ke's heart raced. While Haku might not be able to defeat the likes of Sasuke and Naruto at this time, his reluctance to kill could lead to a more lethal approach if driven by vengeance. In that case, his combat prowess might double. Regardless, Zhou Ke was prepared to transform, readying himself for battle at any sign of hostility. This time, he would assume Kakashi's form. However, Haku's opening words disrupted Zhou Ke's train of thought. Haku bowed and said, "Hello. I have come to express my gratitude." Zhou Ke, not allowing himself to be lulled into complacency, cautiously inquired, "Are you an ally of Zabuza? You know my identity?" Haku replied, puzzled. He had yet to introduce himself. So how could Zhou Ke deduce his connection to Zabuza? "You were the forehead protector of the Mist Village." "So I made an educated guess," Zhou Ke explained, acknowledging that revealing Haku's identity so boldly was somewhat reckless, but it served as a test. Judging by Haku's demeanor, he did not seem to be there for revenge. However, it could be an act, so Zhou Ke decided to observe further. "I see," Haku said, touching the forehead protector before tossing it aside. Are you not keeping that?" Zhou Ke asked curiously. Haku replied, "In the absence of Lord Zabuza, the Mist Village has no significance to me." Zhou Ke pressed on, "So, are you here for revenge?" "No," Haku responded. "Though we were enemies before, that was merely a matter of ninja duties. It's normal for missions to pit us against one another. If there's no conflict in our tasks, there's no need for further combat." Zhou Ke remarked, "You seem quite composed, but I haven't done anything worthy of your gratitude, have I? You helped retrieve Lord Zabuza's body, which is the greatest kindness you could have offered me." Haku replied earnestly. He had initially intended to confront Zhou Ke and seize Zabuza's body, but Zhou Ke's respectful burial of Zabuza had calmed him, revealing Haku's inherent goodness. Goodness? Zhou Ke thought to himself, if only he could hear Haku's inner voice. He would be sweating profusely. Guilt was a heavy burden. Unbeknownst to Zhou Ke, Haku was oblivious to his thoughts as he produced a package. Money, a substantial sum. Zhou Ke inquired, "What is this?" Haku explained, "This is the funding Lord Zabuza prepared for his resurgence. Originally, with the rewards from this mission, it should have sufficed, but now there is no opportunity to utilize it. Therefore, I wish to give it to you. I see your clothing is quite patched. You could certainly use this money." Zhou Ke, being naturally frugal due to his impoverished upbringing, often repaired his own clothes. Truly, he lived by the adage of making do with what one has. Zhou Ke quickly shook his head. "I cannot accept this money. What would that mean? Taking money from someone after ending their life. Is that the act of a decent person? Well, perhaps it isn't entirely out of the question. After all, Zabuza was not exactly virtuous, and for Zhou Ke, money was always welcome. No, I don't need the money now. It's unnecessary to accept this sum as well. You should keep it for yourself." After a fierce internal debate, Zhou Ke resolved to decline the money. Haku was a good person, and this money would be better utilized by him. Thus, Zhou Ke said to Haku, "You should keep this money. It may ease your future living conditions. Let me tell you, a single penny can thwart even the greatest of heroes. Life can be quite painful without funds." Haku smiled, "No need. I won't be needing money anymore." Your statement. I hope you're not planning to die alongside Zabuza?" Zhou Ke queried. Haku replied, "Initially, I had such thoughts. But now, I wish to guard Lord Zabuza's spirit. I have no need for this money. I simply have no desire for it. A wise choice. Life is singular and should be cherished. However, please keep the money for yourself. You seem to possess a kind heart. If you find yourself with idle time, perhaps consider opening an orphanage. In this ninja world, while there may be a shortage of many things, orphans are plentiful, and caring for them would be a noble endeavor." Zhou Ke's suggestion stemmed not only from goodwill but also from consideration for Haku. Having watched Naruto as a child, Zhou Ke felt a pang of regret for Haku. Why must he be male? I digress. It matters not how he met his end. Such a benevolent soul was born in the wrong era. Given a peaceful time, he would surely thrive. Now, there was an opportunity for him to live a tranquil life, and Zhou Ke sought to prevent him from succumbing to despair in the future by offering him a purpose. After all, a group of orphans needed care, and he would not likely take his own life so easily. Upon hearing this, Haku was visibly moved and regarded Zhou Ke with curiosity. "You are truly a unique ninja." I suppose so. I might just be a tad naive in character, but isn't that how fresh genin tend to be?" Zhou Ke scratched his head awkwardly. "Not at all. The majority are primarily self-serving. In any case, thank you for your suggestion. Since you have no need for the money, I won't insist." Haku dutifully returned the money. Zhou Ke continued, "By the way, do you still want that big sword?" "No, that is merely an external possession. It is not essential for Lord Zabuza." Finally, Haku expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, and may your future be smooth. I hope you do not become like us." Haku turned to leave. "One last question. Do you intend to seek vengeance against the one who killed Zabuza?" Zhou Ke felt compelled to confirm. "I have no desire for revenge," Haku replied before departing. As Zhou Ke watched Haku leave, he mused, This person truly is good-hearted. What a pity. Why must he be a male? It seems Zhou Ke's deepest fixation remains this. After the matters concerning the land of waves were settled, there were truly no subsequent tasks to discuss. Following the completion of the bridge, Kakashi hastily led Zhou Ke and the others back to the village. He needed to report to the Hokage regarding Obito. On their journey home, Zhou Ke pointed to the beheading sword he was carrying and inquired of Kakashi, "Sensei, how should I handle this? Should I turn it over to the village?" Kakashi glanced at the massive sword being dragged behind Zhou Ke. Its length nearly matched Zhou Ke's height, making it cumbersome to carry without it dragging on the ground. Observing the sword, Kakashi replied, "Typically, any ninja tools obtained during a mission are decided upon by the participating ninjas themselves. For instance, during the Great Ninja War, the 6 paths tools belonging to the Gold and Silver brothers were taken home by Tenten. If the other 2 don't mind, you may keep the beheading sword for your own use." Naruto chimed in, "I don't mind." After all, he was not one to wield such a weapon. The other 2 nodded in agreement. "So, does that mean this sword is now mine?" Zhou Ke asked. "In the case of ordinary ninja tools, yes, that would be correct." Kakashi paused before continuing. "However, this sword is one of the 7 ninja swords of the Mist Village, which holds significant value for them politically. Thus, its ownership must be determined by the Hokage. Nevertheless, rest assured, even if it is taken away, the Hokage will compensate you with an item of equal value. That being said, do you have an affinity for this sword?" Zhou Ke responded, "It's all right, I suppose. After all, I don't come from a notable background, so acquiring such a ninja tool presents a good opportunity to enhance my strength. Since I've mentioned it, Sensei, when you report to the Hokage, perhaps you could speak favorably on my behalf to secure some additional rewards?" Zhou Ke began to contemplate his own interests. Turning in the sword was of little concern to him, as it was not particularly useful. Obtaining valuable items in exchange was paramount. Of course, if he could avoid handing it over entirely, he had already devised a plan for its future use. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's regard for Zhou Ke rose further. This child thinks far ahead, not allowing temporary strength over Naruto and Sasuke to cloud his judgment, but instead contemplating his future development. "I certainly lacked such foresight when I graduated." From Kakashi's perspective, Naruto, possessing the 9 tails and being the son of the 4th Hokage and Kushina Uzumaki, had remarkable potential. Sasuke's Uchiha bloodline also offered significant room for growth. Currently weaker than Zhou Ke, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed him. However, Zhou Ke had already anticipated this scenario and begun his strategic planning. Kakashi began to truly understand why the 3rd Hokage favored Zhou Ke. Regardless, this matter would have to wait until they returned to the village for resolution. That evening, they arrived back in the village. Kakashi instructed Naruto and the others to disperse and return home while he accompanied Zhou Ke to report to the 3rd Hokage. After briefly listening to Kakashi's report, the 3rd Hokage took a puff from his pipe and sighed heavily. "So, this has transpired." Kakashi opened his mouth to speak, but the 3rd Hokage made a gesture to pause and turned to Zhou Ke, saying, "Let us first discuss the spoils this child has acquired." Some matters were not suitable for discussion in the presence of a child. They needed to dismiss him before addressing serious topics. Kakashi understood and stepped back. The 3rd Hokage then looked at Zhou Ke and asked, "What are your thoughts on this sword?" "It's inconsequential. I could keep it for myself or hand it over to the village," Zhou Ke replied amicably. "I see." The 3rd Hokage took another puff from his pipe and continued, "If you were to keep it, how do you intend to use it, given your current physique? It may be quite challenging to wield." Zhou Ke nodded, "Indeed. However, it may prove useful in the future. Are you considering the long term?" The 3rd Hokage stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment before saying to Zhou Ke, "I have a proposal. Let us see if you are willing to accept." Zhou Ke responded, "Please, Hokage-sama, go ahead." The 3rd Hokage said, "For now, you may keep the sword temporarily and see if you can adapt to it. If you find it manageable, it can be used as your weapon. If not, you may return it to the village, and I will provide you with something of equivalent value in return." This suggestion was also made with Zhou Ke's future in mind. The 3rd Hokage's view of Zhou Ke mirrored that of Kakashi, strong at present, yet with limited potential. Although Zhou Ke had previously exhibited what seemed like an abundance of chakra when he transformed into Naruto to confront Mizuki, subsequent events indicated that his chakra was not as plentiful as initially believed. Zhou Ke's typical limit was merely 4 or 5 shadow clones. It was likely a sudden outburst, and to elevate his limitations, he would require external support. The beheading sword was a commendable choice. Given Zhou Ke's demonstrated talent, with rigorous training. Surpassing Zabuza should not pose a problem, thus augmenting Konoha's strength. Zhou Ke was quite pleased with this proposal, after all, possessing the perfect transformation technique. The allure of Konoha's resources was minimal. However, acquiring the sword also posed a potential risk, prompting Zhou Ke to ask, Hokage-sama, what if someone from the Mist Village comes to claim this sword? Should we simply hand it over? The third Hokage scoffed. Konoha was not allied with the Mist Village, and had no obligation to heed their desires. If they wanted the sword, they must offer something of several times its value in exchange. Chapter 12. Methods to enhance limits. Watching the long-awaited display of dominance from the third Hokage, Zhou Ke shrugged nonchalantly, indicating his indifference. Thus, it was decided that Zhou Ke would leave the beheading sword behind and depart from the Hokage's office to return home. Wasn't it stated that Zhou Ke should keep the sword for some time? Why was it still left in the Hokage's office? Well, it is indeed a legendary shinobi sword of the Mist Village, brought back from afar, and it must be handed over for examination and research by the technical department. After Zhou Ke left the Hokage's office, the third Hokage and Kakashi began to discuss serious matters. The third Hokage, resting his chin on his hands, pondered aloud. Is it Uchiha Obito, who claims to be Uchiha Madara? Kakashi, are you certain that it is the real Obito, and not an impersonator? I cannot be certain. However, at the very least, that Sharingan undoubtedly belonged to Obito. Kakashi replied, removing the forehead protector that concealed his left eye. At that moment, the two eyes resonated. And since then, my eye has been able to manifest in this manner. After encountering the rebellious transformation of Obito, Kakashi learned how to actively activate his Manjiki Sharingan. The third Hokage, observing Kakashi's transformed Sharingan, remarked, Manjiki Sharingan? It has indeed been a long time since I last beheld such a sight. Kakashi inquired curiously, what is that eye? The third Hokage explained, it is said to be an upgraded mode of the Uchiha clan Sharingan, which greatly enhances the original capabilities of the Sharingan, aligning the techniques with the user's strengths. It is reputed to possess the most powerful heavenly eye that can see through the three realms. In short, it is exceedingly formidable. Is that so? Kakashi nodded in understanding. In the battle against Zabuza, Obito disregarded all of Zabuza's attacks. Is that the ability of his Manjiki? Perhaps. Each pair of Manjiki possesses unique abilities, so I cannot ascertain whether that is indeed the capability of that eye. The third Hokage conceded. Kakashi continued to inquire. Then, can my eye perform actions akin to Obito's? Well, the abilities of Manjiki are not only different among pairs, but can also vary within a single eye. You must experiment to discover what capabilities yours possesses, the third Hokage advised. Kakashi acknowledged this with a nod. I understand. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. The third Hokage redirected the conversation. Based on the current intelligence, Uchiha Obito did not perish in the battle at the Kanabi Bridge. He was rescued by Uchiha and subsequently saved by the power of the first Hokage's cells. That is also why he can use wood release. I see. Enlightened by the third Hokage's insights, Kakashi comprehended why Obito, despite having half his body crushed, could still maintain a semblance of normalcy. I never expected that, aside from Yamato, there would be another who could perfectly integrate the cells of the first Hokage and utilize his wood release. Yet, he is of the Uchiha clan. How ironic. The third Hokage lamented. Moreover, he is the instigator of the Nine Tails incident. It appears that the Uchiha clan was indeed wronged at that time. Kakashi hastily interjected. Hokage-sama, there may be extenuating circumstances. Kakashi, I understand that he was your closest friend, and you cannot analyze his situation dispassionately. However, without new evidence, we cannot determine his true intentions. In any case, this matter must be classified at the highest level of secrecy, and no one else must be informed. Also, remember to instruct your 4 disciples to keep this matter confidential. Understood. Kakashi nodded in agreement and then expressed his thoughts. Hokage-sama, if there are no leads, perhaps I should investigate. Were it not for the responsibilities of guiding the Jonin and retrieving intelligence regarding Obito, Kakashi would have long since disregarded everything to seek him out, such as the fervor of friendship in Konoha. Kakashi, where do you intend to investigate? The third Hokage countered. I know that your concern for your friend motivates your desire to investigate, but without a starting point, how will you conduct your inquiry? Kakashi fell silent, realizing the truth of the third Hokage's words. Indeed, he had no knowledge of Obito's whereabouts. Where could he possibly investigate? Consider it from a different angle. What is his purpose in all of this? The third Hokage posed. Purpose? Kakashi furrowed his brow in contemplation. What could be the reason for his reappearance after so many years? Previously, it was the Nine Tails incident, with the target being the Nine Tails, only thwarted by Minato. What is his current objective? Is it still the Nine Tails? I cannot be certain. Kakashi hesitated. Indeed, we cannot be sure, but for now, we must follow this line of thought. Our priority is to cast aside unnecessary distractions and protect Naruto. If his aim is Naruto, he will inevitably reappear. The third Hokage urged earnestly. Yes. Kakashi sighed, resigned to the situation. Having once experienced the bonds of friendship in Konoha, the third Hokage deeply empathized with Kakashi's feelings, and thus shifted the topic. Now, let us set this matter aside. The Nin exams are approaching. Do you believe your class of 4 young ones is ready to participate? Kakashi focused on the task at hand. After the training in the Land of Waves, they should be adequately prepared. Very well, then let them participate in this Nin exam. However, having an additional person complicates matters. The third Hokage mused. This year's joint Nin exam involves teams of 3, and with Zhou Ke added, arrangements become troublesome. Kakashi proposed, perhaps we should allow Zhou Ke to team up with other participating genin. The Nin exam does not require all members of a team to advance. It is not uncommon for some from a class to be unable to promote, leading them to reconfigure their teams. Indeed, that is a valid point. Let us make the necessary adjustments. As Zhou Ke exited the Hokage building, he encountered Naruto waiting outside. Curiously, Zhou Ke asked, "Aren't you going home?" Naruto scratched his head and replied, "There's nothing to do at home. I thought I'd wait for you so we could eat together. Let us go have ramen." Enthralled by Naruto's enthusiastic suggestion, Zhou Ke readily accepted. His stomach grumbled, signaling that it was indeed time for a meal. Thus, the two set off for ramen and then returned home. Having traveled all day, they were both quite fatigued and exchanged little conversation, each retiring to their respective homes to rest. However, Zhou Ke did not genuinely rest. Instead, he convened a meeting with his 3 shadow clones. Reflecting upon oneself is essential for better development. Thus, Zhou Ke summoned the 3 clones and commenced the meeting. As the chairperson, Zhou Ke addressed the trio. Well, the first major event has concluded rather hastily. Do you have anything to add? The sage and the critic turned their gazes toward the rebellious clone, who appeared lost in thought, seemingly disconnected from the matter at hand. Zhou Ke, taking the initiative, inquired, "Mr. Rebellious, do you have anything you wish to convey?" Though the process was somewhat reckless, the outcome was favorable, was it not? The rebellious clone retorted. The situation concluded smoothly. Kakashi is now aware of the existence of the Manjiki and can utilize it, significantly enhancing our combat capabilities. We also acquired funds, and none were injured. Is that not a cause for celebration? Main body, are you suggesting that killing is wrong? The sage interjected. Let us not dwell on trivial matters. You are well aware of what the main body wishes for you to clarify. Why did you not communicate with us beforehand and chose to act independently? Though your methods were somewhat harsh, they remain within an acceptable range. However, not informing the rest of us is rather excessive. The sage remarked, to achieve success, one must have a comprehensive plan. Acting impulsively without informing others can easily lead to mishaps. The rebel retorted, not necessarily. Everything will be fine. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally straighten out. Adapting to circumstances can also lead to success. The commentator interjected, this catchphrase. Are you two some kind of cautious heroes? Observing his distinct 3 avatars, Zhou felt a twinge of discomfort in his stomach. He sighed and said, in any case, rebel, I hope you can consult with everyone before taking action in the future. Otherwise, your appearances may have to be limited. Yes, I will. The rebel casually agreed, sounding as though he had no intention of truly internalizing it. Zhou scratched his head, realizing he would have to devise alternative methods to restrict him. After another sigh, Zhou continued, all right, let us discuss the next topic. What are your thoughts on the forthcoming development path? The commentator exclaimed, huh? Aren't we supposed to follow our individual preferences? Zhou replied, even if we pursue our personal preferences, we still need to establish a clear route. Once we unlock the tasks, our experience will reset. To embark on a new path, we must accumulate experience anew, so we can't afford to be haphazard. Let us determine our development routes. You go first, commentator. What path will you take? The commentator glanced at his character panel. I will choose Sakura from Shippuden. This should unlock Tsunade. Yes, my goal is Tsunade. Indeed, I have always preferred characters with ample attributes. Once again, his preference for buxom female characters was evident. The sage stated, initially, I intended to pursue Sasuke's path, but now, I plan to unlock Itachi first. Zhou, curious, asked why. As the sage was the most rational among them, Zhou wanted to hear his perspective. In the upcoming Chunin exams, having Itachi involved may introduce some intriguing changes, the sage replied. Ah, I see. That should be quite interesting. Zhou acknowledged, then turned to the rebel. And you? Will you continue on the Obito path? No, not anymore. The rebel replied with a mischievous grin. After unlocking the wrathful Obito, an interesting option has appeared, and I've decided to pursue that. What intriguing option? The commentator inquired. However, rather than asking, the commentator immediately accessed the follow-up tasks for the wrathful Obito, exclaiming, Whoa, an elderly Uchiha Madara? Upon hearing this, Zhou promptly opened the wrathful Obito interface and saw that the subsequent 3 characters were the mysterious masked man from the Nine Tails Chaos. Also known as Tiger-Striped Obito, elderly Uchiha Madara, in his older form, and Rin, the Three Tails Jinchuriki. Elderly Madara, huh? In the long run, that seems like a decent path. But unlocking him requires 100,000 experience points, which isn't very cost-effective. Zhou hesitated. Elderly Madara should be the weakest form of all his states, aside from his youth. After all, he needs to rely on tubes just to survive, and his aged body can hardly move normally. What combat ability does he possess? However, in sequence, the next character to unlock after elderly Madara would be the Edo Tensei Madara. If that could be unlocked, at least he could hold his ground until characters of the 6 paths level appeared. But the transitional period would be quite painful, after all. Elderly Madara not only cannot fight, but even struggles to move. How could they accumulate experience using him? Additionally, the commentator posed a crucial question. Moreover, we face another issue. Our strength is still too weak. We cannot maintain transformations for long. The commentator lamented. Indeed, the wrathful Obito can only last for 2 minutes. How long can Edo Tensei Madara endure? 30 seconds? That's not even enough time to complete a round of the Naruto mobile game. Exactly. So improving our strength is of utmost urgency, Zhou replied helplessly. However, ever since the perfect transformation technique was unlocked, I have not slacked off. Yet the rate of improvement remains disheartening. I am quite frustrated. Without a family secret technique, no special bloodline, and even lacking an elixir, achieving a sudden surge in power within a short time frame is exceedingly difficult. No, it is not impossible, the sage said thoughtfully. Is there a way? You're not suggesting I should acquire something like Hashirama cells to enhance myself, are you? Or switch to another Sharingan? I doubt I could handle either. Zhou was skeptical about enduring such enhancements. The rebel remarked, Come on, you've misunderstood. Didn't we just see an external enhancement that even an ordinary person can utilize? Just now? Zhou recalled what he had seen. The next selectable characters after Wrathful Obito, Tiger-Striped Obito, Elderly Madara, and the Three Tails Jinchuriki Rin. Zhou suddenly realized. That's right. There's also the path of the Jinchuriki. Even if he couldn't control the tailed beast's power, the enhancement to his own capabilities would be substantial. Furthermore, if Rin, an ordinary person, could become a Jinchuriki, there was no reason Zhou could not as well. The commentator cautioned. But becoming a Jinchuriki would make us targets of the Akatsuki organization. That's a bit dangerous. The rebel scoffed. Once our attributes are enhanced, we can freely wield Uchiha Madara's powers. Alright, relying on a tailed beast to save Madara is unrealistic, but surely we could at least utilize his abilities for an hour, right? By then, who would fear the Akatsuki? Shouldn't they be afraid of me? If they dare to come after me, let them dance. His words, though blunt, held a kernel of truth. Zhou nodded in agreement, feeling as though he had taken a step closer to a brighter future, which filled his heart with joy. Chapter 13. Nine Tails. Are you joking? Tailed beasts are fantastical creatures manifested from colossal chakra, each possessing a varying number of tails. Due to their immense power, these beings have been exploited and plundered by humanity. In a bid to control their might, nations have resorted to sealing tailed beasts within human hosts, known as Jinchuriki. Zhou Ke's excitement was swiftly doused by the sage's pragmatic words. Although a shortcut had been found, the options available were rather limited. My dear? Confused, Zhou Ke inquired about the sage's meaning. The sage elaborated. Presently, the only unsealed tailed beast is the Three Tails Isabu, residing at the bottom of a lake near the village hidden in the mist, far from our current location. Seeking it would prove challenging. While becoming a Jinchuriki would significantly enhance one's capabilities, we lack the extraordinary sealing techniques of the fourth Hokage, which allowed Naruto to harness the tailed beast's chakra without being influenced by its will. You wouldn't want to end up like Gaara, unable to rest peacefully, would you? Most Jinchuriki harbor a hostile relationship with their tailed beasts, risking the erosion of their consciousness. However, with sufficient strength, one can wield a degree of tailed beast chakra or even achieve transformation. Perfect mastery over the tailed beast's chakra can only be attained through mutual understanding and acceptance. Given Zhou Ke's current abilities, the risk of consciousness erosion from the tailed beast is palpable. The critic interjected, "Indeed, staying up all night is detrimental to one's skin, leading to dark circles and a decline in attractiveness." Zhou Ke retorted, "Is that truly the crux of the matter? Nonetheless, it is indeed an issue. Is there no way to persuade the tailed beast to cooperate with me?" The rebel countered, "Do you perceive that as realistic? It is not. This shortcut may not be as straightforward as it seems. However, at least we have a direction now. First, we must focus on enhancing our strength. And once we are sufficiently powerful, we shall seek the three tails to become its Jinchuriki." Zhou Ke concluded, "Yet, there might be an even better alternative." The rebel suggested with a grin. Zhou Ke expressed astonishment. "Ah? There's another method?" The sage looked skeptically at the rebel. "That method may not necessarily work." The rebel retorted, "How would we know unless we try? Do not speak in riddles. Just say it plainly." The critic quipped. The rebel explained, "We could directly extract the tailed beast from our transformed selves. Can it truly be done?" Zhou Ke gasped in disbelief. Would the tailed beast extracted in this manner still exist independently? Is this not akin to stepping on one's own feet to ascend? Where does the power of the tailed beast originate? From thin air? This defies the principles of mass energy equivalence, does it not? The critic replied, "Please. Our transformation technique is inherently unreasonable. The chakra consumed in transformation is evidently insufficient for the subsequent techniques we employ. This jutsu itself lacks rationality, so why pursue it?" That does seem to be the case," Zhou Ke admitted, slightly abashed. The sage remarked, "Currently, we cannot ascertain its feasibility, yet." The rebel continued, "When transforming into Naruto, the power of the nine tails is undeniably present. The only uncertainty lies in whether this nine tails exists independently. In that case, why not simply attempt it? Action speaks louder than words." And with that, Zhou Ke transformed into Naruto. He then began. Zhou Ke pondered, "How do I establish contact with the nine tails? I intend to act, yet I lack the crucial method." The three clones exchanged befuddled glances, equally perplexed. At that moment, the sage suggested, "Hold your breath and concentrate, directing your spirit inward, or perhaps cast an illusion on yourself." Akin to the practices we engaged in during our schooling. Zhou Ke followed this advice and, indeed, found himself within his inner world. The dim streetlights failed to illuminate the path, and he struggled to traverse within his own heart. It was rather dark here. Upon entering his inner realm, Zhou Ke discovered himself in a long, dark corridor. Well, considering the nine tails is imprisoned, it is no wonder it lacks brightness. After a brief moment of commentary, Zhou Ke ventured deeper into the corridor, soon arriving at an immense space. A barren room with a large iron gate, the entirety of the space laid bare before him. Well, a prison does not require extravagant adornments. Just as Zhou Ke stepped into the vast chamber, a voice emanated from the confines of the cage. "What an amusing jutsu. It even allows me to manifest." Upon hearing this voice, Zhou Ke curiously inquired, "Are you Mr. Kurama? How do you know that name?" The once sarcastic Nine-Tails tone shifted to one of hostility. "I am omniscient." Zhou Ke feigned profundity, mimicking a certain elder. "Begone." One word encapsulated the Nine-Tails' current sentiment. Clearly, he had no interest in idle chatter. Zhou Ke hastily waved his hands. "I was merely jesting. Please do not take offense." The Nine-Tails remained silent, seemingly disinclined to engage with Zhou Ke. Realizing he must take the initiative, Zhou Ke boldly stepped through the iron gate, only to be met with a powerful paw descending upon him. "Die. Victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. Noble warrior, let us start anew." The transformation jutsu was forcibly undone, and Zhou Ke scrambled to his feet, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The critic expressed concern. "Goodness, are you all right, my dear?" "I am fine." Zhou Ke wiped the blood from his lips and angrily exclaimed, "That temper is quite formidable. It nearly killed me." The sage calmly analyzed. It appears that spiritual death in the transformed state results in the forced cancellation of the transformation jutsu. Yet, while you bled, it seems you are not gravely harmed? Indeed, the blood was merely from biting my cheek upon awakening. No matter, I must confront it and seek reason. One must endure the tempest momentarily, lest the anger within fester. Zhou Ke resolved to reason with the nine tails. The critic remarked, reasoning with a tailed beast? You might as well resort to physical confrontation. Indeed, if I could defeat him, would I need to reason? Zhou Ke rolled his eyes and once again transformed into Naruto, continuing his descent into the spiritual realm to seek out the nine tails. The rebel quipped, My dear, you are quite stubborn. With that, he rose from the floor, preparing to leave the chamber. The sage inquired, Where are you headed? To train outside. I eagerly anticipate the power of Uchiha Ibido. With those words, the rebel vanished in an instant. Once the rebel departed, the critic queried, Is it truly wise to let him roam freely? The sage replied, A double-edged sword, indeed. His reckless actions could easily expose us. However, his lack of restraint allows him to progress rapidly. Unlocking powerful abilities sooner would spare us the need for constant caution. True strength begets fearlessness. That reasoning is sound, thus. I shall train as well. The critic transformed into the likeness of Sakura Haruno, Shippuden, and commenced their training. During this time, the critic had accumulated a wealth of experience akin to that of a foundational Sakura. Observing their new form, the critic remarked, Growth has certainly enhanced my femininity, yet, my chest feels a tad insufficient. It seems the critic is not entirely satisfied with Sakura's endowments. Well, Sakura's moderate proportions pale in comparison to Tsunade's ample assets. The sage regarded the critic with a deadpan expression. If you favor larger breasts, why not follow Hinata's route? The critic scoffed. The Boruto series has diminished in quality, lacking substance. The sage cast a glance at the one who complained, choosing to disregard the lecherous man. In preparation for the confrontation, Zhou Ke stood before the iron gate that sealed the nine tails, pointing at it indignantly. How can you be so unreasonable? I came here to engage you in conversation, and you would strike me down with a single blow? Humph, a man full of nonsense. Who would waste their breath on you? The nine tails retorted disdainfully. Zhou Ke, undeterred, exhibited even greater contempt. Humph, you prideful creature, you're clearly lonely and yearning for companionship. Enraged, the nine tails shot back. What did you say? Prideful? I have no need for anyone to converse with. On what grounds do you make such a claim? Zhou Ke countered. The nine tails was momentarily rendered speechless. Did he really need to provide proof for his innermost feelings? What a farcical notion. However, being a fox spirit with millennia of existence, the nine tails would not be swayed by Zhou Ke's mere words and promptly retorted, Well then, what evidence do you possess? Indeed, I do have evidence. Behold the VCR. Zhou Ke waved his right hand, conjuring a screen. Within his own mental realm, he could manifest anything he desired. He presented the scene of Naruto Uzumaki, the connection with Kurama, and the subsequent moments showcasing the tailed beasts lending their chakra to Naruto. Look, when Naruto accepted you, were you not filled with joy? Upon witnessing this, the nine tails hesitated to refute, his brow furrowing in confusion. Am I truly in perfect sync with that insufferable brat? Impossible. I personally killed his parents. His hatred for me should be unparalleled. It cannot be. Zhou Ke interjected. What is impossible? If the sage of six paths awaits someone who cannot overcome such hatred, how could they ever hope to change the world? The nine tails gazed at Zhou Ke. What exactly are you? A reincarnated traveler. Are you intimidated by this title? Zhou Ke proclaimed with pride. I have witnessed the entirety of the Naruto saga, and with my extraordinary ninjutsu, I am destined to alter this world. Change the world? What a farce with you. A mere child? The nine tails scoffed. What cannot be changed? Zhou Ke contended. Ultimately, this world is ruled by the strong. Only those with sufficient power can dictate the rules. The nine tails had no retort, for having lived for millennia, he understood this truth about the ninja realm all too well. Thus, he could only respond, Umph. What does that have to do with me? I am merely a phantom conjured by you. Once the transformation jutsu is dispelled, I will cease to exist. Zhou Ke shook his finger. Not necessarily. For instance, what if I were to extract you and draw you into my own being? Then you would truly exist. Humph. You merely covet my power, pretending as if you have my best interests at heart. Indeed, I seek your power. But you also have a chance for freedom. Wouldn't a mutually beneficial arrangement be advantageous? Zhou Ke queried. Zhou Ke's candidness left the nine tails momentarily taken aback. You are quite forthright. I personally detest deceit. Living in a lie for the sake of survival is profoundly uncomfortable. However, powerlessness is a sin, and without strength, one must engage in actions they loathe to survive. Zhou Ke sighed helplessly. The Ninetales remained silent. Noticing the Ninetales' lack of response, Zhou Ke pressed on. So, do you have any thoughts on cooperation? None. The Ninetales replied decisively. Zhou Ke, you mean to say that after all my heartfelt declarations, you have no inclination at all? The Ninetales explained. To me, this world is utterly deplorable. I have no interest in existing within it. Do not think to entice me with such trivial matters. This statement was genuine. Having lived for thousands of years, he had been perpetually feared by humanity, who simultaneously sought to exploit and plunder his power. Such occurrences were countless. His existence as a fox spirit had granted him precious little joy. Truthfully, if not for the agreement with the Sage of Six Paths, he would have long wished to vanish. Unfortunately, tailed beasts are conglomerates of chakra, and even in death, they would eventually revive. It was a torment to be unable to escape existence. Scratching his head, Zhou Ke conceded. Indeed, your existence is rather distressing. However, a miserable life is preferable to no life at all. Additionally, living longer often leads to fortuitous events. Say what you will, I remain disinterested, the Ninetales said, lazily resting his chin on his hand. Moreover, even if I were to agree, do you possess the means to unravel the 8 trigram seal imposed by the 4th Hokage? This seal remains quite formidable. Merely destroying the paper will not suffice. Without the corresponding techniques or the key left by the eternal Mangeki, extracting my power is impossible. Is that so? Zhou Ke pondered. However, the power of the 8 trigram seal diminishes over time. Surely, it will weaken enough to be forcibly broken eventually? The Ninetales remarked. You certainly possess a fair amount of knowledge. Initially intending to deceive Zhou Ke into leaving him alone, he found himself unsuccessful. Now, he could only ignore this bothersome individual, yet being within this one's body. He could only manifest during the transformation into Naruto, yet this fellow seemed to delight in transforming into Naruto frequently. Would this not lead to incessant annoyance in the future? What a dismal prospect. The Ninetales mused. Perhaps I should simply cooperate with him. It could provide an opportunity for some amusement. Not entirely unappealing, I suppose. A moment of contemplation led to the realization of possibilities beyond mere existence. The Ninetales suddenly felt that this path might not be so bad after all, and he could even seize the chance to manipulate this insufferable brat to engage in amusing endeavors. However, being prideful, he would not readily acquiesce. He would delay his response for a while longer. Zhou Ke, it seems you won't agree in the short term, so we shall proceed slowly. It appeared Zhou Ke intended to adopt a long-term strategy. The Ninetales, what the? I was contemplating agreement, and now you begin to retreat? Chapter 14. The new team initially intrigued. The Ninetales found itself less eager after being doused with a bucket of cold water by Zhou Ke. After all, the demand was not for itself, so why rush? Let us observe his performance first. Thus, the Ninetales began to pose. Meanwhile, Zhou Ke remained oblivious to the Ninetales' inner thoughts and pondered how to sway the creature. His chosen method was to watch the entire Naruto series to level 720. Lacking any reliable approach, he decided to immerse himself in the animation, hoping that the Ninetales might be moved to spontaneously offer assistance. Ninetales, you are a mature-tailed beast now. It is time you move yourself, Zhou Ke declared. He set up an enormous screen outside the cage and commenced the screening of the complete Naruto series. Yet, merely watching proved somewhat monotonous. So Zhou Ke conjured a cozy, lazy couch and snacks to fully relish this delightful interlude. Of course, he did not forget the Ninetales, crafting a similar setup tailored to its size. The Ninetales was taken aback. How could this human conjure such extravagant items within its mental realm? After a moment of hesitation, the Ninetales voiced its confusion. It's simple. Just use illusionary techniques on yourself, Zhou Ke replied nonchalantly. Illusions differ from ninjutsu and taijutsu. They target the 5 senses of the enemy, ensnaring them in a mirage. A skilled illusionist can even manipulate the flow of chakra within an opponent's neural pathways, a combat method that demands high intelligence and combat prowess. During his school years, Zhou Ke had privately studied the application of illusions, not against others, but upon himself. The rationale? Well, simply for the sake of alleviating his boredom. As an orphan, Zhou Ke lived a frugal life with little means for entertainment. He could not frolic about like a child. To carve out some joy for himself, he conceived the idea of using illusions on himself. This notion was inspired by the infinite Tsukuyomi, which employs powerful illusions to create dreams that fulfill one's desires. Zhou Ke merely needed to craft a dream for himself, satisfying his cravings without overly complicated maneuvers. After all, this was akin to daydreaming. Unlike ordinary daydreams, however, this process required chakra. This was why the sage had advised Zhou Ke to proceed as usual. He was well acquainted with this technique, revisiting past films, replaying old games, and savoring delicacies that could only be relished from his previous life. He found solace amidst his struggles. Naturally, this did not imply that Zhou Ke possessed exceptional skill in illusions suitable for combat. In fact, he had never used illusions against others, focusing solely on self-application. Upon hearing Zhou Ke's explanation, the Ninetales fell silent. While it sounded impressive, an inexplicable sense of desolation lingered. This boy appeared quite solitary. 2 days later, Kakashi brought news of the Chunin exams to his team. Hooray! Naruto exclaimed joyfully. Advancing to Chunin meant he was one step closer to becoming Hokage, a significant milestone for him. Sasuke also intended to use this exam to assess his current strength. His previous battle in the Land of Ways had made him acutely aware of his shortcomings. Having intensified his training recently, he was eager to validate his progress. Zhou Ke, however, remained indifferent. The Chunin exams held little significance for him. His primary focus was on persuading the Ninetales. Whenever he felt fatigued and sought rest, Zhou Ke would transform into Naruto and delve into the mental realm to watch Naruto with the Ninetales. They had just completed the Chunin exams and were preparing to seek Tsunade. Sakura was the only one among them who felt apprehensive about the Chunin exams. After all, she was the weakest and had every reason to be fearful. Naruto, brimming with excitement, declared to the others, "This time, we must advance to Chunin." Kakashi interrupted, "No, this Chunin exam is restricted to 3-man teams, so one of you will need to team up with others to participate." At this revelation, Sakura's heart raced. Surely, he couldn't be implying her. Considering her skills, she lagged far behind Naruto and Sasuke, who would easily pass the exams as a trio, leaving her feeling abandoned, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. Naruto and Sasuke noticed Sakura's sudden change. Naruto spoke first. "Teaming up with others could be good. Separating from the dim-witted Sasuke would allow me to showcase my own strength." Sasuke scoffed dismissively. "Humph, you'd better stay in the team and let the others support you. I could easily lead 2 others to success." Both boys subtly expressed their intent to join different teams, mindful of Sakura's feelings. However, it was Zhou Ke who would venture into another team. Kakashi's remarks silenced everyone. "Understood," Zhou Ke nodded knowingly. Why Zhou Ke?" Naruto questioned, bewildered. "Surely, we can't say outright that Sakura would be a burden to you both, allowing you to progress swiftly," Kakashi mused, then shifted the blame to the 3rd Hokage. "This arrangement was made by the Hokage. There must be reasons behind it." Naruto nodded in understanding. "The Hokage is impressive." Zhou Ke shot Naruto a bemused glance, thinking, impressive. Indeed, this is merely Kakashi passing the buck. Whether it was true or not was irrelevant to Zhou Ke. He pressed on, asking, "Who are the other 2 members of my team?" Kakashi replied, "You will find out when you arrive at the Hokage's office. They are waiting for you there." "Understood." After bidding farewell to Naruto and the others, Zhou Ke made his way to the Hokage's office. Upon identifying himself to the Umbu guarding the entrance, Zhou Ke entered the office. Upon seeing Zhou Ke, the 3rd Hokage greeted him warmly, resembling a kind old grandfather. "You arrived quite promptly. I expected Kakashi to delay a bit longer. The other 2 aren't here yet." Kakashi's penchant for procrastination was well known throughout the village, prompting the 3rd to allow extra time, but he hadn't anticipated Zhou Ke's swiftness. Perhaps I was too quick. I rushed over after hearing Kakashi-sensei's words." Zhou Ke rubbed his neck sheepishly. It seems you have a good sense of time. Before the other 2 arrive, let us discuss other matters." The 3rd Hokage retrieved a beheading sword from behind his chair, stating, "Zhou Ke, the research department has completed their study of this blade. It is safe for your use." "Oh." Zhou Ke approached and accepted the beheading sword, setting it aside. "Aren't you going to inspect it closely?" The 3rd Hokage inquired curiously. Zhou Ke glanced at the sword and replied, "No need. I'll take my time to examine it later." The 3rd stroked his chin. This boy seemed utterly unconcerned about the blade. What, he wondered, did he intend to do with it? Just as he was about to inquire further, the door swung open. The 2 teammates Zhou Ke had been waiting for finally arrived. Entering the room were a boy and a girl, both appearing older than Zhou Ke. likely around 15 years of age. The third Hokage addressed the newly arrived duo. Gray Lu, Nanhai, these are your teammates. Strive together to become Chunin. The eldest among them, a man brimming with enthusiasm, declared, Yes, Lord Hokage. I, Gray Lu Chuji, will not let you down in this Chunin exam. The woman, tilting her head in a natural manner, hesitated before saying, It seems quite challenging, and it will take away from my gaming time. Is it possible not to participate? Oh, never mind, I shall join. If I become Chunin, my mission rewards will increase, and my current salary is insufficient to buy games. Upon hearing their names, Zhou Ke's eyes turned blank. He recognized them from the anime of his previous life. It was evident the author had taken a shortcut by directly incorporating characters from other anime. Two peculiar individuals was Zhou Ke's assessment of them. The third Hokage concluded, Well, since you are acquainted, the next steps are up to you. Find a place to get to know each other better. Although this is a temporary team, I hope you can collaborate effectively to pass this exam and become Chunin. Gray Lu shouted, Yes, I will absolutely live up to your expectations. He had already proclaimed this once. Nanhai lazily remarked, Whatever, can we speed this up? Zhou Ke added, I feel the same. He was at a loss for words and could only echo her sentiment. Thus, the trio was formed, and they departed from the Hokage's office. Making their way to a park in Konoha for their introductory meeting, Gray Lu began, I am a few months older than Nanhai, so I shall go first. My name is Gray Lu Chuji, I am 15 years old, and this is my second time participating in the Chunin exam. I failed last time due to an accident, but I am determined to succeed this time. As he spoke, he became increasingly passionate, accompanied by an unexpectedly fervent background music. Zhou Ke was taken aback and inwardly criticized. How can one get so hyped during an introduction? Where is this music coming from? And please don't use the background music from Kusuaseki. What about copyright? By the way, my manga mentioned that no new participants had joined the Chunin exams for 5 years. Where did he come from? Well, I suddenly appeared too. So an extra person in this world isn't a problem. After all, with another version of himself. This world could not be perceived in the same way as the original Naruto. After a moment of self-enthusiasm, Gray Lu cooled down and turned to Nanhai, saying, It's your turn, Nanhai. Nanhai lazily introduced herself. I am Nanhai Chikyu, 15 years old, and I enjoy playing games. I am currently a genin, and this is my first time participating in the Chunin exam. Desu. Zhou Ke continued his internal monologue. Sister, you were born in the wrong world. In this era, gaming consoles are still at the level of PS1, and arcades are still the mainstream. If you waited another decade or so, in Boruto's era, even VR technology exists. No, upon further reflection, although death is a constant, this world is still stronger than that absurd high school battle royale of Danganronpa. Next, it was Zhou Ke's turn. He addressed the two. I am Zhou Ke. As an orphan, I have no surname, only this name. I am 12 years old and just graduated as a genin. Gray Lu exclaimed in surprise, Oh wow. You can participate in the Chunin exam right after graduating? It seems Zhou Ke is quite strong. Zhou Ke scratched his cheek and replied, I suppose it's decent. But there are quite a few strong candidates in my cohort. 9 others will also be participating in the Chunin exam. Wow. Everyone seems quite capable. It appears there will be an exhilarating showdown. Gray Lu ignited with enthusiasm once more. Nanhai remarked, If the opponents are too strong, it might hinder our advancement. That is a misconception. Gray Lu, the only one with prior experience in the Chunin exam, provided his insight. This exam is not solely for the ultimate victor to become Chunin. What truly matters is your performance during the exam. A formidable opponent can highlight your strength, allowing you to showcase your abilities, making it easier for the higher-ups to select you as a Chunin. Zhou Ke nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Strong opponents are preferable. Easily defeating them won't demonstrate much. Nanhai said, I'll go along with your thoughts. With the foundational information established, Gray Lu continued, Now let us discuss our respective abilities. I am a ninja adept in fire techniques and physical combat, defeating all opponents with my fiery fists. Are you sure you're not a disciple of Might Guy? Nanhai added, I am a medical ninja, though my combat abilities are limited. Finally, it was Zhou Ke's turn. He stated, I just graduated, so I can't classify myself as any particular type of ninja yet. Currently, I excel in shadow clone technique, various ninja tool throwing techniques, and transformation technique. By the way, I am quite skilled in intelligence gathering, so feel free to ask me anything. In comparison to his formidable transformation technique, Zhou Ke emphasized his even more formidable intelligence-gathering skills. In this ninja world, he was omniscient. I see, a person skilled in intelligence gathering is quite impressive. Gray Lu praised. Without a doubt, this individual's emotional value was quite high. Nenhai remarked, that sounds quite impressive. As time was running short, she concluded, let us call it a day? With that, she turned to leave. Zhou Ke was taken aback. Are you leaving already? Aren't we going to chat more? No, I'm going back to play games. Nenhai departed just like that. Gray Lu apologized on her behalf. I'm sorry. Nenhai means no harm. I understand. By the way, Gray Lu, are you and Nenhai close? Zhou Ke inquired curiously. Well, we graduated in the same year, but we were assigned to different teams. Gray Lu began to narrate their backgrounds. But let us save that for the next chapter. Chapter 15. Zhou Ke, the flawless handsomeness of Watergate. According to Huiel's description, for Chihai, being a ninja is merely a job, while gaming constitutes the essence of life. Thus, ninja tasks are limited to basic assignments, and even after a year of graduation, many choose to become medical ninjas, preferring to linger within the confines of the hospital rather than embark on missions. This participation in the Chunin exam was only mandated by their superior. It appears that for this young girl, being a ninja is indeed just a means of livelihood. Huiel had participated in the previous Chunin exam, performing commendably until he had to withdraw midway due to a teammate's injury, failing to reach the final stages. With unwavering determination, Huiel declared, this time, I will ensure we persevere until the very end. Zhou Ke responded with a fist salute, then it all rests upon you. Big brother. Huiel nodded in agreement and continued, with a few days remaining until the exam, we need not rush. Tomorrow, let us train together and familiarize ourselves with each other's abilities. All right. Zhou Ke nodded in agreement. Subsequently, after exchanging addresses, they bid each other farewell. Once alone, Zhou Ke pondered his next course of action. I am no longer part of Team 7, so there is no need to gather with Naruto and the others. Perhaps I should find a secluded spot to continue my training? Reflecting further, Zhou Ke realized that apart from training, there was little else to occupy his time. Hence, he resolved to continue honing his spiral sphere. With a firm decision, Zhou Ke sought an isolated place to practice his technique. However, while traversing the rooftops, he heard a familiar shout, let go of Konohamaru. Is that Naruto's voice? What trouble has arisen? Without a moment to spare, Zhou Ke dashed towards the source of the commotion. Yet, his speed was insufficient, prompting him to employ a transformation technique to enhance his appearance. In an instant, he vanished like a flash of light. Meanwhile, Naruto was confronted by a young man clad in black, poised to strike a child named Yuan Fei Konohamaru. This child, Konohamaru, bore an illustrious lineage as the grandson of the third Hokage, aspiring to become Hokage himself. Recently, he had been captivated by Naruto and had pledged his allegiance to him. However, considering his noble heritage, one might question the audacity of the black-clad youth to engage in such an act. As the black-clad youth swung his fist, a stone hurtled towards him. No, a flash of light approached him at an even greater velocity. In a swift motion, Zhou Ke rescued Konohamaru and delivered a kick to the assailant. The stone soon followed, striking the black-clad youth squarely in the face. Reeling from the unexpected assault, he fell to the ground, shouting, "Who dares to ambush me?" As one of the attackers, Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, not by the black-clad youth's words, but by the fleeting golden figure that had just passed. Upon recognizing the disturbance, he activated his Sharingan, catching only a glimpse of the residual afterimage. What incredible speed! Is this individual truly of our caliber? When did such a genius emerge from Konoha? That very flash had returned to Naruto's side, cradling Konohamaru. The latter gazed up at the golden-haired youth, his eyes sparkling with admiration. So cool. Hey, you're a boy. Why are you shouting about being cool? Naruto felt an awkwardness wash over him, having rushed to rescue his little brother only to trip and fall, leaving Konohamaru to ignore him completely. Would he lose his only little brother? Wait, who is this person? The collective gaze turned towards Zhou Ke, now transformed into the youthful visage of Minato Namikaze. Damn it, it's you. The black-clad youth seethed, rising from the ground, intent on retaliating for the earlier assault. However, he was halted by his female companion. Calm down, Kankuro. We are outnumbered, and that handsome blonde possesses considerable strength. We must proceed with caution. Kankuro shot a bewildered glance at his sister, Temari. Sister, did you just call him handsome? Are you perhaps smitten with the guy who kicked your brother? Sakura silently agreed with Temari's assessment. Representing the group's curiosity, Naruto inquired. "Who are you?" "I am Zhou Ke," he replied, slightly embarrassed, not due to his current appearance, but rather for feeling that his previous actions were somewhat excessive. Upon delivering a kick to Kankuro, Zhou Ke realized that the situation was not as dire as he had initially perceived. The two adversaries, Kankuro and Temari, were actually Genin sent from the Sunigakure to participate in the Chunin exam. The conflict had arisen when Naruto and Sakura, after disbanding the group following their report to the Hokage's office, encountered Konohamaru and his companions, inadvertently bumping into Kankuro. Disliking children, Kankuro sought to discipline Konohamaru. As a puppeteer skilled in controlling chakra threads, Kankuro had the upper hand. Naruto, inexperienced against such opponents, found himself unable to save Konohamaru. But luckily Sasuke had returned just in time to intervene, using a stone to rescue him. Thus, the unfolding events had led to this unexpected confrontation. However, due to the unexpected intrusion by Zhou Ke, it seems that there has been little alteration in the situation. It is merely that Kanjuro received an additional kick, while Zhou Ke revealed another transformation. Oh well, a revelation is a revelation. After all, the lower ninja Minato will eventually be utilized. Using it a bit early is no great concern, Zhou Ke thought, slightly organizing his thoughts, and thus became indifferent. Upon hearing the unfamiliar blonde declare himself as Zhou Ke, the three members of Team 7 found themselves momentarily stunned. Naruto, taking the initiative, inquired, "Why did you change appearance just because you switched teams?" "This is a transformation technique. I've been studying it recently," Zhou Ke elucidated. Transformation technique? Sasuke pondered, a sense of doubt creeping into his mind. His Sharingan was active, yet he could not discern that Zhou Ke was employing a transformation technique. Was it a flaw in his Sharingan that rendered him unable to perceive it? Or was Zhou Ke's transformation technique executed so flawlessly that it eluded detection by ordinary eyes? Naruto nodded in understanding. Then a new question arose. But why adopt this particular appearance? This is the reverse seduction technique that complements your seductive technique. See, isn't this face quite handsome? Zhou Ke replied with a confident smile. Naruto felt indifferent, merely thinking. It looked somewhat familiar. Sakura, however, recognized the point Zhou Ke was making. This face was exceedingly handsome. The slightly upturned corners of the mouth exuded confidence, with a warm, gentle smile akin to a spring breeze. Such a visage would surely be the crown jewel in a host club, possessing an overwhelming allure for women. Naruto, as if struck by inspiration, stroked his chin and exclaimed, "Can it really be done this way?" "Of course it can. Watch me perform," Zhou Ke declared, instantly vanishing towards Shikamaru's direction. Shikamaru and Kanjuro were taken aback to see Zhou Ke appear before them so suddenly. They had not realized Zhou Ke's instantaneous movement was so rapid. If he were an enemy, they might have been doomed. The two, regaining their composure, instinctively reached for their weapons, braced for defense. Observing their movements, Zhou Ke merely smiled gently, his expression softening as he spoke in a melodious tone to Shikamaru. "I apologize, beautiful lady. It was merely under duress that I inadvertently harmed your brother. I am truly, deeply sorry." "Huh? You think just an apology suffices?" Shikamaru, what are you doing?" Kanjuro began to express that the matter was not settled, only to notice Shikamaru's expression was not quite right. "Why is your face so flushed? Are you feeling invigorated?" Shikamaru was clearly captivated by Minato's handsome face and Zhou Ke's enchanting gaze, bashfully replying, Actually, we also bear some responsibility. It's not entirely your fault." Hearing this, Kanjuro was left speechless and frustrated. "What do you mean we also have fault? It was I who was initially bumped into, and that brat didn't even utter an apology. Then I was kicked and struck by a rock. I was the one who suffered." Before Kanjuro could finish, Shikamaru clamped his hand over Kanjuro's mouth, silencing him. With an unyielding grip, veins bulging on her arm, Shikamaru blushed and said to Zhou Ke, "I'm sorry. My brother doesn't quite understand." "Kanjuro, sister, I'm your biological brother. How can you treat me this way?" Yet Zhou Ke continued gently, "No, it is entirely not your fault, miss. It is our oversight in our actions. To express my apologies, please accept this bouquet." With that, Zhou Ke produced the wildflowers he had gathered earlier and gently placed them in Shikamaru's hair, treated with such tenderness. Shikamaru's heart surged with overwhelming emotions. She had never felt so elated in her 15 years of life. Simultaneously, this delightful sensation prompted her to grip Kanjuro's hand even tighter, leaving him gasping for breath. From a distance, Sakura exclaimed, "Miss, flower arranging? He is truly skilled." Zhou Ke's actions mirrored what she had dreamt of Sasuke doing for her, as seen in the Ninja Road movie. At this moment, Sakura lamented why Sasuke lacked such finesse. Naruto wore an expression of newfound understanding, while Sasuke, perched on a nearby tree, appeared utterly dumbfounded. Had they fallen under a genjutsu? Why were these two women suddenly enamored? What on earth are you two doing? A voice, tinged with exasperation, rang out. Sasuke turned to see an unfamiliar figure had joined him on the branch. Was it a gourd child? This individual was none other than the illustrious 5th Kazekage, Gaara of the Sand. Upon noticing the newly arrived character, Shikamaru immediately snapped out of her infatuation, and even Kanjiro, who had previously been so aggressive, transformed into an exceedingly docile state. Naruto, bewildered, questioned, "Who is this person, and why does everyone seem so fearful of him?" The atmosphere turned awkward as they wore forced smiles. "We haven't done anything. We were merely engaging in friendly exchange with the Leaf Village, right?" Kanjiro shot Zhou Ke a frantic look, as if to say, "If you don't cooperate, we're both doomed." "Yes, yes," Shikamaru echoed, casting a pleading glance at Zhou Ke, as if to say, "Appa, please help us." Shikamaru, have you been to Korea?" Faced with the beseeching gazes of the two, Zhou Ke smiled faintly and then instantaneously appeared beside Gaara, dispelling his transformation technique. So fast, the Sand's automatic defense didn't even react? Gaara was astonished by Zhou Ke's speed, simultaneously preparing for an attack. At this stage, he still possessed a degree of self-restraint and had yet to resort to lethal force. Meanwhile, Kanjiro and Shikamaru were on edge, fearing that Gaara might unleash his wrath and go on a rampage. Such a scenario would leave no one from other ninja villages to intervene. Yet, Zhou Ke's next words shattered everyone's expectations. Grasping Gaara's hand, he smiled and said, "Hello, my name is Zhou Ke. Shall we be friends?" Gaara. Shikamaru, huh? Kanjiro, are you out of your mind? Chapter 16, The Green Hurricane of Konoha. Originally intending to take action, Gaara was momentarily taken aback by Zhou Ke's words. As a Jinchuriki, Gaara's treatment and Tsunagakure mirrored that of Naruto. Both were sons of the village leaders, yet they faced rejection and persecution, with Gaara suffering even more as it was his own father leading the torment. If Zhou Ke were in Gaara's father's position, he would have simply remarked, "What calamity? This is clearly a harbinger of good fortune." Of course, it is widely acknowledged that Gaara's father is not of sound mind, and there is no need to elaborate further on that. Returning to the main point, Zhou Ke and Appa's actions left Gaara at a loss. Unable to process the logic behind Zhou Ke's statement, which led him to ignore it completely, he utilized the sand to swiftly move beside Temari and Kankuro, turning to say, "Let us go?" Kankuro, not daring to say much, immediately followed suit. Being the older brother is no easy task. His younger brother is exceedingly powerful, and due to a harsh upbringing, he exhibits violent tendencies, making him quite difficult to engage with. Undeniably, their ineffectual father is to blame for their troubled lives. Temari, however, did not immediately follow. Instead, she cast a glance back at Zhou Ke and inquired, "Is this truly who you are?" It's acceptable, I suppose." Her tone suggested a sense of begrudging acceptance. In response, Zhou Ke was indifferent. He did not concern himself with appearances, for true beauty lies in strength. After Gaara and his companions departed, the 4 members of Team 7 gathered. Sakura curiously asked, "Who exactly are they?" "They are from Tsunagakure, participating in the Chunin exams. The 3 of them are the children of the Kazekage and possess formidable strength," Zhou Ke explained. Sakura was astonished. "How do you know this?" "I happened to glance at the files in the Hokage's office just now," Zhou Ke casually fabricated. His explanation was convincing enough that the trio did not question it further. At that moment, Naruto, intrigued, asked, "By the way, the person you transformed into looked quite familiar. Have we met before?" "Indeed, it's someone we see quite often," Zhou Ke replied. Sakura, still curious, pressed on, "Who is it?" "The 4th Hokage," Zhou Ke pointed towards the distant Hokage rock. The trio appeared dumbfounded, then suddenly enlightened. No wonder it looked familiar. It was the 4th Hokage. Their reasons for astonishment varied. Sakura and Sasuke were taken aback that Zhou Ke would dare to assume the guise of a Hokage, as most Konoha ninjas would not even dream of such a thing. Naruto, on the other hand, felt embarrassed. After all, he often doodled on the Hokage rock and now felt awkward facing the actual figure. To ease the tension, Naruto changed the subject. "Have you met the new teammates? What are they like?" "They all seem quite unique. But since they had matters to attend to, we didn't talk much, Zhou Ke replied. Is that so? Naruto pondered, scratching his chin, then glanced seriously at Sasuke. Well, they must certainly be better than you, deadweight. Sasuke, unfazed, disdainfully turned away. Sakura, infuriated, struck Naruto on the head, exclaiming, Who are you calling deadweight? At that moment, Zhou Ke intervened to mediate. In any case, they will be our opponents moving forward during the Chunin exams. I will not go easy on you. I don't need you to go easy on me, Naruto declared confidently. I will pass the exam smoothly and be the first to become a Chunin, making everyone regard me with newfound respect. Let us hope you can achieve that. Like Wu Xiaoming, Zhou Ke remarked, before turning to leave. Once everyone had departed, Sakura followed suit, leaving Naruto standing awkwardly alone. Naruto and I? Did they just ignore you? Konohamaru asked. Haha, how could that be? They are simply intimidated by me, Naruto insisted, refusing to lose face in front of his younger brother. The next day, Zhou Ke was roused from his slumber at dawn by Grey Lu. Good morning, Zhou Ke. The early bird catches the worm. It's time to get up and gather. Grey Lu cheerfully announced as Zhou Ke, still bleary-eyed, peered out at the brightening sky, asking, Brother, do you even know what time it is? It's 5 o'clock. Is there a problem? Grey Lu replied with a radiant smile. Man, what can I say? I've never seen Los Angeles at 4 in the morning, but I have seen Konoha at 5. Zhou Ke, generally diligent, typically woke at 6. 5 o'clock felt far too early. At that moment, Zhou Ke wished to punch Grey Lu in the face and return to bed, yet he felt it pointless to go back to sleep now that he was awake. Thus, he reluctantly got up and set off with Grey Lu. Next, they headed to find Nanami, but Zhou Ke had a thought and asked Grey Lu on the way, Shouldn't girls be sleeping in to maintain their beauty? Is it really appropriate to go so early? No, it's precisely because it's early that it is appropriate, Grey Lu replied, wearing an expression that suggested Zhou Ke simply did not understand. Zhou Ke was perplexed. What could that possibly mean? Soon enough, Zhou Ke discovered what it meant. Grey Lu knocked on Nanami's door, and after a moment, the door opened to reveal Nanami, her eyes heavy with dark circles. Good evening, she greeted. Zhou Ke thought, she didn't pull an all-nighter, did she? That is a misconception. Nighttime is when ninjas are most active, Nanami countered. Fair enough, Zhou Ke thought. He had no intention of engaging in a debate with someone he had only recently met. As Nanami had indicated, she was indeed a night owl, and this was her prime time for activity. This also explained why Grey Lu had come to find Zhou Ke so early. If they delayed any longer, she would rush back home to sleep, and the outcome would mirror the previous day. She seemed quite eager to return home yesterday to sleep, Zhou Ke muttered, feeling slightly exasperated. This was a bit capricious for a ninja. However, considering her role as a medical ninja, if she were to work night shifts at the hospital, then perhaps an erratic schedule was not entirely unreasonable. Thus, Zhou Ke chose not to comment further and accompanied her to the training ground. Today's gathering was primarily to familiarize themselves with each other's abilities, as sparring in the training ground was the quickest way to understand one another's techniques. However, Zhou Ke encountered an unexpected figure at the training ground, Rock Lee. Rock Lee was a senior from Zhou Ke's previous graduating class. Due to a lack of talent in controlling chakra for ninjutsu, he was unable to perform ninjutsu or jinjutsu, which led to him being ridiculed as the weakest during his time in the ninja academy. Without ninjutsu or jinjutsu, and lacking any innate special skills, he faced significant challenges. Yet he remained determined to become an exceptional ninja. Fortunately, with encouragement from Might Guy, the elite jonin of Konoha, Rock Lee persevered in his pursuit of becoming a ninja. Through relentless training, he dedicated himself far beyond the efforts of others, enduring countless failures while maintaining his resolve. Zhou Ke mused, I take back what I said. Compared to him, I am not at all diligent. After all, he had been waking up at 6 while Lee was already training by 5. How could he possibly claim to be hardworking? During school, Zhou Ke had encountered Xiaoli, albeit only fleetingly, as he was in a state of disarray at that time and did not truly know him. However, Zhou Ke was not one to be unfamiliar with acquaintances. Good morning, Xiaoli, greeted Huiel. Hearing this call while engaged in his morning exercises, Xiaoli turned around, instantly responding with enthusiasm, Huiel Shixiao. Upon hearing this title, Zhou Ke curiously inquired of Huiel, are you two fellow disciples? It appeared this passionate young man was indeed a student of Might Guy. Huiel shook his head. Not quite. I have merely received guidance from Teacher Guy, not enough to be considered a disciple. No, please do not belittle yourself, Huiyao Shixiang is indeed a disciple recognized by the teacher. Do not underestimate your worth. Xiaoli earnestly countered. Ha, Xiaoli, you are correct. Whether one is a disciple should not be for me to decide. Huiyao chuckled, his laughter suggesting a reluctant concession to the matter. Xiaoli then turned to the two following behind and inquired with curiosity, Shixiang, who are they? Oh, they are my teammates for the CHNIN exam. Huiyao replied excitedly, though it was unclear why he was so exuberant. Xiaoli's excitement mirrored Huiyao's. Oh, new teammates? That's splendid. This means Shixiang can participate in the CHNIN exam. We shall compete fiercely on the field. Agreed, it is settled. Huiyao and Xiaoli fist-bumped. Flames of passion erupting from their bodies, creating an atmosphere so intense it seemed to rival the sun itself, as if the rising sun were but a reflection of their fervor. This caused Zhou Ke and Qi Hai to step back, distancing themselves. Night owls were ill-suited to be so close to the sun. Zhou Ke thought to himself, it's too hot. Getting too close would melt me. By the way, Shixiang, what brings you here at this hour? Amidst the fervor, Xiaoli finally remembered to ask about their purpose. Huiyao explained, since we are a temporary team, we need to familiarize ourselves with each other's abilities. In that case, may I stay and observe? Xiaoli eagerly inquired. However, just as Huiyao was about to agree, he remembered that it wasn't solely his decision. He needed to consider his teammates' opinions as well. Thus, Huiyao glanced at Zhou Ke and Qi Hai. Zhou Ke expressed indifference, while Qi Hai held a differing view. He is our competitor. Allowing him to learn about our strengths is not a prudent decision, although I personally do not mind. Zhou Ke retorted, then why even mention the first part? Qi Hai replied, this is the strategy of a professional player. One must offer reminders when necessary. Zhou Ke remarked, you are impressive, though unsure of her actual strength. Her mindset was indeed formidable. Xiaoli found himself in a quandary upon hearing Qi Hai's words. There was merit in what was said. He did not wish to reveal his information before the exam. If they declined, he could not press further. At that moment, Zhou Ke interjected, we have no objections. So do not overthink it. However, if you feel uncomfortable, how about we have a friendly match? Are you suggesting we spar? Xiaoli pondered before asking. Indeed. I am quite curious about your prowess, senior. Zhou Ke assumed a fighting stance. Xiaoli flashed a confident smile, revealing his bright teeth, and responded with a spirited tone. There's no need for the senior. Just call me Xiaoli. With that, Xiaoli executed 2 backflips, creating distance between himself and Zhou Ke. Huiyao and Qi Hai instinctively stepped aside. Xiaoli, who relished sparring, readily accepted the challenge. While Zhou Ke's invitation had its own purpose, he sought to gauge his own abilities without relying on transformation techniques. Having trained alone without a mentor or point of reference, he was uncertain of his current strength. Testing himself against a formidable opponent like Xiaoli would provide an objective assessment of his capabilities. Huiyao stepped forward to act as the referee. The battle begins. With Huiyao's command, the match officially commenced. In an instant, Xiaoli appeared before Zhou Ke. 59 seconds is your lie. Of course, Xiaoli was not yet that swift, but to Zhou Ke, it felt as if he had dashed forth in a blur. Reacting just in time, Zhou Ke raised his arm to shield his head, only to be struck in the abdomen by Xiaoli's powerful punch, sending him flying. Qi Hai exclaimed in astonishment, it's over? You challenged him, only to be dispatched so quickly. Isn't that a bit embarrassing? Huiyao provided clarity. No, not yet. As Zhou Ke soared through the air, he swiftly formed hand seals. Multiple shadow clone technique. With a clap, 3 clones materialized. Meanwhile, Xiaoli was already in pursuit. Leaf whirlwind. A common taijutsu move. A spinning kick. However, upon seeing Zhou Ke create 3 clones, Xiaoli promptly altered his technique. Leaf great whirlwind. A wide-ranging spinning kick. Xiaoli intended to strike both Zhou Ke and all his clones simultaneously. However, while the plan was sound, execution faltered, just as he unleashed his kick. One of the clones caught his leg. How could he utilize the leaf great whirlwind now that he was restrained? The technique was rendered ineffective before it could even be unleashed. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Ke, along with his clones, attacked Xiaoli with a barrage of strikes. Xiaoli was momentarily taken aback. You create clones just to pummel me with basic punches? What is this? Chapter 17. A new method of cultivation. Zhou Ke realized that his hand-to-hand combat skills were somewhat lacking. Well, not just somewhat. They were significantly inferior. Compared to Xiaoli, his movements resembled those of an amateur. The inner critic mused, who speaks of themselves in such a manner? Clearly, his skills are akin to that of a novice. Indeed, as the critic pointed out, Zhou Ke's abilities were far from commendable, especially when juxtaposed with Xiao Li. While Naruto, at a comparable level, could rely on sheer numbers to engage in combat, Zhou Ke lacked Naruto's formidable chakra reserves to employ such strategies effectively. This was simply untenable. Observing from the sidelines, Hui Lu and Chi Hai exchanged perplexed glances. Chi Hai inquired, "That should be the shadow clone technique, right?" Hui Lu nodded, affirming, "Yes. Those clones are corporeal. They are indeed shadow clones. Isn't their resilience a bit too formidable?" Chi Hai pondered. A point that both Hui Lu and even Xiao Li found astonishing regarding Zhou Ke's clones. Could their quality be excessively high? While it is possible to enhance the durability of shadow clones through training, they ultimately remain mere clones, incapable of withstanding significant damage. Yet, Zhou Ke's 3 clones exhibited no discernible changes despite enduring various assaults. Could they truly be shadow clones? Meanwhile, the battle between Zhou Ke and Xiao Li reached a stalemate. One of Xiao Li's legs was ensnared by the inner critic, restricting his movements. Nevertheless, Xiao Li's indomitable will and agile maneuvers compensated for his inability to move freely. He fought as if standing upon a wooden post, relying solely on his core strength and dexterous upper body to match Zhou Ke, the sage, and the rebel. After a while, with no clear victor emerging, Zhou Ke decided to create distance from his opponents. The rebel remarked, "I can't compete in physical techniques." The sage adjusted his glasses and suggested, "To secure victory, one must resort to ninjutsu." Zhou Ke contemplated this and replied, "Perhaps it's best to call it a day for this battle." Although no winner emerged, he had gained insight into his own shortcomings, which sufficed for him to conclude the fight. Noticing Zhou Ke's disinterest in continuing, Xiao Li relaxed his body and stepped away from the combat stance. He approached Zhou Ke and posed a question regarding his earlier confusion. "Did you employ the shadow clone technique? It felt quite different from the ones I've encountered before." Zhou Ke responded, "Yes, they are shadow clones. My clones possess considerably greater resilience than others, albeit only slightly superior to ordinary ones. If you were to fight with full strength, you would likely dismantle them with ease." As he spoke, the 3 clones dissipated of their own accord. Oh, the rebel didn't dismiss himself. He was kicked away by the sage. Otherwise, given his rebellious nature, it was inconceivable for him to cooperate so readily with Zhou Ke. "You noticed that I wasn't using my full strength?" Xiao Li asked, intrigued. Zhou Ke pointed to Xiao Li's ankle and said, "You've bound heavy weights to your legs, haven't you?" Xiao Li, astonished, exclaimed, "How did you deduce that? My movements should be identical to those of an ordinary person. Indeed, they are akin to those of a regular individual, but..." Zhou Ke grinned proudly. "When my clone ensnared you, I noticed a disparity in the agility of your upper and lower body. You are not one of those who solely trains their upper body, so it was evident that you were weighted down." Upon hearing Zhou Ke's astute analysis, Xiao Li couldn't help but commend, "Your observational skills are remarkable. You discern such minute details?" Zhou Ke, with a puff chest akin to Pinocchio, replied, "Of course, fortunately, Zhou Ke was not Pinocchio. Otherwise, his nose might have grown long." Chi Hai interjected with a chuckle, "Well, wasn't it because the clone was holding on to Xiao Li's leg that you noticed the weights?" Zhou Ke awkwardly scratched his head. "Ah, it seems that was indeed the case." This was merely an act of theatrics, aimed at diverting attention from the peculiarities of his shadow clones. As Zhou Ke had anticipated, the group shifted their focus away from his enigmatic clones and began to familiarize themselves with each other's abilities. It is worth mentioning that after their bout with Zhou Ke, Xiao Li voluntarily departed, satisfied with the engagement and preferring not to linger and become a hindrance. Subsequently, Hui Lu and Chi Hai showcased their skills. Hui Lu, as he claimed, was a practitioner of taijutsu, capable of simultaneously employing fire release techniques during his physical attacks, igniting his gauntlets in flames, essentially a weakened version of the Phoenix fire technique. Chi Hai, besides being a medical ninja, excelled in water release and utilized various ninja tools to create traps for offense. She adeptly wielded water dragon bullets accompanied by a multitude of explosive tags to assault her foes. It resembled a diluted version of the second Hokage's water release, great exploding water colliding wave combined with explosive tags. Thus, could Chi Hai be considered a junior version of the second Hokage? In any case, both individuals were formidable. However, as it was nearing Chi Hai's bedtime, the team disbanded after comprehensively understanding each other's capabilities, returning to their respective homes. Upon arriving home, Zhou Ke couldn't help but remark, "My teammates are quite strong." It feels as though the preliminary rounds will pose little challenge. With capable allies and his knowledge of the narrative, he was confident about navigating the first 2 stages of the preliminaries without issue. Well, even if my teammates were lacking, that wouldn't be the crux of the matter. The real issue lies with me. My strength is insufficient. Reflecting on this, Zhou Ke summoned his 3 clones. Sigh, that battle was rather unsatisfactory. Upon the rebel's emergence, he stretched and then turned to the sage. Why did you kick me earlier? The sage, eyes still closed, replied. I merely helped you disperse your clone. What if I were to help you disperse now? The rebel retorted, dissatisfied. The sage remained silent, maintaining his closed-eyed demeanor, as though he held the rebel in disdain. Feeling the tension escalate, Zhou Ke quickly intervened. All right. Let us cease the frivolity and focus on the matter at hand. His words drew everyone's attention. The rebel spoke first, so? What mischief has the main body concocted this time? Zhou Ke rolled his eyes and replied, Isn't it you who enjoys causing mischief? What I'm about to say should be evident to you all. The sage interjected on Zhou Ke's behalf. The main body is likely referring to issues concerning taijutsu. Precisely. Zhou Ke nodded. After my spar with Xiao Li, I discovered that my taijutsu is woefully inadequate. The inner critic chimed in. That's only when compared to a taijutsu ninja, right? Your level is still quite normal, isn't it? That is indeed the case, but merely being on par with a regular ninja is not sufficient. Zhou Ke addressed his 3 clones. Previously, we solely focused on enhancing ninjutsu and overlooked training in taijutsu. This skill requires continuous and sustained practice to improve. Now that we recognize this, we should commence training at once. Kakashi hasn't provided me with enough guidance, and seeking his tutelage on taijutsu seems unrealistic. Without a mentor, we will have to train and learn gradually on our own. Well, that is certainly true, but... The rebel shook his head. There are shortcuts to taijutsu training as well. This left Zhou Ke perplexed. What do you mean by that? Why, our perfect transformation technique. With it, we can swiftly learn taijutsu. The sage replied. Zhou Ke pondered, stroking his chin. Is this truly possible? The sage elucidated. It is akin to the sensation experienced while mastering the Rasengan. Although such experiential knowledge cannot be etched directly into our beings, it serves as a valuable reference for learning. To genuinely experience that feeling is far superior to mere verbal instruction from a teacher. It is indeed much more convenient than seeking a mentor. Zhou Ke nodded in understanding. Indeed. At that moment, the critic interjected. That said, we collectively failed to subdue the ever-reliable Xiao Li. We have much ground to cover. Is this not merely the stubbornness of the original body, insisting on engaging in taijutsu with a practitioner of taijutsu? The rebellious one retorted. To attack an enemy's strength with our own weaknesses is a profoundly foolish notion. Well, is this not to better comprehend oneself? Zhou Ke scratched his head innocently. Ultimately, the sage summarized. In conclusion, while the preliminary rounds of the Chunin exam can be easily surpassed, excelling in the final phase of the preliminaries and the main event requires us to utilize the last few days before the commencement to rapidly learn some techniques through transformation jutsu. The critic remarked, Indeed, we cannot possibly transform into a Beidou to participate in the Chunin exam. We would be captured and dissected. Zhou Ke could not help but sigh, alas. With no strength to back me, life is rather miserable. The rebellious one dismissively replied, What is there to fear? At worst, I could leave the village. With my innate talent, in less than half a year, my prowess will surely flourish. Then we shall see who dares to act with impunity against me. Zhou Ke rolled his eyes in exasperation. How can one so easily abandon their homeland? In that place where the leaves of quinoa dance lies my beloved home. For Zhou Ke, this place, though uncertain if it is his birthplace, is undoubtedly the land that nurtured his growth. He would never forsake his hometown unless absolutely necessary. The rebellious one remained silent. Zhou Ke clasped his hands earnestly and declared, In any case, let us begin our training. This time, I shall learn from Xiao Li and exert 300% effort to grow stronger. Thus, the fervent special training was about to commence. Wait. The sage abruptly pulled the impassioned Zhou Ke back, stating, Before we initiate our special training, let us seek out Kakashi. For what purpose? Zhou Ke inquired with curiosity. The sage responded, We need to acquire 2 chakra test papers from him. I am about to embark on training for nature transformation. Chakra, as it is known, is the energy produced from the perfect fusion of various components within the human body. Nature transformation refers to the incorporation of different attributes into chakra. bestowing additional effects upon ninjutsu. Chakra possesses 7 distinct natures: fire, water, wind, lightning, earth, yin, and yang. Among these, fire, water, wind, lightning, and earth are referred to as the 5 basic natures, while yin and yang represent special forms of nature transformation. Typically, it takes ninjas several months, if not years, to master nature transformation. However, Naruto and Sasuke managed to perfect this skill in mere days, truly befitting their status as protagonists. The sage's current objective was to commence training in nature transformation. The critic questioned, is it not a bit premature? Given the limited time, would it not be wiser to focus on taijutsu training? The sage replied, it is prudent to prepare ahead of time. There is no harm in being proactive. Moreover, our collective experiences cannot be directly imparted to the original body, yet we share his memories when we are separated from him. Thus, let the original body handle the foundational taijutsu training on his own. What an inequitable agreement. Zhou Ke rolled his eyes in disbelief. Why must I nurture you while you cannot reciprocate? We are even assisting you in battle without charge. What do you have to complain about? Do you dare to claim I am exploiting free labor? The rebellious one pouted, resting his chin on his hand. Zhou Ke's eyes widened. Could this individual truly be my clone? The critic remarked, by the way, is there truly no way to transfer our experiences to the original body? Theoretically, there is a method. The sage concluded after contemplation, we could employ jinjutsu to directly implant experiences into the original body's mind. But this approach is not only cumbersome but also risks damaging the brain, thus not recommended. Of course, there are better methods, akin to the spiritual connection of a perfect jinchuriki that can directly transmit experiences to the original body. Currently, these are the only 2 methods I can conceive. After hearing this, Zhou Ke scratched his head, feeling overwhelmed. One is not a viable choice, and the other is simply unattainable at present. Well, it seems I cannot rely on you. The rebellious one patted Zhou Ke on the shoulder. Ultimately, one must depend on oneself. Zhou Ke shot a deadpan stare at the rebellious one. He wished to smack this fellow for taking his place in the shadow clone lineup. The sage concluded, in any case, let us first seek out Kakashi for the chakra test papers and ascertain which attributes we excel in. As for the other matters, we shall address them later. Very well. It seems this is the only course of action. Having made up his mind, Zhou Ke promptly set off to find Kakashi. As his disciples were preoccupied with preparations for the Chunin exam, Kakashi took the opportunity to indulge in some leisure, finding a secluded spot to read secretly. This was merely the fade Zhou Ke observed upon his arrival. In truth, Kakashi was clandestinely honing the newfound abilities of his Sharingan, though he did not outwardly display it. The matter concerning Obito weighed heavily on his mind. If he could not locate Obito now, he must enhance his own strength so that upon their next encounter, he could compel Obito to reveal the truth of his circumstances. Chapter 18. The transformation of chakra properties. While engaged in his training, Kakashi, upon sensing someone's approach, immediately feigned laziness, reclining on a tree branch while perusing a book. Found you, Kakashi-sensei. Zhou Ke called out from a distance, waving enthusiastically. Hearing Zhou Ke's voice, Kakashi pretended not to notice his arrival, setting down his book and responding, oh, Zhou Ke, what brings you here? Is there an issue with the new team? The team is fine. I just wanted to ask if you have any chakra test paper. I would like to determine my chakra nature. Zhou Ke replied. Chakra nature? Are you intending to begin training in nature transformation? Kakashi inquired, raising an eyebrow. Learning nature transformation is fine, but with the exam approaching, cramming won't suffice. Do you truly believe you can master chakra nature transformation in just a few days? Even if you do, how will you practice ninjutsu? There's simply isn't enough time. There's no rush. I primarily want to ascertain my chakra nature first, Zhou Ke responded, scratching his head innocently. Is that so? Well, coincidentally, I happen to have a piece of test paper, Kakashi said, producing the chakra test paper. His claim of coincidence was a ruse. In reality, he had prepared this paper long ago when he became a jonin. Though he often appeared lazy and unreliable, beneath that facade lay a meticulous heart. As he retrieved the test paper, he mused, among the 4 members of Team 7, Naruto has a poor foundation and isn't ready for chakra nature transformation. Sakura has the requisite foundation, but she lacks the ambition to grow stronger. Currently, only you and Sasuke are capable of undertaking chakra nature transformation training. This paper is essentially meant for you and Sasuke. With that thought, Kakashi handed the test paper to Zhou Ke. Thank you, sensei. Zhou Ke expressed his gratitude politely before directly using the test paper. To his astonishment, the paper split in half. Woewin nature. Kakashi stroked his chin, making a judgment. That is quite a rare attribute. Kakashi's words were abruptly swallowed as he beheld the test paper not only splitting into two, but further dividing into 4 segments. The 4 fragments exhibited distinct reactions. The upper left corner ignited in flames, the upper right corner wrinkled, the lower left corner became damp, and the lower right crumbled into dust. What is happening? Zhou Ke, perplexed by the situation, turned to Kakashi. As my instructor, you must surely be able to decipher this predicament, right? This situation, Kakashi pondered for a moment before responding in an incredulous tone. I've never encountered anything like this, no, I've never even heard of it. Eh? Zhou Ke echoed, astonished. Kakashi elaborated. The test paper reacts to the most prominent chakra attribute present. Lightning attributes cause wrinkling, wind attributes result in tearing, fire attributes ignite, water attributes dampen, and earth attributes crumble. So, does this mean I possess 5 attributes? Zhou Ke followed Kakashi's explanation, noting that all chakra reactions had manifested on his test paper. Yes, you seem to have all 5 attributes, but this is not the norm, Kakashi asserted, shaking his head. Curious, Zhou Ke asked, what is the norm then? Kakashi explained, it is not unheard of for someone to possess all 5 attributes. Like myself, for instance, I can wield chakra of all 5 natures. And it is this talent that allows me to replicate an opponent's jutsu in a short time using the Sharingan, without the corresponding chakra nature. Even if one learns the method of jutsu release, they would be incapable of utilizing it. Oh sensei, you are truly impressive, Zhou Ke exclaimed enviously. This was mere performance. Anyone familiar with the Naruto manga knew of Kakashi's prowess, yet he still acted surprised to provide Kakashi with emotional reinforcement knowing it might earn him additional favor. Well, I suppose it's decent, Kakashi replied nonchalantly, though his inner thoughts were known only to himself. He did not allow Zhou Ke's praise to deter him and continued. Returning to the main point, while it is true that individuals with all 5 attributes exist, they usually have one that they excel in. For instance, my strongest attribute is lightning. Zhou Ke raised his hand. I've heard of it. Your signature technique is called Chidori, where you gather lightning chakra in your palm to create a high-voltage current, making your hand as sharp as a blade, capable of piercing through obstacles. It's named Chidori because it emits a sound akin to 1,000 birds chirping. Additionally, you have also used Chidori to sever natural lightning, hence the name Raikiri. Kakashi chuckled. You seem to know quite a bit. If you possess a lightning attribute, it would be no trouble to teach you this technique. Unfortunately, because it requires swift movement towards the opponent, one might not clearly see the enemy's counterattack due to the speed, necessitating the cooperation of the Sharingan to maximize its potential. Am I correct? Zhou Ke asked. Did you deduce that all on your own? Your information-gathering skills are impressive, Kakashi praised. It's just all right, Zhou Ke replied, mimicking Kakashi's tone. As you said earlier, I'm merely mirroring your words back to you. Haha, so you're using my words against me? Kakashi chuckled wryly. Well, under normal circumstances, the chakra test paper reveals your strongest attribute. 4-5 attributes to manifest simultaneously, at least I've never heard of such an occurrence. Could it be due to that perfect transformation technique? As someone with a peripheral understanding of his abilities, Zhou Ke was not overly surprised by the situation and calmly asked, so, is this phenomenon good or bad? Well, I can't provide a definitive answer, but I can offer 2 hypotheses, Kakashi stated, revealing his conjectures. The first possibility is that there is something within you that possesses 5 chakra natures, causing the test paper to react. That sounds rather alarming. Zhou Ke remarked with a somewhat awkward expression. That can't be possible, right? It shouldn't be possible. You don't strike me as someone with a chaotic mix of elements within, Kakashi dismissed. The second possibility is that your chakra attributes are exceptionally balanced. None are particularly dominant, which is why all 5 attributes are manifesting simultaneously. Is it really possible to have such balance? Zhou Ke frowned, feeling that it sounded rather mediocre. Kakashi noticed Zhou Ke's frown and inquired, why the frown? The term average tends to evoke a sense of mediocrity in most people. Being well-rounded means being competent in everything yet excelling at nothing. Zhou Ke was not fond of that feeling. His chosen name alone reflected his desire to stand out. Kakashi nodded, acknowledging there is truth to that sentiment. However, it is also possible that you might be a prodigious talent, much like the 3rd Hokage, mastering all 5 nature transformations. Kakashi smiled gently as he spoke. Wow, Kakashi-sensei, you are so kind. Zhou Ke said bashfully, scratching his head. I'm merely speaking the truth. It hardly qualifies as kindness. Kakashi affirmed, regardless of what become of Obito, I shall never relinquish the will he passed on to me. I will safeguard my comrades and my students without fail. Kakashi spoke not only to Zhou Ke, but also reaffirmed his own convictions within. The ideals inherited from Obito were something he would never abandon, even when faced with Obito himself. The next time I see you, I will no longer remain like a mere scarecrow, motionless in place. I shall undoubtedly bring you back to the village. This encapsulates Kakashi's current resolve. Why is the teacher suddenly ablaze with enthusiasm? Zhou Ke felt a sense of bewilderment. Upon discovering his own chakra attributes, Zhou Ke bid farewell to Kakashi and returned to his own training ground. Kakashi watched as Zhou Ke departed. Feeling somewhat surprised, didn't this lad have any inquiries regarding his training? He simply walked away? It seems it's not merely curiosity about his own attributes. Could there be some special method involved? Kakashi pondered, resting his chin on his hand. I'll delve into it after the Ch-Nin exams. After all, with the examination approaching, Kakashi wished to avoid distracting Zhou Ke. Preparing ninja tools, Zhou Ke returned to his training ground. Laden with his belongings, the Shadow Clone trio was already there, engaged in practice. Upon seeing Zhou Ke's return, the sage immediately inquired, so what was the final outcome? Zhou Ke recounted the situation to the other three. The sage stroked his chin in contemplation. Are all 5 attributes present? The rebel remarked, you don't seem particularly surprised. Because I had already conducted a preliminary test. The sage suddenly began forming hand seals. Si, Wei, Shun, Hai, Wu, In. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A colossal fireball erupted from the sage's mouth, scorching the leaves. Zhou Ke exclaimed, didn't you instruct me to inquire about my chakra attributes? How is it that you can already utilize nature transformation ninjutsu? The rebel squinted his eyes and teased. Well, this is rather interesting, the complainer loudly interjected. Wow, when did you learn that? While accumulating experience through transformation, I began researching nature transformation ninjutsu in advance. Truly, the sage is well prepared. Zhou Ke scratched his head in confusion. If you can do it, then why should I still ask about nature transformation? Because I wanted to confirm what attributes we excel in, the sage replied. But, is it truly an even distribution of all attributes? No wonder there was little difficulty when practicing with different attributes, the sage mused. Changing attributes? At the mention of this term, Zhou Ke felt a bit dazed. You practiced more than just fire release? The sage did not respond verbally, but demonstrated with action. Cho, In, Shun, Chidori. Witnessing the lightning emanating from the sage's hand, Zhou Ke's jaw dropped. Indeed, you are following Sasuke's path. The Great Fireball and Chidori are his signature techniques. So it's only natural you could learn them. But how is it so swift? The sage appeared to take it all for granted, stating, I have already experienced these 2 techniques using Sasuke's body. With practical experience and subsequent reflection, mastery follows swiftly. Wow, you make it sound so effortless. Yet after my own experiences, I certainly do not feel the same. Zhou Ke was skeptical of this assertion. He had also experienced the Rasengan, and during practice, it was nothing short of a harrowing ordeal. The complainer aptly remarked, we are clearly the same person, our attributes should align. Yet why does it feel as though there is such a vast disparity between us? The rebel shrugged. Well, perhaps this is the gap created by experience, Zhou Ke queried. Experience? The sage interjected, discussions of that nature are futile. Time is of the essence, let us continue training. The complainer nodded in agreement. By the way, what is in the backpack you brought back? Zhou Ke opened the backpack and explained, special grade soldier pills. The bag was filled to the brim with soldier pills. Though he did not display it outwardly, the money borrowed from Kato had transformed Zhou Ke into a wealthy individual. Purchasing these special grade soldier pills was a trivial matter. Is this what it feels like to be Batman or Iron Man? It's utterly delightful. Zhou Ke felt as if he might float away with joy. Indeed, the ability to spend money freely, purchasing whatever one desires, is a blissful sensation. Many people strive tirelessly to maintain this feeling, continuously working to earn money, I suppose. The complainer inquired curiously, what do you intend to do with so many soldier pills? Of course, they are for training. Zhou Ke clarified. Soldier pills are consumed by ninjas during combat to instantaneously enhance and restore chakra. However, excessive consumption can lead to digestive issues akin to eating compressed rations. The rebel remarked. It seems you are no longer satisfied with your usual efficiency? Indeed, Zhou Ke affirmed. This time, not only the 3 of you, I will also deploy several more clones to train alongside. The chakra deficit will be entirely compensated by the soldier pills. The sage frowned. Isn't that a bit excessive? Setting aside the digestive problems brought on by soldier pills, the mental fatigue accumulated is also quite taxing. While we three will not alleviate your mental fatigue, the others will return it to you in full. It doesn't matter. I'll just rely on sheer willpower. Zhou Ke clenched his fist. The battle with he taught me that my efforts are still far from sufficient. Like him, I am devoid of talent. The only advantage I possess is an extraordinary ninjutsu akin to a cheat. However, to truly grow stronger, relying solely on this ninjutsu will not suffice. I must emulate him, exerting over 300% of effort to train relentlessly. Even for the name I have given myself, I cannot afford to lag behind others. I am determined to become a true ace, Joker. So then, where can I claim the match, Swiftwind? Chapter 19. Strive, and strive again. With the plan set, Zhou Ke could officially commence his training. He intended to summon a few clones after separating from Shaoli. It is worth mentioning that aside from the 3 clones, the others were unable to utilize the perfect transformation technique independently. This, in turn, attests to the uniqueness of these 3 clones. After using the sage's points to illuminate the young Itachi, Zhou Ke directly transformed into Shaoli's likeness using the perfect transformation technique. As soon as the transformation was complete, Zhou Ke was astounded by Shaoli's physique. What a remarkable form. Agile and powerful. I sensed that this body could execute any movement flawlessly. With this thought, Zhou Ke immediately performed a backflip, followed by a complete 360-degree turn. It would indeed be a pity not to participate in a gymnastics competition. Next, Zhou Ke experienced Shaoli's destructive power firsthand. He delivered a powerful kick that severed a tree, followed by a series of punches that shattered the fallen trunk into several pieces. The Zhou Ke transformed into Shaoli was unencumbered by weight, and his combat prowess could be directly compared to that displayed during the Chunin exams against Gaara. After completing these feats, Zhou Ke lamented, an unparalleled strength. It is hard to fathom that this is achievable by someone merely a year my senior. How much effort and sweat must he have invested? It's certainly more than we have, his sarcastic companion chimed in. The sage nodded in acknowledgement. Enough with the lamentations. Instead of dwelling on these thoughts, it would be far more beneficial to learn from Shaoli's indomitable spirit and fully devote oneself to training. Indeed, Zhou Ke promptly utilized shadow clones, creating 6 more of himself to begin learning martial arts using Shaoli's body. Techniques such as leaf whirlwind, an upward spinning kick, leaf gale, a downward spinning kick, leaf great whirlwind, an all-around spinning kick, leaf rising wind, kicking the opponent into the air while executing a spinning kick, and shadow dance leaf, an upward kick to the opponent's chin, sending them flying while performing further aerial attacks were all mastered in short order. After thoroughly familiarizing himself with these techniques, the transformation was reluctantly concluded. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhou Ke remarked, "Phew, that was quite exhausting." The sage shook his head. Not everyone can train using shadow clones like Naruto. Your transformation, coupled with the use of shadow clones, increased your stamina consumption, thereby reducing the duration of your transformation. It appears so, Zhou Ke conceded. However, I am now clear about how to execute those techniques. The next step is to continually train my body to internalize them. Zhou Ke opened his backpack and began consuming soldier pills. Observing Zhou Ke's actions, the sage suggested, "Allow me to offer you a piece of advice." Advice? Just speak plainly. Zhou Ke gestured for him to continue. You could transform into Naruto and then train in martial arts. The sage proposed. That seems unproductive, Zhou Ke replied skeptically. Previously, he had practiced the Rasengan using Naruto's body, and aside from familiarizing himself with the technique, it had not enabled him to master it directly. Ultimately, the training process is primarily about developing muscle memory, allowing the body to instinctively execute these skills. Can practicing these techniques in another's body genuinely instill muscle memory in my own? While training in Naruto's body for his own skills may not be effective, it is indeed possible to practice the skills of others. The sage explained. Is that so? Without further ado, Zhou Ke commenced the attempt, transforming into Naruto and beginning to practice leaf whirlwind. After all, Naruto is a chakra ocean, effortlessly capable of summoning hundreds of clones to train simultaneously. After some time, Zhou Ke dispelled the clones and the transformation, beginning to sense the changes within himself. He exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, I can really feel it. What is the principle behind this?" Rebellion chuckled. Isn't it quite simple? Naruto already possesses the Rasengan. By transforming into him, you can naturally execute it. Given that your muscle memory is already maximized, how could you enhance it further? The sage added, following Rebellion's logic, I have conducted tests. And our transformation technique is not merely about becoming another person. It imbues our own bodies with the corresponding attributes, skill experience, and capabilities of that person. Any abilities we lack will be directly overridden, while our superior abilities will be retained. Take Naruto, for instance, his attributes are all superior. Yet our proficiency in chakra manipulation is significantly higher. Therefore, when we utilize Naruto's body, we can employ techniques with greater precision than he himself can. For example, the sage transformed into Naruto and executed the Rasengan with one hand. Naruto could only perform a one-handed Rasengan in his later stages. Yet we can accomplish it now. It appears that our transformation technique holds many untapped potentials. With this ability, why didn't you inform me sooner? Zhou Ke questioned, bewildered. The sarcastic companion retorted, you never asked. Why should they tell you? Zhou Ke stared blankly at the sarcastic companion. So, it's still my fault, is it? The sarcastic companion shrugged. Such is life. Zhou Ke sighed. I really want to punch them. I rapidly mastered my fire release and lightning release techniques using this very method. The sage reminded Zhou Ke, while this approach is convenient, the accumulated fatigue is no trivial matter. As we are clones, if we become fatigued, we will be dispelled and return to your body to rest. However, as the original, you will not enjoy such leniency. Overexertion could lead to serious consequences, including death, which is why I did not disclose this method to you. While that does make sense, I still believe it would have been better to mention it earlier. Zhou Ke rolled his eyes in exasperation. Though there is a significant difference between saying one does not understand and saying one would not understand. It is not as if there are no methods to prevent sudden death. You can simply guard me while I train. These 3 clones are highly independent. Even if I were to faint, they would not be dispelled. Leaving them to oversee my body, wouldn't that work? Well, you may train at your own pace. I shall pursue my own training. Feeling that remaining here was rather dull, Rebellion departed alone. The sarcastic companion quipped, I'm off to slack off. Good luck, original. Zhou Ke grumbled. Seriously, can you work together a little bit? These clones are far too unreliable. I will assist you. Hurry and commence your training. Only the sage remained to offer support. Self-reliance is truly the wisest course. Thus, Zhou Ke embarked on the most intense training of his life, witnessing a meteoric rise in his strength. Finally, the day of the Chunin exams had arrived. On the afternoon of the Chunin exam day at 4 o'clock, candidates for the Chunin exams gathered in room 301 of the Ninja Academy to partake in the first examination, the written test. Zhou Ke and his 2 new teammates arrived at the classroom well in advance, awaiting the commencement of the examination. Chihai rested his head on the desk, yawning. It's far too early. We could have arrived later. This individual was rudely awakened from slumber and forcibly brought along, thus wearing an expression of displeasure. Gray Lu raised his fist, exuding enthusiasm. Arriving early to observe the competition will benefit our ensuing battles. Wouldn't you agree, Zhou Ke? Well, that seems about right. Zhou Ke was already observing the other candidates participating in the examination. They had arrived early, and the examination room was sparsely populated, or rather most were stuck downstairs. Before the first written test commenced, there was a minor preliminary test, finding the correct examination room. The examiners for the first test had insidiously cast an illusion on the second floor, causing candidates who entered to mistake room 201 for room 301. Those unable to see through the illusion would not even qualify to participate in the examination. Many individuals found themselves ensnared by this illusion, stranded on the second floor. However, there is no need for excessive concern. Once someone discerns the illusion and dispels it, they will be able to ascend as well. By the way, Zhou Ke and his companions entered the examination venue directly through the third-floor window, effectively bypassing the illusion. After a brief wait, candidates gradually began to arrive at the examination hall. It appears the illusion has been lifted. While waiting for the participants to enter, allow me to briefly explain what the Chunin exam entails. Officially known as the Joint Chunin exam, it serves as a means for genin to be promoted to Chunin. Held twice annually. Generally, it is an important occasion for observing the national strength among the Hidden Leaf Village and its allied ninja villages, akin to a deadly sports competition. This particular Chunin exam is hosted by the Hidden Leaf Village, thus boasting the largest number of participants, totaling 78. Following them is the Sand Village. also one of the 5 great hidden villages, with 30 participants. The remaining contenders hail from smaller villages. The Rain Village with 21, the Grass Village with 6, the Waterfall Village with 6, and the Sound Village with 3. The numbers alone indicate that the Hidden Leaf is the most formidable, with the Sand Village trailing behind. These 2 are truly here to compete, while the rest merely accompany the main contenders. Nonetheless, aside from the Hidden Leaf's genuine desire to elevate Genin, other ninja villages harbor ulterior motives, but that is a matter for another time. Reflecting on what is to come, Zhou Ke mused, with so many participants, only one will ultimately pass the exam, making the position of Chunin seem quite precious. Yet soon enough, there will be Chunin aplenty on the streets. Is this a result of the power inflation brought by version upgrades? Just as Zhou Ke was lost in thought, a voice interrupted his reverie. Zhou Ke, you were not hindered by that illusion? Naruto exclaimed, rushing over after entering. Zhou Ke replied, we simply entered through the 3rd floor window. We mastered wall climbing. Who would waste time using the stairs? Oh, it can be done that way? Naruto scratched his head awkwardly. He had failed to notice the illusion downstairs and almost embarrassed himself. Had he known about this method, he too would have taken the detour. Zhou Ke remarked, by the way, your and Sasuke's clothes seem a bit wrinkled. Did you engage in battle with someone? Yes. That guy with the bushy eyebrows challenged Sasuke, and he ignored me, so I had a round with him. Well, I had the upper hand, Naruto declared, lifting his chin. Really? Zhou Ke scrutinized Naruto with a piercing gaze. Feeling the intensity of Zhou Ke and Appo's scrutiny, Naruto hesitated before confessing, well, his movements were a bit fast, and I wasn't prepared, so I tripped and ended up crashing into the wall, but I've figured out his moves now. I definitely won't lose to him next time. Let us hope so. Zhou Ke offered a simple blessing without further comment. At that moment, Huelu, who had been listening quietly, suddenly spoke up. Did you just fight with Lee? Lee? Oh right, that bushy-haired fellow is named Rock Lee. Isn't? Yes, I did engage him. Naruto looked at Huelu. And you are? Zhou Ke took the initiative to introduce. These 2 are my temporary teammates, Huelu Chuji, and the other is Nanao Chiaki. And this is my original teammate and close friend, Uzumaki Naruto. Upon hearing Zhou Ke's introduction, Huelu greeted Naruto with a bright smile. Hello, I am Huelu Chuji. Let us engage in a spirited duel. His enthusiasm was infectious. Naruto was so moved by Huelu's warmth that he eagerly responded, I accept your challenge, Huelu. By the way, I won T lose. Ah, neither will I. Huelu beamed at Naruto, igniting a spark of excitement in him. To an ordinary person, such fervent enthusiasm might seem peculiar. But for Naruto, it was profoundly touching. Recently, everyone had been fixated on Sasuke, completely disregarding him, which had left Naruto feeling quite dejected. Don't underestimate me. I am strong too, not any less than Sasuke. Finally, he found someone who recognized his worth. It was incredibly moving. Do you know that man named Rock Lee? Sasuke approached and inquired. Having faced a setback against Lee, he was particularly curious about him. Rock Lee, lacking any bloodline, relied solely on his relentless training. And upon encountering Sasuke, the last scion of the Uchiha clan, he had boldly issued a challenge. The outcome was clear. Sasuke had faltered, as it was his first encounter with a pure taijutsu user, nearly revealing his frustration and even questioning his own abilities. Now, he was eager to learn more about this enigmatic figure. Indeed, we often train together. Huelu responded. Zhou Ke elaborated. They are disciples of the same teacher. That bushy-browed teacher? Naruto recalled the previous encounter with the bushy-haired, watermelon-headed instructor, Might Guy. Precisely, Zhou Ke confirmed. Sasuke redirected his inquiry towards Zhou Ke. Do you know that master-student duo? Zhou Ke replied. I have met Lee before and even fought him. Subsequently, I conducted some investigations about him. He is inept with ninjutsu and completely oblivious to genjutsu, so he dedicates all his efforts to taijutsu training. Given your current close combat abilities, even with the Sharingan activated, you would still find it challenging to contend with him. To defeat him, you would need to integrate weaponry and ninjutsu. Understood, Sasuke acknowledged Zhou Ke's insights. After all, during his battle with Lee, he had activated his Sharingan, but still struggled to keep pace with Lee's movements, so Zhou Ke's words held merit. Rock Lee. He is indeed a highly anticipated newcomer. This statement suddenly echoed in the vicinity of Zhou Ke and the others. Who said that? Chapter 20. The Chunin exams begin. Rock Lee, the highly anticipated newcomer. This statement captured the attention of the crowd. The speaker was a bespectacled, silver-haired man. Naruto continued to represent the audience by inquiring, Who are you? Before the man could respond, Gray Lu interjected, "Senior Kabuto, are you participating this year too?" "Oh, given my lack of skill, I can only attempt my luck by participating each time," replied the man known as Kabuto, with a polite yet awkward smile. Gray Lu disagreed, asserting, "Senior Kabuto is quite capable. It's just that his luck hasn't been favorable in the past." He then introduced Kabuto to the others, stating, "This gentleman is a senior who has participated in the Chunin exams several times before. His foundational skills are exceptionally solid, and he is adept at gathering and analyzing intelligence, making him a reliable mentor and ally." Hearing this, Zhou Ke couldn't help but think, a reliable mentor and ally? Well, if he manages to redeem himself in the future, perhaps he could be considered as such. Zhou Ke felt this way because Kabuto was a legendary rogue ninja from Konoha, an undercover spy planted by Orochimaru within the village. Orochimaru, a former disciple of the third Hokage and one of the legendary Sannin, had fled the village after failing to secure the position of fourth Hokage and after his experiments in human anatomy were exposed. He subsequently established the Sound Village in the shadows. Kabuto had lost his memory due to an injury in his childhood and was taken in by the orphanage director, Yakushi Nanoyu. However, when Danzo coerced Nanoyu into working for him, Kabuto, in a bid to protect her and ensure the orphanage's survival, became Danzo's subordinate and began his career as a ninja. Trained as a spy from a young age, he traversed various nations. But Danzo orchestrated a tragic scenario that forced Kabuto to kill Nanoyu, leading him to believe he had lost his purpose in life. During this time, Orochimaru approached Kabuto, inviting him to join the Sound Village. Kabuto accepted, seeking a reason for his existence, and subsequently became one of Orochimaru's subordinates. Now, he was acting as a spy in Konoha, gathering intelligence for Orochimaru. As a spy, he needed to remain inconspicuous, so despite having attained the level of an elite jonin, he maintained the facade of a mediocre ninja who repeatedly failed the Chunin exams. In summary, although he appeared harmless on the surface, he was a profoundly dangerous individual. Gray Lu's introduction piqued Sasuke's interest. Aside from Rock Lee, Sasuke was also intrigued by Gaara, the enigmatic figure. He sought to consult Kabuto, hoping to glean information about Gaara. Seizing the opportunity, Kabuto began to comment on various ninja villages. However, when he spoke of the Sound Village, it sparked discontent among the trio representing the Sound Village participating in the exam. Zack, known for his ability to effortlessly shatter rocks, scoffed, "How dare you claim our Sound Village is a second-rate ninja village? Such arrogance." The lone female of the trio, Jean, coldly remarked, "Why not teach him a lesson?" The last member, a mysterious bandaged man named Tos, or rather, his true name, Tos Kishi, chimed in, "Very well. Since he speaks of us as second-rate ninjas, let's assist him in expanding his knowledge about the Sound Village ninjas. Let's be a bit cruel about it." Without hesitation, the Sound Trio launched an attack on Kabuto. Zhou Ke observed the scene unfold without intervening. He had been wary of this dangerous trio from the beginning. However, their target was not him but Kabuto, the spy, and the second-in-command of the Sound Village. Watching them tear into each other was quite entertaining. Why intervene? Thus, Kabuto, eager to avoid revealing his true strength, suffered a setback at the hands of the Sound Trio. Nevertheless, since they were there for the exam, the trio refrained from being as brutal as they had claimed, merely giving Kabuto a light reprimand. Soon after, the examiners arrived on the scene. Seeing this, Tos quickly declared that he had been overly excited and assured that it would not happen again. The trio then returned to their positions. Yet, during their return, they remained unruly. Zack jostled Zhou Ke with his shoulder while casting a disdainful glance at him. Was it a provocation? Do you have a death wish? Of course, Zhou Ke thought otherwise. He had no interest in engaging in such childish provocations. As Zack noticed Zhou Ke's indifference, his expression grew even more contemptuous, and he scoffed. "What a coward." Zhou Ke replied inwardly, "Tsich, why should I stoop to your level? You're all just a bunch of blind fools from the Sound Village." This trio was destined to perish during the Chunin exams, so Zhou Ke had no intention of dealing with them. Once the examiners entered, the first round of the exam officially commenced. As previously stated, this examination was a written test. However, despite being a written test, it did not assess mere penmanship. The exam comprised 9 exceedingly difficult questions, nearly impossible for anyone except the top students to answer. Yet, among the candidates, 2 Chunin were secretly privy to the correct answers, which meant that this exam primarily tested the candidate's ability to cheat. officially termed as assessing the lower ninja's investigative skills. Candidates were expected to copy the correct answers without resorting to clumsy cheating methods. They must do so without the knowledge of the proctors or any third parties. Getting caught cheating 5 times would result in disqualification. Alternatively, candidates with solid foundational skills could pass the exam without copying. Doing what they knew was also acceptable. Following this, there was an additional question. This question was optional. If one chose not to answer, no matter how well they performed on the previous questions, they would receive a score of 0, and their entire team would lose their qualification for the exam. Conversely, if one chose to answer but failed, they would be barred from participating in the Chunin exams for life. This was the psychological pressure the examiners imposed on the candidates. After all, the Konoha examiners, no matter how impressive, could not determine the advancement of ninjas from other villages. This question primarily tested the cohesion of the lower ninjas team. If one feared losing their chance for promotion and caused their teammates to be disqualified, they were not worthy of becoming a Chunin. Therefore, as long as they did not give up, they could all pass the exam. Of course, for Zhou Ke, this was a secondary concern. He needed to answer the first 9 questions first. What a waste of time. Who has nothing better to do than this? I certainly do not wish to sit idly for minutes on end. The most crucial part of the exam was the final question. The preceding questions were relatively inconsequential. Zhou Ke did not want to waste time, so he devised a plan to expedite the exam process. As the test papers were distributed and everyone began to write, the examination hall suddenly erupted, literally exploded. Smoke bombs hidden in various corners detonated simultaneously, turning the room into a kingdom of obscurity. Unable to see? What is happening? Someone is moving. The examiners. Chaos ensued. Many candidates with weaker mental fortitude were startled by the sudden turn of events, creating an atmosphere of impending disorder. At that moment, the chief examiner, Marino Ibiki, stepped forward, addressing the candidates. Silence. This is merely ordinary smoke. It will dissipate shortly. Remain seated and refrain from unnecessary movements. Any candidate who moves freely will be considered cheating. Ibiki's words brought a measure of calm to the candidates. Then, the examiners capable of using wind release techniques joined forces to blow the smoke out of the windows, restoring light to the examination room. However, once their vision was restored, the candidates were suddenly confronted with a shocking reality. Their examination papers had vanished. In fact, all the candidates' papers had completely disappeared. No, they had been reduced to ashes, as evidenced by the smoldering fire in the corner. Witnessing the disappearance of their papers sent the candidates into a frenzy, prompting Ibiki to call for silence, urging them to await the investigators' inquiries. Subsequently, half of the examiners began to scrutinize the examination hall. Sitting in his seat, Do adjusted his glasses, pondering, what a swift maneuver, to have collected and incinerated every candidate's paper in mere seconds. Although enveloped in confusion, Do was still aware of the events that had transpired. Of course, he was not alone in this realization. Many capable individuals had also taken note, including the chief examiner, Ibiki. In his thoughts, Ibiki mused, so this is the tactic employed? Quite intriguing. Sanai Ibiki, the captain of the Konoha interrogation department, was a figure of remarkable strength, renowned for his ability to manipulate the minds of others. He could exert pressure on candidates without resorting to physical punishment, earning him the moniker of the sadistic chief examiner. With his keen psychological analysis, he quickly deduced the situation. It seems they assessed their inability to complete the exam and chose to destroy all the papers, thwarting the examination process. Do they believe we lack spare papers, thus forcing a postponement or granting automatic passes? As the chief examiner of the first test, he wielded the authority to expel any candidate. However, that power did not extend to disqualifying all candidates simultaneously. The Nin joint exam was not merely a Konoha affair, as the organizing party. Halting the examination for such a reason would be a disgrace for Konoha. Thus, it was clear that declaring all candidates disqualified was out of the question. And given that no one possessed their examination papers, a uniform approach was required. Fortunately, Ibiki was no fool. In the face of this predicament, he devised a strategy. Why not proceed directly to the final question? As previously stated, even if candidates struggled with the first 9 questions, answering the final one would suffice to pass the initial examination. Therefore, skipping straight to the last question posed no issue whatsoever. Ibiki intended to implement this plan. However, before doing so, he wished to ascertain precisely what had transpired. Just as Ibiki contemplated this, An examiner approached him to report the preliminary findings. The smoke bombs were preset with timed detonators. According to sensory ninjas, 3 individuals were active during the smoke's deployment, yet none were among the candidates. And their speed was astounding. Their body flicker technique must be exceptionally proficient, coupled with a talent for fire release. However, after incinerating the papers, they vanished into thin air, reminiscent of a shadow clone's disappearance. If only we had enlisted the Hyuga clan for surveillance, their Byakugan could have seen through everything, accurately identifying the culprits. Yet, given that Hyuga participants are competing, we opted for relatively ordinary sensory ninjas to monitor, who could only gauge rough movements. Upon hearing the report, Ibiki inquired, did the sensory ninjas detect who employed the shadow clone technique? The examiner continued, no, but, as candidates were entering the examination hall, the sensory ninjas sensed something peculiar. It is likely that the perpetrating candidates activated their shadow clones at that moment, and then concealed them effectively. Ibiki chuckled at this revelation. Ah, quite resourceful, as if they had foreknowledge of our examination content and had laid plans in advance. With all the papers incinerated, initiating an investigation becomes challenging. Narrowing down the suspects is no easy feat. Meticulously orchestrated, premeditated, and flawlessly executed, leaving no trace. While others came to take an exam, they came to stage a heist. Based solely on this performance, they are deserving of advancement to CH Neen. No, an ordinary CH Neen could not accomplish such a feat. The reporting examiner then asked, what shall we do next? Notify the office to reprint the papers? Ibiki shook his head. There isn't enough time. It would disrupt the next round of examinations. Aside from the lengthy intermission between the preliminaries and the main event, the 3 preliminary rounds are sequential, leaving no time for new papers to be printed. Of course, this is something we never anticipated. Otherwise, we should have prepared extra papers. Do not worry, we can proceed directly to the final question. Ibiki offered the other examiners a dose of encouragement, effectively addressing the current dilemma. Meanwhile, as the examiners deliberated, the candidates below were also contemplating the recent events. Among them was one who was particularly close to uncovering the truth behind the incident, namely, the participant from the Hyuga clan. This time, there were 2 representatives from the Hyuga clan, Hinata, the daughter of the main family, and a jest. No disrespect intended towards Niji. The other was Niji, the prodigy from the branch family. When the smoke appeared, he activated his Byakugan, witnessing the entire sequence of events. As he absorbed the unfolding drama, he pondered, who were those 3 clones? The incident involved the 3 clones of Zhou Ke, rebel, sage, and the comic relief, but they had assumed the guise of Minato, in his youth, for the operation, a visage Niji had never encountered. Thus, despite understanding the occurrence, he remained utterly perplexed. Yet, aside from him, another individual was even closer to the truth, and that individual was Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 21. The Death Forest Chicken Dinner Competition. Sasuke, with his Sharingan fixated on Zhou Ke, sought to discern any clues. Zhou Ke, the instigator under Sasuke's scrutiny, was currently showcasing his acting prowess, sitting in his seat. His hands clenched into fists, the knuckles whitening from the strain. The uncertainty of what lay ahead felt like a colossal boulder, heavy on his heart. Zhou Ke's gaze occasionally darted towards the discussing Ibiki, as if he held the fate of all candidates in his grasp. Attempting to steady his racing heart, which thumped like a drum, Zhou Ke found each breath laden with a palpable tension that rendered inhalation a formidable task. Such was the display of Zhou Ke's emotions. Yet within him, a twisted grin reminiscent of Light Yagami had formed. The plan succeeded. Ha! This laughter echoed in his mind. Could such a person truly be considered righteous? Regardless of the chaotic thoughts swirling within him, his outward demeanor was that of an ordinary individual. After some time, Sasuke, having observed Zhou Ke intently, finally deactivated his Sharingan. Falling into contemplation, was the recent action truly executed by Zhou Ke? When the smoke had billowed, Sasuke had activated his ocular technique, the Sharingan. However, unlike the Byakugan, the Sharingan did not possess the ability to see through objects, leaving Sasuke in the dark about the precise events that transpired. Yet, the Sharingan could detect changes in chakra, allowing him to glimpse 3 chakra signatures moving at high speed amidst the fog. Merely witnessing the rapid movement of these chakra signatures did not confirm Zhou Ke's involvement. Nevertheless, Sasuke had his reasons for suspecting Zhou Ke, primarily due to the speed exhibited. The velocity of those 3 chakra signatures was unparalleled. He had witnessed such speed before. Was it the little Lee who had once brutally beaten him? No, it was the Flash that had rescued Konohamaru long before. When Zhou Ke transformed into Minato to save Konohamaru, Sasuke had arrived on the scene and, with his Sharingan, had seen just how swift Zhou Ke truly was. His speed even surpassed Kakashi's, making him the fastest man Sasuke had ever encountered. This left a profound impression on Sasuke. Kakashi had yet to unleash his full potential, so Sasuke remained unaware of Kakashi's true speed. Thus, it was only natural that Sasuke's first suspicion fell upon Zhou Ke. However, he chose not to voice this, for Zhou Ke was his comrade. It would be unthinkable to expose a companion. If the earlier actions had indeed been Zhou Ke's, why would he undertake such deeds? Sasuke speculated indeed. It must be for Naruto. After the examination papers had been distributed, Sasuke had reviewed the questions. He thought confidently, "Excellent. I can't answer a single one." The questions were exceedingly difficult, so much so that even he, an exemplary graduate of the Ninja Academy, might struggle to answer them, let alone the laggard Naruto. Moreover, Naruto did not seem particularly adept at cheating. Under normal circumstances, he would likely be eliminated in this round, and consequently, the remaining members of Team 7, Sasuke and Sakura, would also face elimination. It appeared that Zhou Ke's actions were intended to assist his companions. No, it was to aid Naruto. Given their close friendship since their school days. For reasons unknown, a pang of sourness rose within Sasuke at this thought. As Sasuke pondered this, Ibiki finally announced the results of the investigation. There were no results, and they would proceed directly to the final question of the examination. This caused a stir among the crowd, with many candidates leaping to their feet. Despite the difficulty of the questions, most had at least one they could answer or a method to cheat. Furthermore, they had 9 questions to compensate for errors, abruptly eliminating that safety net to commence sudden death. Who could withstand such pressure? Consequently, some candidates, specifically those from outside Konoha, began to question the organizers, accusing them of shifting their own failures onto the examinees, an overtly irresponsible act. Ibiki, unfazed by the uproar, responded with a single statement. This written examination is also part of your duties as ninjas. If your mission objective is seized by others, it constitutes a mission failure. Is it appropriate for you to complain about this? There remains one final opportunity to salvage this mission. What more is there to discuss? Or have you already resolved to abandon it? Zhou Ke silently admired. Wow. As expected from someone in interrogation, they certainly possess a way with words. Once Ibiki's words were uttered, no candidate dared to voice further dissent. Though they were candidates, they were also ninjas, many having completed numerous missions. Thus comprehending the essence of Ibiki's statements. Noticing the candidates falling silent, Ibiki proceeded to articulate the requirements for the final question. Upon hearing the stipulations, the temperature in the examination room plummeted to sub-zero. Fear gripped them. Choosing to forego this question would result in immediate disqualification. Yet answering incorrectly would bar them from ever advancing to Ch-9. There was no viable choice. Observing the candidates beginning to sweat profusely, Ibiki mused internally, wow. By jumping directly to the final stage, the atmosphere of pressure exceeds my expectations. Originally, there had been 9 questions allowing candidates to mentally prepare, yet now, with the papers destroyed and time evaporated, they were thrust into a life-or-death scenario. Typically, the average genin would crumble under such psychological strain. Look. Some have already chosen to withdraw. This examination was far more bizarre than before. Some experienced individuals opted to exit for safety, and with a leader to follow. Those with weaker mental fortitude began to break down, following suit in abandoning the test. Watching as more candidates forfeited, Ibiki maintained his stoic expression while internally reflecting on the unexpected fortune of eliminating more candidates than anticipated. This would surely result in favorable evaluations for his work. Moreover, the pace had accelerated, allowing him the prospect of an early departure. Perhaps he would indulge in a drink later. However, just as Ibiki contemplated whether to enjoy a little libation, someone stabilized the crumbling situation, none other than Naruto Uzumaki. With spirited enthusiasm, he declared that even if he were eliminated here, remaining a genin for life, he would still strive to become Hokage, refusing to be intimidated by their threats. This courage not only steadied his own resolve, but also bolstered the morale of other candidates on the verge of collapse. Even Ibiki could not help but internally exclaim, "Goodness, there exists such a reckless individual." Though his actions may be rash, they have indeed steadied the hearts of the people. An intriguing little fellow. With Naruto's intervention, Prolonging the situation became meaningless, prompting Ibiki to declare the examination concluded, granting all remaining candidates passage to the next round. This announcement sent the venue into an uproar. Had they truly passed? Were they being toyed with? Ibiki kindly elucidated the true nature of the examination, and upon hearing the truth, the candidates' discontent was quelled. The rationale presented held merit. What more could they say? Moreover, having advanced to the next round, it would be a grave loss to be eliminated due to unrest. Consequently, the candidates ceased their protests, awaiting the commencement of the next round in silence. Wasn't the normal protocol to begin immediately? Why the wait? This delay was due to the rapid conclusion of the previous round. The examiners for the next round were still on a break. Ibiki had already dispatched someone to fetch them, allowing the candidates to engage in free activities until their arrival. Thus, the members of each team gathered together to discuss the events that had just transpired. Nakanishi yawned and remarked, surprisingly effortless. Were previous exams merely a formality as well? Not answering a single question indeed gives a sense of superficiality. Kuroyuki chuckled wryly and replied, certainly not. This time, it must have been orchestrated by someone. He glanced around symbolically, aware that, lacking even basic intelligence, he could draw no conclusions. Shook aside in resignation, alas. It seems we are plagued by misfortune. This year's participants appear exceptionally formidable, making our ascent to Chunin even more challenging. It was akin to a top scholar lamenting post-examination about their poor performance. Of course, this was but an act, and while playing the role, Shuka remained observant, searching for anyone resembling a detective, hoping to unearth some clues. In her mind, Shuka pondered, Sasuke and the others are watching me? How curious that they notice my involvement. Indeed. Aside from Sasuke, Gaara had also taken note of Shuka. Once the exam concluded, Kankuro and Temari approached Gaara to discuss what had transpired during the test. It was that guy, Gaara stated calmly while fixing his gaze on Shuka. Temari followed Gaara's line of sight and inquired, is he the one who used transformation jutsu to flirt with me earlier? Upon hearing this, Kankuro recalled his sister's infatuation at that moment and, feeling a twinge of annoyance, asked, are you certain it's him? How do you know? Regrettably, as soon as he posed the question, Kankuro regretted his tone, realizing that if Gaara were to take offense, it could lead to dire consequences. Fortunately, Gaara's attention remained solely on Shuka, who continued to speak with calm assurance. Only he can utilize body flicker technique with such speed. Prompted by Gaara's insight, Temari and Kankuro began to recollect Shuka's astonishing velocity during their earlier altercation. Indeed, he possesses remarkable swiftness, Temari acknowledged. Kankuro, however, was perplexed. But why would he act in such a manner? As he spoke, Kankuro discreetly glanced at Gaara, hoping for an explanation. Yet, this time, Gaara remained silent, fixated on Shuka with an intensity that hinted at intrigue. Was he genuinely so concerned about Shuka? This stemmed from the earlier remark Shuka had made. Let us be friends. At the time, Gaara had dismissed the statement, but whenever he found himself alone, that phrase, that scene, that image would resurface in his mind, haunting him persistently. Due to various reasons, Gaara had long struggled with insomnia, and during the quiet hours of the night, his thoughts were consumed by Shuka's proposal of friendship, even conjuring delightful images of their companionship. Is this not an illusion? Illusion, creating friends from nothing. It seemed utterly absurd. Was he, a being born from despair and devoid of love, truly yearning for friendship? No, I'm merely irritated by his words. Once the opportunity arises, I shall eliminate him, was the current sentiment of Gaara. What a peculiar obsession. This thought led Gaara to immediately recognize that the figure moving amidst the smoke was Shuka's clone. Shuka suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, sensing a gaze akin to that of an obsessive admirer. Meanwhile, while Sasuke harbored suspicions about Shuka, he refrained from confronting him in the presence of others, opting to wait until they were alone. Moments later, the proctor for the next examination, Mitarashi Anko, arrived, holding several skewers of sweet rice dumplings, and addressed Ibiki, why the early start? Ibiki succinctly explained the events that had just unfolded. Upon hearing this, Anko teased, oh, now this is intriguing. Did even you, the notorious interrogator, fail to catch the troublemaker's trail? Quite impressive. Humph, it's more than just impressive. You should pay attention as well. The rest is up to you. Ibiki waved his hand and turned to leave, having concluded his duties with Anko. He was free to take a break. Anko, not lingering on the matter, introduced herself to the candidates. I am Mitarashi Anko, the proctor for your next examination. Wait, there are 90 of you? That is quite a number. It was only then that Anko realized the count of participants advancing had reached a staggering 90. No wonder Ibiki had hastened his departure. It appeared there had been few eliminations. Anko rolled her eyes in exasperation. Great, an increased workload. However, she dismissed the concern, as her responsibilities merely involved facilitating their journey and ensuring a modicum of safety for the candidates. Battles among ninjas were no mere child and Appo's play, despite all precautions. Death was an unavoidable reality. Thus, Anko began to outline the rules for the second round of the exam, the survival in the forest of death competition. 15 Heaven Scrolls and 15 Earth Scrolls would be randomly distributed among 30 teams. Each team must secure a pair of scrolls and reach the central tower of the forest within 5 days to pass. This round's rules were simpler and more comprehensible. Retrieve the necessary scrolls and reach the destination to succeed. Upon hearing the examination format, Naruto felt as though a burden had been lifted. He was no longer inclined to endure written tests. Meanwhile, Zhou Ke smiled subtly, eagerly anticipating the survival in the forest of death challenge he had long awaited. Chapter 22. Dispersed actions. It has been previously mentioned that experience points for unlocking characters can be rapidly accumulated through combat. The ongoing chicken dinner contest in the Death Forest serves as an excellent battleground for this purpose. Setting aside Zhou Ke and his group, there are still 29 other teams, an entire horde of walking experience points. If they could defeat them all, perhaps the young Watergate could be unlocked immediately? Regardless, let us take action. Thus, the 90 candidates, under the guidance of Hong Do, arrived at the Konoha number 44 training ground for the second examination. Due to the potential for fatality, a death waiver had to be signed before entering the arena, and after submitting the signed document and receiving the scroll, the examination officially commenced. After bidding farewell to Zhou Ke and Naruto, he and his two teammates ventured deep into the so-called Death Forest of Training Ground number 44. This training ground is a pristine forest with a radius of approximately 10 kilometers, surrounded by over 44 entrances. Within the grounds lie rivers and dense woods. With a towering edifice at its center, the forest is thick with trees, nearly impenetrable to light, teeming with various perilous natural creatures, where a moment's inattention could spell death for an ordinary individual. It is indeed a genuine death zone, though for ninjas. It may not pose as much of a threat. With numerous entrances, all participating candidates could commence simultaneously. However, Zhou Ke's team did not immediately plunge into the depths of the forest. Instead, they sought a suitable spot to engage in a team discussion. As the captain, Hui Lu took the initiative to speak. What are your thoughts on this competition? Zhou Ke pondered for a moment, stroking his chin before turning to Chi-Hai. Let us first see if the game master has any good suggestions. Indeed, Chi-Hai replied with enthusiasm. Zhou Ke could not help but tease. You seem much more spirited than usual. This is my time to be awake. Chi-Hai's eyes sparkled with wisdom. By now, it was 6 o'clock, and the night owl had come to life. Hui Lu cast Zhou Ke a resigned glance. He was quite accustomed to such situations. Well, being spirited is beneficial. What are your thoughts on our current predicament? Zhou Ke inquired with curiosity. The strategy for this examination boils down to two options. The first is to swiftly locate the target, seize their scroll, and then hasten to the central tower to complete the examination. This strategy involves minimal risk but relies on luck. Encountering a winnable opponent is fortunate, and if that opponent holds the scroll we need, it is exceptionally fortuitous. Conversely, if luck is not on our side, we may have to wait until the end to acquire the scroll. The second strategy involves laying an ambush near the finish line, waiting for those who have gathered the scrolls to arrive, allowing us to reap the benefits. While this approach is more secure, it requires a waiting period, at least until we can target a team we are confident we can defeat. Hui Lu summarized, in simple terms. One approach is quick but reliant on luck, while the other is stable but necessitates waiting. Zhou Ke, which do you prefer? I dislike prolonged delays. Time lost can lead to unforeseen changes. Therefore, I prefer a swift resolution. Zhou Ke opted for the first strategy. Of course, this was merely a formality. The true reason was his eagerness for combat. Experience points awaited him, and he could not afford to stagnate. Traversing through time and space, giving it his all. A miracle is bound to occur. Apologies for the digression. Hui Lu concurred. I share the same sentiment. An impassioned young man certainly wouldn't be content to sit idly. Eventually, Chi-Hai, after hearing the two express their views, also consented. She was amenable to either method. Thus, the trio prepared for battle. However, before engaging, they needed to locate their enemies. Zhou Ke then asked, do either of you have sensory ninjutsu? Hui Lu immediately shook his head, while Chi-Hai hesitated before slowly doing the same. All right, it seems neither of you can. In that case, I shall take on the task of locating our foes. Zhou Ke volunteered for the reconnaissance mission. Hui Lu curiously asked, Zhou Ke, can you sense ninjutsu? No, but I have a clumsy method, shadow clone technique. Zhou Ke summoned 3 shadow clones. Lacking sensory ninjas, they would employ a tactic of sheer numbers to gather intelligence, as shadow clones were indeed meant for such tasks. Zhou Ke commanded, everyone is clear on the plan. Let us proceed as discussed. The rebellious clone interjected, too slow. All this chatter is a complete waste of time. With that, the rebellious clone disregarded Zhou Ke's unfinished words and departed. The sage remarked, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave first. The sarcastic clone added, bullying novices isn't amusing. I'll stay here. Zhou Ke sighed. Could you 3 show me a bit of consideration and cooperate? Hui Lu chuckled to ease the awkwardness. Haha, Zhou Ke's clones certainly possess character. Though Chi-Hai remained silent, she seemed to perceive something. If the sarcastic clone was unwilling to move, Zhou Ke would have to gather intelligence alone. Thus, Zhou Ke grasped the collar of the sarcastic clone and leaped into the distance, saying to Hui Lu and Chi-Hai, I'll go educate him. Just wait a moment. Hui Lu looked at Chi-Hai in confusion. Do shadow clones require their own education? Chi-Hai shook her head. I'm not sure. Dragged behind a tree. The sarcastic clone protested. Hey, why did you pull me back here? I don't want to go out. You don't want to go out? Then you must disguise yourself as me. Zhou Ke commanded. Oh, you're worried that if you go out, they won't agree. So you want me to pretend to be you here? As expected of a shadow clone, you grasped my intention instantly. This examination tests the team's collaborative combat capabilities. To pass, all 3 members must simultaneously present the Earth and Heaven scrolls. Given this, no one can be allowed to stray due to injury or death, or else their collective efforts would be in vain. Thus, Zhou Ke informed the sarcastic clone, I have a safety net, so there's no such thing as wasting time. However, they are unaware of my unique abilities, and I cannot disclose them. I'll deceive them with a benevolent lie for now. Well, I can still act, so go ahead. Main body. The sarcastic clone waved to urge Zhou Ke to depart quickly. Zhou Ke sighed. In this duo, who is truly in charge, you or I? Why are you directing me? Not wishing to bicker with his own clone, Zhou Ke left without further ado. After Zhou Ke's departure, the sarcastic clone could not help but murmur, the main body leads a truly exhausting life, but being cautious isn't unwarranted, otherwise sigh with a sigh. The sarcastic clone pretended to be Zhou Ke in front of Hui Lu and Chi-Hai. With a smile, the sarcastic clone said, I apologize. I just kicked him a few times to set him straight. He's off working diligently now. My shadow clone is indeed peculiar. I hope I didn't embarrass you. Zhou Ke, your shadow clone skills are impressive. I could never produce a clone that can take a hit. After expressing his admiration, Hui Lu gratefully said, It's fortunate to have you here. Otherwise, we would be utterly lost, unsure of how to begin. Not a problem. After all, we are a team, and mutual support is the right choice. It must be noted that while the sarcastic clone may appear frivolous at times, when it comes to serious matters, they certainly hold their own. Perhaps their typical frivolity is merely an act? At that moment, Chi-Hai suddenly exclaimed, Someone is returning. Why use the word return? Certainly. It is indeed the avatar of Zhou Ke that has returned. One could observe the rebellious spirit leaping from the distant trees, tossing a scroll to the sarcastic character. You're slacking off. Next one. With that, the rebellious spirit departed at lightning speed. It seems that the rebellious spirit fortuitously encountered a small team, swiftly dealt with them, and seized their scroll. Truly, they came and went in a flash. Is there really a need to be in such a rush? This was the thought of Huiel, who promptly voiced his curiosity. Your avatar's actions are rather hasty, aren't they? His character tends to be quite tempestuous, often disinclined to linger. The sarcastic character elucidated the situation, then examined the scroll in his hand. Is this the scroll of heaven? What scroll do we possess? Huiel took a glance and remarked, It is the scroll of earth, meaning. Chi-Hai interjected, We have gathered them all. We can now proceed to the central tower. Huiel, slightly taken aback, exclaimed, This is all happening too quickly. Zhou Ke, you are truly remarkable. To which Zhou Ke replied, Of course, I am the strongest of our generation. In truth, I have already attained the strength of a Jonin. It would be unreasonable to expect the sarcastic character to exhibit the same modesty as Zhou Ke. Impressive. Huiel applauded enthusiastically. It seems that Lord Hokage does not intend for us to nurture you, but rather hopes you will guide us through the examination. I shall not disappoint Lord Hokage's expectations. Chihai, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, Lord Hokage likely did not consider all that. After all, even he may be unaware of Zhou Ke's true prowess. Huiel, puzzled, inquired, really? The sarcastic character merely regarded Chihai in silence. Chihai chose not to pursue the topic further, shifting the conversation. In any case, we have gathered the scrolls. The next step is to reach the endpoint, correct? Huiel nodded. Indeed, since we have collected them all, let us advance towards the finish. He then pondered aloud. Given our swift collection of the scrolls, could we possibly emerge as the first? The sarcastic character responded, perhaps. But such matters will only be revealed at the finish. Huiel concurred, true. Then let us set forth. With that, Huiel took the lead. Chihai remained silent, promptly following suit, while the sarcastic character paused momentarily to produce a shadow clone, conveying the necessary intelligence to it before dissolving the clone, relaying the events transpiring here to the other three. Zhou Ke, who was still searching for others, received this information and exclaimed in surprise, is this how we can play? Oh dear, can't these rebellious youngsters share everything they know with me? Zhou Ke had not anticipated that his avatars could also utilize shadow clones to relay messages. What had been the point of the rebellious spirit's previous claims of communication difficulties during the money concealment? Simply inform me directly that the money is there. No, that's just the rebellious spirit. It's only natural for him to act contrary. Reflecting on the rebellious spirit's character, Zhou Ke concluded that his lack of cooperation was quite normal. Suddenly, Zhou Ke halted, pondering. However, now that the sarcastic character has accompanied Huiel and the others, what am I to do? It wouldn't be appropriate to return openly, would it? Although offering an explanation wouldn't be a significant issue, it feels as if I cannot control my avatars, thus I must venture out myself to gather intelligence. How awkward. Furthermore, the sarcastic character had conveyed his boastful claims to Zhou Ke, which only added to Zhou Ke's frustration. None of these avatars possess any decorum. It is truly unbearable. Is this group truly me? Am I perhaps suffering from a mental disorder? Zhou Ke, tormented by his avatars, began to question whether he might have a form of multiple personality disorder. Should I further suspect that this world is merely an illusion? Perhaps it is all a figment of my imagination before my demise in a previous life? Well, if Zhou Ke possessed Uchiha blood, he would surely be a fitting member of the Uchiha clan. With a sigh, Zhou Ke resolved to shake off these thoughts. Enough of this. What matters most is the present. Since it has come to this, I shall seek out someone to engage in a confrontation. Although he appeared to have regained his spirits, there lingered a sense of self-destruction. Or perhaps, he intends to vent his frustrations on an unsuspecting passerby. Indeed, some individuals have ventured forth to unleash their wrath. But it was not Zhou Ke, it was the rebellious spirit. Preparations for battle underway. The Sound Ninja Trio, with Sak expressing disdain, remarked, Humph. This training ground is rather expansive. After wandering for quite some time, we have found no one. Tors, attentively listening to the surrounding sounds, replied, it is merely the beginning. Most are too timid to act recklessly. Jean, unimpressed, countered, a bunch of cowards. It appears they lack confidence in their own abilities. Since they do not act, let us take the initiative and seek out some fun. Sak immediately concurred. Excellent idea. How about that soft target from before? Sak recalled Zhou Ke, the coward, and decided to pursue him once again. Indeed, despite his braggadocio, he still preferred to target the weak. A splendid idea. Let us show those who play house in Konoha what it truly means to be a ninja. Jean agreed. Hold on. Tors interjected, voicing his dissent. Lord Orochimaru instructed us to remain still. We are to observe until further instructions are given. Isn't it harmless to seek a bit of amusement? That softy would likely only dare to flee upon seeing us, Sak teased. Oh, am I merely a coward? A voice suddenly interjected. The Sound Ninja Trio were taken aback. Their heightened auditory sensitivity allowed them to detect even the faintest sounds, capable of understanding written words merely through sound alone. Thus, when an unexpected voice emerged from their vicinity, what in the world? The trio quickly turned towards the source of the voice and discovered a figure perched upon a tree branch. The rebellious spirit stood there, arms crossed, grinning wickedly. Hey there. I've come looking for you, you little rogues. Chapter 23. Oh no, the ethereal canine enduring a moment of tranquility only to simmer in anger upon reflection. Rebellion does not possess the same amiable temperament as Zhou Ke, and will not stoop to the level of these three insignificant individuals. How dare you provoke me? You are doomed. The trio across the way displayed remarkable audacity. Upon recognizing Zhou Ke, rebellion, Zhou scoffed derisively. I wondered who it was. Aren't you the coward who refrained from uttering harsh words during the examination? Do you truly seek your own demise? Gold chimed in, indeed. You couldn't muster a retort in public, yet here you are, lurking in the shadows. Afraid of making a fool of yourself, are you? Toss remained silent, while Rebellion chose to disregard the two, focusing his attention on Toss instead. It appears you are the only one with a modicum of sense among this trio, understanding that the situation is precarious. Zhou's anger flared at being overlooked. How dare you ignore me? Prepare to die? Void Slash, Zhou's signature jutsu, unleashed a powerful wave of air pressure and ultrasonic sound from his palm. This technique could easily send an opponent's shuriken flying and was capable of propelling distant foes backward. It could even be used to deflect incoming attacks. Once humorously dubbed a bullet, it was a legendary ninjutsu. With a swift motion, Zhou directed the shockwave towards Rebellion. The latter, caught off guard, was instantly sent flying, vanishing from the trio's sight. Zhou reveled in the outcome of his attack, mocking, did you see that? My strength could shatter stone. Before such might, you are nothing. Witnessing his companion's foolishness, Toss could no longer contain his frustration. Idiot. Your attack didn't even hit him. Zhou, unwilling to accept his failure, retorted with arrogance, he hasn't reappeared since being struck. Clearly, he was frightened into fleeing. What is there to fear? Indeed. What is there to fear? Rebellion's voice suddenly resonated from all around. Zhou, it was as if he heard the sound of slaps to the face. Toss furrowed his brow, pondering. The voice emanates from all directions. Is he anticipating our auditory capabilities? Has he studied our abilities? While Toss remained uncertain of Rebellion's strength, he recognized an unusual intellect at play, feeling as though he had struck a solid barrier. However, this presents an opportunity to demonstrate our worth to Lord Orochimaru. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. The stronger the opponent, the more one can prove their value. Toss resolved to showcase his abilities by defeating Zhou Ke, Rebellion. Thus, Toss readied himself for battle. Observing Toss' determination, Rebellion's voice rang out once more. Heaven has a path you refuse to tread, yet you dare to invade hell. You still have a chance to escape with your life by abandoning your companions. But now, prepare for your rebirth. Quit your theatrics. Show yourself. Zhou shouted, unleashing a barrage of void slashes, shrouding the area in a haze of dust and smoke. However, a figure emerged from the swirling chaos, advancing towards the three. While Rebellion's voice echoed, your strength may shatter stone, yet this fellow almost succumbed beneath it. Perhaps you can subdue him? Just kidding. How dare you joke? Zhou bellowed, directing his palms towards the figure amidst the haze, maximum output of void slash fire. The air cannon-like blast surged towards the figure, dispersing the smoke in an instant, yet it merely passed through the figure's form. Oh no, the ethereal canine Rebellion had transformed into the enraged Obito. Gold, gazing at the transformed Rebellion, queried, what are you? Who are you? The one who will take your life. Rebellion declared, launching himself forward with the swiftness of a specter. Reaching Zhou in the blink of an eye, Toss shouted urgently, get out of the way. But it was too late. A wooden spike erupted from Rebellion's arm, piercing Zhou's abdomen. His insides were ravaged, blood coursing from his stomach, spilling forth from his mouth, staining the white armor woven from the threads of the vortex. Zhou's eyes widened in disbelief at his sudden defeat, the flutter of his eyelids heralding the arrival of that eternal little box, a reality difficult to accept. Tremble, and then let out a mournful wail of terror. But no sound emerged, as Rebellion noted the look of shock on Zhou's face. To ignite a spark of life back into his mind, Rebellion provided just a little impetus. With that, he slammed Zhou to the ground, and branches of wood sprouted from the spike embedded in Zhou, greedily siphoning his blood. The pressure within Zhou's body escalated, forcing blood to erupt from his orifices. Yet this was not enough to grant him death. Could a human truly perform such acts? The excruciating pain, akin to having one's very soul wrenched, elicited a scream from Zhou that transcended human comprehension. As the saying goes, to kill a chicken to warn the monkeys. The two remaining witnesses were clearly horrified by the gruesome display. Die! Gold charged at Rebellion, thrusting a kunai, yet it passed right through him. Toss Soundwave attack was equally futile. Oh no, the ethereal canine Rebellion's ethereal form remained active, rendering Gold and Toss assaults utterly ineffective. leaving them to witness the torment inflicted upon Sak. At that moment, Rebellion's sinister grin appeared. You know, I don't particularly enjoy hearing wails of despair, so you may take your leave. The branching technique activated, and the wooden tendrils within Sak exploded, tearing him apart and ending his miserable existence. Sak's head rolled to Rebellion's feet, his wide eyes expressing his resentment. I merely bumped into him and mocked him a bit. Why was I killed outright? Oh, please refrain from realizing that bullying is wrong only when you are the victim. Gold stood frozen in shock. The one who had just mocked them had brutally slain their companion. The disparity was overwhelming. Seeing this, Toss wasted no time fleeing, even kicking Gold towards Rebellion as he ran. Companions? In their village of sound, there was no such thing as collective spirit. Self-preservation took precedence. To enhance his own chances of survival, Toss unhesitatingly sacrificed Gold, hoping to delay Rebellion's pursuit. Yet Rebellion did not immediately chase Toss. Instead, he seized Gold by the neck, lifting her effortlessly. Gold struggled desperately, but to no avail, and a trickle of warmth streamed down her leg. She had wet herself in fear. Rebellion glanced towards the fleeing Toss before turning to Gold, grinning. It seems your companion has abandoned you. How fragile your friendship truly is. Please, spare me. I will do anything. Gold pleaded in terror. Oh, anything. Such a bold claim, Rebellion replied with a smile. I am willing to offer everything. Just spare me. I can do anything. In her desperation for survival, Gold had cast aside all else. Anything you say? How unfortunate. I have no interest in you, but I am quite intrigued by the experience points I shall gain from your demise. Arrivederci. With a swift motion, Rebellion tightened his grip, extinguishing Gold's life. Casting her aside, Rebellion turned towards Toss' direction. I warned you that fleeing was futile. Perhaps it would be more comfortable to contemplate how to end your own life. Running will only deepen your terror before death. With that, Rebellion vanished from sight. Toss, driven by sheer terror, fled with every ounce of strength, forgetting even the instinctual leaps of a ninja, consumed by sheer panic. As the strongest among the trio and possessing the most delicate sensibilities, he theoretically should not be so easily overwhelmed. However, the pressure he faced was not solely from the rebellious foes pursuing him, but also from their own leader, Orochimaru. Damn it, what should I do? If I return empty-handed, Lord Orochimaru will surely kill me. Taurus thought in terror. Orochimaru had no tolerance for useless waste. Returning as a failure would only render him a mere test subject. No, I still have a chance to survive. Taurus clung to the last thread of hope, intelligence about the rebels. If he could relay the events that had transpired back to Orochimaru, and if Orochimaru found interest in Zhou, he might just have a chance to live. This was Taurus's final hope, of course. The prerequisite being that he could escape this deadly forest alive. Where are you going? The rebel suddenly emerged like a specter from the ground. Taurus shouted in panic, abruptly halting and scrambling backward. Damn it, why is he faster than me? No, I must flee. Taurus exerted all his strength to crawl in the direction he had come from. He was so frantic he didn't know where to run. After a frantic sprint, Taurus finally exhausted himself, seeking refuge beneath a large tree, desperately controlling his rapid breathing, straining to listen to the sounds around him. He was now as skittish as a startled bird. Even the slightest noise could send his soul soaring from his body. Regret consumed Taurus. Why until he kept Sak in check and avoided provoking such a terrifying existence? Furthermore, he could not comprehend why their attacks had no effect on him. It was as if he passed through their bodies like a ghost. Was he truly human? At that moment, Taurus might have begun to understand the fear experienced by the Uchiha clan on the night of their massacre. The tree is speaking. I can't go on. The rebels had peeked from behind the tree Taurus was leaning against, whispering like a phantom in his ear. Here's Johnny. Taurus let out a final scream before being obliterated by a technique. Thus, the trio sent by the sound ninja were all met with demise. Even if they had survived this, they would ultimately perish, for Orochimaru regarded them as mere expendable resources. It could only be said that their fates were sealed to die in Konoha. After slaying Taurus, the rebel gazed at his palm and chuckled. Haha, my true self has truly grown stronger. Now, even in my enraged form, I can last over 10 minutes. Quite impressive. This means I can push myself even further. Additionally, it seems that real combat provides substantial experience. Eliminating foes appears to grant extra bonuses. This aligns perfectly with my disdain for evil. What a pity that my true self seems to have forgotten. Well, his memory isn't complete. forgetting ISN T2 concerning. At this juncture, the rebel fell silent, clenching his fists. After a moment, he released his grip and sighed. No time for overthinking. The experience accumulated thus far, combined with that from eliminating those three, is nearing the threshold to unlock the Elder form. Once I unlock that, the subsequent operations will multiply. With renewed determination, the rebel tightened his fists again and leapt in a chosen direction. However, after a few paces, he halted. I forgot. We cannot expose our existence just yet, so it's time to erase the evidence. Ninja tools ready. Not long after Naruto's team set off, they found a place to rest and discuss strategies. Sakura couldn't help but swallow hard, then turned to Naruto and Sasuke beside her. Hey, Sasuke, Naruto, did you hear any screams? The day had begun to darken, and the already dim light was filtered through the towering trees of the primeval forest, leaving only a few rays seeping through the gaps, reducing visibility. In this eerie atmosphere, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from an unknown location. It was terrifying. Screams? I didn't hear anything, Naruto said nonchalantly, then suddenly recalled something and declared confidently, Don't worry, Sakura. No matter what happens, I will protect you. Thank you, Sakura replied expressionlessly, then turned to look sweetly at Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, will you protect me too? Learn to fend for yourself. Sasuke rolled his eyes in exasperation. You're a ninja now. Why do you always rely on others? Of course, Sasuke had no time to entertain such thoughts. That sentence merely flickered through his mind. He focused entirely on the sound of the screams. Indeed, there are screams. It seems someone has already taken action. Should we go seize their scrolls? Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Idiot. Sasuke replied. This could very well be an enemy trap, and we don't know how many foes are there. We cannot act recklessly. What is so foolish about that? As Zhou often says, when the clam and the heron fight, the fisherman benefits. Wherever they clash, we can simply watch from the sidelines. Influenced by Zhou, Naruto's intellect had significantly improved compared to the original story. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke lowered his head in contemplation. After a moment, he concluded. Thanks, Naruto. Protect Sakura. Though he feigned disdain, Sasuke promptly sent Naruto to safeguard Sakura while he swiftly hurled 3 shuriken in a specific direction. Just as the 3 shuriken were mid-flight, they were repelled by the wind pressure from a massive serpent charging toward them. Seeing this, Naruto quickly took Sakura and darted to the sides. Whoa, enemies. Naruto immediately began forming hand seals, preparing to use the shadow clone technique for battle. Suddenly, a gigantic snake, several meters thick, lunged from the shadows, aiming to swallow Naruto whole. Realizing this, Naruto halted his hand seals and forcefully pushed Sakura away, only to be engulfed by the serpent. Sakura shouted anxiously, What should we do? Stop just shouting and think of a way, for heaven's sake. TCH. Seeing Naruto swallowed, Sasuke grew alarmed and promptly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a great fireball to create an opening in the serpent's belly, but then a chilling voice resonated behind him. Finally found you. Who is it? Chapter 24. Itachi vs. Orochimaru. A pallid visage emerged from the shadows. Need one even contemplate? The presence of Orochimaru could only signal the arrival of the legendary rogue ninja himself. Fascinated by the power of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan after a fateful encounter, Orochimaru became utterly obsessed with this formidable force. He sought to seize the bodies of Uchiha clan members through his unique technique, Edo Tensei, which enables the transfer of one's consciousness into another's body, thus achieving a semblance of immortality. After years of conducting human experiments, Orochimaru successfully mastered this forbidden jutsu, often regarded as a taboo due to its association with eternal life. Yet, in his relentless pursuit of ambition, he sacrificed countless lives to harness its power. However, upon successful execution of this jutsu, he would be unable to transfer into another body for the subsequent 3 years. With this technique, he could claim the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, the Sharingan, as his own. Initially, Orochimaru set his sights on Itachi, the legendary prodigy of the Uchiha clan and the annihilator of his kin. However, recognizing that he was no match for Itachi, he reluctantly shifted his focus to Sasuke, the last remaining Uchiha in the open. Yet, Orochimaru was not one to settle for anything less than a worthy opponent. He intended to evaluate Sasuke's potential first. Thus, during the second phase of the Nin exam, he dispatched 3 shinobi from the grass village to eliminate them covertly, then skin their faces to disguise himself and infiltrate the exam. His aim was to test Sasuke's aptitude and tempt him like a serpent. Returning to the matter at hand, Sasuke and his companions were unaware of Orochimaru's identity, and even his apprentice, Anko, failed to recognize him immediately. Nevertheless, Sasuke instinctively sensed one undeniable truth: he was not a match. The chasm of power between them was insurmountable. Even in his previous encounter with Zabuza, he had never felt such overwhelming dread. Terror consumed Sasuke as he contemplated escape. How could he elude the clutches of this sinister figure? Yet, fixating solely on flight would surely hinder his chances. At that moment, a figure lunged from above, drawing a blade to strike at Orochimaru. Orochimaru furrowed his brow. This unexpected assailant had evaded his senses, having honed his snake-style ninjutsu. Orochimaru possessed an acute perception akin to that of a serpent. He could detect fluctuations in temperature and sense to gauge his surroundings. More importantly, the area was teeming with snakes summoned by him, which aided in sensing impending danger. An approach so stealthy must surely belong to a master. Orochimaru, undeterred, evaded the strike and turned to behold the identity of his attacker. No, he could not see. The assailant wore a mask of the Umbu and was clad in their uniform. Had Konoha's Umbu come to his aid? Sakura, who was striving to rescue Naruto, found herself bewildered. Wasn't this the examination? Why had Umbu personnel appeared? Currently, Sakura seemed unaware of the Umbu. Let us assume Kakashi had introduced them beforehand. Yet, this Umbu appeared to be there for their protection, so, were they safe? Sasuke, however, harbored different thoughts, for he recognized this figure all too well. The familiar attire, the recognizable mask, the silhouette he had seen countless times in his nightmares. This was the man he yearned to confront in vengeance. His brother, Itachi Uchiha? Sasuke's left hand clenched his clothing, his heart racing with fury. Impossible. Why is he here? No. It must be someone who merely resembles him. Sasuke struggled to reconcile the presence of the man who had committed the heinous act of annihilating their clan, opting to believe that this was simply a look-alike. At that moment, Orochimaru smirked, his voice laced with nostalgia. It has been a while, hasn't it, Itachi? Who would have thought our paths would cross again in our homeland? It truly is him. Sasuke's expression contorted with disbelief. The figure resembling Itachi remained silent. Noting Itachi's lack of response, Orochimaru peeled away his disguise, revealing his true visage, and remarked with a sinister grin, "What brings you back at this time? Come to protect your little brother?" Itachi discarded his mask and coldly retorted, "Orochimaru, do not lay a finger on Sasuke." They both mentioned Sasuke. Their targets converge upon him. No. I must get Sasuke out of here. Sakura, now prioritizing Sasuke's safety over Naruto's, urgently addressed him, "Sasuke-kun." Before she could finish, Sasuke, in a frenzied state, drew a kunai and lunged at Itachi's exposed back. "Itachi," he shouted as he charged forward. Was it wise to call out a name while attempting a sneak attack? Did he intend to alert him to evade? Alas, Sasuke was blinded by his hatred. Though his actions were foolish, Itachi's response was even more perplexing. Upon hearing Sasuke's cry, he did not flinch, allowing the kunai to pierce his back. "Did I hit?" Sasuke exulted. Had years of obsession finally culminated in this moment? The vengeance for his parents, the hatred for the clan's massacre, the torment of countless years. Was he finally to avenge his kin? No, something feels off. The sensation is wrong. It is a substitution jutsu. Only after the strike did Sasuke realize that the Itachi he had pierced had transformed into a flock of crows, which then reassembled behind him, swiftly pinning Sasuke to the ground. Damn it! After all these years, was my power still insufficient? Sasuke cried out in despair. What was the difference from years ago? He was still effortlessly subdued. Had all his efforts been in vain? At that moment, Itachi spoke. "Calm down, Sasuke. In times like these, one must not allow anger to cloud their judgment." Sasuke was taken aback. This felt wrong. This was not the cold-blooded murderer, Itachi Uchiha, but rather the gentle brother who had always smiled down upon him, regardless of his actions. Seeing Sasuke's demeanor soften, Itachi continued, "Our adversary is a disciple of the third Hokage, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, a highly dangerous opponent. You are not his match. So swiftly take your friends and leave." "Nanny?" Sasuke was bewildered. Such a tender declaration could only belong to his dear brother. Who then? Was the murderer he had encountered before a villain impersonating his brother? Or had his brother suffered a split personality, one gentle and the other a cold-blooded killer? No. Perhaps he is merely deceiving me. After all, he is the master of deceit. Sasuke settled upon the explanation he could most readily accept. yet he remained oblivious to the fact that his thought process had begun to soften. Indeed, rather than perceiving his brother as a murderer, he still preferred to believe in the existence of the gentle man he had once known. But at that moment, several serpent heads surged forth, lunging towards both Sasuke and Itachi. The hidden shadow snake hands, a C-rank ninjutsu, unleashing snakes concealed within his sleeves to ambush adversaries unexpectedly. These serpents would ensnare and bite their foes, enhanced by their summoned nature, rendering them stronger and more cunning than ordinary serpents, thus effectively subduing their enemies. With a swift kick, Itachi sent Sasuke hurtling towards Sakura. He kicked me. As expected, he's still a villain, Sasuke thought. Itachi then swiftly formed hand seals with one hand, summoning a shadow clone. The clone interposed itself between Itachi and the incoming snake hand, only to explode instantly. This was Itachi's signature technique, shadow clone explosion, creating a raven clone that detonates upon contact with the enemy, inflicting damage on those nearby. Even Kakashi's Sharingan could not discern any irregularities in this calm state. Itachi could detonate it without hand seals, demonstrating immense power. Thus, the clone and the snake hand had effectively exchanged roles. Itachi immediately gazed upward at Orochimaru, only to find him vanished after releasing the snake hand. Remaining unfazed, Itachi calmly remarked, "Is this your strategy for battling the Sharingan?" Orochimaru's voice echoed from all directions. After all, my opponent is you. I cannot afford to be unprepared." At that moment, another colossal snake crashed through a tree, its gaping maw aimed at Itachi. Itachi continued forming hand seals, but this time, he did not use a technique against the snake. Instead, he merely glared with his Sharingan. The snake abruptly froze. This was the ocular technique of the Sharingan, forcibly controlling the summoning beast conjured by Orochimaru. Having not wasted the hand seals, Itachi unleashed a new ninjutsu towards Sasuke. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Technique. A C-rank ninjutsu that unleashed flames from the user's mouth, scattering in all directions like the seeds of the balsam flower, attacking enemies. All flames were controlled by chakra, making them difficult to evade. Visually striking, their power was equally impressive. Sakura, alongside Sasuke, was taken aback. Hadn't they just agreed to a truce? Why was the attack now directed at Sasuke? Understanding the situation, Sasuke instinctively turned to shield Sakura. The phoenix flames, seemingly conscious, spiraled around Sasuke, heading towards the multiple shadow snake hands lunging at him from both sides. The earlier snake was merely a feint. Orochimaru's true target was still Sasuke. The multiple shadow snake hands, a B-rank ninjutsu, enhanced the original technique, multiplying the number of snakes and diversifying the attack. Instantly summoned, the snakes served various purposes: intimidation, restraint, and capture, achieving a series of successive strikes. Before the opponent could react, they were ensnared. Although the numerous phoenix flames severed most of the snake hands, a portion remained intact, with one snake's head enlarging and opening wide to expel something. It was Orochimaru. Orochimaru's strategy was to expel snakes, which in turn expelled him. Utilizing a nauseating technique reminiscent of Russian nesting dolls, it was quite revolting to behold. After Orochimaru's true form emerged, he targeted Sasuke once more, opening his gaping mouth in an attempt to swallow him whole, planning to take him away. As Itachi formed hand seals rapidly, he called out, "Sasuke?" Hearing this familiar cry, Sasuke instinctively knew what to do and immediately utilized his family's secret ninjutsu, fire style, fireball jutsu. Observing this, Orochimaru countered with his own technique to neutralize Sasuke's attack. Wind style, great breakthrough. Orochimaru's signature wind technique, a C-rank ninjutsu, unleashed a powerful gale, its magnitude varying with the user's strength. The great breakthrough easily dissipated Sasuke's attack, sending both him and Sakura flying. However, Sasuke's assault was not entirely ineffective. It at least delayed Orochimaru, granting Itachi an opportunity to strike. Once again, phoenix flames surged towards Orochimaru. Yet, he resorted to his previous strategy, using the great breakthrough to disperse the flames. This time, however, it led Orochimaru into a greater crisis. This was no ordinary phoenix fire. It was the enhanced phoenix flower, the phoenix fire's upgraded version, concealing shuriken within its flames for a surprise attack. As the great breakthrough blew the flames away, the shuriken were revealed, and Orochimaru was pierced by dozens of them, resembling a hedgehog. At that moment, Itachi approached, wielding a short sword, and thrust it towards Orochimaru. The blade struck true, piercing Orochimaru's forehead. Was this the end of the legendary snake? Please. This was Orochimaru, the man most adept at survival. He claimed to be second in the art of survival, with no one daring to claim the top spot. As Itachi and Appo's blade found its mark, Orochimaru and Appo's body deflated like a punctured balloon. This was the body replacement technique, using an external body as a decoy, allowing him to escape without hand seals, even evading the ever-deadly Amaterasu. However, using this technique would deplete a significant amount of chakra for anyone other than Orochimaru himself. Noticing a gap beneath the deflated snake's skin, Itachi surmised that Orochimaru's true body had slipped away through that opening, a simplified depiction of a cesarean section. After his disappearance, Orochimaru's voice lingered like a specter. As expected of you, Itachi, it is indeed challenging to engage you without thorough preparation. Calmly, Itachi responded, before these eyes. You possess no chance of victory, Orochimaru. As confident as ever. It seems I must retreat for now, but I will not give up on Sasuke-kun, and you cannot protect your brother indefinitely. After all, like me, you are also a rogue ninja. With that, Orochimaru's voice faded into silence, leaving behind uncertainty regarding his true retreat. Meanwhile, the colossal snake that had ensnared Naruto dissipated with a loud crash, indicating that the summoning had been released. Naruto, preparing to use Shadow Clone Jutsu to escape from the snake's belly, fell to the ground in confusion. What had just transpired? Regardless of whether Orochimaru had truly fled, Itachi saw no reason to linger. He donned his mask once more, ready to depart. At that moment, Sasuke shouted, "Stop!" Itachi. After the earlier battle, Sasuke had regained his composure, no longer blinded by rage. Instead, he calmly questioned, "What is your true purpose in returning to Konoha?" Hearing Sasuke's inquiry, Itachi hesitated before slightly turning back, saying, "The truth remains shrouded in darkness, as does my objective. If you wish to uncover the truth, you must grow stronger. After all, you are currently incapable of intervening in battles against true power." With that, Itachi transformed into a crow and vanished. "Stop! Answer my questions before you leave." Sasuke shouted in vain, as Itachi disappeared without a trace. Frustrated, Sasuke struck the tree with his fist. 5 years had passed since the night of the massacre, and he was still powerless, just as he had been 5 years ago. Why am I so weak? Sasuke's anguished cries echoed through the forest of death. Chapter 25. Xiangling after departing. Itachi did not linger but swiftly retreated into the distance, contemplating inwardly. The experience of defeating Orochimaru has been duly acquired, and it has also served to stimulate Sasuke in a reasonable manner, enabling him to grow stronger from his earlier complacency. However, this Itachi was not the genuine article, but rather a shadowy version of him conjured by the sage, whose purpose aligned perfectly with the prior internal monologue, gaining combat experience against Orochimaru and provoking Sasuke. This battle had been won rather fortuitously. After all, the Itachi from the Umbu days faced considerable danger in combat against Orochimaru. Had Orochimaru engaged recklessly, the sage would likely have been the one to face defeat. Fortunately, due to his previous encounter where Itachi dispatched him with alarming speed, Orochimaru held a deep-seated wariness of Itachi and retreated at the first opportunity, averting a potentially dire situation. At that moment, the sage sensed something amiss but maintained his composure. Reflecting, is Orochimaru tracking me? He certainly did not retreat as expected. If that is the case, with a sudden burst, the shadowy Itachi transformed into a crow and vanished. After a short while, Orochimaru emerged from the shadows, murmuring to himself. Has he disappeared? Did he employ ninjutsu to leave? It felt more like a shadow clone was dispelled. Not continuing his musings, he lowered his head to ponder. He harbored doubts about this Itachi's true identity, as there was no apparent reason for the genuine Itachi to appear here alone. However, judging by the manner of his disappearance, was it possible that a shadow clone had been dispatched? If so, Orochimaru's earlier retreat seemed rather hasty. Well, although I did not mark Sasuke with a curse seal, his yearning for power, after what just transpired, has undoubtedly been ignited. The next step will be to find an opportunity to further entice him. Orochimaru held a firm belief that Sasuke would eventually seek him out, for there was no one in Konoha capable of guiding him. If he wished to gain strength, he would inevitably turn to Orochimaru. At that moment, 3 figures suddenly leaped into the scene. It was Kabuto's team. Kabuto promptly reported, "Lord Orochimaru, it appears that the entire Tsu team has perished." As a side note, while Kabuto reported he and his two companions displayed dissatisfaction. At present, Kabuto was not yet second in command, and there was a sense of rivalry amongst them, leading to their annoyance at Kabuto's self-absorbed demeanor. Oh, they have perished so quickly? Orochimaru expressed mild surprise. Though he had not regarded them with much concern, he was aware of their capabilities. Among the teams participating in the Chunin exams, only the elite squad sent by the Sand Village could swiftly eliminate them, and that group had entered through a different entrance, suggesting they could not have arrived so soon. Kabuto continued his report. There are traces of wood release used at the scene of their demise. This information is intriguing. Let us investigate. Orochimaru followed Kabuto and his team. Their bodies have completely vanished, Kabuto added. Orochimaru rested his chin on his hand, intrigued. Oh, have they been obliterated? What are the specifics? Indeed. Kabuto elaborated on the situation. We followed your orders to inform the three of their next mission. But upon arriving at the designated location, we discovered they were missing. The site bore only slight signs of a struggle, alongside their shattered equipment and traces of wood release. But thereafter, there was nothing more. Orochimaru inquired. Not even a drop of blood left behind? Kabuto replied. No, there was a pit dug in the ground, as if both the bodies and the earth had been taken away. He continued. The method of obliteration employed by the rebels is to cast all relevant items into the Kimui space. After all, Kakashi has been practicing Kimui lately, and he often discards items into that space without care. This wouldn't surprise the owner of that space. He would likely just complain about Kakashi. Can that fool stop throwing garbage into my space? And that is likely the situation. In that case, this complicates the investigation. It appears they are unwilling to divulge any information related to themselves. This revelation piqued Orochimaru and Appo's curiosity, igniting a desire to uncover the identity of that mysterious individual. Shall I investigate? Kabuto offered. Yes, I will entrust this task to you for now. After a moment's reflection, Orochimaru decided to delegate this assignment to Kabuto after all. There was still the plan for Konoha's collapse to execute. His Sound Village was in dire need of manpower, and there were numerous tasks demanding his personal attention. As for this enigmatic figure, Orochimaru intended to proceed cautiously. After all, time was one resource he possessed in abundance. However, this scene was observed by a shadowy figure lurking in the darkness. The rebel mused. Oh dear, it appears I have caught Orochimaru's eye. It seems trouble is brewing well. The real hassle lies with the main body, and if this incident could prompt him to abandon his tendency to hide and instead adopt a more aggressive approach. How delightful. The rebel, intrigued by Kabuto's movements, stealthily followed them. It was evident that this rebel did not shy away from complications. Meanwhile, Zhou Ke remained oblivious to the unfolding events. He had just rescued a red-haired girl. Zhou Ke had dispatched the bear he had subdued to the side and turned to the girl, who was trembling on the ground, expressing concern. Are you all right? The girl did not respond to Zhou Ke, but instead trembled as she clutched her scroll, her gaze unfocused as if she were struggling to concentrate. Muttering incessantly about her glasses. She must be nearsighted. Sensing the source of her fear, Zhou Ke took the initiative to help her locate her glasses. Quickly spotting them on the ground, he handed them to her while commenting on her striking red hair. Your hair is red? Quite unique. A redhead? Zhou Ke's mind instinctively recalled the particular character. Thank you. The girl instinctively expressed her gratitude. Donning her glasses and finally catching sight of Zhou Ke, a boy with short black hair who was not conventionally handsome but possessed an appealing countenance. This was the girl's first impression of Zhou Ke. Zhou Ke, gazing at the girl, curiously inquired, You must be Xiangling, correct? You know me? The girl responded, her expression tinged with suspicion. Could this person harbor ulterior motives? She tightened her grip on her scroll. Xiangling, the red-haired beauty of the Uzumaki clan, possessed formidable chakra and exceptional sensory abilities. She was known for her fiery temperament, stubbornness, and a tendency to express her likes and dislikes quite directly. Well, I have gathered most of the intelligence regarding this Chunin exam, Zhou Ke declared, puffing out his chest, though in truth, he had not gathered any information and had even forgotten that she was participating in this year's Chunin exam before meeting her. To avoid awkwardness, Zhou Ke continued, I recall that you are from the Grass Village, right? I suppose we are rivals, then? Well, do your best. Farewell. Feeling there was no reason to linger, Zhou Ke prepared to leave. Wait, aren't you here to steal my scroll? Xiangling questioned, perplexed. Oh, you are worried about that? My team has already completed our scrolls. You should keep yours safe." With that, Zhou Ke leaped into the distance. As Zhou Ke prepared to depart, Xiangling thought for a moment and promptly followed him. "Wait, could you do me a favor? Help? What kind of help? We are rivals, after all," Zhou Ke replied, somewhat incredulous. He had already saved her life without expecting a reward, and now she was becoming demanding. "I beg you, I will offer you a reward," Xiangling pleaded. With a hint of curiosity, Zhou Ke asked, "A reward? What reward? If there is compensation, then everything is negotiable. Could you help me find my teammates?" Xiangling expressed her request. Zhou Ke glanced around and said, "I see. You got separated from your team while you were here alone. So you hope I can assist you in locating them?" This death forest was like a backyard garden to Zhou Ke, but for Xiangling, it was a different story. After all, she couldn't even defeat a giant bear, making this forest far too perilous for her. With Zhou Ke, who appeared amicable, as a potential ally, she certainly wanted to make a request. Fearing that Zhou Ke might refuse, Xiangling continued, "I know their location. Just take me nearby." Zhou Ke pondered for a moment and replied, "That sounds relatively simple, but why should I help you? What can you offer me in return? After all, we are rivals, and to sway me, your reward must be substantial." Xiangling found herself momentarily at a loss for what to offer him. Money seemed unappealing since he had already gathered his scrolls. What could she provide? She then considered a crucial question, since this man had already assembled his scrolls. Why was he alone here? Had he also become separated from his teammates? With this thought in mind, Xiangling asked, "Why are you alone here?" I'm looking for someone to fight," Zhou Ke replied with a fist salute. "Don't let my refined appearance fool you. I genuinely enjoy fighting, and I aim to eliminate my competitors at this stage as much as possible." "Oh, so I am also a target?" Xiangling recoiled slightly. "You? Not really. You are too weak," Zhou Ke disdainfully remarked. "Struggling to fight a bear is so taxing that even if I battled you, the experience gained would be minimal. I might as well continue hunting in the wild." "A fight, you say?" Suddenly, Xiangling had an idea. "In that case, how about I help you find an opponent?" Xiangling excelled in perception ninjutsu, Kagura Shinai, a unique ability of the Uzumaki clan. By closing her eyes and opening her third eye, she could sense unusual activities within a radius of several dozen kilometers using chakra. If a specific chakra signature was present, she could discern detailed locations and movements, along with the number of opponents, their characteristics, and even their speed. Additionally, when faced with danger, she could conceal her chakra, enabling her to escape from peril, though it seemed ineffective against animals. Moreover, by sensing others' chakra, she could determine if they were lying. Because of this ability, Xiangling quickly concluded that Zhou Ke was trustworthy after just a few exchanges. With this talent, she could swiftly locate opponents for Zhou Ke. "Oh, really?" Zhou Ke inquired curiously, realizing that Xiangling's ability could indeed aid in quickly identifying enemies. Lacking any sensing abilities himself, Zhou Ke had been aimlessly wandering in search of foes, which was exceedingly inefficient. Now, with a radar willing to assist, he felt that this opportunity must not be squandered. Thus, Zhou Ke said to Xiangling, "If you can assist me, I wouldn't mind taking you to your teammates." "All right, since you agree, then it's settled." Xiangling immediately began her search, utilizing Kagura Shinai to sense the environment. Then, she jumped back as if startled by something. Noticing Xiangling's frightened expression, Zhou Ke asked, What scared you?" "I sensed a chilling and sinister chakra, akin to being targeted by a serpent," Xiangling replied, her heart racing with trepidation. "A serpent? That must be Orochimaru," Zhou Ke recalled. "The only entity that embodies both eeriness and serpent-like traits is Orochimaru." Surprised to learn that Orochimaru was still roaming this forest, Zhou Ke began to wonder, hadn't the sage disguised himself as Itachi to confront Orochimaru? Why did it seem like Orochimaru was unaffected? Had the sage been defeated? It was hard for Zhou Ke to imagine that the most reliable sage would lose. At that moment, Xiangling noticed something else and thought, in addition to that dark chakra, there is another powerful chakra, similar in nature to this person beside me, yet its emotional essence is entirely different. On the surface, it appears benign, but internally, it radiates fury, an intense and overwhelming anger. What could this mean? Xiangling looked at Zhou Ke, perplexed. The chakra emanating from him felt almost identical to that other presence. Yet their emotional states were diametrically opposed. What could be the reason for this? Instead of voicing her concerns, Xiangling shifted the subject. "You don't seem particularly surprised by my abilities?" Zhou Ke pointed his thumb at himself and declared, "I am quite remarkable. known as an omniscient sage. Your ability is called Kagura Shinai, a secret technique of the Uzumaki clan, correct? Pouting in discontent, Xiangling retorted, actually, you came looking for me on purpose, didn't you? If you didn't know about my abilities, it would be one thing, but knowing them raises doubts about your intentions. Zhou Ke raised his hands in a gesture of sincerity. I swear on my conscience. I genuinely recalled your ability only after meeting you. Was this statement heartfelt, sincere, and genuine? No, it felt more like an act, devoid of any authenticity. Ironically, Xiangling's perception indicated that Zhou Ke's words were entirely truthful. Was her sensing ability malfunctioning? Or was this man truly as genuinely sincere as her initial instincts suggested? Xiangling remained uncertain, yet she recognized that to continue progressing, she indeed required this man's assistance. It was quite a predicament. Chapter 26. The Tool. Get. Does Zhou Ke have feelings for Xiangling? Undoubtedly. Upon meeting Xiangling, Zhou Ke mused internally. Such an exceptional talent is truly wasted in the Grass Ninja Village. It would be a disservice to let her serve Orochimaru or even Sasuke. Perhaps it is best to recruit her as my subordinate. The reason he spoke nothing but the truth was naturally due to Xiangling's abilities. Lying would serve no purpose. It would be far more effective to move her with sincerity. Yet, relying solely on sincerity to sway someone is unrealistic. Thus, Zhou Ke continued, there is little future for you in the Grass Ninja Village. Would you consider joining me? We can negotiate terms, including salary. I can offer you quite a handsome sum. Xiangling remained silent, gazing intently at Zhou Ke. Well, it's merely a suggestion. You need not take it too seriously. Zhou Ke waved his hand dismissively. After all, expecting someone to switch allegiances with a single sentence is rather impractical. However, time is on their side. There will be ample opportunity for Xiangling to reconsider her position. Now, let us set aside that conversation for the moment. Have you located our opponent? Yes, over there. Xiangling pointed in a specific direction. Understood. Can you keep pace with me? Zhou Ke inquired as he prepared to depart. Is your speed particularly impressive? Xiangling retorted, while Zhou Ke's strength surpassed hers. His recent leaps had not showcased any extraordinary speed. Zhou Ke smiled faintly and, adopting a tone meant to astound Xiangling, proclaimed, Heh, prepare to witness the brilliance of the golden flash. With a sudden burst, Zhou Ke transformed into the form of Minato, the lower ninja. Thump, thump, thump. Xiangling's heart involuntarily raced 3 times. Was it simply excitement? No, it was pure infatuation. How could such a perfect visage exist in this world? This face belongs in paradise. Xiangling thought sincerely. Indeed, the owner of that face was currently in a celestial realm. Externally, Zhou Ke maintained a gentle smile. Yet internally he transformed into Light Yagami. The plan is working. Minato's face is incredibly effective. The scheme to use Minato's visage to charm women had proven fruitful. Xiangling, feeling as if she had encountered her destined one, blushed deeply and asked Zhou Ke, could this be your true appearance? Zhou Ke quickly broke character, adopting a vacant expression reminiscent of a dead fish as he replied, no, this is the youthful visage of the 4th Hokage. I often assumed this face because of its undeniable charm. Xiangling, now flustered, retorted, if it's not your face, then why do you don it? Is it merely to deceive girls? Being handsome certainly garners more attention. Are you trying to woo me? Xiangling's face flushed crimson. He spoke the truth, leaving her speechless. Why couldn't I control myself earlier? Zhou Ke continued, moreover, this face has a particular effect on the Uzumaki clan. The 4th Hokage's wife was also a member of your clan. Really? Is there such a notion? But wait, how did you know I was from the Uzumaki clan? The Grass Ninja Village is unaware of my heritage, and I barely remember my mother mentioning the Uzumaki name. It has long been forgotten, Xiangling questioned, confusion evident in her tone. Zhou Ke playfully tugged at Xiangling's crimson hair, saying, did you not realize? The Uzumaki clan is renowned for its striking red hair. By the way, my best friend is also from the Uzumaki clan. But his father's blonde genes were so strong that they suppressed the red hair, turning him into a blonde. Is that really the case? Xiangling mused. Well, it matters little. I have never encountered another Uzumaki. What does it matter if my hair is red or not? She shrugged nonchalantly. Zhou Ke stroked his chin, intrigued. You seem to have become quite carefree. Weren't you more reserved previously? There was a certain coy charm about you. Has your true nature emerged? So what if it has? Does it bother you? Xiangling, with her fiery temper, retorted. It seems the women of the Uzumaki clan are indeed imbued with a passionate spirit. Oh, not at all. I would never dare to complain. Zhou Ke chuckled as he lifted Xiang Ling into his arms. Hey, what are you doing? Xiang Ling exclaimed in shock at Zhou Ke's sudden action. This will allow us to move faster, Zhou Ke declared, carrying Xiang Ling in a princess hold as he dashed toward the direction she had indicated. Wait, this is cheating. Although she protested, Xiang Ling felt a warm flush akin to that of a ripe apple. She, a gentle and graceful maiden, or so she believed, was being tenderly cradled by a dashing young man. Her cheeks flushed with a radiant hue, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms at dawn, delicate and enchanting. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a soft, mysterious glow upon her. The strength of his arms seemed capable of bearing the weight of the world. In his deep, gentle eyes shone warmth and resolve, as if he were willing to shelter her under his wing. What girl could withstand such a moment, especially when the face before her was so strikingly handsome? Even knowing it was a facade, she found it irresistible. Uzumaki Kushina would surely approve. No wonder Xiang Ling accused Zhou Ke of cheating, using another's face to win a girl's heart. Zhou Ke countered playfully. Shall I set you down? Please, just let me stay like this for a while. Xiang Ling replied, fully aware that the face was a ruse, but relishing the experience nonetheless. After all, she had endured for over a decade. Why not indulge herself? Who could dare to stop her? Regardless of the authenticity of the situation, Xiang Ling decided to savor the moment. After a brief sprint, Zhou Ke soon spotted their target, a squad from the Rain Ninja village. Target locked. Are you ready? Zhou Ke asked Xiang Ling, still cradling her in his arms. Wait, what are you planning to do? Xiang Ling, still basking in the warmth, suddenly felt a jolt of apprehension coursing through her. Well, just this, Zhou Ke declared as he dramatically tossed Xiang Ling into the air. You scoundrel! The sudden sensation of weightlessness sent Xiang Ling into a panic. You could have at least warned me before throwing me. The trio from the Rain Ninja village was equally startled. What was this red-haired specter screaming in the sky? Xiang Ling's piercing cry drew their attention upward. Completely oblivious to Zhou Ke, who had already drawn his kunai. In a flash of brilliance, Zhou Ke dispatched the three Rain Ninja with swift, decisive strikes, leaving them utterly unaware of their adversary. At that moment, Zhou Ke skillfully caught Xiang Ling as she plummeted back to earth. Was that so quick? Xiang Ling was momentarily stunned. She had braced herself for a rough landing, only to find Zhou Ke had eliminated their foes and caught her with grace. Was this a circus act? How does it feel to experience something so romantic? Zhou Ke teased. I only feel that you are quite the charmer, Xiang Ling replied, exasperated. This man's prowess was unfathomable. If this round was any indication, should they face each other again? Defeat seemed inevitable. It appeared her chances of becoming a Chunin were slipping away. Here, take this. Zhou Ke handed Xiang Ling the scroll he had seized from the trio of Rain Ninja. Wait, you're just giving this to me? Xiang Ling, perplexed, inquired. How is it that they desire this item yet are unable to seize it, while this individual simply claims it for himself? I have already stated that our team's scrolls are complete. This is merely refused to me, and thus I bestow it upon you. Now, if you wish to repay my kindness in providing you with the scroll, continue to assist me in locating more enemies. After vanquishing three ninjas from the Rain Village, Zhou Ke was determined to persist. His aim was to defeat everyone. He is formidable. If I aid him in eliminating the other contenders, my chances of promotion will significantly increase. The Chunin exams do not solely reward the first place. As long as one performs well, advancement is possible. Naturally, those with strength possess greater opportunities to showcase their abilities. However, if one lacks the chance to demonstrate prowess, even the mightiest are rendered ineffectual. By relying on Zhou Ke to eliminate those he cannot defeat, he merely needs to perform adequately to potentially succeed. Xiang Ling wholeheartedly embraced this notion and resolved to assist Zhou Ke in the pursuit of further adversaries. Thus, Xiang Ling continued to employ her Kagura hard-eye to sense her surroundings, but soon encountered a dilemma. Strange. Why has this individual's chakra felt altered? Had they not been together consistently, she might have suspected a switch. Yet their proximity left her bewildered. This man's chakra had transformed entirely, radiating warmth akin to the sun. What could this mean? Have you found an enemy? Zhou Ke inquired. Yes. I've located one. Xiang Ling refrained from disclosing her earlier observations. What if it were a secret that could lead to her demise? It was better to feign ignorance. Subsequently, she relayed the position of the enemy she had detected, and Zhou Ke launched into a battle royale. His goal was to become the king of kills. The following morning, Naruto's team awoke from their slumber. They occasionally stirred from sleep, for they were still participating in the Chunin exams, where danger lurked throughout the forest, necessitating a watchful eye. After a simple breakfast, Sakura curiously remarked, "Wasn't it rather quiet last night?" The first night had been devoid of sound, allowing them a restful sleep. Under normal circumstances, that would be acceptable, but this was the forest of death, teeming with wild beasts. How could they have slept soundly? Sasuke nodded in agreement, analyzing. Indeed, it was excessively quiet. The forest creatures seemed to have sensed danger and concealed themselves. Humph, they must be afraid of me, Naruto declared proudly. Sasuke was disinclined to engage with the fool, internally assessing the situation. If there is danger, could it be that snake-like man? Snakes do possess a certain intimidation factor. Or perhaps, Itachi? How infuriating. Why am I feeling this fear? Sasuke gripped his trembling hand. The mere thought of Orochimaru or Itachi sent shivers through him. The ingrained terror was palpable. In the presence of such power, he felt as insignificant as an ant. A mere flick of the wrist could spell his doom. This fear of death caused his body to quiver, alongside a burgeoning frustration at his own inadequacy. Strength. I need greater strength. This childish method of gaining power cannot continue. Sasuke silently clenched his fists. He must find a swift way to grow stronger. Yet, how does one become stronger? The uncertainty deepened the shadows on his face. Both Naruto and Sakura noted Sasuke's brooding demeanor and clenched fists. Sakura pondered, what is wrong with Sasuke? She dared not ask, nor could she comprehend his turmoil. Naruto, however, exclaimed, Sasuke, does your stomach hurt? If you need to go, I have some paper. Sasuke, exasperated, thought, is this really the time for jokes? Can I not suffer in peace? Noticing the deadly glare Sasuke directed at him, Naruto ceased his laughter. It's perfectly normal for us to be underpowered. After all, we just graduated and aren't even Chunin yet. However, I refuse to stagnate here. I will grow stronger and become Hokage, earning everyone's respect. If you think you can't do it, then wallow in self-pity while I forge ahead, dead weight. Who are you calling dead weight? Sakura retorted angrily, delivering a light punch to Naruto's forehead. After being struck, Naruto lamented internally, and Oppose. I was merely trying to motivate him. And Oppose, that doesn't and Oppose. Justify your words. Sakura shot back, though she soon felt her actions were excessive and gently began to massage Naruto and Oppose's head. This gesture filled Naruto with elation. She cared for me. She has feelings for me. Sakura, however, found herself exasperated. What was he so pleased about? Observing the bickering couple, Sasuke couldn't help but smirk, mocking himself inwardly. I lack even the courage of that fool. What am I doing? After this moment of self-reflection, he gazed skyward. Naruto is right. It is indeed unrealistic to think I can surpass Itachi without even being a Chunin. My strength has improved, and I now comprehend the gap between myself and Itachi better than ever. Henceforth, I shall strive to grow stronger than before, pursuing the truth hidden in darkness. Despite being on the verge of succumbing to the darkness of chakra influenced by Orochimaru and the sage-like Itachi, the light of Naruto's encouragement guided Sasuke onward. It seems the root of his turmoil stemmed from Itachi's incessant playback of the Uchiha Massacre documentary. Truly, the eccentricity of the Uchiha clan knows no bounds. Without his meddling, Sasuke would not have had to bear the burden of becoming a legendary traitor of the Uchiha. Just then, as if sensing something, the trio turned their gazes in unison toward a singular direction. Naruto, did you hear that? Sasuke asked earnestly. If you heard it, then I certainly did. Someone is approaching. Prepare for battle. Sasuke commanded. You need not direct me. I can handle this alone. Naruto declared, rushing forward. Fool. Don't act recklessly. Sasuke turned to Sakura. Sakura, provide support, but remain vigilant. Do not allow anyone to flank us. Sakura nodded in affirmation, understood. With that, Sasuke sprinted to catch up. As the vanguard, Naruto soon came face to face with the approaching figure. Is that Zhou Ke? He exclaimed. What the it's you? Zhou Ke replied, both sensing hostility from one another, ready to engage in combat. However, upon realizing who stood before them, they quickly retracted their fists, resulting in a rather comical collision of their faces. The impact sent leaves fluttering to the ground. It was quite a spectacle. As they landed, both held their foreheads, sitting down in exasperation. Really, if it were you, couldn't you have called out beforehand? Naruto complained. Zhou Ke retorted, come on. This is a survival elimination match. Who would announce their presence and expose their location? Fair point, Naruto conceded. At that moment, Sasuke arrived, frowning at Zhou Ke. Naruto, maintain your distance. We cannot confirm if he is truly Zhou Ke. Sasuke's caution was not unwarranted. They had previously encountered someone impersonating Naruto to launch a surprise attack. I am Zhou Ke. That much I can assure you. Naruto declared with conviction. Who could possibly fail to recognize their closest friend? Your words are quite touching. But Sasuke's perspective holds merit. You should exercise caution. Zhou Ke stood up from the ground. Those who attempt to ambush me are no match. There's no need for concern, Naruto boasted. Yet, it would indeed be quite challenging for him to concede that Sasuke's words have any validity. Sasuke, with a resigned gesture, ran his fingers through his hair. This fool revels in needless bravado. Zhou Ke would make a far better teammate. Naruto chose not to delve deeper into the matter and instead inquired of Zhou Ke. Zhou Ke, are you operating solo? Well, I suppose you could say that. Zhou Ke replied, a hint of awkwardness in his tone. The one in charge of the commentary sent a clone to relay a message. He has already reached the finish line. This left Zhou Ke in a predicament, as he could not openly admit to having ventured out alone. After all, should the instructor responsible for assessing their scores discover that he had sent a clone to pass the inspection on his behalf, they might very well nullify their results. In the second phase of the exam, the 3 members of the team must bring their respective heaven and earth scrolls to the central tower to open them. Zhou Ke was technically in violation of the rules. Sasuke quipped, have you been up to something improper? Zhou Ke briefly explained the situation. Naruto, puzzled, exclaimed, your team has already completed the second phase? So swiftly? And you weren't satisfied with merely passing the exam, so you sent a clone to do it for you, while you prepared to clear the area alone. Aren't you being a tad reckless? Apologies, but I would prefer not to hear that particular word from you, Zhou Ke retorted. You're no stranger to recklessness yourself, so your criticism holds little weight. Just then, a voice interjected, hey, wait for me. Xiangling appeared, clutching a pile of scrolls. Sasuke, intrigued, asked who is this? Zhou Ke introduced. Oh, this is Xiangling, a temporary teammate we encountered along the way. Xiangling, irked, hurled a scroll at Zhou Ke's head. You do realize I'm your temporary teammate, not your servant, right? Why is it that I'm the one carrying all these scrolls? Zhou Ke countered. You haven't been much help in battle. Your sole contribution has been to collect spoils. What do you mean my only role is to gather spoils? Am I not also responsible for reconnaissance? And why did you go from being so gentle with me at first to being so dismissive later on? Whatever happened to the promised Princess Carrie? Xiangling vented her grievances in one breath. After following Zhou Ke around all night, she was both exhausted and weary. What did she gain from it? Besides acquiring one scroll, there was nothing to show for her efforts. Was she to be left behind? Was she merely a tool to be utilized? Clearly, all the sweet words at the beginning were nothing but lies. She lamented the loss of her handsome face. Zhou Ke scratched his head sheepishly. Well, carrying you all night would also be quite taxing. My arms can only bear so much. Plus, the transformation technique isn't sustainable. All right, let me escort you back to your team, he added. With that, Zhou Ke retrieved a scroll from Xiangling's arms and tossed it to Naruto. You haven't found the corresponding scroll, have you? Take this. It will allow you to access the central tower directly. I'll take her back now. With that, Zhou Ke lifted Xiangling and leaped away. Holding the scroll, Naruto marveled. Zhou Ke is still as impressive as ever. Meanwhile, Sasuke's brow furrowed in concern. I initially thought we were on the same level, but now it appears Zhou Ke is superior to us. Sasuke had briefly glanced at the woman Zhou Ke was carrying. She was holding 9 scrolls, which meant Zhou Ke had eliminated 9 teams throughout the night. Reflecting on this, Sasuke realized he lacked the confidence to achieve such a feat, leading him to reassess his own abilities. All this time, I've been flattered as a genius, but now I see that whether it's that bushy-browed individual, Zhou Ke, or even Naruto, they are all formidable, and their efforts surpass mine. Lost in thought, he recalled the helplessness he felt when facing Orochimaru and Itachi. Sigh. I can only strive to improve, Sasuke resolved, regaining his composure. With a steadied mindset, he turned to Naruto and said, let us head back. It's quite dangerous for Sakura to be alone. Agreed, Naruto nodded, and together they returned. Subsequently, the trio made their way toward the tower, scrolls in hand. Chapter 27, A Glimmer of Gold. Zhou Ke cradled Xiangling as he made his way towards his teammates. Xiangling gazed at Zhou Ke's profile and couldn't help but think, despite his tendency to treat others as mere tools, he possesses a certain gentleness. After spending an entire night together, Xiangling had gained some insight into Zhou Ke. Well, it was just this internal monologue. By the way, I still don't know his name. I heard it was Zhou something, since she hadn't been present when his name was called. She remained oblivious to his identity. Running around all night with someone whose name she didn't even know felt quite strange. Suddenly, Xiangling sensed something and anxiously warned. Wait, someone powerful is approaching. It feels reminiscent of you. Huh, reminiscent of me? Zhou Ke replied, puzzled, and then, as if sensing something, he quickly retreated, just as a shuriken appeared where he had been standing. Was someone throwing shuriken at Zhou Ke? Zhou Ke, unimpressed, set Xiangling aside and picked up the shuriken, tossing it upwards. What a swift reaction. The rebellious spirit perched on a branch above caught the shuriken Zhou Ke had thrown back. Zhou Ke glared with exasperation. Rebel, are you planning a mutiny? Haha, I wouldn't dare. It's just that while I was toiling away, you were up there flirting, which really irked me. The rebellious spirit pouted, clearly displeased. Zhou Ke retorted, what do you mean flirting? I'm simply cultivating tools, all right? Of course, he couldn't openly say that. Otherwise, his previous actions would have been in vain. All right, I won't critique your slacking anymore. Here, take these. The rebellious spirit tossed Zhou Ke 5 scrolls. What is this? Zhou Ke asked curiously as he accepted the scrolls. I took down 5 groups, but it seems my efficiency isn't as high as yours. The rebellious spirit remarked, glancing at Xiangling. Having a perceptive ninja assisting certainly speeds things up compared to wandering about alone. Now that I've finished my tasks, I'm off to rest. With that, the rebellious spirit prepared to dismiss himself. However, just as he was about to do so, he thought of something and smiled at Zhou Ke, saying, by the way, I think Orochimaru has set his sights on me, so be mentally prepared. Huh? What did you say? Zhou Ke exclaimed in shock. How did he attract Orochimaru's attention just by going out for a stroll? Before Zhou Ke could inquire further, the rebellious spirit dismissed himself, vanishing into thin air. Watching the rebellious spirit fade away, Zhou Ke's expression darkened. Damn you, Sage. Just when he was worried, he was now targeted by a pervert like Orochimaru. This could be quite troublesome. Zhou Ke scratched his head helplessly. It's not that I'm afraid of Orochimaru. After all, if I want to make a name for myself, I will eventually encounter such antagonists. But, isn't it a bit too soon? Currently, he felt he lacked the necessary strength and was not keen on meeting a mid-boss so early. Meanwhile, Xiangling felt a bit bewildered. Zhou Ke was becoming increasingly enigmatic in her eyes. After spending the night together, she had already noticed something odd about Zhou Ke's transformation technique, who uses a transformation technique that alters their chakra nature. The recent appearance of the rebellious spirit also revealed issues with Zhou Ke's shadow clone technique, who has a shadow clone whose personality is the complete opposite of their own. Moreover, the essence of that clone felt like an unfathomable abyss, pitch black, where one could only sense the suppressed rage pulsating outward like a heartbeat. This was a dangerous individual. Despite her growing apprehension, Xiangling found herself increasingly curious about Zhou Ke. She desperately wanted to uncover the secrets of this man. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Ke sighed. Well, let us consider this a form of motivation for myself. The presence of danger only fuels the drive to forge ahead. Since he was now under the gaze of a venomous snake, he would strive to grow stronger, powerful enough that even the snake would dare not pry. With his mindset adjusted, Zhou Ke looked at Xiangling. Let us go. I'll escort you to your teammates. All right. Xiangling nodded slightly in agreement. His acting was commendable, appearing to harbor no ulterior motives. Zhou Ke continued to carry Xiangling onward, resting in Zhou Ke's embrace. Xiangling scrutinized him once more with her Kaguya-'s Byakugan, then thought, this truly feels entirely different from the clone. This person is indeed peculiar. After her careful observation, Xiangling was certain that Zhou Ke was not merely acting to conceal his true thoughts. He genuinely harbored no shadows within, presenting a stark contrast to the earlier clone. Why was there such a significant disparity between the true self and the clone? Typically, wouldn't the true self be shrouded in darkness, with the clones retaining only a fraction of that darkness, appearing quite pure? Why had it reversed in this case? So, what are your thoughts on my previous proposal? Zhou Ke suddenly inquired. This caught Xiangling off guard as she was still contemplating Zhou Ke's peculiarities. Huh? What proposal? Joining my team. Are you interested in this proposition? Zhou Ke reiterated. Oh, that. Xiangling nodded in understanding, then curiously asked, what exactly do you want from me? If he was inviting her to join, he at least needed to clarify what the mission entailed. Zhou Ke candidly stated, I possess ambitions to dominate this ninja world. You sensed it too, didn't you? Though my current strength is not particularly remarkable, I possess some unique techniques, and in the long run, my potential is immense. While it may be challenging in the short term, one day, I will undoubtedly become one of the most radiant stars in this ninja world. Quite the ambition you have, Xiangling remarked, unimpressed. Indeed, but I am confident I can achieve it, Zhou Ke replied earnestly. However, one's strength is ultimately limited. To conquer the ninja world, I require a team. So, what do you say? Are you interested in joining me as a partner in this venture? I am a promising candidate, and my future development will be promising. He presented himself as if he were a wolf in sheep's clothing. Well, to be honest, I don't quite understand what you're saying. Though Xiangling had matured a bit due to her solitary lifestyle, she was still just a 13-year-old genin. Ambition and future prospects were beyond her current scope of thought. Joining my team grants you access to the services of charming companions and reverse harem techniques, where you can enjoy being swept off your feet by handsome individuals every day, and so on. Zhou Ke continued. When grandiose claims fell on deaf ears, he decided to adopt a more pragmatic approach to entice her. This. Stars sparkled in Xiangling's eyes. Simplifying his grandiose rhetoric made it far more effective. She was instantly intrigued, but she still felt a connection to the grass ninja village. It couldn't be this easy to leave. She would need more incentives? Alright, Xiangling had no emotional ties to the grass ninja village. Due to her unique physique, she was treated as a living medicine in the village. By biting any part of her body, one could rapidly restore chakra and injuries. Her mother, possessing the same physique, had perished after being drained of chakra repeatedly. Thus, she was eager to escape. However, Xiangling didn't immediately agree to Zhou Ke's proposal. After all, becoming a rogue ninja was perilous, and if Zhou Ke proved unreliable, her future might be even bleaker than her current situation. She intended to return and contemplate her decision carefully. As they neared Xiangling's teammates, Zhou Ke gently set her down. All right, you can walk the remaining distance. I'll take my leave. He returned the excess scrolls to her. Zhou Ke said little, obediently accepting the scroll before preparing to depart. At that moment, Xiangling called out to him. Hey, you haven't told me your name yet. Almost forgetting. Zhou Ke suddenly remembered he had yet to introduce himself. Turning at a sharp angle, he raised his thumb to point at himself and confidently declared, I am Zhou Ke, the last trump card. Farewell. With that, he vanished in an instant. As Xiangling reminisced about Zhou Ke's departing figure, she couldn't help but think, the last trump card? His name is even more impressive than himself. After Zhou Ke left, he made his way toward the central tower. Nearly half of his team had become his experience points, while the remaining were either from his own village or insignificant players, not worth seeking out. Having fought tirelessly through the night, Zhou Ke felt fatigued and decided to rest at the tower before continuing his ninjutsu training. However, on his way to the tower, he kept busy by giving away the surplus scrolls he had to fellow villagers he encountered along the way, building rapport for future favors. Approaching midday, Zhou Ke finally arrived near the central tower, only to find an intense battle unfolding. Team 7 from Konoha versus the Sand Ninja Trio. Naruto and Sasuke were fighting Gaara together. Zhou Ke landed beside Sakura, who was preparing at the back, and inquired, What is happening? Why did you run into the Sand Ninja? It's Zhou Ke. Thank goodness. Sakura exclaimed, visibly relieved to see him. Zhou Ke's presence meant peace in the ninja world. However, Zhou Ke pressed her for details. Noticing Naruto and Sasuke being chased by Gaara's sand, we came here to advance, but their trio is guarding this area, trying to seize our scrolls. Sakura briefly explained. And Zhou Ke quickly grasped the situation. Gaara, leveraging his superior strength, had arrived at the tower early to set up an ambush. As a Jinchuriki, Gaara's power was overwhelming in this version. Currently, only Naruto, by recklessly unleashing the Nine-Tails chakra, stood a chance against him. Guarding the tower, Gaara was an unstoppable force, merely waiting for deliveries of scrolls from those who dared approach. Thanks to Zhou Ke's efforts the previous night, nearly half of the contenders had been dealt with, leaving Gaara and his team to waste away the day in anticipation. After receiving Zhou Ke's gifts that morning, Naruto and Sasuke had set off for the central tower with 2 scrolls, only to collide with Gaara's ambush. Gaara demanded the scrolls, but Naruto refused. Thus, a reason to fight was born. Sasuke, having just suffered a humiliating defeat, was desperate for a battle to reclaim his honor, another reason to stand firm. More importantly, despite their bickering, the camaraderie between Naruto and Sasuke provoked Gaara, whose loneliness and lack of affection made their friendship seem blindingly bright, sparking his fury. What had begun as a battle for scrolls had transformed into a fierce clash driven by emotions. Currently, the battlefield was not in Naruto and Sasuke's favor. Gaara's sand served both offensive and defensive purposes, allowing him to manipulate it freely into various forms for attack and protection. His sand came in two types. One, the sand from his mother that automatically protected him, and the other, sand he reinforced with his chakra, fashioned into weapons like shurikens. Sandstorms were even used to envelop and crush his enemies. In his normal state, Naruto, without the Nine-Tails chakra, could only produce a few hundred shadow clones, insufficient to breach Gaara's defenses. Sasuke, too, could only use his basic techniques, which were equally ineffective. Meanwhile, Kankuro and Temari, positioned behind, were drenched in sweat from the tension. Kankuro nervously remarked, "Gaara's not acting right." Temari nodded in agreement. "He seems to be reaching his limit. If this continues, he might go berserk. We must find a way to stop this battle." "How can we? If we intervene, we'll be killed too." Kankuro's eyes reflected fear. He had witnessed too many who perished trying to calm Gaara. Gritting her teeth, Temari stepped forward and said to Gaara, "Gaara, why don't we just stop?" Gaara turned to her, his icy gaze radiating a palpable menace, making Temari feel as if she were plunged into a frigid abyss. Beset by a biting wind, every fiber of her being screamed that she was about to die. Gaara's murderous intent was absolute. Those two who flaunted their friendship must perish. "Stop. Don't fight." At that moment, Zhou Ke appeared in the center of the battlefield, attempting to mediate the conflict. "Zhou Ke, get back. It's too dangerous," Naruto shouted. Alarmed, Zhou Ke had leaped into the midst of Gaara's swirling sand, and given the current bloodlust, it was improbable that his words would halt the battle. As expected, Gaara paid no heed to Zhou Ke's plea. The sand coalesced into a massive hand that seized Zhou Ke. Naruto watched in horror as his best friend was about to be crushed. His blue eyes narrowed, and then transformed into fierce red slits as crimson chakra surged forth. Naruto began to transform into his beast form. Seriously? More interference? Sasuke charged in, eager to help. But Naruto was quicker. In the blink of an eye, a flash of red darted past Sasuke, and a crimson chakra arm extended to disperse the sand ensnaring Zhou Ke, rescuing him in the process. Naruto pulled Zhou Ke close, enveloping them both in the protective embrace of the Nine-Tails chakra. With a powerful sweep of the beast's tail, he sent all pursuing sand flying. "What was that?" Sasuke exclaimed, astonished. Kankuro and Temari mirrored his shock, exclaiming, "What is that? Could it be?" They had realized that Naruto, like Gaara, was also a Jinchuriki. Suddenly, Kankuro felt a wave of dread. He had provoked a being as fearsome as Gaara. What luck I had. Had he gone berserk, I wouldn't have had enough lives to spare. Temari, on the other hand, was relieved. If it hadn't been for that handsome savior, they would have been in serious trouble. Gaara, witnessing Naruto's transformation, groaned in agony, clutching his head. Shikaku, the one tail, was stirring within him. "Is that the chakra of that wretched fox? Let me out." Gaara, in torment, retorted, "Silence. Don't interfere. I will kill him with my own hands." Despite the chaos in his mind, a sliver of logic remained. Why did Naruto have friends while he was utterly alone? Gaara's jealousy of Naruto intensified. Naruto, in turn, seethed. "No one will harm my friends." Zhou Ke's injury had unleashed Naruto's fury. Was this the version T0 Naruto, filled with rage? At that moment, a hand landed on Naruto's shoulder. Zhou Ke, who had been playfully tapping him, remarked, "Well, even though I appreciate your protective instincts, that was merely a shadow clone. There was no need for such fervor." Naruto stared, bewildered, as the Zhou Ke he held vanished into thin air, leaving an awkward silence in its wake. Zhou Ke was no fool. He would never recklessly charge into the heart of battle. He had dispatched a clone instead. The only peculiar aspect was that this clone was not one of the trio. The comic relief remained stationed at the tower, which was quite normal. But what of the rebel and the sage? Naruto's earlier impassioned determination for his comrades now felt like nothing more than a surge of chakra, an embarrassing self-indulgence that left him feeling rather self-conscious. The awkwardness caused the Nine-Tails chakra to wane, gradually reverting Naruto to his usual self, while he began to question his previous actions. That uncontrollable sensation had left him unnerved and somewhat fearful. Meanwhile, while Naruto hesitated, Gaara was relentless. He commanded his sand to surge toward Naruto and Zhou Ke, this time not only with astonishing speed but also an expansive range, akin to a tsunami. This technique, named Quicksand Waterfall, transformed the entire area into a desert, where enemies would be relentlessly assaulted and engulfed by fierce sand waves. Gaara could pulverize rocks into sand, then unleash the Quicksand Waterfall. In a fit of rage, he had turned all surrounding terrain into quicksand, launching a ferocious assault towards Zhou Ke and Naruto. The tidal wave of sand approached them from 3 directions, leaving no time for evasion. Naruto attempted to kick Zhou Ke out of harm's way, intending to absorb the attack himself. However, Zhou Ke firmly grasped Naruto with one hand while forming seals with the other, initiating the transformation technique. Consequently, the two were engulfed by the sea of sand. Sand Waterfall Burial. Gaara commanded, pressing his hands down as the sand covering Zhou Ke and Naruto constricted violently, as if struck by a piledriver. The Sand Waterfall Burial, when combined with the Quicksand Waterfall, was a technique that obliterated all matter within the sand-covered area. One could only imagine the dire fate that awaited the two ensnared by the sand. Sakura, witnessing this scene, collapsed weakly to her knees, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. No. Naruto. Zhou Ke. The brutal loss of her comrades was an unbearable reality for the newly minted genin. Calm down, they're fine, Sasuke reassured her, having initially intended to rescue Naruto and the others. However, his Sharingan had detected Zhou Ke's transformation, leading him to decisively retreat and regroup with Sakura. Just as Sakura remained in a daze, a golden flash suddenly appeared behind her. It was the youthful version of Minato Namikaze. Of course, it was Zhou Ke transformed. After a night of effort, the option for the young Minato had finally been unlocked. Without pausing, Zhou Ke grasped Sakura and Sasuke, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to vanish. In the rear, Kanjiro and Temari stood in stunned silence. What had transpired that caused everyone to disappear? At that moment, a golden flash reemerged not far from Temari and the others. An oddly shaped kunai had been embedded there, seemingly appearing from nowhere. Only one person was present, Zhou Ke. Holding 2 pairs of scrolls, Zhou Ke addressed Temari. My apologies, Princess of the Sand Ninja. I hope this alleviates your concerns. Please ensure your teammates are calmed. You wouldn't want him to go berserk and jeopardize your exam, would you? Uncertain of the nature of the scrolls in his hands, Zhou Ke tossed the final pair to Temari. It is worth noting that Zhou Ke had previously provided Naruto and his team with the correct scrolls because the Leaf Village had its advantages. All ninjas received identical scrolls to avoid internal competition and maximize efforts in acquiring scrolls from other villages, a strategic advantage that needed no further elaboration. After discarding the scrolls, Zhou Ke vanished once more. Temari, upon receiving the scrolls, quipped, "While I'm quite pleased you called me princess, how am I supposed to calm him down?" Gaara was on the brink of losing control. Approaching him at such a moment was perilous. Kanjiro suggested, "Shall we retreat?" Temari contemplated, "No. If we leave now, the consequences aside, we will fail our mission. I must go." Summoning her courage, Temari advanced towards Gaara. Observing his sister's reckless bravery, Kanjiro felt a pang of sympathy and hastily followed her. Together, they began to soothe Gaara with various reassurances. After a while, Gaara's fury subsided, and tranquility was finally restored. Chapter 28. The third preliminary match. Zhou Ke, having reverted to her original form, collapsed onto the ground with a sigh. Phew, I've exhausted all my chakra. I'm utterly drained. The transformation technique she had just performed had consumed her last reserves of chakra, leaving her utterly spent. Meanwhile, Naruto and his companions slumped beside her. Equally fatigued from the recent battle, both physically and mentally taxing, the tension that had held them taut now dissipated, and weariness washed over them in waves. Wait, why is Sakura also slumped over? Zhou Ke mused. Oh, it's only natural given her weaker constitution. Merely witnessing such a fierce battle must have taken a toll on her. I'm really not feeling well, she admitted. Sasuke, after catching his breath, turned his gaze towards Zhou Ke. What technique did you just use? I couldn't discern any trace of it. Zhou Ke explained, it's a space-time ninjutsu, essentially spatial movement. Sakura interjected excitedly. I've seen that before. It must be an incredibly advanced technique. Sasuke furrowed his brow. You can use a technique of that caliber? Is the gap between us really that vast? Well, it can only be utilized under specific circumstances. It's not particularly versatile, Zhou Ke clarified. Though I don't fully comprehend it, it certainly sounds impressive. Truly remarkable, Zhou Ke. Naruto praised his dear friend. You're impressive too. You managed to tap into the Nine-Tails chakra. Zhou Ke swiftly redirected the conversation, not wishing to delve too deeply into the matter of the Flying Thunder God technique, opting instead to focus on Naruto. The Nine-Tails, is that the infamous nine-tailed fox? Was that its power we witnessed? Naruto inquired curiously. Zhou Ke nodded, indeed. That was the chakra of the Nine-Tails, a terrifying force. Sasuke asked, intrigued, what exactly is it? Zhou Ke elaborated, it is a powerful beast manifested from an immense chakra, of which there are only 9, each an extraordinarily potent entity, with individual strength surpassing even that of the current Hokage. Such a formidable creature resides within Naruto? Sakura gasped, covering her mouth. Wait, I recall hearing parents say we shouldn't play with Naruto. Could it be because of this? Naruto, who had been feeling buoyant due to his immense power, suddenly felt dejected upon hearing Sakura's words. Right, what was I so happy about? It's the reason I've suffered, and it caused Zhou Ke to lose her parents. Its presence is far from a blessing. Sakura quickly realized her misstep and hurriedly countered, well, possessing such immense power can also be seen as a good thing, right? Why should we fear it? Seriously, you really have a knack for bringing up the wrong topics. Zhou Ke shot back, her eyes narrowing. The tailed beast is sealed within, meaning it's a forced situation for Naruto. Well, the story traces back to 12 years ago. The seal on the Nine-Tails was broken for certain reasons, resulting in it rampaging through the village. To subdue it, many lives were lost, instilling fear in the hearts of many towards the Nine-Tails, which subsequently extended to Naruto. They fear he might also unleash it, causing another catastrophe, which is why many look upon him with disdain. Of course, we were never informed of this as children, so we were unaware. Is that how it was? So that's why Naruto had to endure such a tragic past. Sasuke finally grasped the situation. Sakura sympathized Naruto. However, Naruto detested pity. He feigned indifference, saying, humph, that's just their narrow-mindedness. I will never allow that beast's power to run rampant. Moreover, I will wield its strength to become Hokage. The suffering of the past had faded into mere memories. Naruto would only look forward. Since it's been living in me for so long, asking for some rent shouldn't be an issue, right? Besides, I never asked for rent before, so it's perfectly acceptable to request a bit more now, isn't it? That's easy to say, but you nearly lost control just now. And that was only the first tale? Zhou Ke interrupted. The Nine-Tails has always yearned for freedom. If you overuse its power, it will seize that opportunity to invade your mind and control you, turning you into its puppet. What you do then would no longer be your choice. Naruto fell silent. Sakura trembled, asking, what? What would it do? Zhou Ke replied calmly, the Nine-Tails harbors a hatred for those who confine it. Once freed, its first act would naturally be to annihilate those who restricted its freedom. The atmosphere grew heavy. The realization that their teammate could potentially become a living weapon was difficult to digest. At that moment, Sasuke asked, has the village taken any measures to prevent such a scenario? Indeed, Zhou Ke affirmed. Firstly, the Hokage believes in Naruto's ability to control the Nine-Tails' power. Secondly, they assigned Kakashi, the strongest jonin among the youth, as his guiding instructor. Lastly, they placed you, Sasuke, in the same class as Naruto. Sakura, puzzled, queried, how does having Sasuke in the same class serve as a precaution against the Nine-Tails? In this world, aside from brute force and confronting the tailed beasts directly, there are two powers capable of suppressing them. The first is the wood release of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. The second is the Uchiha's ocular techniques, specifically, the Sharingan. Sasuke touched his eyes. My powers can suppress the tailed beasts? Absolutely. Zhou Ke confirmed. It is said that after the founding of Konoha, the then Uchiha clan leader, Madara Uchiha, dissatisfied with the Uchiha standing in the village, resorted to force to seize power, clashing with the first Hokage. However, Madara's strength was inferior to that of the first Hokage. To bridge the gap, he chose to control the Nine-Tails using his Sharingan, making it his summoning beast. So long as the ocular power is potent enough, an Uchiha can easily control a tailed beast. Upon hearing this, both Sasuke and Naruto instinctively glanced at each other. Then Sasuke smirked. Humph, you can rest easy, dead last. If you can't control the tailed beast's power, I'll help you rein it in. Naruto immediately turned away, dismissively retorting, Humph, I don't need your help. I can control my own power. Fine, suit yourself. Sasuke mirrored Naruto's gesture of turning away. Though their gazes were directed elsewhere, their hearts were in agreement. For Naruto, the knowledge that someone had his back provided a comforting sense of security. For Sasuke, his heart was also at ease. He had grown weary of feeling powerless when those important to him faced danger. Oh my, have they already become important to each other? While he wouldn't admit it aloud, Sasuke had already regarded Naruto as his closest friend. Sasuke mused, "Indeed, my strongest power lies within these eyes. I had never considered enhancing them in the past few years, but if I wish to grow stronger swiftly, I must devote more energy to this aspect." How curious. How does Zhou Ke know all of this? Sasuke suddenly noted a discrepancy. Zhou Ke, like himself and Naruto, was an orphan, equally unmoored. How did she acquire such knowledge? Without hesitation, Sasuke posed the question. Zhou Ke, unperturbed, replied with a mischievous smile. "Of course, I uncovered it through investigation. However, the sources of my information are not easy to disclose. Just know that I accessed it from places that an average Chunin definitely cannot enter, such as the Hokage's archives, the Umbu archives, or even the records of organizations even more clandestine than the Umbu." Sakura gasped at this revelation. "Isn't that illegal? Unauthorized entry into such places could lead to being treated as a spy if the Hokage finds out. Therefore, it must remain a secret. You all must keep this under wraps." Zhuk was confident that the three would keep his secret, hence he employed this line of reasoning. Moreover, this explanation served to clarify another matter. Sasuke inquired, "How did you infiltrate those places? They should not be accessible to mere Chunin like us." Zhuk replied with a wink, "Do you suppose I learned that space-time ninjutsu for no reason? By the way, I acquired this technique in the confidential archives. It is known as the Flying Thunder God, a ninjutsu mastered by the fourth Hokage. However, my proficiency is still shaky, and it can only be used under specific circumstances, quite troublesome, indeed." Naruto, perplexed, asked, "Then why would you do such a thing?" Zhuk continued his ramblings. "I dislike living in a shroud of mystery. After learning about the Nine Tails, I commenced an investigation. As for whether it's against the rules, who cares? If we proceed methodically, when will we ever uncover the truth? One must risk peril to seek fortune. Only by taking bold steps can one achieve great rewards." Sasuke nodded in understanding. He finally grasped why Zhuk had advanced so swiftly, though Zhuk thought otherwise, and gleaned some insight from his words. Seeking fortune through risk. If one desires to become stronger quickly, a methodical approach is insufficient. One must possess the resolve to take risks. He realized that his previous earnestness would never allow him to catch up with Itachi. To grow stronger, he would need to adopt a more daring approach. With the idle chatter concluded, and Hu Luwa's emotions likely settled, they should have entered the high tower by now. And it was time for them to do the same. Having rested sufficiently, Zhuk stood to prepare for a role switch with the comic relief, pretending he had been inside the tower all along. Wait, can he maintain that pretense? Hadn't everyone outside seen him? Well, as long as Zhuk stubbornly insisted someone had transformed into him, the upper echelons could not act against him. If he wasn't caught in the act, it wouldn't be deemed a violation. At that moment, Sasuke suddenly inquired, "What is the situation with that man, Gaara?" The astute Sasuke had already noted the resemblance between Gaara and Naruto, or perhaps he discerned it with his Sharingan. Regardless, he had taken note. Zhuk snapped his fingers and cheerfully replied, "Good question. I have gathered information on that front as well." Sakura curiously asked, "Where did you hear about that? Are there classified documents in our village concerning Sunagakure?" Zhuk continued his fanciful tales. "There are documents concerning Sunagakure, but none regarding Gaara. After encountering them that day, I sent a clone to follow them and learn some details from that Temari and Kankuro. Gaara, like Naruto, is a vessel for a tailed beast, commonly referred to as a Jinchuriki. Is there a general term for it?" Sasuke inquired, intrigued. Zhuk affirmed, "Indeed. After all, there are 9 tailed beasts, and each ninja village cultivates Jinchuriki as weapons of war to harness the beast's power. Gaara is the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure, to put it in terms everyone can understand. He is essentially a Naruto who doesn't even have Iruka." "What? He doesn't even have Iruka-sensei?" Naruto exclaimed in disbelief. Only he understood the agony of such a plight. If he had lacked Iruka's support, he might have succumbed to despair long ago. Perhaps during his time with Mizuki, he would have lost control and let the Nine Tails take over. Sakura processed the information in her mind, then exclaimed in shock, "Does that mean Gaara is also without parents? And he lacks a caring teacher? Hey, can you think before you speak? The 3 of us here, excluding you, have no parents either," Zhuk reminded her. Upon being reminded, Sakura noticed the somber expressions on Naruto and Sasuke's faces and quickly apologized. "Ah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. She urged Sasuke and Naruto to pretend everything was fine, but they struggled to do so. Sasuke turned away, feigning interest in the scenery, while Naruto awkwardly smiled, assuring her he was all right. Only Zhou Ke, truly at ease, advised Sakura, "You should be more cautious in the future. Refrain from speaking thoughtlessly, as it can inadvertently hurt others." I understand," Sakura replied, but whether she genuinely absorbed this lesson remained to be seen in her future behavior. To ease the tension, Naruto shifted the topic. "Does that Gaara guy have any family?" "Yes, but it might as well be none," Zhou sighed. "His father is the fourth Kazekage. Despite the impressive title, he is devoid of humanity. He merely regards Gaara as a weapon for the tailed beast, repeatedly sending assassins to test if Gaara would lose control. The outcome? All the assassins sent after him perished, which shaped his bloodthirsty and violent nature. As for the pair beside Gaara, they are his older sister and brother, who fear him due to his brutal demeanor and dare not approach him. Well, that's all the information I've gathered." With a thud, Naruto slammed his fist into the ground in anger, exclaiming, "What kind of wretched father is that? A father like that is no father at all." The father Naruto had always yearned for, if he were to be like that, was better off non-existent. Sasuke and Sakura remained silent, yet they too found such a father utterly deplorable. Having said all that needed to be said, Zhou declared, "Let us reconvene inside the tower." With that, he vanished in an instant. After Zhou departed, the three did not immediately act. Rather, they sat in contemplation, digesting the information they had just learned. Sakura felt a bit embarrassed after the earlier incident, but she could not remain silent forever. Thus, she took the initiative to break the silence, rubbing her cheek awkwardly. I feel like compared to Zhou, we are like novices who understand nothing." Naruto, wishing to alleviate Sakura's discomfort, chimed in, "That's true. We are all novices." Sasuke shot a bemused look at Naruto. "Just indulge her." After that, Sasuke addressed the other two. "Let us keep Zhou's unauthorized investigation of the archives a secret for now." Sasuke had acknowledged Zhou as his teammate and decided to protect his confidentiality. Naruto questioned, "Should we not even inform Kakashi-sensei?" Sasuke pondered for a moment before responding, "Let us hold off for now. After the Chunin exams, we can discuss it with Zhou and decide then." Naruto had no objections to Sasuke's proposal. After all, helping Zhou was something Naruto would never oppose. And as for Sakura, she was in full agreement with Sasuke's words, having no reason to oppose. In a flash, after parting ways with Naruto and the others, Zhou utilized some restored chakra to transform into the youthful form of Minato, then employed the Flying Thunder God to teleport inside the central tower, had he set a mark in advance. The Flying Thunder God technique allows one to leave a chakra mark on a kunai or a person. Once activated, one can instantly move to the previously marked location. The prerequisite for using this technique is having a mark. This is still the main storyline of the Hokage, where there is no variation of the Flying Thunder God that does not require a mark. Zhou certainly did not set a mark at the tower beforehand, but wasn't there someone inside who could transform? Upon teleporting into a room within the tower, Zhou spotted the comic relief seated on the bed. The comic relief greeted him, holding a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God seal. "Hey you, how was your all-nighter?" After the youth version of Minato was unlocked, the character known as the complaining role anticipated that Zhou Ke might utilize this method to return. Consequently, he adopted the form of the youth Minato and inscribed the Flying Thunder God seal onto an ordinary shuriken. This way, even without transforming into Minato, Zhou Ke could return at any moment. Upon reverting to his original form, Zhou Ke stretched and remarked, "Phew, my chakra is completely depleted. I feel utterly exhausted. By the way, everyone has their own room? I thought we were all going to sleep in a communal dormitory." The second round of the examination spanned several days, during which candidates could periodically pass the tests. It was impractical to leave successful candidates to fend for themselves on the streets. Hence, the central tower was equipped with resting quarters for the examinees. However, these rooms were merely functional spaces for sleeping. "What? You wish to share a room with others?" the complaining role teased. "If you desire, I could transform into a beautiful companion for you." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ke immediately adopted a disinterested demeanor and replied, "I'm afraid I'll have to decline such propositions." Zhou Ke, a male, had yet to consider matters of romance. He was currently in a phase of career ascendance and lacked the time for romantic entanglements. What a pity. Well, I shall take my leave to rest. Farewell. With that, the complaining role vanished. Resting, was it? Zhou Ke pondered a troubling thought. Could it be that if I do not summon them, they continue to exist in that realm? Considering his previous experiences with the shadow clone technique, it seemed the wise sage and the rebellious spirit had not manifested. Zhou Ke grew increasingly skeptical of his own cloning abilities. Surely there can't be an issue with my technique? He mused, rubbing his forehead. The words he had previously spoken to Sasuke returned to him like a boomerang. One must bear risks to attain rapid strength. But what risks lay ahead for Zhou Ke? Never mind. One cannot simply abandon the pursuit of strength due to potential dangers. With a shrug, Zhou Ke reclined onto his bed. Surely, he would not forfeit present opportunities over an uncertain future? Resolving to push such thoughts aside, he allowed himself to rest. The fatigue he felt was not solely due to the previous night's efforts but also stemmed from the cumulative exhaustion of his training. Without proper rest, the upcoming third phase of the examination would prove challenging. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Zhou Ke, momentarily disheartened, rose from his bed. He had nearly drifted into slumber when he was interrupted. Who dares disturb my impending repose? He thought, though he was too kind-hearted to unleash ire upon others. Shaking his head, he approached the door to greet the visitor. Upon opening the door, he was met by Nanami. Curious, Zhou Ke inquired, Miss Nanami, is there something you need? I merely came to confirm your return. Well, I have confirmed it. You may continue to rest. With that, Nanami turned and departed. Her actions left Zhou Ke puzzled as he scratched his cheek, pondering, did she perceive through my cloning technique? Quite impressive. Uncertain whether she had indeed seen through his abilities or was simply concerned, Zhou Ke chose not to probe further, for he genuinely felt fatigued. Thus, he surrendered to slumber until the following day. Hey, one has slept far too long, he mused. But then again, I was indeed exhausted and required ample rest. However, upon awakening and preparing to seek sustenance, Zhou Ke discovered some startling news. The second phase of the competition had concluded. How could it have ended so swiftly? Well, it was largely due to Zhou Ke's efforts. Most of the competitors had fallen to his prowess, and he had generously shared scrolls with those he encountered, allowing many to expedite their tasks. Consequently, the progress had accelerated dramatically, and within just 2 days, the second phase of the Death Forest race had wrapped up. Thus, the third round of examinations commenced officially. The next challenge would be a martial arts contest. Unlike before, this round would no longer adhere to team formats. Instead, individuals would draw lots for one-on-one duels, with victors advancing to the next round, essentially a grand martial arts tournament. A total of 8 teams had successfully navigated the second phase, 6 from Konohagakure, 1 from Sunagakure, and 1 from Kusagakure, amounting to 24 participants. The elimination would proceed from 24 to 12. This would be a brutal contest. Zhou Ke, however, was invigorated. Let us engage in a thrilling battle. My experience points are yearning for fulfillment. Chapter 29. Zhou Ke vs. Hyuga Neji as Zhou Ke awoke from slumber. A discussion unfolded within the surveillance room of the towering structure. The chief examiner of the second phase, Hong Do, reported to the third Hokage, Hokage-sama. The last group participating in the examination in the forest has opted to forfeit. Currently, there are no candidates remaining in the Death Forest. May we declare the second phase concluded ahead of schedule? Indeed, we may, the third Hokage nodded, holding a cigarette. However, he soon set it down, a frown creasing his brow. How curious that this phase ends prematurely. Aside from Orochimaru, could there be other unforeseen factors at play? It was revealed that Orochimaru's infiltration as a candidate had been discovered, yet after dispatching a search team into the forest, they uncovered nothing, almost as if he had never been present. This perplexity stemmed from Orochimaru's curiosity being piqued by the traces left by the demise of the Sound Ninja Trio. After assigning the investigation to Kabuto, Orochimaru departed from Konoha to pursue his inquiries at his own base. Due to his swift exit, Konoha's search party had no opportunity to encounter him. This situation left Hong Do quite displeased. Once a disciple of Orochimaru, she harbored deep animosity towards her former mentor, wishing for nothing more than to confront him with her own life on the line. Finally managing to grasp a lead, only to find nothing, was immensely frustrating. Although Hong Do remained convinced that Orochimaru harbored some nefarious plot, the queries posed by the third Hokage bore no relation to him, compelling her to set aside thoughts of her former mentor and focus on her report. Holding the organized documents, she continued, according to the descriptions provided by the eliminated candidates, 9 teams of Jinin were defeated by a golden-haired male candidate and a red-haired female. Additionally, 4 teams lost consciousness without even catching a glimpse of their assailants, only to be revived by our rescue personnel. The remaining teams were either vanquished by our own Jinin or brutally slain by the Sand Village's Jinin, whose corpses we were able to recover. However, the Sound Ninjas team, we couldn't find even a trace of them. After Zhou Ke's departure, despite Tamari and Kankaro's earnest attempts to console Gaara, they could not quell his fervor, which unfortunately led to the misfortune of other villages' Jinin, who crossed paths with this wrathful force and paid the ultimate price. It was rather unfortunate that these Jinin did not take heed and maintain their distance from such a volatile figure, ultimately sealing their own fates. The third Hokage furrowed his brow, pondering, no corpses from the Sound Ninja? Could this be the reason for Orochimaru's sudden retreat? He was aware that his former disciple had established a rogue ninja village, but due to Konoha's current weakened state, he could not initiate a decisive action against it. At present, Konoha was at its most vulnerable. The elite force, aside from the third Hokage himself, was absent. The legendary Sannin were not in the village, Danzo was incapacitated, and the other 2 advisors were of limited capability. The remaining core strength was diminished, with the Uchiha clan eradicated and the Hyuga clan suffering losses in recent years. The new generation of promising Jonin, such as Kakashi and Might Guy, had yet to reach their full potential and required time to develop. While this force was sufficient for defense, relying on them for an offensive maneuver was precarious. Even the prospect of casualties was untenable for Konoha. I am uncertain, but suspect it is highly probable. Hongdo articulated her deductions. The third Hokage stroked his chin in contemplation. It appears that circumstances have arisen that even Orochimaru did not foresee. Who could be the catalyst for this change? Reflecting on Hongdo's report, the only lead he could grasp was the duo of the golden-haired youth and the red-haired girl. Upon hearing this combination, he found himself momentarily lost in nostalgia, recalling the duo of Minato and Kushina from their youth. Shaking off the reverie, the third Hokage remarked to Hongdo, "This examination features a golden-haired and a red-haired Jinin. Precisely 2 individuals." Indeed, Hongdo interjected, "One is from Kakashi's team, a newly graduated Jinin, Naruto Uzumaki. The other is a female Jinin from the Grass Village, Karen. Naruto, I suspect, would struggle to triumph effortlessly over his foes. What of the red-haired girl?" The third Hokage inquired. "Though she has advanced to this phase, her capabilities seem lacking." Hongdo explained in detail. "She possesses a significant amount of chakra and appears to be a sensory ninja, but her combat prowess leaves much to be desired, as she seems to be bossed around by her teammates." Upon hearing this, the third Hokage mused internally, red-haired, abundant chakra, possessing sensory abilities. She could potentially be a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, akin to Kushina. If this red-haired girl is indeed her, assisting in locating others should pose no challenge. The question remains, who is the golden-haired youth? Certainly not Naruto. Could it be another? After a moment of reflection, the third Hokage asked, "What of Zhou Ke's performance?" "Impressive," Hongdo praised. His team was the first to complete the second examination, collecting their scrolls and arriving at the tower in just over an hour. Indeed, remarkable speed. Such swiftness? The third Hokage expressed astonishment. While I anticipated their strength, this exceeded my expectations. After the surprise faded, he continued, "Did Zhou Ke venture out after arriving here?" "No. He remained in his room to rest, only opening the door once when his teammates sought him," Hongdo replied. "Is that so?" The third Hokage contemplated. The identity of the golden-haired youth remains uncertain, but he has undoubtedly passed the second phase. Therefore, we shall observe during the upcoming third phase of the examination. Is that agreeable, Shippuden? The third Hokage turned to a somewhat frail-looking Jonin. The young Jonin coughed lightly before responding weakly, "Understood. I will ensure to observe each participant closely." As the third phase of the examination approached, all teams advancing to this stage gathered in the indoor training arena of the tower to receive their briefing. Much like a typical school assembly, the leaders spoke while the students engaged in hushed conversations among themselves. In Team 10, led by Asuma, Ino remarked, "Wow, Sasuke's team also made it through." Shikamaru rolled his eyes. "Our scrolls were all provided by Zhou Ke. They are teammates. How could they not assist each other?" Nearby, Team 8, Yuhi Kurenai's squad. Inazuka Kiba voiced his confusion. "Did Zhou Ke also give you your scrolls? Just how many scrolls did he acquire?" "Quite a few, I imagine," Shikamaru responded. "Indeed, quite a few," Shino added. Though his words went largely unnoticed, reflecting his usual lack of presence. Meanwhile, from the previous year's Team 3, Might Guy's squad, Niji furrowed his brow. Addressing Lee, "Did you just say our scrolls were also given by Zhou Ke?" "Correct. When we split to explore, I encountered Zhou Ke, who handed me the scrolls." Lee replied. Niji turned to Zhou Ke. "It seems he is stronger than you described." Attention to Zhou Ke is not limited to Ningxiai. Gaara has also turned his focus towards Zhou Ke in Naruto. After Naruto unleashed that overwhelming chakra, it stirred a sense of unease within him. While Zhou Ke's strength is simply undeniable, previously he had witnessed someone leave right under his nose, showcasing a speed that was astonishing. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke seem oblivious to Zhou Ke, their full attention directed towards Gaara. Could he be the Jinchuriki of One Tail? It remains uncertain whether they will cross paths in the near future. Xiangling has been discreetly observing Zhou Ke, pondering. This individual's power is rather inconspicuous among this crowd, yet once transformed, his strength becomes unparalleled. What exactly is the nature of his jutsu? Yukushi Kabuto adjusted his glasses, attempting to mask his excitement. Without even delving deeply into the investigation, the prime suspect had already been revealed by others. How could he not feel exhilarated? Ahem, silence. The third Hokage glanced sternly at the group of young ninjas below. Had their chatter not crossed the line into the realm of excessive speculation? Nevertheless, from their discussions, the third Hokage gleaned that the blonde boy in question was Zhou Ke. He could surmise the general sequence of events. This lad, seeking respite from the boredom of the tower, had devised a discreet method to slip away and engage in combat, transforming into a blonde to avoid detection. Most likely, he had assumed Naruto's appearance and, through some unknown persuasion, had enticed a girl from the grass village, rumored to be of the Uzumaki clan, into collaborating with him to eliminate other contestants and seize their scrolls. Indeed, that seemed to be the case. While the third Hokage's deductions were not entirely accurate in the finer details, the overall premise held merit. Internally, he mused, "Truly, he is a remarkable individual, exhibiting even greater potential than I had anticipated." After the third phase of the exam concludes, I shall inquire whether he desires any rewards. Zhou Ke's ambition deeply moved the third Hokage, who wished to bestow upon him some tokens of encouragement. Incidentally, while contemplating these matters, the third Hokage continued his speech uninterrupted. One should not underestimate a man who has served as Hokage for decades, multitasking with ease. He could effortlessly juggle impromptu speeches with other thoughts. As the third Hokage spoke, the Jonin behind him engaged in their own conversations. Might Guy remarked to Kakashi, "Your team has performed admirably, Kakashi, managing to pass the exam. What luck! However, the road ahead will not be as smooth. Next, it will be a test of strength, and when they face my subordinates, I fear your team may be eliminated." "Huh, were you speaking to me?" After a moment, Kakashi finally recognized that Guy was addressing him. Guy thought bitterly, "Cursed rival. Kakashi, you do not make it easy for me." Kakashi, however, was not intentionally ignoring Guy. He was observing Zhou Ke. He thought to himself, from the words and expressions of the other candidates, "It seems Zhou Ke has done something noteworthy." This behavior contradicts his usual cautious demeanor, suggesting that something significant must have compelled him to take such risks. His strength has indeed increased. Kakashi could sense that Zhou Ke's power had grown considerably since their last encounter. As the center of attention, Zhou Ke wore an innocent expression of confusion. "How peculiar. Why is everyone staring at me? I have merely been staying in the tower. The scrolls were undoubtedly sent out by someone disguised as me. It shouldn't seem as though I ventured out on my own." He internally sighed. It seems that drawing attention makes one an obvious target. But, now that Orochimaru has taken notice, I might as well embrace my visibility. To be honest, Zhou Ke had only been concealing himself from a select few, namely, the early-stage boss Orochimaru and the formidable Danzo. The mid to late-stage bosses would not prematurely reach out to Konoha, so they could be disregarded for now. However, these two early-stage figures were active in Konoha, and if left unchecked, Zhou Ke might one day find himself ambushed in his sleep. Yet now that he had attracted attention, a change in strategy was warranted. He must showcase his value to gain the Hokage's protection. The third Hokage had already expressed admiration for him, and he saw this exam as an opportunity to impress the Hokage and secure more prospects. Thus, he hoped for a formidable opponent to ensure he could truly demonstrate his prowess. A swift victory would yield no chance for display. At that moment, the third Hokage concluded his speech, and the next round of the exam was about to commence. The chief examiner for this round, Mizuki, made his entrance and inquired if any contestants wished to withdraw. Mizuki cleared his throat and stated, "The next phase involves brutal one-on-one combat, where no holds will be barred. And I cannot guarantee your safety. If you feel unwell or believe you lack the capability to win, now is your chance to forfeit." No hands were raised, most notably Yakushi Kabuto, who, under Orochimaru's orders, had to remain present to observe and identify the culprit responsible for the deaths of the TS trio, could not afford to withdraw as he might have in the original narrative. Thus, all participants would partake in the forthcoming battles. Mizuki nodded, understanding, very well. It is time to determine your fates. Akane, in conjunction with Mizuki, commanded the control team to display the large screen. Mizuki pointed to the screen and announced, "This display will reveal the names of the contestants for the upcoming battles. Now, let us unveil the names for the first round." Zhou Ke gazed at the screen, internally grumbling. To be honest, such electronic displays for drawing lots raise suspicions of behind-the-scenes manipulations. If the process lacked transparency, it would simply allow Konoha's higher-ups to dictate the matchups. In the first round, Zhou Ke faced Niji Hyuga. "Oh, this opponent is formidable," Zhou Ke exclaimed, exhilarated as if he had won the lottery. Niji Hyuga, a prodigy from the branch family of the Hyuga clan, was the strongest among Zhou Ke's graduating class. He was indeed a worthy adversary. Upon seeing Zhou Ke's name appear, Gaara expressed his excitement. "Zhou Ke, you're up first. Although your opponent is quite strong, do you think you can win?" Zhou Ke scratched his head and smiled. "Well, he is a genius from the Hyuga clan with considerable strength. Battling him will undoubtedly be a challenge." 7C's inquired, "Will you lose?" Zhou Ke maintained his smile and replied, "Well, I will win," feeling the pressure mounting. Meanwhile, on Niji's side, his teammate, 1010, expressed her concern. "Niji, that guy seems quite strong. Are you confident?" "Humph. What do you think?" Niji scoffed, "I will win." A clear indication that he too felt the weight of expectations. With the matchups determined, all non-participants were instructed to exit and take their seats in the audience on the second floor. As they made their way, Naruto encouraged Zhou Ke, "Go for it. I believe you can win." "Yes, I will win." Zhou Ke nodded in affirmation. Lee approached Zhou Ke, saying, "I initially hoped to face you again. But alas, well, if you advance, we will have the chance to fight again." Zhou Ke replied to Lee, "Are you confident in defeating Niji?" "Based on my experience, I usually find myself outmatched by him." Lee offered a well-intentioned warning. "Well, it is precisely because I have fought you before that I am certain I can win. Just wait and see. I will show you something quite interesting." Zhou Ke clapped Lee on the shoulder, urging him to hurry to the audience. On the side of the teachers group, Might Guy leaned closer to Kakashi and inquired, "That Zhou Ke is also your disciple, right? He appears quite confident." Kakashi pondered for a moment and replied, "If you should worry about anyone, it ought to be your own disciple." Such confidence? Motivated by Kakashi's words, Guy began to observe Zhou Ke more closely. His aura is indeed impressive, and his physical training appears commendable. Could he also be one who transcends his lineage through sheer effort? Roughly speaking, Kakashi replied vaguely. At that moment, the crowd had mostly dispersed, leaving only the proctor, Shippu, and the two participants of the first round, Hyuga Niji and Zhou Ke. Niji turned to Zhou Ke and said, "First, I appreciate your assistance with the scroll, but I must apologize. Your help will not earn you any leniency from me." Zhou Ke dismissed it nonchalantly, saying, "There is no need for you to go easy on me. Even at your full strength, you still wouldn't be my match." "Quite the confidence you have," Niji remarked, lowering his head slightly, his expression turning serious. "Before we begin, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. You are not my equal. You should surrender." Zhou Ke remained silent, merely casting a look of disbelief at Niji. This expression seemed to irk Niji further, prompting him to continue. "Certain matters are predetermined from the start, such as the disparity between you and me. A common ninja versus one of noble lineage, inheriting a bloodline. The gap in talent is a tragic reality, one that hard work alone cannot bridge. Our fates were sealed at that very moment. It is a decree of destiny, unchangeable." As he spoke, a sorrowful air enveloped Niji, as if he too bore the weight of such tragedy. Indeed, it is quite grim, being used as a mere pawn. A jest, of course, to safeguard their bloodline from outsiders. The Hyuga clan has divided their descendants into the main house and the branch house. The main house consists of the true heirs, tasked with the duty of protecting and preserving the Hyuga legacy, while the branch house serves as guardians of the main house. Only one can inherit the main house. If there are multiple heirs in the same generation, only one is chosen, while the others become part of the branch house. Thus, within each generation of the main house, there can only be one heir, perpetuating this system even after millennia. The branch house remains the eternal protectors of the main house, a highly efficient familial structure. Upon the branch house's eldest son reaching the age of 3, a cursed seal, known as the caged bird seal, is branded upon his forehead. This seal can inhibit the abilities of the Byakugan, allowing the head of the main house to control and manipulate the neural pathways of the branch members, effectively rendering them subordinate. To put it bluntly, the branch house members are akin to slaves, devoid of any capacity for rebellion. As a member of the branch house, Niji bears the caged bird seal, which is why he asserts that destiny was decided from the outset. With this mark, the head of the main house can dictate his life or death. Regardless of his talents, he is forever bound to the whims of others, unable to determine his own fate. I do not concur with your perspective, Zhou Ke interjected suddenly. Oh, in what way do you disagree? Niji retorted. If everything is predetermined, then what is the point of striving? After all, if everything is already arranged, then why bother? Your relentless efforts to improve yourself are ultimately aimed at proving that the lineage system of your clan is flawed, are they not? Zhou Ke responded, deep down. You too wish to alter your destiny. Niji fell silent this time, taken aback by Zhou Ke's words. Zhou Ke continued. You may have been using the notion of an unchangeable fate to numb yourself, yet your heart still yearns to triumph over it. Come now, boldly declare no to your destiny. Cast aside the main house and all its constraints. Niji furrowed his brow, his mouth forming a slight frown, his voice rising in agitation as he retorted, a fool who knows nothing should not simplify matters so easily. With that, Niji assumed a fighting stance. This was his declaration of war. He was done with words. It was time to battle. Chapter 30 Zhou Ke. You are facing the heir of the copy ninja, the one and only, Xiao Wuwu. In response to Niji's imposing demeanor, Zhou Ke shrugged and remarked, TCH, if you can't argue with me, you resort to violence. Niji, you still have a long way to go. In the audience, Might Guy turned to Kakashi and said, your disciple has quite a way with words. I've never seen anyone put Niji down like that. Kakashi replied, Zhou Ke is even more mature than I had anticipated. Back in the arena, upon hearing Zhou Ke's words, Niji remained unfazed and calmly asked, are you ready? If you are unprepared and fall to me easily, do not utter any tiresome excuses about unfairness. By the way, do you know my teacher, Hatake Kakashi? Zhou Ke suddenly inquired. Niji narrowed his eyes. Why the sudden mention of Kakashi? Although puzzled, he continued, I've heard Teacher Guy mention him. He is his eternal rival. Are you trying to use your connection with my teacher to let yourself off the hook? Ha ha ha, as if. Zhou Ke chuckled. My teacher is renowned as the greatest technician in Konoha, known as the copy ninja, Kakashi with the Sharingan. He is currently the strongest among the J-nin. No other J-nin can match him. Moreover, he is the best candidate to become Hokage in the future. Guy immediately turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, is this how you describe yourself to your students? Kakashi, grabbing his hair in exasperation, replied, I never said that. Well, Kakashi wouldn't lose composure like that. He simply added with resignation, that's just Zhou Ke boasting about himself. Boast about yourself if you wish. But why include me? What do you mean by the best candidate to become Hokage? I have no desire for such troublesome work that leaves no time to read my favorite books. Don't make it seem like I have ambitions. What if others misinterpret it? Zhou Ke's words indeed stirred speculation among many, and they silently turned their gaze toward Kakashi. Niji too shot Zhou Ke a bewildered look. Why are you suddenly praising Kakashi? What does that have to do with this battle? Zhou Ke continued. It has everything to do with it. As Kakashi's direct disciple, Kakashi, what have I taught you? My teacher has imparted the title of copy ninja to me. As the future greatest technician of Konoha, I must tell you. Facing me, who has mastered dozens of ninjutsu, you stand no chance. Zhou Ke directly echoed Kakashi's famous words. However, Kakashi's boast was about 1,000 ninjutsu, though he only utilized lightning release and earth-style wall, neglecting the other hundreds. Whereas Zhou Ke felt too bashful to make such grand claims. He could only speak the truth. Niji, somewhat speechless, said, is mastering dozens of ninjutsu really impressive? Well, there are indeed impressive aspects, which is why I said it. Zhou Ke replied as he took his stance. However, the moment he moved, Niji and several knowledgeable spectators were left in shock. Niji exclaimed, "What is that stance?" Naruto quickly turned to Sasuke. "Hey, Sasuke, what is that move?" Sasuke activated his Sharingan, focusing on Zhou Ke's movements. Indeed, it resembles that of the bushy-browed one. "That's my move," exclaimed Lee. Indeed, the results of the special training had manifested. Zhou Ke had learned Lee's taijutsu. Guy turned to Kakashi. "Kakashi, did you teach him that stance?" "No," Kakashi answered promptly. As old friends, Guy knew Kakashi was telling the truth, so he turned to Lee and asked, "Lee, you mentioned you had a spar with him. Was he using that taijutsu at the time?" Lee replied, "No, he was using the taijutsu taught at the Ninja Academy during our battle. To be frank, his taijutsu level was quite low. Then, considering what he just said, he must have copied it from you after your sparring session." Might Guy pondered aloud. Niji, having pieced together the situation, suddenly laughed. "I see. You sparred with Lee and, feeling inadequate in your taijutsu, decided to practice his moves. You don't intend to fight me with something learned in a rush, do you? Taijutsu cannot be ingrained in the body without years of accumulation. Unless you are from the Uchiha clan." Niji glanced up at Sasuke in the audience. "Sasuke." In response to Niji's statement, Zhou Ke chuckled. "How can one know if it works without trying? Come, receive my attack." Konoha Whirlwind. Zhou Ke lifted his leg and kicked towards Niji. Niji's Byakugan activated instantly. As previously mentioned, the Byakugan is a vision technique that allows one to see everything in front of them, providing vigilance and analysis of the surrounding environment, enabling swift judgment of the current situation. It also allows the user to view the chakra pathways flowing through their opponent's body and the chakra release points. With the Byakugan engaged, Niji could see the subtle movements of Zhou Ke's body. To his astonishment, Zhou Ke had indeed achieved Lee's level of taijutsu in just a few days? No. Had he been feigning ignorance of taijutsu all along? At that moment, Zhou Ke's kick was already upon him, and Niji quickly blocked with his hand, leading to a fierce exchange between them. However, as they clashed, those in the know were even more astounded. Zhou Ke was not merely a novice. He truly possessed taijutsu on par with Lee. Konoha Whirlwind, Konoha Great Whirlwind, Konoha Fierce Wind, Konoha Rising Wind, Konoha Twin Whirlwinds. Zhou Ke executed Lee's techniques flawlessly, creating the sensation of battling against Lee himself. In the audience, Guy could hardly believe Kakashi's words and asked, "Kakashi, are you sure you didn't instruct that child in taijutsu?" Kakashi, equally astonished, replied, "No. His taijutsu was indeed his weak point. To have mastered Lee's techniques in such a short time, does he also possess a Sharingan?" Kakashi began to question whether Zhou Ke might be a member of the Uchiha clan. Lee was left speechless. He had always taken great pride in his years of hard work in taijutsu, and yet Zhou Ke had replicated his techniques in mere days. Is the gap in talent truly an insurmountable chasm? At that moment, Might Guy patted Lee on the shoulder and said, "Don't take it to heart. Even if he has mastered the same techniques as you, there are still many areas where he falls short." Guy's words were not without merit. He genuinely recognized Zhou Ke's limitations, and Niji had also noticed them. The initial panic on Niji's face had vanished, replaced by a confident smile as he unleashed his family's signature gentle fist technique, the basic taijutsu of the Hyuga clan. This technique involves targeting the chakra points or weaknesses of the opponent and requires the Byakugan for effective execution. The gentle fist converts chakra into needles that are then injected into the enemy's body, causing internal damage. Niji employed the gentle fist, landing 3 consecutive strikes that sent Zhou Ke flying. Zhou Ke fell to the ground. Naruto questioned, "Weren't they in a stalemate just now? How did Zhou Ke get knocked back?" Sasuke looked at Naruto, exasperated. Even if Zhou Ke's taijutsu has improved, it still doesn't match that of his opponent. No, he can't even compare to the bushy-browed one. Naruto, confused, asked, "But Zhou Ke's movements were just like Lee's. Why is he still so far behind?" Kakashi explained, "It's because his physical capabilities are not on par with Lee's." Naruto. Huh. Kakashi aptly elucidated to Naruto. While skills can be swiftly mastered through innate talent, a body honed through relentless training cannot be forged in haste. The prowess of Lee's martial arts stems not only from his daily practice, but also from the rigorous conditioning of his physique. Might Guy then remarked, "Although the techniques may appear identical, the speed, strength, and agility of their bodies are on entirely different levels. Thus, even if the movements are the same, the outcomes cannot reach the same caliber." Niji, observing the scene, smiled at Zhou Ke, who lay on the ground after being knocked away. "Your imitation is indeed strikingly similar. Yet your speed and strength pale in comparison to Lee's. In the end, you, who mimic Li's movements, are merely a counterfeit. This statement held truth. Zhou Ke, clutching the spot struck by Niji, lay on the ground. Simple imitation is indeed a sham. However, who decrees that a counterfeit cannot surpass the original? Niji replied, no one has set such a rule, but you are undoubtedly weaker than Li. Do not strain yourself. Fate is immutable, and you cannot triumph over me. Zhou Ke, rising from the ground with a nimble leap, formed hand signs and declared, witness this. This is true imitation. Transformation technique, activate. With a resounding pop, Zhou Ke took on Li's appearance. Niji, slightly shaking his head, with a hint of disdain, remarked, is your so-called true imitation merely a transformation technique? What change can merely altering one's appearance bring? Zhou Ke remained silent, responding through action. He vanished from sight. The next moment, he reappeared behind Niji. Though Niji, with his Byakugan activated, perceived Zhou Ke's movement, his initial contempt led to a lapse in caution, and he was caught off guard. Sent flying by a kick to his back. The audience was astounded. This speed was beyond the naked eye's ability to follow. How could he be so swift all of a sudden? As Niji adjusted his form mid-air, aware that Zhou Ke was in pursuit, he knew that waiting to realign upon landing would leave him vulnerable. Indeed, as Niji had yet to touch the ground, Zhou Ke had already closed in. I strike a precise punch sent Niji crashing against the wall. Thankfully, this time he had braced for impact, crossing his arms to absorb the blow. Zhou Ke continued his relentless assault. Attacks poured forth like a tempest, offering no respite whatsoever. This won't do. I must find a way to create distance, or I will be unable to retaliate and lose the match. Realizing the peril of continuing in this manner, Niji promptly unleashed his secret technique. Niji, Heavenly Spin. The 8 trigrams palms Heavenly Spin is a ninjutsu that expels a vast amount of chakra to counteract an enemy, while simultaneously rotating the body to deflect attacks. A technique akin to a high-speed top. This was originally a secret passed down within the Hyuga clan, yet Niji, as a branch member, had independently mastered it. This technique is heralded as an absolute defense. Zhou Ke, charging forward, was repelled by the rapidly spinning chakra flow, while simultaneously, he sensed something ominous. He was being locked onto. As the chakra flow of the heavenly spin dissipated, Niji utilized the wall for leverage, launching himself towards Zhou Ke with fierce intent. Niji had shed his dismissive attitude, viewing Zhou Ke as a genuine rival. As a master of martial arts, Niji's speed was already formidable, augmented by the Byakugan. His vision and dynamic perception surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Even if he were slower than Zhou Ke in absolute speed, he was confident in his ability to defeat him. After all, having trained alongside Li and engaged in numerous bouts, he had emerged victorious more often than not. With Niji adjusting his mindset, the tide of battle shifted, and both engaged in a fierce exchange. The momentum appeared almost evenly matched. Naruto furrowed his brow, sensing that Zhou Ke seemed to hold the advantage. However, the faster contender tends to dominate the battle. Yet, Naruto sensed an underlying unease. Sasuke nodded in agreement. Indeed, a relentless assault cannot last indefinitely. Zhou Ke cannot sustain such an offensive for long. Li internally concurred. Exactly. This is why I find it so challenging to overcome Niji. Unless I employ the 8 gates to gain explosive strength and speed, I cannot outpace Niji. If this devolves into a war of attrition, I will ultimately be the one to lose. Zhou Ke, do you possess a solution? Although initially astonished by Zhou Ke and Appo's ability to swiftly cultivate his physical prowess to match his own, Li was now even more intrigued by how Zhou Ke would overcome Niji. Meanwhile, Niji pondered. Excellent, he has fallen into my rhythm. If this continues, he will meet the same fate as Li. Niji suddenly noticed that Zhou Ke was retreating, creating distance between them. Has he realized that continuing in this manner is futile and chosen an alternative approach? Then, it is my turn. No, wait a moment. Zhou Ke's speed remained consistent, and making a proactive move at this juncture could easily squander the advantage he had built. Thus, Niji prepared for a counterattack. Zhou Ke, having distanced himself, did not initiate an attack. Instead, he addressed Niji. Truly impressive. You are indeed the strongest from the previous generation. However, failing to seize the moment to transition from defense to offense is your gravest error. Oh! Zhou Ke suddenly surged, chakra erupting outward. Li gasped, what technique is that? Might Guy quickly inquired. Li, have you ever employed that technique against him? Absolutely not. Teacher Guy? Lee declared emphatically. Knowing Lee would not lie, Might Guy swiftly turned to Kakashi, asking, Kakashi, did you teach him that technique? Kakashi frowned and replied, how could I possibly teach such a perilous technique to my students? Wait, you didn't teach him that technique, did you? To a freshly graduated Genin? Is there a problem? Genin are still ninjas. They are no different from adults. Guy retorted boldly. At that moment, Naruto interjected, Kakashi-sensei, what are you discussing? I can't comprehend anything. That technique is a double-edged sword, inflicting 1,000 on the enemy while sacrificing 800 on oneself. From where did Zhou Ke learn it? Kakashi Sharingan detected an underlying issue. Naruto, anxious, asked, isn't that extremely dangerous? Stop. Naruto began to speak, but then fell silent. Considering the situation, he too would not wish for anyone to interrupt him while he was in the fray. Across from Zhou Ke, Niji, watching as Zhou Ke amassed energy, felt an unsettling premonition. Niji thought, I recall that Lee possesses a technique capable of enhancing his abilities. But due to a teacher's order, he has never used it against us. Could he possibly know that technique? A forbidden technique always harbors terrifying power. If he unleashes it, I will lose. As this thought crossed his mind, Niji dashed forward with the speed of an electromagnetic launch. He must not allow him to utilize that technique. 8 gates, open. Just kidding. How could I possibly use that technique? Observing Niji rushing towards him, Zhou Ke suddenly smiled, forming hand signs and declaring, multiple shadow clone technique. With a resounding clap, 4 copies of Lee appeared simultaneously, attacking Niji from 4 directions. Oh, I fell for it. Niji was taken aback, due to Zhou Ke having transformed into Lee's likeness and employing Lee's martial arts throughout their skirmish. Niji's subconscious had already categorized Zhou Ke as Lee, completely overlooking the possibility of a ninjutsu assault. Now, the brakes have failed, and I have charged into the encirclement of 5, including the main body. Though Niji is formidable, facing 5 of Lee, 2 palms cannot contend against 10 hands. No, I can prevail. It is merely a shadow clone, relying on my 8 trigrams 64 palm. With unwavering determination, Niji assumed the stance for the 64 palms and prepared to attack. The gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams 60 palms, through the 360-degree vision of the Byakugan. The images perceived resemble a circular trigram, where enemies within the trigram are subjected to a relentless barrage of 64 strikes. Should all 64 palms land upon a single opponent, targeting all 64 chakra points, it would halt the flow of chakra within the adversary, rendering them incapable of rising. Of course, the strikes can also be distributed, simultaneously assaulting multiple foes. Yet, with only 5 adversaries present, they are insufficient for 64 palms. Wait, have you forgotten? I am not Lee. Fire release. Grand Fireball Technique. Zhou Ke's main body unleashed a massive fireball directed at Niji. Zhou Ke has now transformed into Lee. Can Lee utilize ninjutsu? It was previously stated that Lee simply lacks finesse in chakra manipulation. He does possess chakra, and in considerable quantity, referencing official data from the first part of Naruto, the Book of Gathering, which includes data from Naruto's graduation to the conclusion of the Chunin exam's 3rd round on August 6th. It mentions that Lee's chakra level is 6. This number may seem inconsequential, but when compared to others, it stands out. Naruto's chakra is 8, as his reputation suggests, while Sasuke's chakra is merely 4, exhausted after 3 Chidori. Hence, it is indeed substantial, for the 8 gates technique is a taijutsu requiring a significant chakra reserve to execute. Zhou Ke's skills, coupled with Lee's commendable chakra levels, naturally enable the usage of ninjutsu. Speaking of which, when did Zhou Ke learn the Grand Fireball? Well, that is the result of prior training. Zhou Ke not only mastered taijutsu, but also acquired some fundamental nature transformation techniques. Do you comprehend the magnitude of producing dozens of shadow clones while sleeping merely 3 hours a day? The essence of nearly succumbing to exhaustion due to insufficient chakra? The claim of mastering dozens of ninjutsu is not an exaggeration. Zhou Ke has truly mastered numerous techniques across all 5 elemental natures. He can now proudly refer to himself as Little Kakashi. Oh no. Niji hurriedly dodged to the side. One cannot be foolish enough to confront a fireball with mere fists, can they? However, as he leapt aside, the ninjutsu of another clone was also primed. Clone Zhou Ke, Wind Release, Violent Wind Palm, a fundamental wind technique. Transforming chakra into wind, compressing it with clapping hands to evolve into a ferocious gale. The clone Zhou Ke thrust Niji back into the grand fireball. Concurrently, the power of the wind amplified the fireball's ferocity, causing it to blaze even more intensely. Soon, the third clone's ninjutsu was also ready. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. A B-rank earth technique with two methods of execution. One expels earth from the mouth to form an erect earthen wall, while the other infuses earth chakra into the ground through hand seals to create an upright earthen barrier. Zhou Ke employed the latter. After forming seals, he struck the ground, erecting a quadrilateral wall beside Niji, concentrating the fiery power, preventing heat from dissipating. In simpler terms, it is akin to a blazing furnace. Zhou Ke intended to defeat Niji in one fell swoop. However, would he truly roast Niji alive? Heavenly Return. Niji would not remain idle and allow himself to become a mere roast. He immediately invoked his absolute defense, Heavenly Return, to counter Zhou Ke's combined ninjutsu. The rapidly spinning chakra flow twisted the flames, transforming them into a fiery whirlwind that blew outward. This is indeed a characteristic of Heavenly Return, capable of rebounding physical attacks. Niji, cleverness can often lead to one's own demise. Let your own attack consume you. As the flames drew nearer, Zhou Ke and his four clones simultaneously formed hand seals, proclaiming, Water Release, Water Formation Wall. Another fundamental water technique, gathering chakra in the throat and expelling a torrent of water to create a circular, rotating water wall. The five Zhou Kes unleashed water, forming a wall that collided with the reinforced grand fireball. The torrent of water clashed fiercely with the raging flames, neither side yielding, ultimately transforming into a cloud of water vapor. In an instant, the battlefield was shrouded in dense mist, obscuring the events within. Chapter 31. The Spiraling Sphere. Amidst the thick mist, Niji had already assumed the stance of the 8 trigrams 64 palms, while internally contemplating. The vapor cannot obstruct my Byakugan. I perceive all your movements. You are now within my trigrams domain. Prepare to concede this match. Niji was poised to launch himself forth, ready to unleash his exquisite 64 palms to decisively defeat Zhou Ke and secure victory. However, at that moment, he noticed Zhou Ke's 4 shadow clones employing a new ninjutsu. Upon completion of the technique, they unleashed it. Lightning Release, Thunder Arrow, concentrating lightning chakra in the palm of his right hand. Zhou Ke released multiple arrow-like bolts of white lightning towards his opponent. The 4 bolts raced towards Niji, and due to the mist's interference, their speed was formidable. Niji could not evade them and had no choice but to retract his 64 palm stance and utilize Heavenly Spin anew. Unsurprisingly, the thunder arrows were completely thwarted by Heavenly Spin. Simultaneously, the airflow generated by the rapidly spinning technique gradually dispersed the thick mist around him. While employing Heavenly Spin, Niji continued to observe Zhou Ke. All 4 clones have vanished, and his transformation technique has been undone. It seems his chakra is nearly depleted. Understandably so. After utilizing Shadow Clone, transformation technique, and numerous other ninjutsu, rapid chakra consumption is to be expected. This time, I will not allow you to escape. Prepare to concede. What is that chakra sphere in his hand? Niji noted that Zhou Ke had manifested a new ninjutsu, a sphere composed of chakra, charging toward him with determination. Has he lost his mind? I have yet to deactivate Heavenly Spin, and he dares to charge at me with that chakra sphere? In Niji's eyes, Zhou Ke's action resembled a grasshopper attempting to halt a bulldozer. Zhou Ke's sphere was the grasshopper, while his Heavenly Spin was the bulldozer. If you wish to collide, then collide. If you perish, it is not my responsibility. Niji's thoughts were optimistic. Alas, the sphere in Zhou Ke's hand was indeed the bulldozer. Just then, the airflow generated by Heavenly Spin finally cleared the surrounding vapor, revealing Zhou Ke. What he held in his right hand astonished the onlookers. The third Hokage shattered his pipe in shock, exclaiming, "What is that?" Kakashi bent the railing before him, equally astonished. What technique is this? Beyond them, the veteran Jonin recognized the technique. The spiraling sphere. Zhou Ke pressed the sphere against Heavenly Spin. After extensive training, Zhou Ke had successfully mastered the spiraling sphere, now wielding it with ease. The spiraling sphere and Heavenly Spin clashed violently, both techniques revolving chakra. Yet the nature of their rotation was distinctly different. Heavenly Spin executed a circular motion akin to a top, while the spiraling sphere concentrated chakra in the palm, flowing in an irregular manner, compressing into a sphere of non-attribute chakra the size of a palm. The The destructive force of its irregular rotation surpassed that of a singular rotational technique. Thus, after a period of stalemate, the rotation of heavenly spin was negated by the spiraling sphere, and Zhou Ke surged into the range of heavenly spin, pressing the spiraling sphere against Niji. The intense force propelled Niji outward, ultimately smashing him against the wall, where he came to a halt, collapsing to the ground. Zhou Ke, panting and wiping the sweat from his brow, remarked, "Phew." The power of the spiraling sphere was significantly mitigated by heavenly spin. Well, it is acceptable, after all. He is one of us, and I cannot strike him down excessively. The spiraling sphere's destructive capacity was astonishing. Under normal circumstances, it could have obliterated Niji's abdomen. But thanks to heavenly spin, much of the internal rotation was countered, leaving Niji with the sensation of being struck by a powerful fist. The supervising examiner, Shippu, swiftly approached to assess Niji's condition, confirming he had merely been knocked unconscious from the impact, subsequently declaring, "Hyuga Niji is unable to continue. The match belongs to Zhou Ke." Zhou Ke exhaled in relief. Had Niji been slain outright, it would not have been a desired outcome for him. Niji, despite past grievances, was fundamentally a good person. Such a demise would be a tragic loss. Moreover, aside from Niji, there was another curious matter for Zhou Ke. The 4 clones he had summoned had not included any of the trio. Even the usual comic relief was absent. What could they possibly be doing? The medical team rushed in to commence emergency aid. The match had concluded, and as Niji's guiding Jonin, Mike Guy immediately descended to check on Niji's condition. Lee and Tintin had intended to follow suit, but were instructed by Guy to remain above, as their matches were likely next. The fierce battle sparked a myriad of thoughts among the spectators. First was Lee, observing Zhou Ke's performance. Fighting with a style that matched his own taijutsu and ninjutsu against Niji, he felt a pang of disappointment. However, this sentiment quickly transformed into motivation, igniting a fervor within him. Lee mused, "Zhou Ke, like me, is a common ninja. He has set an example for me. If I work hard, I too can triumph over those of noble lineage. I must strive to improve." With Niji as his initial target, Zhou Ke's victory prompted Lee to shift his aspirations toward Zhou Ke. Next was Naruto. He rubbed his belly, reflecting, "Zhou Ke has become so powerful, yet I must grow stronger. I will harness the Nine Tails power." Following him was Sasuke. He covered his eyes, thinking, beyond taijutsu, he has mastered various ninjutsu. He has exerted efforts that far exceed my own. I cannot afford to relax. Mastering the Sharingan must become a priority. Lastly, Sakura. Well, she was of lesser significance. Sakura. A similar lack of importance could be attributed to others, leading us directly to those of greater relevance. Temari remarked, "That guy possesses a unique beauty in his strength." Kankuro silently mused, "Sister, didn't you previously praise him for being handsome? Why has it shifted to strength?" Nevertheless, he is undeniably formidable. That speed, that taijutsu, and mastery of all 5 elemental ninjutsu. Few jonin possess such power. If he continues to develop, he will pose a significant threat to our sand village. This is troubling. Gaara is starting to tremble. Has he become excited again? Please don't unleash chaos here. Gaara thought. That guy must be eliminated. Kill, kill, kill. Only by slaying him will my thirst be quenched. Gaara was eager to eliminate Zhou Ke. Whether due to Zhou Ke's prowess or the impression he had left, Gaara had etched Zhou Ke into his mind. Temari, concerned, asked, "Gaara, you. Please don't cause a scene here. It could jeopardize us all." "I understand. Now is not the time. As long as I keep advancing, we will inevitably cross paths." Gaara displayed an almost infatuated grin. Zhou Ke, standing below, involuntarily shivered. What was this chilling sensation? Was he being targeted by some infatuated individual? Lastly, there was Xiangling, whose eyes sparkled upon witnessing Zhou Ke's performance. Being a sensor-type ninja, she had discerned Zhou Ke's true abilities, perfectly transforming into another person. Xiangling mused, just now, when he transformed into that figure with the green bodysuit and thick eyebrows, his chakra properties were indistinguishable from that genuine article over there. This implies that his transformation technique encompasses not only external changes, but also internal alterations. Viewed in this light, his potential is immense. If given the opportunity, I could enjoy a life of luxury alongside him, and moreover, I could relish the privileges of a princess. Quite enticing indeed. However, I must ascertain his true character first. It appears I will need to devise a plan to remain in Konoha for a while longer. Should she lose this battle, Xiangling would be compelled to return to the village hidden in the grass. Conversely, a victory would allow her to stay in Konoha until the next round of the main competition commenced. Although the timing of that next exam remained uncertain, there would surely be a buffer period, so she must find a way to advance. Yet, winning would not be easy. Xiangling scanned the arena, feeling somewhat troubled. Her strengths lay in perception and healing, while the village hidden in the grass had previously restricted her training in ninjutsu and taijutsu. If combat was not an option, her only recourse to advance would be to select her opponents wisely. The dilemma lay in identifying anyone in the arena whom she could defeat. Upon surveying her surroundings, it appeared that only her fellow villagers presented a viable challenge. All she could do now was hope to draw a member of her own team as her opponent. In contrast to the children's thoughts, the third Hokage, with a heavy heart, grasped his pipe, contemplating, "This has been with me for over a decade, and now it has broken. Well, let's see if it can be repaired." However, arranging for Zhou Ke to fight against the genius of the Hyuga clan was indeed the right decision. Did you see that? The shadows are at play. It has allowed me to further witness his potential. He excels in both ninjutsu and taijutsu, and he has mastered all 5 elemental transformations. Kakashi must have provided him with guidance. The third Hokage felt that his previous decision was remarkably astute. He continued to ponder. Entrusting Kakashi to mentor him was indeed a wise choice. The Rasengan must have been taught to him by Kakashi as well, right? It seems otherwise. The third Hokage took note of Kakashi approaching Zhou Ke for a conversation. Kakashi inquired, "You performed admirably. Were you injured?" Zhou Ke shook his head, responding, "No. I was on the offensive throughout the entire match. Aside from a bit of pain from 3 hits to my chest, I'm perfectly fine." Kakashi smiled, remarking, "Then you've done exceptionally well. Hinata Niji is the strongest graduate from the last class, and his strength surpasses that of most Chunin by a significant margin." Zhou Ke interjected, "So that means my strength is nearly at the Jonin level?" Kakashi responded, "You still lack practical experience, but based on your performance just now, you stand a chance of becoming a Jonin if you take the exam." To prevent Zhou Ke from becoming too arrogant, Kakashi refrained from excessive praise. Nevertheless, Zhou Ke held his head high, grinning, "Of course. After all, I'm the top graduate of my class. It stands to reason that I wouldn't be inferior to them." Even without excessive flattery, he's already soaring high. If I were to praise him more, he'd likely ascend to the heavens. Kakashi thought, momentarily forgetting that Zhou Ke himself was also the top of his class. Being a commoner ninja and an orphan, Zhou Ke lacked anyone to assist him, leading many to disregard his achievements at the Ninja Academy and assume his future prospects were bleak. All attention shifted to Sasuke, who also shared the title of top student, basking in the Uchiha legacy. However, Zhou Ke's current performance was a resounding slap to the faces of those who doubted him. "Zhou Ke, what of being a commoner ninja? Is Orochimaru unable to wield his blade? Or have you forgotten the 4th Hokage has been gone for too long? Aren't these two far superior to those born into clan legacies?" It seems that following the 4th Hokage, another star among commoner ninjas is poised to shine in Konoha. After reflecting on this, Kakashi finally posed the question that had been on his mind. "Your chakra nature transformation training was completed before you came to seek chakra test paper from me, correct?" "No. It was accelerated after seeking you out. Actually," Zhou Ke replied, "I've exerted tenfold the effort to achieve this level." "Tenfold? That is hardly a believable jest," Kakashi teased. "I know you've been diligent, but to accomplish the training in nature transformation within a few days and to master all 5 elements, Zhou Ke, you are truly a prodigy." "Teacher, I'm not joking. I truly put in tenfold the effort, thanks to shadow clones," Zhou Ke calmly responded. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's smile faltered, his expression shifting to one of alarm. "Wait, did you create dozens of clones while training your nature transformation?" "Indeed, otherwise, how could I have progressed so quickly?" Zhou Ke shrugged, adding, "Of course, the journey was fraught with challenges. I fainted frequently, and there was even one time I nearly collapsed." He had been sleeping only a few hours a day while utilizing dozens of clones for training, a feat that most, aside from Naruto, would struggle to achieve. I can hardly find the words to describe you." Kakashi thought of labeling Zhou Ke as a madman, but considering he was his own disciple, that felt inappropriate. "One must embrace a certain madness to thrive. Ordinary individuals like myself cannot surpass those geniuses without a touch of insanity," Zhou Ke retorted. "I refuse to let my own powerlessness lead to regrets I would carry for a lifetime." Kakashi pondered. Is this kid implicitly critiquing me? He chose not to pursue this topic further and instead asked, "Where did you learn the Rasengan?" "I learned it in a dream, teacher." "Do you believe me?" Zhou Ke inquired. Kakashi looked at him with an expression that seemed to say, "Don't treat me like a fool." "Well, I discovered the technique while researching some ancient matters." "This technique belongs to the fourth Hokage, right?" Zhou Ke winked at Kakashi. Kakashi shook his head in resignation. "It appears you've engaged in some questionable activities." This disciple, who usually seemed rather earnest, was indeed a potential troublemaker. At that moment, Kakashi glanced up and noticed the medical team carrying Niji away, prompting him to say to Zhou Ke, "This isn't the right place for a lengthy discussion. Let us find somewhere more suitable." With that, Kakashi turned to lead the way, and Zhou Ke followed suit. As Kakashi and Might Guy departed with their respective disciples, Shifeng cleared his throat lightly. Finally, they could proceed to the next match. Once Kakashi and Zhou Ke entered a room and closed the door, Kakashi settled into a seat and asked, "Have you been sneaking into places you shouldn't?" "Well, roughly speaking, yes," Zhou Ke replied, meandering around Kakashi's question. Strictly speaking, this was not entirely accurate, as Zhou Ke had planned to use this excuse to explain how he knew so much insider information. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such statements earlier. Kakashi sighed in exasperation. "Do you realize that doing such things is wrong? You could be treated as a spy. I understand, but there are some matters I must investigate, such as the Nine Tails incident?" Zhou Ke reminded him. With Zhou Ke's reminder, Kakashi grasped the reason behind his inquiries. Zhou Ke's official background was that of an orphan who survived the Nine Tails incident. It was highly probable that his parents perished during that turmoil, making his desire to uncover related events entirely understandable. "Zhou Ke, this is Kakashi's own speculation. I never said that. If you wish to know more about it, you could ask me or the Hokage." Kakashi began to impart wisdom, a rarity for him. Zhou Ke dismissively replied, as if asking you would guarantee a response. "Well, you do raise a valid point." Kakashi understood that certain matters could not be disclosed to them, yet he continued to impart his wisdom. "As ninjas, we are subordinates of the Hokage. Our duty lies in accepting missions and fulfilling orders. It is our obligation to obey the commands of our superiors. Please refrain from such actions in the future." Kakashi, ever the protector of his own, chose not to dwell on Zhou Ke's prior mistakes. Zhou Ke's remarks were made with the knowledge that Kakashi would defend him. "Rest assured, Kakashi-sensei, I shall not repeat such behavior," Zhou Ke replied with a smile. "After all, I have gleaned all that I need to know." This left Kakashi at a loss for words. What had this boy uncovered in the files? What if he stumbled upon something he should not have seen? How had he accessed those documents? Was the confidentiality of Konoha's archives so lax that a mere genin could wander in unnoticed? Or perhaps this boy harbored some hidden talent? Reflecting on Zhou Ke's earlier comment, Kakashi pondered whether it stemmed from an examination of his own records. This warranted further investigation. Thus concluded the third round of the Ch-Nin exams, with a total of 12 participants advancing: Zhou Ke, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Shino Aburame, Kankuro, Temari, Shikamaru Nara, Rock Lee, Gaara, Nara Shikamaru, Kabuto Yakushi, and Nanami Chikai. Lee, fortunate to avoid Gaara, faced Hinata instead. Given Hinata's capabilities, the outcome was inevitable, and Lee triumphed effortlessly, securing his advancement. Temari was equally fortunate, matching with a teammate from her village, and, after exerting her utmost effort, managed a narrow victory. Was it truly luck? Of course not. This was orchestrated by the Hokage to ascertain whether Temari indeed belonged to the Uzumaki clan. Kabuto, tasked with ongoing observation, revealed only a fraction of his true power and also advanced. The most unexpected turn of events involved Nanami and Harrow. Lee's luck spared him from Gaara, who unfortunately faced Harrow. Despite Harrow's commendable strength, he suffered a crushing defeat at Gaara's hands. As Harrow was carried away on a stretcher, he cautioned Zhou Ke. "It seems this is where my journey ends. Should you encounter that individual, exercise utmost caution. He is indeed formidable." Zhou Ke replied, "Understood. If I cross paths with him, I shall avenge you, Harrow. Go in peace." Though it was premature to speak of vengeance when Harrow was not yet finished, Nanami's victory was merely a stroke of fortune. She encountered another of Temari's teammates. In reality, Temari's team was designated to assist another squad from the Grass Village, thus leaning towards a supportive role. Yet, no one anticipated that the primary team from the Grass Village would be stealthily eliminated by Orochimaru, allowing Temari's underdog team to advance due to Zhou Ke's influence. Truly, fortune favored the bold. However, even with advancement, their capabilities were limited. rendering them mere stepping stones for the stronger teams. Indeed, Temari and Nanami's progress exemplified this. As for the others, their elimination was inevitable. While regrettable, victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. One must accept the outcome when bested by superior skill. The fourth round, the official matches, would occur a month hence. This interval was allotted to arrange the schedules of villagers, nobles from various nations, and even the daimyo, akin to the head of a nation, to attend. The opponents for the main event were also determined at this juncture. Unlike the predetermined matchups of the previous round, the main event would be decided by lottery, allowing chance to dictate the opponents. The matchups were as follows. First match, Sasuke vs. Gaara. Second match, Zhou Ke vs. Rock Lee. Third match, Naruto vs. Kankuro. Fourth match, Temari vs. Nanami. Fifth match, Shikamaru vs. Kabuto. Sixth match, Shino vs. Nara Shikamaru. The second round would pit the victors of the first and second matches against one another, as well as the winners of the third and fourth matches and the fifth and sixth matches. The final round would culminate in a free-for-all among the three champions, a format previously witnessed in Boruto's Nin exams. Despite the reliance on luck for the match pairings, the intensity of the first half was markedly greater than that of the middle and latter portions. Yet, intensity was of little consequence, although the tournament followed a knockout format. Advancement was not solely reserved for victors. Performance during combat would also determine eligibility for promotion to Nin. Therefore, even in defeat, a commendable display could still yield opportunities for advancement. Zhou Ke and his peers could utilize this month for preparation or intensive training to enhance their skills, or perhaps simply indulge in relaxation, as Nanami planned to do. Chapter 32. The Perfect Shadow Clone Technique? Are you planning to rest for a month? Have you considered training intensively? After the competition, Zhou Ke sought out Nanami for a chat and received this news. Indeed, Nanami replied calmly, during this month, the hospital will not assign me any work, so I can truly relax and indulge in gaming. Is that really the approach? Aren't you going to put in some effort? Zhou Ke inquired tentatively. No, my opponents are significantly stronger than I am. There is no need to exert myself. I shall wait for the next round when the opponents may not be as formidable, or perhaps luck will favor me. Nanami turned to head home for gaming, adding, but unlike me, you have many tasks ahead. You should strive to become a Nin as soon as possible. With that, Nanami departed. Watching Nanami's retreating figure, Zhou Ke mused, what a remarkably free-spirited woman. Still, a bit of freedom is certainly preferable to being tormented by some despairing lunatic. Hey Zhou Ke, we both made it to the main event. Naruto approached after seeing Zhou Ke finish her conversation. Yes, we must put in our utmost effort for the main event. Zhou Ke exchanged a fist bump with Naruto. Let us make a pact to advance to the finals together and face each other in a fair match, Naruto proposed. As he realized that based on the brackets, he could only fight Zhou Ke in the finals, so this was the agreement they had to make. While I would love to battle you, do you think you can actually make it to the finals with your current strength? Zhou Ke asked curiously. Are you underestimating me? Naruto replied, somewhat disgruntled. When have I ever underestimated you? But the reality is, your abilities are somewhat lacking. You can't rely solely on the shadow clone technique to fight, can you? Zhou Ke countered. Naruto pouted and retorted, I can't help it. No one has taught me any skills. The only technique that comes to mind is the sexy jutsu. Zhou Ke pondered for a moment before asking, do you want to learn that last technique I used, the one with the dumplings? Really? Would you be willing to teach me? Naruto exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Of course. I'd be delighted to, Zhou Ke nodded. Awesome. Let's train right now. Naruto eagerly grabbed Zhou Ke, ready to leave the examination venue for the training grounds. Zhou Ke hesitated. Let us put it off for today. I'm too exhausted. Let us rest tonight and discuss it tomorrow. Ugh, that's such a buzzkill. Fine. We can talk about it tomorrow. For now, let us go get some Ichiraku ramen. It's on me as a celebration for making it to the main event. Naruto turned to Sakura and Sasuke. Hey, how about we all go for ramen together? Sakura glanced at Sasuke first, seeking his reaction before responding. Sasuke shook his head, indicating his refusal. I have things to do. He then stylishly walked away. Watching Sasuke leave, Sakura contemplated following him but hesitated. Unable to take that first step, her lack of confidence made it difficult for her to approach him. Lacking the courage to pursue Sasuke, she turned to Naruto and said, all right then, let us go for ramen together. Naruto's heart soared at Sakura's willingness to accompany him, but Zhou Ke could not help but internally comment. What a palpable feeling of being a backup. Naturally, Zhou Ke kept this to herself, understanding that Naruto would figure it out on his own eventually. Mentioning it now would only spoil the mood. Just as the trio prepared to leave the Central Tower's examination venue for Ichiraka Ramen, Kakashi appeared, addressing Zhou Ke. Zhou Ke, the Hokage wishes to see you. Naruto exclaimed, huh? Why is that? Zhou Ke shrugged, there's nothing that can be done. I'll have to postpone the ramen for now. You two go ahead. Although Zhou Ke felt a bit let down for missing out, Naruto remained cheerful with Sakura's company. After bidding farewell to them, Zhou Ke followed Kakashi's lead to a room within the tower. The Hokage awaited inside. Oh, you've arrived? Upon seeing Zhou Ke enter, the Hokage smiled and remarked, your performance in this exam was quite impressive, surpassing my expectations. Well, it's all thanks to the Hokage's guidance. Without your teachings, I wouldn't have achieved my current level of strength. Zhou Ke began to flatter, a tactic he had mastered in his previous life. The third Hokage, now of advanced age, had long since become immune to such flattery and smiled. It seems you have not become arrogant due to your victories. However, such sycophantic compliments should be kept to a minimum. Is that so? You seem to be enjoying my words quite a bit, Zhou Ke replied, almost teasingly. Your tongue is quite sharp, the third Hokage admitted with an awkward smile. Just stating facts. So, what did you summon me for? Zhou Ke redirected the conversation to serious matters. The third Hokage responded, in light of your outstanding performance in this Chunin exam, I have called you here to present you with a reward as commendation. Zhou Ke stroked his chin. Surely, I am not the only one who performed well. Despite the third round of the exam being skipped by the slothful author, others had also shown commendable performances, so it felt insufficient to reward Zhou Ke alone. The third Hokage revealed the true reason for calling Zhou Ke. While many performed admirably in the third round, only you managed to decisively defeat numerous teams in the second round. Zhou Ke chuckled awkwardly. So I've been found out? It seems you, like Naruto, are not one to adhere strictly to the rules. Well, youth is often accompanied by a bit of vitality, the third Hokage mused, reaching for his pipe only to remember it had been crushed, leading him to awkwardly stroke his beard before becoming serious again. However, some rules must not be broken. I once had a disciple who made irreversible mistakes and chose to leave the village when discovered. You are a sensible child. I hope you can learn from his folly and avoid repeating his errors. So as long as one isn't caught, a little bending of the rules isn't too problematic? Zhou Ke picked up on a rather peculiar point. The third Hokage looked at Zhou Ke incredulously. Is that the crux of your understanding? Kakashi has given me a brief overview of your situation. You certainly have a bold spirit. But didn't Kakashi promise to keep it a secret? Zhou Ke chuckled awkwardly, feeling like a child caught misbehaving. Of course, this was all an act. In truth, he was indifferent to Kakashi's disclosure, having prepared his line of reasoning long ago. Moreover, from the third Hokage's demeanor, it seemed he had no intention of punishing Zhou Ke. Truly, geniuses receive preferential treatment. The talents Zhou Ke exhibited were indeed deserving of such favor. This was evident in Orochimaru's case as well. The third Hokage was no fool. He certainly noticed Orochimaru's actions. Yet he chose to turn a blind eye as if nothing had happened. When one possesses sufficient talent, minor transgressions are often overlooked. Could this be considered the audacity that comes with being favored? Such matters are not easily kept under wraps. Speaking of which, what exactly have you investigated? I can assure you that the confidential archives have not been accessed recently, nor has there been any sign of intrusion in my office. The third Hokage voiced his greatest concern. It is not necessary to seek intelligence from Lord Hokage. Is there not another individual within the village who possesses a wealth of information? Zhou Ke insinuated. Are you referring to Danzo? The third furrowed his brow. Apart from him, only Danzo boasts an independent intelligence network and a separate archive. Did Zhou Ke manage to procure information from him? That is exceedingly perilous. Zhou Ke merely smiled at the third's words. That is merely your assertion, and it bears no relation to me. Such a risk is too great. How did you accomplish it? The third was now more intrigued about how Zhou Ke managed this feat. After all, they were once comrades, having fought side by side. Though their paths had diverged due to differing ideologies, their bond remained strong. Danzo was meticulous and stern with his subordinates, rarely making mistakes. Therefore, the base of his direct route could be described as impenetrable, making it hard to fathom how anyone could extract information from him. It requires audacious planning, meticulous preparation, and careful execution. And of course, the essence lies in my transformation technique. As he spoke, Zhou Ke transformed into a youthful Minato. What do you think? Lord Hokage, do you detect any flaws? Minato? The third was slightly taken aback, then stood to circle Zhou Ke, exclaiming, "Your transformation technique is remarkable. There is no sign of its use. Had I not witnessed your metamorphosis, I might have truly believed you were Minato. I see now. I comprehend how you achieved this." The third began to envision how Zhou Ke infiltrated Danzo's route, disguising himself as a member, conducting numerous reconnaissance missions, pinpointing the target location and executing a meticulously planned, decisive theft of the desired intelligence. The sole concern was that route contained sensory ninjas. Could Zhou Ke's transformation technique truly deceive them? Theoretically, it was improbable, yet if even this ninja art scholar could not discern any issues, then it indeed seemed plausible that he could mislead sensory ninjas. If that were the case, was Zhou Ke not a natural-born spy? Zhou Ke, unaware of the third's thoughts, could read the expressions on his face and silently scoffed. What absurdities is the old man concocting? Well, the more convoluted his thoughts, the better. A wise individual often overthinks. Zhou Ke chose to reveal only a fraction, leaving the remainder for the third to speculate. As for whether the transformation technique would be exposed, the rebellious fool had nearly revealed this ability already. At this juncture, what was there to fear? Once the third had smoothed over Zhou Ke's fib, he marveled at his talent, but still had one question lingering in his mind. During the second exam, why did you choose to team up with that girl from the grass village? Of course, to recruit her into our leaf. Zhou Ke retorted, exasperated. Please do not tell me you are unaware that she is of the Uzumaki clan. If you have inquiries, simply ask. The third cleared his throat and replied, I am indeed aware. I merely wish to understand your reasoning. My reasoning is straightforward. To bolster the strength of Leaf, myself. Zhou Ke declared emphatically. Though Leaf is currently peaceful and maintains harmonious relations with other villages, the great nations and Appos, hidden villages are secretly amassing their power. One must not harbor malicious intentions, yet one must be wary of others. Our Leaf cherishes peace, but that does not mean we can tolerate harm from other nations. Thus, even while we uphold the banner of peace, we must fortify our own strength, ensuring that those who cherish peace wield power to thwart the warmonger's ambitions, achieving true peace and facilitating the grand revival of Leaf. We must restore Leaf to its former glory. The third was momentarily taken aback by Zhou Ke's fervent words. Typically, it was he who educated others. Now, a 12-year-old was imparting wisdom to him. Yet, Zhou Ke's rhetoric was compelling, and he pondered borrowing it for future speeches. Simultaneously, the third recognized Zhou Ke's talents extended beyond combat. He exhibited potential in politics as well. To think that at such a tender age, he could contemplate matters from the village's perspective. This Hokage-like thinking had previously only been observed in Itachi Uchiha. A rare gem indeed. The third felt a burgeoning desire to cultivate Zhou Ke as a future Hokage. However, Zhou Ke was still too young. Nurturing him would require at least a decade. The third worried whether he would live long enough to see that day. Moreover, even if he could survive until then, the duties of Hokage would not wait. With age, he felt his vitality waning. In his current state, could he truly endure another 10 years? If only one of Jiraiya's trio were in the village, I could transfer the Hokage responsibilities to them and gradually groom a successor. Alas, if only. The third sighed wistfully. Observing the third lost in contemplation, Zhou Ke interjected, Grandpa, can we expedite this discussion? I'm quite famished. I engaged in a skirmish earlier today and have yet to eat. I am really hungry. Might I be allowed to dine? Oh, my apologies. I had forgotten about that. Now, let us discuss your reward. What do you desire? The third sought to ascertain Zhou Ke's needs before deciding on an appropriate reward. Without hesitation, Zhou Ke stated, I wish to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Why does Zhou Ke wish to learn the Flying Thunder God? Has he not already unlocked youthful Minato? Why seek this technique from the third? That is precisely so I can use this technique openly. Zhou Ke explained. By formally acquiring the technique from the third, he could utilize it freely and transparently within the village, thus avoiding numerous troubles in the future. The third paused momentarily upon hearing Zhou Ke's request. Zhou Ke was still maintaining his youthful Minato transformation. The mention of the Flying Thunder God stirred memories of the past. When Minato was of a similar age, he had approached the third, accompanied by Jiraiya, to request the same technique from the second Hokage. Ah, how nostalgic. Back then, I harbored doubts about whether Minato could master it. Yet Jiraiya firmly believed in his disciple's ability to master the second Hokage's techniques and reshape the ninja world. If only Minato were here today, the situation in Leaf would surely be much improved, the third lamented. Zhou Ke began rolling his eyes in exasperation. Grandpa, must you sigh again? While I understand your fondness for reminiscing about the glorious past, I am but a young student, full of vigor and easily hungry. Is it possible to receive a simple answer from you? The thought of Naruto and the others enjoying ramen made Zhou Ke's stomach growl audibly. Upon hearing the grumbling of Zhou Ke's stomach, the third snapped back to reality. He addressed Zhou Ke. The Flying Thunder God technique is an S-rank ninjutsu. Exceedingly difficult to learn, requiring a certain level of sensory ability. Are you confident in your ability to master it? Absolutely. I already know it. Thank you. Zhou Ke affirmed resolutely. Normally, this technique would be deemed unsuitable for a genin. Even for Minato. It was only after he was promoted to Chunin and with the endorsement of my disciple, Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, that he was permitted to learn it. The third Hokage contemplated for a moment and stated, I can make an exception for you this once. However, for this Chunin exam, you must defeat all your opponents and secure first place. Otherwise, I shall not make this exception for you. Although promotion to Chunin is based solely on performance, defeating everyone and claiming the championship signifies that one possesses the strength befitting a Chunin, especially considering the formidable competitors in this year's examination. The third felt that such a requirement was not unreasonable. After all, the village is not a dictatorship under the Hokage's whims. The two advisors who are contemporaries of his, as well as Danzo, hold considerable influence. Convincing them to allow an S-rank technique to be taught to a genin necessitates justifiable reasoning. In response to this demand, Zhou Ke affirmed, no problem. The championship will undoubtedly be mine. Grandfather, just prepare the technique. Then I wish you success in fulfilling my request. Now, be off to your meal. The third Hokage, resembling a caring grandfather, smiled gently. After Zhou Ke nodded in acknowledgement and turned to leave, the third observed his vanishing figure. Sinking once more into contemplation, a child with talent and ambition, indeed. If possible, I sincerely wish they were not burdened with such thoughts at this tender age. Children at this stage should be preoccupied with play, yet due to the shortcomings of adults, they must grapple with notions of peace and the future of the village at such a young age. With a resigned sigh, he mused. Am I fulfilling the responsibilities inherited from the first and second Hokages? All he could do now was strive to protect these children as they grew. Preparation of ninja tools. After parting from the third Hokage, Zhou Ke hurriedly made his way to catch up with Naruto and the others. And together they indulged in a bowl of ramen. Following their meal, the trio each returned to their respective homes for some rest. Naturally, Zhou Ke and Naruto, residing next door to each other, walked in the same direction. Upon reaching their doorstep and exchanging goodnights, they retreated into their homes, ready to engage in a brief, cleansing ritual before succumbing to a restful slumber. After all, nothing compares to the comfort of sleeping in one's own bed. However, Zhou Ke did not immediately retire. He had matters to address. Shadow clone technique. Zhou Ke conjured 3 clones. The complainer promptly congratulated. Congratulations to the main body for advancing to the finals. With a stellar performance, you can edge closer to your grand dream of renown. The rebel nonchalantly retorted. Even with an outstanding performance, it merely leads to promotion to Chunin. If you ask me, we should unleash the newly unlocked Uchiha Madara form upon the villagers for a little fright. By dawn, we'll be legends. Through the rebels' efforts, the elderly Madara form had been unlocked. The sage interjected, let us not jest. The aged Madara can hardly walk, let alone instill fear. It is a waste of resources to squander time on such a form. The rebel shrugged. No matter, let us continue our development. The next form to be unlocked will be the Edo Tensei Madara. Then we can let the ninja world dance. The sage coldly replied, do not engage in superfluous endeavors. The rebel retorted, who are you to dictate? Remember, you are but a clone. Zhou Ke interjected. Since you are aware of your clone status, could you show a modicum of respect to me, the main body? I summoned you not to listen to your bickering. So, main body, what is the purpose of calling us out at such a late hour? The complainer inquired. He was the most cooperative of the lot. I wish to understand why. During the previous use of the clone technique, you did not emerge? Zhou Ke had always believed that the 3 of them had forcibly occupied his clone quota. Yet it appeared, they could indeed be summoned otherwise? The sage replied, that was because we chose not to emerge. After all, with so many eyes upon us, conjuring 3 distinct clones would surely be a source of discomfort for you, wouldn't it? So, your emergence is contingent upon your own decisions? Zhou Ke replied, exasperated. Who exactly was the main body here? The rebel shrugged. What can be done? It's not like you've mastered this technique yet. What technique? Zhou Ke inquired. Following the train of thought, the complainer chimed in. Indeed, what technique? It seemed he was unaware. The sage cast a glance at the rebel before turning to Zhou Ke. Based on past experiences, if nothing is amiss, this technique is likely referred to as the perfect clone technique. Huh, the perfect clone technique? Zhou Ke's jaw dropped in disbelief. Chapter 33, Movements of All Parties. The perfect clone technique? Such a thing actually exists? Zhou Ke was astounded, primarily perplexed as to why the clone seemed to possess greater understanding than himself, making him appear somewhat foolish. The sage elucidated. It is merely a deduction based on the existing circumstances. Given the existence of a perfect transformation technique, and considering the uniqueness of the current clone technique, it is quite reasonable to conclude that a perfect clone technique could also exist. The sarcastic role interjected, because, therefore, the principles of science. Zhou Ke pondered for a moment and replied, it does sound plausible. By the way, what state would you be in if I didn't summon you? Would you be living in my mental realm? The sage responded, quite similar. Quite similar? Such an ambiguous statement. Zhou Ke retorted with exasperation. Well, regardless of your thoughts, our matters are inherently abstract and defy description. The rebellious one stood up. Moreover, sitting idle and chatting here is quite a waste of time. Wasting time is indeed a crime. I shall go cultivate. With that, the rebellious one vanished in an instant. Despite this assertion, a balance of work and rest is indeed the best approach, right? I shall rest. The sarcastic role sprawled on the ground, embracing idleness. Zhou Ke lamented. I feel I have mistakenly named you. Perhaps it would be better to call you idleness or a cross-dressing master. The sage remarked. I too shall go cultivate. You, my original self, should rest well. With that, the clone departed as well. Is it a fortunate or unfortunate thing to have a clone willing to assist in cultivation? Alas, Zhou Ke sighed deeply and retired to bed. Preparing ninja tools. At Orochimaru's secret base, Orochimaru was engaged in preparatory work within a clandestine chamber of his base. Before him lay a bound living human. At that moment, a white snake slithered in from outside the room, coiling up beside Orochimaru and regurgitating a test tube. Upon receiving the test tube, Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction, finally delivered. Then, we can commence. Pouring the contents of the test tube onto the ground, he began to form seals. Snake, dog, dragon. He then brought his hands together and shouted, summoning technique. Impure world reincarnation. This is an S-rank forbidden technique of interdimensional summoning invented by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Emphasis on copyright awareness. This technique can summon the souls of long-deceased ninjas back to the mortal realm and revive them in physical form. The technique requires the body tissue of the deceased as a sample and utilizes a living person's body as a vessel for the deceased soul, returning the soul from the afterlife and binding it, allowing the deceased spirit to adhere to the vessel while covering the living body with earth, thereby transforming it into the appearance of the deceased in life. Due to the necessity of using a living person as a sacrifice and the disturbance it causes to the deceased soul, this technique is considered a taboo in terms of ethics and morality. Now, Orochimaru intends to resurrect Tors, since no clues could be found at the battle site. It is best to inquire directly from the involved party. Wanting to understand what Tors and his companions had experienced, Orochimaru immediately thought of this method, thus leaving Konoha and returning to his base, where he instructed his subordinates to fetch the blood samples left behind by Tors and his group. Although Tors and his companions were merely expendable resources to Orochimaru, given his obsession with science, it is likely he would have kept a sample of their blood. One never knows when it might prove useful in the future. Using Tors's blood sample and a randomly captured white mouse as sacrifices, he performed the impure world reincarnation technique. The technique successfully activated, summoning Tors back from the realm of the dead. Revived, Tors looked dazedly at Orochimaru and questioned, Lord Orochimaru, have I been saved? Indeed. Now tell me what transpired on your end. Orochimaru had little interest in explaining his improved great ninjutsu to an expendable resource, second Hokage. It is mine, all mine. Thus, he simply followed Tors's lead. Tors, exhilarated by his rescue and the prospect of exchanging information for merit, overlooked the dissonance in his body and recounted the events. After listening to Tors's account, Orochimaru nodded in understanding. then formed hand seals to terminate the impure world reincarnation. After all, he was merely a tool, to be discarded like a rag once utilized. Tors, initially quite elated, had not yet processed what was happening before he once again ceased to exist. Alas, a life spent as a mere prop. In a certain sense, Niji's assertions held merit. Some individuals' fates are predetermined from the outset, leaving no possibility for change. Upon acquiring the desired intelligence, Orochimaru turned his attention to this information. He retrieved a ninja data card meticulously organized by Kabuto, locating the one bearing Zhou Ke's details. A newly graduated genin this year, he had excelled during his time at the Ninja Academy, lacking any notable background or identity. With parents suspected to have perished during the Ninetales incident, a commoner ninja, yet he wields would release? How intriguing. It appears he is quite adept at concealing his true self. Orochimaru's serpent-like tongue flicked out. He had found a new target. Zhou Ke. See, I knew this would happen. That rebellious parachutist. Just then, a white snake slithered into the room, depositing a scroll before Orochimaru. This was a message from Kabuto. Orochimaru opened the scroll, glancing at its contents, his pupils involuntarily widening, before he chuckled. Oh, I have discovered Kabuto's identity, and, do you wish to see me? Ninjas at rest. Knock, knock, knock. An urgent series of knocks roused Zhou Ke from his slumber. Who is it? What time is it to be knocking? Zhou Ke grumbled as he climbed out of bed. He had just been immersed in a dream of world domination. Instead, he was unceremoniously awakened. How vexing. However, the knocker showed no sign of halting, continuing unabated. Reluctantly, Zhou Ke got up to open the door. As he swung it open, a flash of red caught his eye. It was Xiangling. Zhou Ke inquired, perplexed. How did you know where I live? I am certain I never disclosed my residence to you. How did you find me? I heard it from a white-bearded grandpa who was about to repair his pipe. Well, that would be your Hokage. Xiangling replied, shrugging. I don't understand. He gave a speech right in front of us yet pretended to be just a passing old man? Perhaps he was too bored? Zhou Ke was at a loss for words. Let us not discuss that. Why are you looking for me so early? You wanted to recruit me, right? I'm here to find you, Xiangling answered. She had intended to approach Zhou Ke the previous night to discuss the terms of joining. But due to the presence of her two companions and the Jonin leading them, she refrained from taking direct action. Today, the leading Jonin returned to the hidden grass village with the two eliminated companions and another group brutally slain by Orochimaru. She found herself with free time and thus sought Zhou Ke to discuss joining matters. By the way, the reason the Jonin from the hidden grass village was in such a rush to return was not merely to escort people back, but also to report good news. This time, despite the element of luck, they had genuinely advanced to the main event in the joint Chunin exam, unlike their usual role as mere participants. It was a cause for celebration. Although they could not compare with Konoha and Sunagakure, they had surpassed several other smaller ninja villages, quite a source of pride. Furthermore, due to some individuals advancing, the village chief of their community could use the pretext of watching the matches to meet with the third Hokage and discuss issues related to military alliance defense. The Land of Grass, where the Grass Village resides, lies in the northwestern corner of the Land of Fire, positioned between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth. Should war break out between Konoha and Iwagakure from the Land of Earth, the Land of Grass would become a significant battlefield, thus making the Grass Village a strategic buffer zone for Konoha. Naturally, there is also the opportunity to bask in the event's limelight. The Kazekage from Sunagakure would certainly attend the Chunin exams, and having their village chief seated nearby would equate to a hierarchy of power among the leaders of the major villages. Ah, I see. You are indeed a clever person, understanding that joining my team is the path to a bright future. Zhou Ke cheerfully patted Xiangling on the shoulder, exclaiming, Congratulations. You are now on the most righteous path. Xiangling shrugged off Zhou Ke's hand and replied earnestly, Wait a moment. I am only expressing interest. Whether or not I join depends on the treatment you offer. Ah, so you are waiting for the right price? Very well, then. Before Zhou Ke could finish her sentence, Naruto's door swung open unexpectedly. Stepping out joyfully, Naruto turned to Zhou Ke and said, Zhou Ke, let us go train. Huh? Who is she? Zhou Ke, exasperated, replied, Didn't we see her at the Chunin exams yesterday? She is a genin from the Grass Village. I know that. I watched her fight closely yesterday. I was just curious why she is here to find you. Naruto suddenly had a realization, clapping his hands in excitement and pulling Zhou Ke aside. Zhou Ke, do you have someone you like? No. Zhou Ke responded bluntly, without a hint of hesitation. devoid of any feelings whatsoever. Naruto scratched his head in confusion. Then why is she looking for you? Can't you just be ordinary friends? Zhou Ke retorted. Then began the formal introductions. This is my friend, Uzumaki Naruto, and this is my newly made friend, Uzumaki Xiangling. You two should get acquainted. Wait, you are also an Uzumaki? Both Naruto and Xiangling were taken aback, then simultaneously began to ponder. Naruto thought to himself, I was so focused on fighting yesterday that I forgot to pay attention to her surname. Xiangling also scratched her head. Reflecting, I was too busy thinking about a bright future yesterday to notice his surname. Zhou Ke observed their similar gestures and remarked, It's no wonder you share a clan. You certainly have your similarities. These two characters already exhibited significant commonalities in the original work, both harboring affections for Sasuke. Just kidding. A clan? I have relatives? Naruto was stunned. Having been alone for so long, he never considered the possibility of having family. Just distant relatives. Zhou Ke waved her hand dismissively. The Uzumaki clan was once a prominent family, with many members, even having a dedicated country called the Land of Whirlpools. Unfortunately, that country fell, and the Uzumaki clan members scattered far and wide. Naruto scratched his head in confusion. Is that so? Wait a minute, this guy has hair isn't even red. How could he be an Uzumaki? Xiangling recalled why she overlooked Naruto's surname. How could a blonde-haired individual be a part of the Uzumaki clan? Zhou Ke explained. His mother had red hair. However, his father's strong blonde genes overshadowed even the signature red hair of the Uzumaki. I see. Naruto nodded in understanding, but then felt something was amiss. Wait a moment, Zhou Ke, do you know who my parents are? At this point, Naruto was somewhat agitated. Throughout his childhood, no one had ever answered his inquiries about his parents, and he eventually gave up. Now, could he finally have the opportunity to learn their identities? Yes. I discovered that along with previous information, Zhou Ke replied. Naruto immediately inquired, Can you tell me? I can, but Zhou Ke glanced at Xiangling and said, I have matters to attend to, so I cannot disclose it right now. Besides, don't you want to learn the Rasengan? That Naruto hesitated. He certainly wished to master that chakra technique. Well, let us talk about my parents in the evening. For now, let us focus on your ninjutsu. Zhou Ke crossed her hands and summoned a shadow clone. This time, it was the sage. Zhou Ke addressed the sage. Can you take over the task of guiding him? Of course. Let us go. The sage led Naruto away. And then Zhou Ke was left with Xiangling, hands on her hips, asked, So, does this mean we will discuss our matters next? Well, that's the idea, but before we talk, I have a few things to attend to. Would you mind accompanying me? Zhou Ke inquired. Sure, I don't have anything else to do, Xiangling agreed. Much like Nanami, she considered it fortunate to have advanced to the finals. Her next opponent would undoubtedly be insurmountable. Therefore, practicing for a month would be of no value. She might as well enjoy a month in Konoha and contemplate how to safely extricate herself from the grass village. Thus, Zhou Ke took Xiangling to the shopping district, where they purchased 2 fruit baskets before visiting Konoha Hospital, primarily to see Gray Lu and secondarily to check on Niji. Although their time together was brief, they had been teammates for a while, and presenting a fruit basket felt like the right thing to do. As for Niji, he was the one Zhou Ke had injured, and morally, it was necessary to show him some gesture of goodwill. Zhou Ke arrived at the hospital with the 2 fruit baskets and learned from the nurse's desk that both were in the same ward. Perfect. It saved unnecessary trouble. Following the nurse's directions, Zhou Ke made her way to their room and found the 2 of them. Due to his severe injuries, Gray Lu was wrapped in bandages like a mummy, while Niji lay quietly on the bed, lost in contemplation, seemingly reflecting on life. Besides the 2 of them, Tintin, who had also been eliminated, was there to keep Niji company. Having no other tasks to attend to, she decided to stay. Zhou Ke opened the door and greeted, Good morning, gentlemen. Upon seeing Zhou Ke, Gray Lu responded joyfully, but with his limbs bound, he could only greet her with expressive facial gestures. Niji, upon noticing Zhou Ke, involuntarily twisted his expression before turning away, somewhat irritated, and said, Are you here to mock me? Ridiculous. Why would I waste my time mocking you? Zhou Ke replied, handing the 2 fruit baskets to Tintin before stating, I merely came to visit. After this, Zhou Ke engaged in various pleasantries with Gray Lu. Niji, aside from his initial retort, remained silent, staring blankly at the ceiling. After expressing her concern for Gray Lu, Zhou Ke noticed Niji's despondent demeanor and remarked, Come on. You only lost. It's not like you've died. Don't act as if you can't go on living. Winning and losing are common occurrences in battle. No one can win forever, nor can anyone lose perpetually. If you find it unacceptable to have lost to me, channel that frustration into hard training. And come challenge me again. I will always welcome your challenge. Upon hearing this, Niji showed no reaction. Observing this, Zhou Ke decided not to press further. They were not even friends, so there was no need for her to say anything more. Zhou Ke's earlier comments were purely out of goodwill. She couldn't bear to see such a talented individual wallow in despair. Of course, if he chose not to appreciate her concern, she had no obligation to say more. If he were a beautiful girl, she might have said a few more words out of respect for beauty, but as a man, he could wallow in his self-pity as he pleased. However, just as Zhou Ke was preparing to depart, Niji suddenly spoke. Do you truly believe that fate can be altered? Zhou Ke turned to Niji and replied, Indeed. While it is true that certain circumstances determined at birth are immutable, the future remains unwritten. Although the past cannot be changed, one has the power to forge the future they desire. If one cannot alter their own fate, they can pave the way for their descendants to achieve the future they envision. Ultimately, there are still aspects that can be transformed through effort. Gazing into the horizon, Zhou Ke continued, If one cannot change their own destiny, they may yet influence the future of the next generation. Upon hearing this, Niji fell into deep contemplation. With that, Zhou Ke concluded, I've said all that I needed to say. I must take my leave now. Without hesitation, he turned and departed. Tian, somewhat bewildered, scratched his head and remarked, Well, this junior seems rather impatient. Originally, Tian had intended to offer Zhou Ke some fruit, but in the blink of an eye, he had vanished. Wei Lu added, Though our acquaintance has been brief, each time I see Zhou Ke, he appears quite exhausted. Surely, he is diligently honing himself. He is practically a replica of Shaoli. It seems he ought to train under teacher Guy, Tian quipped. Meanwhile, in the desolate outskirts of the Hidden Leaf Village, Kakashi was supervising Sasuke's training, an exercise that was quite simple, as the two engaged in a staring contest using their Sharingan. The most effective method to enhance one's visual prowess is through frequent utilization. Sasuke sought to improve his mastery of the Sharingan through this method and approached Kakashi for intensive training following the conclusion of the exam. Kakashi, wishing to accumulate experience in combat against Sharingan wielders, agreed to train with him. However, as they practiced, a sudden distortion in the nearby space occurred. A figure clad in black and adorned with an orange vortex mask emerged from the swirling void. Upon his arrival, he gazed towards Kakashi and mused, it seems you have indeed mastered the Manjiki Sharingan? Moments later, a member of the Akatsuki, wearing their signature attire, surfaced from the ground, revealing an ominous figure within its confines. The masked man remarked, You arrived a bit late, Zetsu. Unlike you, I cannot traverse through space. Zetsu resigned, retorted, before continuing to inquire, Is the situation as you anticipated? Indeed. Kakashi has already mastered the Manjiki, the masked man acknowledged, contemplating the recent additions to his Kimui dimension, evidence of Kakashi's involvement. This masked figure was none other than Obito Uchiha. Recently, he had discovered an accumulation of debris within his Kimui space, remnants left by rebellious entities. As Kimui was his formidable asset in the shinobi world, he could not afford to disregard these anomalies. Hence, Obito began to investigate the matter. The first individual that came to mind was the other wielder of his eye. Had Kakashi truly achieved mastery of Kimui? To validate his suspicions, Obito, accompanied by Zetsu, ventured for a closer inspection. However, upon confirming Kakashi's proficiency with Kimui, another question arose. Why had Kakashi suddenly become aware of his Manjiki's awakening? Logically, he should have been oblivious to the concept of Manjiki, as one cannot utilize what they do not comprehend. This implies that someone must have alerted him. Black Zetsu posited, I am uncertain. Has anything significant transpired in Konoha recently? Obito inquired, seeking tangible clues from recent events. Zetsu responded, The Nin exams are currently underway, and Orochimaru is orchestrating a plan to destabilize Konoha, anticipated to unfold during the main event of the Nin exams. Is that so? Obito mused to himself, sensing little correlation between these occurrences and Kakashi's realization of his Manjiki. At that moment, Black Zetsu interjected, Could it be Itachi? Presently, the only other wielder of the Manjiki Sharingan, aside from Obito, was Uchiha Itachi. Could Kakashi's transformation be linked to him? Obito pondered briefly before shaking his head. Itachi has been residing in Amigakure for some time. He likely lacks the opportunity to venture to Konoha. Then, Zetsu proposed another possibility. Could it be that he has had an epiphany? Let us assume that is the case, Obito mused, shifting his gaze towards Sasuke, Itachi's younger brother. He has certainly grown stronger since his childhood. Do you intend to confront Sasuke? Zetsu inquired. Obito articulated his thoughts. His heart is steeped in darkness. Such a person is ripe for manipulation. It's challenging to control him while Itachi remains alive. Indeed, Itachi is quite the hindrance, Zetsu remarked. Fear not. His condition is deteriorating, and he will not endure much longer. Before the plan is set in motion, he will likely succumb. As Obito's right eye began to activate Kimui, he commanded, I shall depart first. Send more individuals to observe Konoha. With that, Obito vanished. I understand. Zetsu responded before retreating underground. All returned to tranquility, as if the two had never been there at all. Chapter 34. The deal with Orochimaru in the Valley of the End. Above Uchiha Madara's statue, Uchiha Sasuke sat idly. Just moments ago, he had been engaged in a sparring session with Kakashi, honing his Sharingan. How had he ended up here? At that moment, Orochimaru emerged from the shadows, gazing at Sasuke with surprise. Sasuke, no, you must be Zhou Ke, right? An exceptionally skilled transformation technique. I can detect no flaws. Orochimaru had received a message from Kabuto the previous night, indicating that Zhou Ke wished to meet him, allowing Orochimaru to deduce the identity of the person before him. Sasuke did not waste words and dispelled his transformation, declaring, the one you seek is not Zhou Ke. It is I, Rebellion. After departing from Rebellion last night, he had sought out Kabuto and directly revealed his identity. Kabuto, as a spy, remained unperturbed. After all, Rebellion approached him privately, indicating that he was not there to expose Kabuto but rather to negotiate, a discussion that did not require urgency. However, Rebellion was not there to converse with Kabuto but to meet Orochimaru. Neither was inclined to act as a mere messenger, leading to a confrontation. The outcome being that Kabuto was overwhelmed by the furious child. Consequently, the Kamui space became cluttered with various items, alarming Obito. The advantage of the technique, Void, was overwhelmingly significant. Even if one could predict their opponent's abilities, without an equivalent level of instantaneous teleportation, it was exceedingly difficult to prevail. After his defeat, Kabuto, recognizing his own limitations, complied and relayed the message to Orochimaru. Arrangements were made to meet at the Valley of the End at this appointed time. Rebellion maintained his seated position, appearing to lounge on Madara's head, and turned slightly to address Orochimaru. You were rather late, Orochimaru-san. My base is quite a distance from here. I did not anticipate that a mere 12-year-old genin would possess such presence. It seems Konoha has birthed yet another prodigy. Orochimaru remarked with genuine admiration. Konoha has produced more than a few geniuses, such as myself, Minato Namikaze, Kakashi Hitaki, and particularly Itachi Uchiha. At 5 years old, he could protect his infant brother Sasuke alone at home. Graduating from the Ninja Academy at the top of his class at 7, he awakened his Sharingan at 8. Spurred by the rage of a comrade's death at the hands of Obito. At 10, he passed the Chunin exams single-handedly, joined the Umbu at 11, and at 12, he collaborated with Obito to annihilate his entire clan. Imagine awakening the Mangekyou Sharingan at just 12 years old. Is there anyone more formidable than Uchiha Itachi? Indeed, there are. Sarada interjected. I too awakened my Mangekyou at just over 12. However, such greatness comes at a cost. Itachi's life was tragically cut short at the tender age of 21. Returning to the subject at hand, Rebellion chuckled at Orochimaru's remarks. A genius? Not quite. I merely acquired what I possess. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Oh, it appears that Mr. Zhou Ke has a story of his own. Rebellion's words, when juxtaposed with his experiences, led Orochimaru to reasonably speculate that Rebellion might be akin to himself, a seeker of longevity through the usurpation of others' bodies. This notion piqued Orochimaru's interest immensely. First, allow me to correct you. Zhou Ke is Zhou Ke, and I am I, Rebellion asserted. Oh, how should I address you then? Orochimaru inquired politely. Rebellion replied nonchalantly. My past name is no longer relevant. I possess only one moniker now, Rebellion. Please, refer to me as such. Rebellion? Orochimaru mused, not questioning the name but the notion of a code name. Typically, code names are assigned by others, implying that Rebellion might have a superior. This led Orochimaru to wonder if he and Zhou Ke were indeed separate entities. Indeed, but let us not dwell on that, Mr. Orochimaru. What do you believe is the relationship between chakra and the soul? Rebellion posed suddenly. This topic was one Orochimaru had considerable expertise in. though he pondered the purpose behind such an inquiry. After some contemplation, he responded, "Chakra is a fusion of spiritual and life energy. This power can carry the soul. Mastering this skill allows for the continuous transfer of the soul, achieving immortality. This is the principle behind my forbidden jutsu, the impure world reincarnation." "Do you believe the soul can be reincarnated?" Zhou Ke continued. "Reincarnation? I see." Orochimaru's understanding deepened, excitement bubbling within him. "You and Zhou Ke are not one and the same. You have transferred your soul into the body of a child, preserving the infant's soul to conceal your identity while you develop in the shadows. This explains the extraordinary power beneath an otherwise unremarkable exterior." "Ah, conversing with an intelligent individual is indeed refreshing," Rebellion replied with a subtle smile. Thinking to himself, "This is all your own conjecture. Should you later discover your misapprehension, do not confront me." Meanwhile, Orochimaru harbored his own doubts. If he is indeed developing in secret, why reveal his intentions to me? There must be more at play. Nonetheless, Orochimaru chose not to delve deeper. For now, it sufficed to know that this man named Rebellion was no ordinary being. The focus shifted back to why Rebellion had summoned him. Rebellion flexed his fingers, ensuring his readiness before addressing Orochimaru directly. "Let us be forthright. I wish to propose a transaction." "I am all ears," Orochimaru replied, licking his lips in anticipation. This was precisely what he had been waiting for. Without further ado, Rebellion tossed a stack of papers to Orochimaru. "What are these?" Orochimaru queried, perplexed as he received the documents. "These are events that will transpire in the forthcoming period, should I not intervene," Rebellion explained, detailing occurrences from the present until Sasuke's defection. In essence, Zhou Ke had divulged the unwritten content to Orochimaru. However, due to Zhou Ke's involvement, certain details had already shifted, prompting Rebellion to amend the revelations accordingly. Thus, it was a glimpse into the future. Orochimaru, filled with curiosity, scanned the papers, his eyes widening as he read. Based on the current trajectory, the events described here indeed seem plausible. Are you intending to trade this information with me? No, these are merely the appetizers. A means for you to verify my credibility. What follows will be even more astounding." Rebellion smiled back at Orochimaru. Though he smiled, an unsettling aura emanated from him, a feeling so palpable that even Orochimaru sensed it. Is he suggesting he can foresee the future? He silently mused. Tucking the papers away, once something is offered to a serpent, it is unlikely to be relinquished. Orochimaru pressed on. "What is it you wish to trade?" Rebellion inquired. "You possess cells of Hashirama, do you not? Isn't he capable of utilizing would release? Or is he seeking Hashirama's cells to further amplify his strength?" Orochimaru did not linger on that line of questioning for too long, continuing, "Yes. Do you wish to acquire them now?" Rebellion replied, "Not at this moment. I shall require them later, approximately at the conclusion of those documents. By then, my original self should be adequately prepared." Understanding dawned upon Orochimaru. This was why Zhou Ke had provided the documents as a means of verification. He nodded, recognizing the intelligence of the exchange. No words were needed between two astute individuals. Indeed, if you truly wish to engage in a transaction, it would be prudent to act as though this matter does not exist prior to the deal, especially when it comes to Zhou Ke. If he becomes aware of our dealings, this transaction will inevitably fall through. With that said, the rebellious Ping vanished in an instant. Orochimaru, witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. So it was merely a shadow clone? How intriguing. But must we keep this from Zhou Ke? What is the nature of their relationship? Orochimaru's curiosity about this suddenly emerging genius deepened. He retrieved the documents Zhou Ke had provided. Scrutinizing them for a while, the contents were quite reasonable and likely to occur. However, had he informed me beforehand, I could have made the necessary preparations. As long as Zhou Ke remains unaware of this transaction, all will be well. Preparation of ninja tools. Upon exiting the hospital, Zhou Ke and Xiang Ling arrived at Zhou Ke's favored training ground. Finding a suitable spot to sit, Zhou Ke addressed Xiang Ling. "All right, it is time we discuss our affairs." With that, Zhou Ke produced a scroll from his pocket and, with a swift motion, released the seal upon it. An iron chest manifested before them. Zhou Ke placed the chest in front of Xiang Ling and declared, "If you choose to join my team, this chest of money shall be yours." "Are you really handing over the money just like that? What kind of operation is this?" Xiang Ling asked, somewhat bewildered. Based on her experiences in the Grass Ninja Village, One would typically expect a more elaborate promise before any financial exchange. Back when she and her mother fled to the grass ninja village, they were promised various things, but none came to fruition. And her mother ultimately met with tragedy at their hands. Thus, Zhou Ke's direct offer left her in a state of confusion. Opening the chest, she was greeted with 35 neatly stacked bundles of cash, each containing 10,000 yen bills. How much is this worth? Xiang Ling blurted out. Approximately 35 million. Zhou Ke recalled. Inside lay the highest denomination of bills, with each bundle containing 100 notes, totaling 1 million yen. With 35 bundles. That amounts to a significant sum. Since this is a Japanese work, we shall adhere to yen values. Sensing a hint of malice, Zhou Ke had indeed obtained this money from Kato, though not all of it was cash. Most comprised collectibles and other items. Zhou Ke could not openly sell these collectibles. But fortunately, he had a shadow clone. His sage took the sellable items and, utilizing transformation techniques, sold them all in the black market, converting them into a substantial amount of money. Naturally, these funds could not be deposited in a bank, so they were sealed within the scroll for safekeeping. Xiang Ling beheld the money and could not suppress a gulp. She had never encountered such wealth. How many missions would one need to undertake to earn this amount? Now, if she simply agreed to join, all this money would be hers? Gulping again, Xiang Ling asked, "Aren't you afraid I might abscond with all this money? What if she took it all and fled?" "There's more to come," Zhou Ke replied calmly. He did not believe Xiang Ling would forsake greater wealth in favor of leaving. After all, who would ever turn down more money? "I will join your team immediately," Xiang Ling proclaimed. Under the influence of the cash, Zhou Ke appeared rather dashing. "Well then, congratulations on joining the team," Zhou Ke said, shaking Xiang Ling's hand. Newly inducted, Xiang Ling's enthusiasm surged, prompting her to inquire, "So, what do you need me to do?" At the moment, nothing much. Zhou Ke scratched his head. His recruitment of Xiang Ling was more of a long-term consideration, and currently, he had no immediate tasks for her. "Then why did you recruit me?" Xiang Ling found herself at a loss for words. "Well, it's all about long-term planning," Zhou Ke replied, scratching his head again. "All right, we've discussed everything necessary. Now I must focus on my training. You can take this money and enjoy yourself. You haven't experienced much joy, have you?" "Well, in that case." Zhou Ke had originally intended to train, but considering Xiang Ling would be wandering alone in Konoha and unsure of where to have fun, Zhou Ke decided, "Today, I shall take you out for some enjoyment," Zhou Ke declared, giving a thumbs up. "Really?" Xiang Ling suddenly felt a twinge of apprehension. Someone being so kind without any apparent ulterior motives was rather intimidating. "Rest assured, there will be tasks for you in the future," Zhou Ke reassured her, and thus, they spent the day together. Zhou Ke escorted Xiang Ling back to her inn, and she could not help but exclaim, "What a truly dreamlike day." She had never experienced such a wonderful day, being able to buy whatever she desired, eat whatever she wished, and do whatever she fancied. It was pure freedom. For someone who had always been constrained within the grass ninja village, this feeling was nothing short of a dream. "Well, as long as you are happy. Now, you should rest well. If you need anything, come to my home or find me at my training spot. Farewell." With that, Zhou Ke turned to leave. Watching Zhou Ke's retreating figure, Xiang Ling mused. "This fellow is indeed peculiar, claiming it's for the future. Yet he could utilize my skills in his training right now. After all, a mere bite from Xiang Ling could swiftly restore his injuries, making her presence incredibly beneficial during his training. One wonders if he is simply absent-minded or excessively gentle." Preparation of ninja tools. Upon returning home, Zhou Ke coincidentally encountered Naruto, who had just finished his training. Naruto was covered in dirt, indicative of an intense workout. Spotting Zhou Ke, Naruto greeted him enthusiastically. "Hey Zhou Ke, how was your training today?" Zhou Ke inquired with curiosity. "It was fantastic. Your shadow clone is incredibly intelligent. The techniques he taught me were phenomenal," Naruto exclaimed. "By the way, weren't you aware of what transpired? Isn't it true that the memories from your clone should return to you? Well, that clone is rather unique. It possesses its own consciousness and does not return memories to me, so, you must have noticed, right? Our personalities differ somewhat," Zhou Ke explained, casually leaning against the railing of the open corridor outside Naruto's house. "Indeed, he seems exceptionally clever, almost like a teacher, which is somewhat intimidating." Naruto recalled the times he had been questioned by teachers during school. "Is that so?" Zhou Ke pondered, stroking his chin, and after a moment, continued, "Regardless, since the instruction was effective, how is your progress?" About that," Naruto scratched his head sheepishly. I'm currently still in the second stage. He elaborated, as mentioned before, the training for the Rasengan is divided into 4 stages. The first stage involves releasing chakra from the palm, while the second stage advances this by maintaining a stable and continuous release of chakra while causing it to spin. For instance, placing a water-filled balloon in your hand and releasing chakra to create chaotic movement inside until the balloon bursts. I'm currently at that stage. Zhou Ke nodded, acknowledging Naruto's progress. Well, achieving this in just the first day is quite impressive. Then, he decided to address a more serious matter. Let us discuss what I promised you earlier. Regarding your parents, Naruto's expression grew somber. In truth, the Rasengan was created by the 4th Hokage. Zhou Ke suddenly divulged. What? The 4th Hokage's technique? Is it really that powerful? Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. If he could master the 4th Hokage's technique, he would be one step closer to his goal of becoming Hokage. However, Naruto exhibited some peculiar behavior. Why bring up the 4th Hokage at this moment? Is he straying off topic? Zhou Ke continued. Indeed, it's quite impressive. For this technique was created by the 4th Hokage to protect your mother. Naruto, seemingly bewildered, nodded in acknowledgement, as if he had yet to fully comprehend the situation. Zhou Ke sighed inwardly, thinking, this lad can be rather single-minded at times. Now would be a perfect opportunity for you to utilize that brilliant mind of yours. Just as Zhou Ke was silently wishing for clarity, Naruto's thought process clicked. Wait a moment, why did the 4th Hokage need to protect my mother? Could it be? Zhou Ke eagerly pondered. Yes, could it be that they are relatives? Naruto arrived at this conclusion. Why would you think in that direction? Zhou Ke was at a loss for words. Never mind, it's my fault for trying to explain this in a roundabout way. I should have been straightforward. Your father is the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Naruto blinked, his mind momentarily freezing, as if it had crashed. After a brief pause, he slowly turned his gaze toward Hokage Rock and asked in a trembling voice, is that true? Zhou Ke elaborated, well, the information I found describes that the 4th Hokage sealed the 9 tails within his son, Naruto Uzumaki, using a forbidden technique, the Reaper Death Seal, to protect the village. By the way, I also looked into the Reaper Death Seal. It's a technique that results in mutual destruction, ensuring the user's death. My father is the 4th Hokage, Naruto whispered, tears cascading uncontrollably down his cheeks. As he wiped away his tears, he agonizingly questioned, why? Why did you have to seal the 9 tails within me? Upon learning that the 4th Hokage was his father, a torrent of confusion, pain, and resentment surged within him. It's important to note that aside from the incident where Iruka protected him, Naruto had not cried for a long time. According to his own words, he had long since run dry of tears in his childhood, and now they flowed uncontrollably. It was truly overwhelming. He desperately wished to confront his father and ask why he had to bear the burden of the 9 tails and how much suffering it had caused him. Perhaps it was a hope to leave behind the strength to protect his son and safeguard the village of Konoha. Zhou Ke could only speculate. I can't say. Your parents were true loves, and your father, witnessing your mother in peril, chose to sacrifice himself so that she could see her child one last time, leaving all the suffering for you alone to endure. To be fair, from this perspective, Minato may not be suited to be Hokage. He might be better off as a skilled jonin, enjoying a warm family life. Of course, the true instigator remains that Uncle Obito, who provided you with the warm packs. To protect me and Konoha? Naruto wiped his tears, repeatedly murmuring this phrase. Well, this is merely my conjecture. Don't take it too much to heart. The truth can wait until you meet the parties involved in the future. After all, Minato and Kushina left behind chakra for Naruto, allowing him to see them again within his own body. The specifics could be discussed at that time. I understand. Naruto dried his tears and returned to his usual demeanor. Then he dashed away. Wait, where are you going? Zhou Ke hurriedly inquired. Don't do anything rash. I'm going to train. I must learn my father's jutsu. The revelation about his parents ignited an intense motivation within Naruto. He was determined not to waste a single moment and focused solely on mastering the Rasengan. Rest first before you train, Zhou Ke thought, but Naruto had already run off. Did I perhaps overstep? Zhou Ke used the shadow clone technique to summon the sage. The sage responded, indeed, that was quite unnecessary. You shouldn't have shared such information during his impulsive youth. Given the current outcome, it's evident that this is the case, but I did not wish to deceive my friend. Zhou Ke had long felt guilty for hiding the truth from Naruto, and now that the opportunity arose, he yearned to reveal the reality. Since I've already spoken, there is no point in regretting it. I will keep an eye on him to prevent any mishaps. You should rest well." With that, the sage vanished in an instant. Zhou Ke scratched his head and said with a smile, "If the clones are willing to help, that's truly a blessing. Well, I should also rest and prepare to commence training tomorrow." Chapter 35. The Invitation from Danzo. Sleepless nights. After a brief ablution, Zhou Ke lay in bed, wide awake. He was suffering from insomnia. Every time he closed his eyes, thoughts of Naruto training would invade his mind. And that classic line, "At your age, how can you sleep?" echoed incessantly in his ears. The Chinese have a tendency to become agitated when those around them are caught up in a relentless competition, leading to an overwhelming surge of mental pressure. This inevitably resulted in sleeplessness and mental exhaustion. Zhou Ke abruptly sat up. "How can I possibly sleep like this? Forget it. I shall train as well." Rather than lying here lost in thought, it would be far more invigorating to exercise until he lost consciousness. Thus, Zhou Ke rose, donned his training attire, and set out for specialized training. However, on his way to the training ground, he encountered Xiaoli, who had just completed his training for the day and was preparing to rest. "Hey, Zhou Ke, it's so late. Are you heading out?" Xiaoli inquired with curiosity. I can't sleep tonight. Just going to add a bit of training," Zhou Ke replied, though they shared a good rapport. It felt odd to stand idly and chat with a former opponent from the first round of battles. Besides, Zhou Ke was at a loss for conversation, so he simply uttered a quick farewell and hurried on his way. Meanwhile, Xiaoli remained rooted to the spot, pondering. Even at this hour, Zhou Ke is still training? His remarkable strength must be due to his relentless dedication. No, I cannot afford to fall behind. Inspired by Zhou Ke, what inspiration! Xiaoli rallied himself, suppressing his fatigue with a surge of excitement, and dashed back to continue his training. The following day, this incident reached Niji's ears through the grapevine. Initially feeling somewhat lost, Niji could no longer remain idle. Everyone else is striving. What am I doing wallowing in self-pity? And he immediately sprang into action, commencing his own training. His aim was to surpass his past self and challenge Zhou Ke once more. Zhou Ke is right. Some things cannot be changed, but there are still matters within my control. Even if I am trapped like a bird in a cage, I can strive to escape this wretched fate for the sake of future generations. As Niji immersed himself in training, others began to feel restless as well. This included Inuzuka Kiba, who had been eliminated. Damn, whether they VE advanced or been eliminated, everyone is training so hard. Is there no room left for the rest of us? The gap is widening. I must train too. Thus, Kiba joined in the specialized training. Hinata, from the same team, thought to herself, everyone is working so hard. And Naruto Kuin too, then I must. Though soft-spoken, Hinata possessed remarkable resilience and began her own training. The only member of their team to advance. Yet often overlooked, Shino Aburame mused. I initially intended to raise my visibility through the Chunin exams, but at this rate, I'll become mere background scenery. I must put in the effort. Thus, Shino, who wished for others to acknowledge him rather than remain in the shadows, also began to train diligently. And it was not just those mentioned who began to train. Any shinobi with aspirations for progress felt the ripple effect, initiating their own training. Even those beyond the ranks of Genin, anyone yearning for strength, began to exert themselves. This phenomenon even captured the attention of the third Hokage. Goodness, I haven't organized anything. Yet it feels as if the entire village has embarked on a massive training campaign. The third took a puff from his cigarette, attempting to regain his composure. Naturally, amidst this surge of training, there were still those who resisted, such as the renowned Inoshikicho trio from Konoha. Training? Who would bother with such a tedious task? As for the tournament, I'll just perform a little and forfeit. Nara Shikamaru, the lazy genius, declared. I'm already in specialized training, specifically for eating. Akimichi Choji proclaimed. Yamanaka Ino, disinterested in training, remarked, overtraining can ruin your skin. I think I'll pass. How typical of the three of them. One can only hope they don't regret it later. Of course, these matters were mere side notes, as Zhou Ke, wholly absorbed in his training, remained blissfully unaware of the bustling activity around him. He was currently contemplating what he should focus on next. The only sage who could provide sound advice is currently attending to Naruto, and the other two. One enjoys opposing me, while the other merely critiques without contributing. Perhaps it is better to consult the two clones than to ruminate aimlessly. After some reflection, Zhou Ke summoned the two clones. However, as soon as he manifested the rebellious clone, it stated, "You are already a mature entity. It is time for you to train earnestly." Wait, is that what you meant to say? Zhou Ke replied in exasperation. Aren't fanfictions often about the main body exploiting the clones to serve them? Why was it that in his case, he felt like he was being exploited instead? Where was the fairness? Where was the law? Where was humanity? The rebellious clone retorted. I must train diligently as well. You wish for the reanimation of Madara to be realized soon, so that you may harness his power to shake the entire shinobi world. Don't you? You wish to dance? This was indeed a striking sentiment. The commentary clone interjected. Zhou Ke conceded, well, I cannot deny that. While the conclusion may be somewhat farcical, Madara Uchiha undeniably held considerable allure, largely due to his charisma and dominance. Right. If that is the case, do not hinder my training. The experience points for the elderly Madara are hard to come by. With that, the rebellious clone vanished in an instant. Zhou Ke turned to the commentary clone. Hey, it's just the two of us now. Do you have any suggestions? I'm just here to comment. Don't ask me about strategies, the commentary clone shrugged. Zhou Ke couldn't help but sing. What use is this clone? BGM, Goku well? It seems everything still hinges on himself, so Zhou Ke had no choice but to proceed according to his own thoughts. He began to ponder. I have mastered the fundamental nature transformation jutsu. Now it is time to specialize in each one. Which to start with? Considering the characters he had unlocked so far, young Minato specialized in Flying Thunder God and Rasengan, which would significantly enhance his nature transformation. The enraged child was proficient in wood release and fire release. Zhou Ke lacked the foundation for wood release and was also short on advanced fire techniques. Thus, he would have to pass on that as well. As for the elderly Madara, practicing with him? Wouldn't I risk injuring myself? Zhou Ke thought. Indeed. The only one who can expedite my training is Kakashi, right? Previously, in an effort to practice the 5 nature transformations, Zhou Ke had illuminated Kakashi's line. And now he had reached the point where Kakashi was in his early stages, that is, Kakashi's initial strength, thousands of jutsu, and the Sharingan. Zhou Ke mused. The earlier statement holds true. I lack any bloodline limit, so all I can aspire to is to become a miniature Kakashi or a mini third Hokage. The commentary clone interjected. You shouldn't compare yourself to those who are merely hanging around. Achieving the level of a mini third Hokage already places you among the elite of the shinobi world. If you can obtain the power of a tailed beast in the future, you would be an exceptional candidate among the Kage. Zhou Ke countered. If I had the power of a tailed beast, why would I rely on any jutsu? Is the enemy floating? Or is the tailed beast bomb incapable of lifting a blade? The essence of a tailed beast bomb is that it represents immense, universal damage. Akin to the founding acts of a nation, those who grasp this reference understand its significance. Those who do not can simply think of it as a nuclear bomb. The commentary clone nodded. Indeed. However, training is essential, as the power of a tailed beast remains a distant prospect. Improving my jutsu is an immediate necessity, otherwise, I won't even be able to extend the duration of my transformation technique. Yes, that is how it is. Let us not dwell on that. Let us begin practicing the new jutsu. Zhou Ke transformed into Kakashi's likeness using the transformation technique. The commentary clone, curious, inquired, so, what will you be practicing? Do I even need to think? Certainly, it is the Chidori. I have already mastered the Rasengan, and now it is time to focus on the Chidori. The observer nodded in agreement, remarking that it was a wise decision. Both Kakashi's and Sasuke's lightning release techniques are based on the Chidori, making it a fundamental skill worth mastering. With determination, I activated the Chidori, also known as Raikiri, as Kakashi would say. Indeed, the Chidori can be unleashed without hand signs. But as a novice, I should adhere to the traditional seals. The sequence is rat, rabbit, and monkey, correct? The observer confirmed. Excellent. I have nearly grasped the sensation of releasing the Chidori. Now it is time to practice further. I have sufficiently reviewed the reference material. It is time to engage in serious practice. Naruto dispelled Kakashi's transformation and reverted to his own form, then proceeded to utilize shadow clones for intensive training on the Chidori. Thus, time hastily advanced to the following day at noon. Huff, huff. I can't go on any longer. After practicing through the night until the next day, I felt utterly drained, my chakra reserves completely depleted. The observer, seated nearby, remarked, You seem to be overexerting yourself. Without any soldier pills, you're risking serious consequences with such a regimen. Indeed, I may be pushing myself, yet the rewards are evident. I looked at my left hand, where a faint current of electricity coursed, a sign that I was beginning to understand the technique. If I continue, it won't be long before I can utilize the Chidori proficiently. However, that shall be enough for today. It is time to return home and rest. I am both exhausted and hungry, so I will grab a bite to eat and then indulge in a well-deserved sleep. The observer said nothing further and immediately dispelled the clones. I then made my way home. However, just as I exited the training grounds, I was confronted by 3 masked individuals, members of the Umbu. The leader of the Umbu addressed me. "You are Zhou Ke, correct? Please accompany us." "You have mistaken me. I am not Zhou Ke." I waved my hand dismissively and attempted to walk past them, continuing in the direction of my home. What a joke. I am far too tired to engage in idle conversation. The 3 Umbu were momentarily taken aback. Having joined the route, they had never encountered such a response before. After a brief pause, they resumed their mission. Regardless of his reaction, they were obliged to bring me back, even if it meant binding me. Thus, they swiftly closed the distance, preparing to reiterate their request. However, before they could reach me, I had already moved ahead. "Hey, are you trying to provoke me?" I exclaimed. "What? I didn't even touch him. How did he fall?" The Umbu member who reached out was flustered as he heard rhythmic breathing. Had I fallen asleep? The 3 exchanged perplexed glances. Had I truly dozed off in the street? What had I been doing prior? Given my current state, did they still need to take me back? The leader pondered for a moment and declared, "Regardless, let us take him back first." They hoisted me up and transported me to a room in Konoha. There, an elderly man with one eye awaited, accompanied by 2 subordinates. The trio materialized before the elder, gently placing me on the ground, and the leader respectfully reported, "Lord Danzo, we have brought Zhou Ke." This elder was none other than Danzo. Did you engage him?" Danzo inquired, observing my unconscious state with curiosity. "No, he merely fell asleep." The leader recounted the events in detail. "He fell asleep midway?" Danzo's brow furrowed. Was this genius who had defeated Hinata truly so unfocused? Contemplating this, Danzo tapped his cane lightly on the ground. His orange-haired subordinate understood immediately and approached me, assessing my condition while addressing Danzo. "Lord Danzo, he appears to be extremely fatigued. He must have fallen asleep." "Truly asleep? You discovered him at the training grounds?" Danzo asked. The leader confirmed, "Yes, my lord. We first checked his home and found he had not returned all night. Following his usual habits, we went to the training grounds where we located him. It seems he practiced throughout the night." Danzo mused, nodding in understanding. Though he lacks a notable lineage, this level of dedication indicates potential. It is not surprising that he could defeat a genius from the Hyuga clan. He instructed the 3 Umbu to withdraw. "Yes, sir." The trio vanished. Danzo then ordered his subordinate, "Wake him." "Yes." The orange-haired subordinate shook me gently, calling, "Wake up, wake up." "Who is it? Don't disturb my sleep," I grumbled, pushing away the hand that shook me. Danzo's command was absolute for this loyal subordinate, who ignored my protest and continued to rouse me. Such vigorous shaking eventually stirred me from slumber, and I opened my eyes, exclaiming, "You have no manners," disturbing my peaceful dreams. Danzo's eyes twitched. Was it I who lacked manners? How audacious of this boy to lecture him. The dutiful orange-haired subordinate immediately interjected, "Do you know who you are speaking to?" "Who, your father?" I inquired, scratching my ear. The subordinate introduced, "This is our elder from Konoha, Lord Shimura Danzo." "Mind your words, Zhou Ke." "I haven't heard of him," I replied, wearing a skeptical expression. "How dare you address Lord Danzo in such a manner?" The orange-haired subordinate fumed. "Stop shouting and provide some proof," I retorted, raising my hands in exasperation. The subordinate was about to respond when Danzo interjected, "I do not need to prove myself." I picked my nose and replied, "Do you think I'm foolish? Just because you say so, I should believe it? Fine, if you say so, but why have you brought me here?" "Oh, you are aware that you were brought here. Have you quickly grasped your current situation?" Danzo's mindset shifted slightly. He found himself somewhat admiring me. Awakening from unconsciousness and remaining composed in an unfamiliar environment. Such calmness was rare for someone of my age. This composure alone made Danzo consider taking me as his disciple, fully intending to nurture my potential. Indeed, Danzo had received word of my victory over Niji. Initially, he was merely curious how a commoner ninja, younger by a year, managed to defeat a genius from the Hyuga clan. Upon learning the details, Danzo was astonished by my talent, a 12-year-old who had mastered 5 elemental jutsus, including the Rasengan learned from the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Though Danzo hailed from a ninja clan, the Shimura clan was comparatively minor next to the Uchiha and Senju, lacking any bloodline limits. He understood well that a young talent like me possessed limitless potential. Thus, Danzo sought to recruit me as his subordinate for his own purposes. This led to the events of today. After meeting me, he further recognized that I was extraordinary, even considering the prospect of taking me as an apprentice, a rare opportunity, as Danzo had few disciples. However, while he was inclined to take me under his wing, Danzo felt it necessary to impart some harsh truths. This world is unforgiving, and youthful arrogance could lead to dire consequences. Thus, he said to Zhou Ke, I brought you here primarily because after witnessing your performance, I wish to invite you to join my direct subordinate unit, the Root. I intend to nurture you wholeheartedly. However, your current demeanor is rather reckless. If this persists, you will prove to be of little value in the future, and I shall lose interest in you. Oh, then I shall take my leave. Zhou Ke replied, turning decisively, as though utterly unconcerned. At such a moment, Danzo could not speak, so the orange-haired subordinate continued. Do you truly comprehend what you are doing? This is an invitation from Lord Danzo. So, Zhou Ke retorted, has he not given up on me? Why should I linger here? Besides, I have no interest in the Root. Farewell. With that, Zhou Ke opened the door and departed. His exit left the three remaining individuals in stunned silence. Indeed, no one in the village dared to speak to Danzo in such a manner. The orange-haired subordinate quickly suggested, My lord, shall we teach him a lesson? No need. He is merely young and naive. When he encounters setbacks, he will naturally recall this day and come seeking me. Danzo decided to let Zhou Ke be for the time being, allowing him to come to his own conclusions. In his eyes, Zhou Ke, a mere common ninja without support, would soon reach his limits. After all, the most straightforward path to strength is through the learning of advanced ninjutsu, which common ninjas have no one to teach them. Once he exhausts the basic techniques, he will remember that there is a capable instructor nearby. But his guiding jonin is Hatake Kakashi, isn't it? It shouldn't lead to such a scenario, the orange-haired subordinate cautioned. Why was this not mentioned earlier? Danzo exclaimed in frustration. He had seen Zhou Ke's profile, which indicated that his guiding jonin was currently unknown. This misunderstanding had prompted his earlier remarks. The reason Zhou Ke's profile was incomplete stemmed from the third Hokage's intentions. He had originally planned to take Zhou Ke as his own disciple, merely placing him under Kakashi's care temporarily for training. Thus, ordinarily, the guiding jonin field should have borne the third's name. However, taking on a disciple as Hokage is quite a complicated matter. Issues of seniority arise. If Zhou Ke were to become the third's apprentice, many in the village would need to address him as Shirbois, creating an uncomfortable situation. Furthermore, elevating a minor too swiftly could hinder his development. Therefore, the third chose to keep this matter under wraps for the time being, intending to reveal it publicly only after Zhou Ke matured into a competent ninja. While others might not grasp the third's subtle intentions, Danzo, as his close ally, quickly deduced the truth and thought with irritation, Hiruzen, are you attempting to get ahead of me? No, I must take this child as my apprentice. His competitive nature flaring up. Meanwhile, Zhou Ke pondered, a parachutist? Who would choose to be your disciple? Shall I learn from you to seal a large bridge using the four-symbol seal? When the three members of the Root approached him, Zhou Ke recognized they were Danzo's men. In this village, only two individuals could command the Root. One was the third Hokage, and the other was Danzo himself. Had it been the third seeking him, the Root members would have prefaced their approach with the Hokage wishes to see you. However, these individuals had simply stated, come with us, which only Danzo's subordinates would dare to do. Realizing he could not evade them, Zhou Ke began to act, portraying himself as a street urchin, showing little respect to anyone. Surely, Danzo would have little interest in such a troublemaker. No, his interest in me remains quite high. Alas, my acting skills are lacking. Zhou Ke reflected, I should have displayed more defiance. Perhaps I should have berated him further. But then again, he is quite petty, and criticizing him might lead to retribution later. Of course, feigning sleep was not an act. Zhou Ke was genuinely fatigued. His primary thought was that since he could not escape, he might as well take a brief nap to regain some energy, responding in a drowsy manner to whatever was thrown his way. At that moment, three more members of the Root appeared. The leader said to Zhou Ke, the Hokage wishes to see you. See, now, this is the authentic summons. Zhou Ke acknowledged, nodding to the three members of the Root. I will go at once. Chapter 36 Naruto. This time I learned the Rasengan in just 3 days, huh? After the three Umbu had delivered their message, they departed immediately. Hey, do you really need 3 people to convey this news? Zhou Ke thought about reporting these individuals for wasting manpower. Wait, they're dispatched by the Hokage. To whom would I report? Report the Hokage for wasting resources? Zhou Ke chuckled internally. It's the Hokage's prerogative. Why should I concern myself? After that mental quip, he made his way to the Hokage's office. However, I just came from Danzo, and now the Hokage's people have arrived. It seems the old man is also aware of Danzo's movements. Or perhaps he has begun to assign people to protect me. Being in the limelight brings about a distinct change, the foremost being an increase in those who keep an eye on you. For Zhou Ke, this was not particularly disconcerting. After all, his lofty ambition was to make a name for himself across the land. Although it might be premature, after being targeted by Orochimaru, remaining low-key no longer served any purpose. The only downside was the loss of freedom. He had to be cautious while training, especially since Obito and Madara would undoubtedly remain unchanged. As for whether to use transformation techniques during training, that was inconsequential. After all, those unaware might merely think Zhou Ke was eccentric for practicing a transformation technique alongside ninjutsu. Perhaps most would share this sentiment. If a small fraction noticed something unusual about Zhou Ke, he simply did not care. He was already accelerating his strength and had no intention of allowing a handful of individuals to hinder his progress. After all, without strength, one is merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. Only by becoming powerful can one instill fear in others and prevent them from acting against you. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhou Ke arrived at the Hokage's office. After greeting the Umbu guard at the entrance, he stepped inside. Zhou Ke was the first to speak. Good afternoon, Hokage-sama. Zhou Ke has come to report. Oh, you've arrived? The third Hokage greeted him warmly, then expressed concern. I heard you were out all night training at the training grounds. Remember, while training is important, do not let impatience lead to injury. Thank you for your concern, Hokage-sama. I will be cautious in the future. Zhou Ke responded humbly. Indeed, humility is commendable, yet stubbornness remains. The third Hokage nodded in approval at Zhou Ke's modest demeanor before continuing. You must be curious about the identity of the person you just met, correct? Zhou Ke replied. That damp old man. He claimed to be a Konoha elder. Well, he certainly carries himself like one. Damp old man. The third Hokage chuckled at the description, amused by how a young person could characterize his old friend in such a manner. However, he understood Zhou Ke's perspective on Danzo. After failing to secure the Hokage position against the third, Danzo had retreated into the shadows, assisting the Hokage by managing unsavory matters and acting as his right hand. Consequently, the third Hokage entrusted Danzo with immense power and responsibility. Thus, Danzo cultivated his own faction, known as Root, under the guise of the Umbu Training Department. Root operated even more clandestinely than the Umbu, engaging in activities that were far from honorable. In essence, the third Hokage embodied the sun's warmth, while Danzo represented a figure of ruthless decisiveness lurking in the shadows. Together, they fortified Konoha as the strongest ninja village once more. However, as time passed, their ideological rifts grew wider, and Danzo's ambition swelled. His dissatisfaction with the third Hokage's policies reignited his desire to become Hokage himself. Yet, given the third Hokage's immense popularity, Danzo had no chance unless the Hokage willingly stepped aside, leading him to bide his time. Thus, while they maintained a semblance of cooperation publicly, their relationship had begun to resemble that of estranged spouses. After sharing a laugh, a hint of sorrow crept into the third Hokage's heart. He sighed internally, reflecting, Danzo was once such a cheerful person. His current state, largely due to bearing burdens that should have been mine, is my fault. Noticing the third Hokage lost in nostalgia, Zhou Ke gently interjected, Hokage-sama? Oh, my apologies. I was reminiscing. The third Hokage cleared his throat and composed himself, addressing Zhou Ke. As he mentioned, he is indeed an elder of Konoha. The organization known as Root is under his command. Due to its nature, he typically remains out of the public eye, so most of the younger villagers are unaware of his existence. Oh, I see. Zhou Ke responded thoughtfully. So that gentleman truly is a significant figure. This could pose a problem. Wherein lies the problem? The third Hokage inquired curiously. Scratching his head, Zhou Ke replied. He seems to have intentions of taking me on as his disciple. If he is indeed a person of stature, refusing him would be akin to disrespecting him. What if he were to target me in secret afterward? Surely, Danzo would not act against a junior. The third Hokage reassured him, though a sense of unease lingered within. Danzo had transformed into a figure willing to go to any lengths for his own ends, extremely suspicious, cautious, cunning, and ruthless. He could not tolerate even the slightest oversight and insisted on his own way. Should Zhou Ke inadvertently offend him, he would undoubtedly consider Zhou Ke a thorn in his side to be eliminated. Thus, to shield Zhou Ke from Danzo's ire, the third Hokage resolved to shoulder the burden himself. You need not worry about Danzo. I will handle it. For now, focus on resting and training diligently for the upcoming matches. I look forward to your performance. Yes, Zhou Ke replied resolutely before exiting the Hokage's office. Once Zhou Ke departed, the third Hokage pondered for a few moments before resuming his paperwork. He retrieved Zhou Ke's file and began making amendments. Shortly thereafter, Danzo arrived. Danzo wasted no time. Stating directly, "Hiruzen, have you summoned that boy named Zhou Ke?" Just as Zhou Ke had left, Danzo received this news. He was whisked away as soon as he exited. "You are being particularly cautious, Hiruzen. Is this a measure against me?" This was Danzo's immediate thought. Irritated by the mistrust, Danzo had come to confront the third Hokage. Yes, the third Hokage replied plainly. The boy is unfamiliar with the workings of the Umbu and requires an explanation. I suppose your reasoning is valid. Danzo dropped the subject but revealed his true purpose for the visit. That boy possesses a commendable disposition. I wish to cultivate his potential. The third Hokage mused. Sending Orochimaru to you did nothing to correct his flaws. It only led him further astray. Now you want to take this promising talent? What if he ends up corrupted as well? The third Hokage was well aware of Danzo's training methods, such as pitting childhood companions against one another to cultivate emotionless killing machines. This was not training. It was a squander of Konoha's future. Determined not to send any more promising individuals Danzo's way, the third Hokage resolved that no matter what Danzo said, he would not allow him to take Zhou Ke under his wing. Thus, the third Hokage handed the neatly organized documents to Danzo. Upon examining the files, Danzo furrowed his brow and remarked, "Hisashi, are you truly intending to formally accept him as your disciple?" The record clearly indicated the name of the third Hokage in the section for the supervising teacher. Once it is documented, the relationship is official and cannot be altered. Unbeknownst to Zhou Ke, he suddenly transitioned from an ordinary ninja to a disciple of the Hokage, standing alongside the legendary Sannin. Kakashi would henceforth have to address Zhou Ke as his granduncle. "Kakashi, what the heck? How did my generation just get demoted in a single day?" The third did not respond, merely observing Danzo. Danzo, visibly agitated, retorted, "Hisashi, are you planning to groom him to become the Hokage? After the incident with Minato, you still intend to let a mere child ascend to such a position?" To Danzo, Minato's handling of the Nine-Tails crisis was fundamentally flawed. At that moment, Kushina had exhausted her last breath to control the beast, and Minato could have utilized standard sealing techniques to assist Kushina instead of resorting to the deadly Reaper death seal. It was evident that Minato had acted out of personal interest. While such motivations are understandable for a man and a husband, they are an egregious dereliction of duty for a Hokage. Hence, Danzo's profound disappointment in Hisashi's lineage. Hisashi's disciples were mere Na'vi children, utterly incapable of safeguarding Konoha. Therefore, he aspired to seize the title of Hokage and restore Konoha's former glory. MKMA, make Konoha great again. The third countered, "Danzo, the future belongs to the youth. If we do not entrust the future to them, shall we, those of us already half buried in the ground, seize control of it?" Danzo argued. "That only emphasizes the necessity for me to train him, cut away his vulnerabilities, and forge him into a worthy Hokage. If he cannot become Hokage, at least let him be a capable master of Hokage. The essence, of course, is to ensure that one's will is passed down. I have already taken him as my disciple. This will be publicly announced after the Chunin exams. You should return and rest." The third displayed rare firmness, resolutely dismissing Danzo. Hearing this, Danzo stamped his foot in frustration, gritting his teeth. "You shall regret this," and stormed off, though he could do little against the third, so he could only leave with threats. After Danzo's departure, Hisashi slumped in his chair, exhaling a long sigh. Alas, the relationship has worsened. Is there no way to return to the same path? This dilemma is one that every Hokage has encountered, parting ways with a close ally. How could the second Hokage have avoided such a predicament? He was a heartless political machine, or perhaps driven by an unquenchable will of fire, devoid of true friends. Or perhaps his best friend was his elder brother, the first Hokage? This century-old conundrum has few resolutions. Only Naruto and Sasuke managed to find a relatively favorable outcome. Returning to the matter at hand, as the third assured Danzo's concerns would be addressed by him, Zhou Ke felt a surge of relief, prompting him to celebrate with a barbecue. After indulging in his meal, Zhou Ke returned home for a restful sleep. In the evening, Zhou Ke awoke from his slumber and glanced at the time. Only 5 hours of sleep? He felt somewhat drowsy. Zhou Ke contemplated lying back down to continue sleeping, but sleep eluded him. Despite his exhaustion, rest was not forthcoming. He scratched his head, reflecting. It feels like I had a dream, but I can't recall the details. It feels somewhat unsettling. Is it because I lack the strength to feel at ease? Zhou Ke found himself in an awkward phase, insufficient power, yet targeted by thieves. One fears not the thief who steals, but the one who covets. Under such circumstances, it is entirely normal to feel anxious. Ultimately, I am still lacking in power. I must continue training. Zhou Ke sprang from his bed and resumed his training. As usual, he summoned 3 shadow clones to pursue their individual tasks while he concentrated on refining his Chidori. Then, the next day, Zhou Ke collapsed into unconsciousness. The commentator remarked, I told you, the shadow clone training method is not suited for the average person. Even if you use Naruto's body, his physique can endure, but your spirit might not hold up. My role is indeed to prevent premature demise. The commentator intended to carry Zhou Ke home to let him rest, but at that moment, he sensed something. Someone is approaching. Well, that matter shall be entrusted to her. The commentator smiled and vanished in an instant. Ninja tools are being prepared. I sense a feminine fragrance. Why is there a feminine fragrance? Zhou Ke promptly opened his eyes. He then noticed Xiangling sitting not far away, cooking something in an iron pot. Upon seeing Zhou Ke awake, Xiangling inquired, You're awake? Zhou Ke sat up from the ground, recalling the events that transpired. He must have overexerted himself during training, causing his brain to crash and resulting in fragmented memories. Understanding what had happened, Zhou Ke turned to Xiangling. What brings you here? Nothing much, just bored, Xiangling replied. She had indeed come to seek Zhou Ke due to her ennui. Although Zhou Ke had given her a substantial sum of money, and she had enjoyed many experiences she had never encountered before, a sense of emptiness lingered afterward, sage mode. In this unfamiliar place, having ample funds did little to alleviate the profound loneliness. Thus, Xiangling sought out the only person she was familiar with, Zhou Ke. However, upon arriving at his residence, she discovered he was not home. After inquiring with the neighbors, she still could not ascertain his whereabouts. It was then she recalled Zhou Ke mentioning that she could find him at his home or training location. Consequently, Xiangling retraced her steps to the place where Zhou Ke trained. Upon arriving, she found him sprawled out, resembling a corpse. What on earth was he doing? Can one train themselves into such a state? With no one else around, Zhou Ke, being rather heavy, was a burden Xiangling could not manage. So she opted to wait beside him until he regained consciousness. I see. Although not explicitly stated, I can glean the situation from Xiangling's expression, Zhou Ke thought. Then jested, Normally, shouldn't you be giving me a lap pillow? Who would do that for you? Xiangling replied, exasperated. How would I know how long you would sleep? If I let you lie on my lap, what if I end up with a numb leg? Besides, we are merely in a superior-subordinate relationship. There is no reason for such service. Here, take this. Xiangling ladled the contents from the pot into a bowl and handed it to Zhou Ke. Zhou Ke accepted the bowl, astonished. Wow, you can cook? The bowl contained vegetable porridge, barely sufficient to stave off starvation, far from being considered a skilled cook. Xiangling served herself a bowl while saying, You must be quite hungry. Hurry and eat. Oh, thank you. Zhou Ke expressed his gratitude before addressing the bowl. I shall dig in. The flavor was surprisingly pleasant, not nearly as dreadful as she had suggested. Really? Xiangling took a bite herself and remarked, Well, it's just okay, compared to my mom's. The moment she uttered those words, she faltered. Oops, I just stepped on my own landmine. Zhou Ke immediately comprehended her sentiment and swiftly shifted the topic. By the way, I feel that my physical condition is excellent. Did you do something to me? Xiangling replied. It's nothing. I merely assisted you in restoring your chakra a little. Is it truly that simple? Zhou Ke licked her lips and remarked. I perceive a rather peculiar taste in my mouth. Approaching Xiangling, she grasped her arm and observed, Indeed, there are fresh bite marks. It must be from me. You utilized your unique physique to aid my recovery? It had been previously mentioned that an injured person could restore their chakra and wounds by biting her skin. Clearly, she had employed this technique while Zhou Ke was unconscious to facilitate her recovery. Yes, is there a problem? Xiangling retorted, somewhat displeased. I told you. Although I agreed to assist you, I do not favor this ability. Aside from this instance, do not expect me to use it again. I have no intention of using it. I wish to convey that you need not assist me in such a manner in the future, Zhou Ke earnestly stated. Why? Xiangling inquired, puzzled. This ability must be quite painful for you as well, so it would be best not to employ it, Zhou Ke replied seriously. For me, your capacity to serve as a radar and lie detector is already invaluable. I require no additional abilities. Xiangling exclaimed, you are truly peculiar. Others wish to extract every ounce of my strength, yet you are concerned for my well-being? Zhou Ke continued earnestly, you are a treasure. How could I not cherish you properly? Upon hearing this, Xiangling blushed, despite knowing that the term cherish referred to caring for an object. Such ambiguous words still stirred a flutter of excitement within her. Observing Xiangling's bashful demeanor, Zhou Ke smiled slightly. Her innocent expression was a delightful sight. With this delightful distraction, and feeling genuinely hungry, Zhou Ke swiftly consumed 3 large bowls of porridge before leaping up from the ground. All right, I am satiated and my body has recovered. It is time to resume training. You still wish to train? Xiangling questioned, bewildered. You had already trained to the point of fainting. Must you continue? Well, I have no time to waste. If I do not expedite my strength, I may end up as a subject for dissection, and besides, I will be unable to protect anything. Zhou Ke mused thoughtfully. Wait, why did I say that? Xiangling, confused, asked, you are asking me? I have only known you for a week. How would I know why you said that? Well, perhaps it slipped out. Zhou Ke shrugged and continued. All right. Let us resume training. The sound of chirping birds echoed once more. Training resumed. Xiangling, having nowhere in particular to go, remained to observe Zhou Ke's training. Naturally, she was not entirely idle. She ventured into the village to procure snacks, a reclining chair, and novels, indulging in the leisurely pleasures of life, much to Zhou Ke's exasperation. While I toil diligently here, you luxuriate beside me. Are you trying to provoke me? Zhou Ke thought. Never mind. A gentleman does not engage in disputes with a lady. I shall ignore her. Zhou Ke quickly focused on her training again. Then, another day passed. This time, Zhou Ke encountered no difficulties. Xiangling was nearby observing. And should Zhou Ke overexert herself, the young lady would promptly kick her aside, compelling her to rest. Zhou Ke's reaction was, could you not be a bit gentler? Xiangling replied, for those who refuse to heed advice, gentleness is futile. Have I not told you to rest? If you do not heed kind words, then you shall suffer the consequences. Returning to the matter at hand, it was not Zhou Ke who faced a dilemma this time, but Naruto, who approached with exuberance. Zhou Ke, look, I have mastered it. Naruto exclaimed excitedly, brandishing the Rasengan in his hand. Zhou Ke gasped in astonishment. No way? So soon? It has only been a few days. Truly, it is infuriating to compare oneself to others. Zhou Ke thought, with her external assistance. It took her over a week to fully master the technique, yet Naruto had accomplished it in merely 3 days? Is this even reasonable? Did you learn the names of your parents and suddenly accelerate as if on nitrous oxide? Utilizing the shadow clone training method and yet progressing so swiftly? The power of familial bonds is indeed remarkable. Of course, such rapid mastery was not solely attributed to familial ties. Effort played a critical role as well. Zhou Ke noted that Naruto's clothing was tattered and filthy, exuding an unpleasant odor. It appeared he had not bathed in 3 days. It seemed he had been training tirelessly through sleepless nights. You too, a diligent genius. Chapter 37. The Chaotic Nin Exams. Observing the Rasengan in Naruto's hand, Zhou couldn't help but exclaim, incredible Naruto. As Naruto dispersed the swirling energy, he cheerfully replied, it's not too bad. Wait, that's not why I came to find you. Oh, then what brings you here? Zhou inquired, following Naruto's lead. I'm curious. Is there anything else you can teach me? Naruto asked, his curiosity piqued. I've mastered the Rasengan, but there's still a long time until the exam. I can't just do nothing for the next half-month, can I? Teach you something? Zhou hesitated. It's not that I can't, but sending someone out solely to instruct you would affect my own training. After all, any shadow clone dispatched would consume my chakra. At that moment, Zhou suddenly thought of a key figure. Shouldn't Jiraiya be the one teaching Naruto? That was his responsibility. Thus, Zhou said to Naruto, speaking of teaching, would you like to meet your father's master? My dad's master? Who is that? Naruto asked, intrigued. The third Hokage's disciple, one of the legendary Sannin, known as Jiraiya the Toad Sage. Zhou elaborated. Naruto, puzzled, responded, I've never heard of him. Is there such a person in our village? Well, he's been traveling outside the village for quite some time, so the younger generation doesn't really know him. I've heard he's recently returned, and is currently staying in the hot springs town. He was the one who trained your father, the Hokage, and he's an incredibly skilled teacher. If you want to learn something, you could seek him out. Really? Then I'm going right now, Naruto exclaimed, eager to rush off. However, Zhou stopped him, saying, there's one thing I need to warn you about first. That Jiraiya is quite the lecher. If you see an old man with white hair peeking at women bathing, that's likely him. A perverted old man? Is that a good teacher? Naruto questioned, unsure. Yet, recalling that the third Hokage also had his share of lecherous tendencies, he thought, well, maybe it's not so bad. With those extraneous thoughts cast aside, Naruto set off to find Jiraiya, while Zhou could focus on his own training. Meanwhile, others were also striving for improvement. As Zhou trained diligently, the sage observed from the shadows, feeling that the time was near. Thus, the main event of the Nin exams commenced. The main event took place in a prototype arena designed to simulate a wilderness environment, complete with dirt paths, trees, and other natural elements, all arranged in a circular layout. Surrounding the arena were tiered spectator stands, including VIP sections for the nobility of the Land of Fire, the Hokage, the Kazekage, and even the village leaders from the grass village who had come to bask in the excitement. The most crucial aspect of the arena was its wilderness simulation, which allowed ninjas to showcase their combat abilities in a complex environment. However, the presence of trees was minimal. Only a single corner featured them, giving the impression of superficiality rather than utility. At this moment, the 11 participants stood at the center of the arena, awaiting the announcement for the competition to officially begin. Why are there only 11 of us? Is someone missing? Indeed, someone was missing. Sasuke had arrived late, just as in the original story. What? Sasuke and Gaara's fight is the first match. If he doesn't show up, how will the competition proceed? Will it just result in an automatic loss for Sasuke? At this point, Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage, suggested, given the anticipation from the audience, including the nobility, it would be a shame to conclude this match prematurely. Why not postpone it and proceed with other matches in the meantime? This suggestion was quite reasonable, and the third Hokage readily accepted it. However, one couldn't help but wonder why Orochimaru was masquerading as the Kazekage. Originally, the plan to dismantle Konoha was a collaborative effort between the Sound and Sand villages, aimed at launching a surprise attack to significantly weaken Konoha's strength, thus allowing them to seize resources in the forthcoming ninja wars. At least, that was the Sand's intention. The specific plan was to send the one-tailed Jinchuriki, Gaara, into Konoha during the Nin exams, triggering a rampage from the tailed beast to create chaos. Simultaneously, they intended to have infiltrators from both ninja villages cause destruction within Konoha, drastically weakening its defenses in a short period. On the surface, this plan appeared quite sound. If Konoha was unprepared, they could easily be caught off guard by such a sudden assault. Unfortunately, the Sound village's intentions were far more sinister. Orochimaru had no interest in the subsequent war or sharing interests. Rather, he simply wished to destroy Konoha. The motivations behind this desire were numerous, but the primary reason stemmed from a philosophical quest regarding his own existence. He found amusement in the dynamic. Static entities held no appeal to him. In his eyes, a stagnant Konoha was devoid of value. Thus, he sought to ignite a whirlwind of destruction to reinvigorate the village, making everything more entertaining. Perhaps these thoughts elude your understanding. Truth be told, they confound me as well. In any case, Orochimaru intended to use this plan to contemplate the significance of his own existence, more like a bored individual seeking amusement. With this mindset, Orochimaru ambushed the Kazekage while he advanced toward Konoha, leading to the latter's untimely demise, an unfortunate fate that seemed to epitomize his life. Now, setting aside the misfortune of the Kazekage and returning to the main topic, just as the third Hokage prepared to announce the postponement of the match between Sasuke and Gaara, Sasuke suddenly appeared. Had he made it back in time? Naruto spotted Sasuke and rushed over, greeting him. Hey, it's been a month. You've gotten stronger. Huh. Naruto suddenly sensed something amiss. At that moment, Zhou patted Naruto on the shoulder, saying, well, it's good that Sasuke returned. Now we can commence the matches. Zhou's unexpected interjection raised suspicions. Was it possible that, indeed, this Sasuke was a shadow clone, part of today's plan? That morning, to avoid wasting time, Zhou had sent out 3 clones to train. If a battle broke out in the village, they would be able to lend a hand. Meanwhile, the sage proposed a new idea. Based on his observations, Sasuke's training wasn't yet complete, and he would likely be late, just as in the original. Therefore, It would be wise for him to replace Sasuke in the fight against Gaara and gain that combat experience for himself. Initially, Zhou rejected this suggestion. If he were to be recognized, while techniques could be attributed to Zhou's own learning, how would he explain the Sharingan? What if they discovered he was also a member of the Uchiha clan? Oh no, that would make him a target for Danzo. After all, Danzo harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the Uchiha. Yet, the sage insisted on proceeding with this plan. When Zhou inquired about his reasons, the sage remained silent, prompting Zhou to guess instead. Guess what? If it were anyone else, Zhou would have likely ignored such a rebellious suggestion, but since it was the sage, he relented. Thus, the sage transformed into Sasuke's likeness, ready to take his place in the competition. Returning to the matter at hand, Sasuke turned to Naruto and said, "Hurry up and step aside, dead last. My battle is about to begin." As if triggered by a keyword, upon hearing dead last, Naruto set aside his strange feelings and angrily retorted, "Who are you calling dead last? I've gotten much stronger this past month. You're definitely weaker than me now. Is that so? I eagerly anticipate our battle." Sasuke smiled slightly. "However, you must first conquer your opponent. Ahem, other competitors, it is time for you to exit the stage." The exam supervisor, Shippu, interrupted the conversation among several individuals. This unfortunate soul was quite lucky this time, having avoided being killed for tailing the Sand Shinobi. As he remained alive, he continued to preside as the chief examiner for the main event. Once the chief examiner spoke, the candidates had no further remarks and were compelled to proceed to the waiting room to observe the match. On the way to the waiting room, Xiangling leaned over and whispered to Zhou Ke, "So what is the situation now?" This young lady, relying on her Kagura perception, sensed something unusual about Sasuke. Being the only woman present who understood the effects of Zhou Ke's two unique jutsu, she quickly deduced what was occurring. "I don't know, don't ask me," Zhou Ke replied helplessly. He still could not comprehend why the sage insisted on substituting Sasuke for the competition. For now, he could only act as if nothing was amiss. The upcoming drama was not solely about Gaara. It also involved Orochimaru, who was disguised as the Kazekage, and the imminent collapse of Konoha. As the first major climax of the Hokage arc, countless battles awaited Zhou Ke in just a few hours. The plan was meticulously crafted. How many characters might be unlocked today? Let us not concern ourselves with the sage's intentions. My focus must be entirely on Orochimaru. The moment he clashes with the old man, I shall prepare to intervene on the battlefield. Zhou Ke concentrated fully on Orochimaru. Once the unrelated personnel exited, only the sage, Gaara, and the examiner Shippu remained. Shippu distanced himself to grant the two candidates room to maneuver freely. After the others had left, Gaara's attention fixated on the sage. Observing him, Gaara pondered aloud, "Is it you?" He seemed to recognize Zhou Ke. "It is I," the sage replied calmly. Splendid." Gaara's smile twisted into something sinister. "At last. I have the chance to kill you. Do you know? If one truly desires to kill, they would not speak of it." The sage, in Sasuke's form, activated his Sharingan. Standing in the waiting room, Zhou Ke mused, "Why do I suddenly feel an ominous premonition?" Zhou Ke was not alone in this foreboding feeling. Even the chief examiner, Moonlight Shippu, sensed something awry. Shippu thought, "These two have an unsettling aura. It feels as if they intend to terminate the exam." Just as this thought crossed his mind, Gaara collapsed. Then, Shikaku went berserk. A tempestuous chakra erupted from Gaara, quickly enveloping him, forming rapidly around his body, swelling until it transformed into a colossal beast. It was the One-Tail, Shikaku. Freed, Shikaku joyfully exclaimed, "Yea, I am finally free. What shall I do next? Slaughter all humans?" Ha! Witnessing the sudden emergence of the tailed beast, the audience gasped in shock. Memories of past calamities resurfaced. Was the Nine-Tails chaos about to repeat itself? Fortunately, the Jonin stepped forward, beginning to calm and disperse the crowd. Konoha had already conducted reconnaissance on the Sound and Sand Shinobi's ulterior motives, thus preparing certain defenses. However, they had not anticipated that the Chunin exam would serve as a conduit for unleashing a tailed beast. Upon Shikaku's appearance, many Jonin mentally braced themselves for sacrifice. Thus, they spontaneously formed teams and launched a desperate assault on Shikaku to buy time for the civilians to evacuate. Upon witnessing Shikaku's emergence, the third Hokage swiftly turned to the Kazekage. "Kazekage-sama, what is your intent?" Yet, in response to the third's inquiry, the Orochimaru impersonating the Kazekage remained silent, fixating instead on Sasuke. This truly exceeds my expectations. That tone, you aren't the Kazekage. The third finally recognized that this Kazekage was not the Kazekage at all, but rather his former pupil, Orochimaru. It's been a long time, sensei. Orochimaru greeted. The usual protocol would dictate that once identities were revealed, combat should commence immediately. However, Orochimaru felt no urgency. He was intrigued to see how his mentor would respond to this dilemma. The third Hokage was indeed uncertain how to proceed, Tailed Beast or Orochimaru. During the previous Nine Tails incident, even under the third's direct command, casualties had been immense. Without the third's leadership, relying solely on the Jonin to combat this crisis would only result in more losses. However, Orochimaru posed a similar threat, the legendary Sannin of Konoha, a formidable force at the pinnacle of power, alongside the terrifying enhancement of his research capabilities. Presently, in Konoha, only Danzo could stand against him, and even if the third personally engaged, victory was not assured. Neglecting him would also inflict grave damage upon Konoha. To put it plainly, regardless of which side one chose to battle, it would be exceedingly detrimental for Konoha. This was likely the original intent behind the collapse plan of Konoha, yet it still lacked a third Kazekage. Under normal circumstances, the third Kazekage, Orochimaru, and the One Tail, this combination was beyond the third Hokage's ability to manage. Furthermore, Danzo would not willingly assist in securing the Hokage position, and even if Jiraiya returned to help, the top-tier combat strength would still be insufficient. The result would be Shikaku rampaging through Konoha, leading to unprecedented devastation. Of course, one could hope for Guy to open the 8 gates. But the issue was that during the period without seals, Guy was uncertain if he could open the Death Gate, and even if he could, there was no guarantee he would possess the strength of 3 years hence. After all, not only the protagonists but also the Jonin, specifically Kakashi and Guy, Asuma and Kurenai are separate cases, were continuously improving. They would certainly be stronger 3 years later. Regrettably, in the original narrative, Gaara was injured by Sasuke, rendering him unable to transform into the tailed beast, thus disrupting a crucial element of the plan. Moreover, Orochimaru, seeking to challenge his sensei one-on-one, had eliminated the fourth Kazekage prematurely, resulting in the loss of another high-tier force, preventing Konoha from being driven to the brink. In fact, Konoha suffered minimal damage, ultimately leading to a situation where Orochimaru and the Sand Shinobi lost both their dignity and their men. What an embarrassing defeat. Orochimaru had rendered himself unable to act for a time, having sacrificed both hands. The Sand lost to Kazekage, diminishing their ambition for dominance. Meanwhile, Konoha, despite losing a Hokage, had pressured Tsunade to return, a fated elder replaced by a young Hokage in the prime of life, the strongest medical ninja. In every regard, this was a gain for Konoha. However, due to the sage's unexpected intervention, Shikaku had now initiated its rampage, thrusting Konoha back into a precarious position. The third clenched his fists tightly, anxiously contemplating. This is indeed a moment of dire life and death. Danzo, you must prioritize the greater good. The third fervently hoped Danzo would rise to the occasion, swiftly stepping forth to ensure the safety of Konoha's citizens. Was he merely dreaming? It would be far better to wish for Jiraiya to appear now to assist against Orochimaru. Observing the third's distressed expression, Orochimaru's demeanor gradually shifted to one of delight. Sensei, your current expression is truly delightful. The third, furrowing his brow, replied, Orochimaru, do you despise me so? Orochimaru shook his head. Hate? Teacher, you are mistaken. I no longer harbor such feelings. Now, I merely enjoy watching your misfortune. Is there any difference from hating me? The third seethed inwardly. Then he began to weave hand signs. It was Shadow Clone Jutsu. Currently, there exist 2 principal adversaries, Orochimaru and Gaara. Although both pose an equal level of threat, Gaara, as a tailed beast, indiscriminately attacks all in his path, allowing for strategic maneuvers to potentially divert him. In contrast, Orochimaru is a cunning foe, fully aware of how to inflict tangible harm upon Konoha, thus rendering him the higher priority. The third Hokage intends to utilize shadow clones to engage Konoha's elite ninja in a diversion against Gaara, while he himself will lead the Umbu to swiftly eliminate Orochimaru. Ha ha ha, so you intend to divide your attention before confronting me? Teacher, you underestimate me. Orochimaru begins to form hand seals. After witnessing this technique, do you still dare to create clones? Upon observing the seals Orochimaru is crafting, the third Hokage is suddenly alarmed. What is that technique? This is bad. I must thwart him. The third swiftly alters his gestures to employ a new jutsu. Yet, the emergence of a figure interrupts their actions. It is Uchiha Sasuke. Seeing Sasuke's sudden appearance, the third instinctively wishes for him to flee, but then recalls that the Jinchuriki youth collapsed just after Sasuke activated his Sharingan. And Orochimaru had not anticipated this development, implying it was not part of his scheme. Further analysis reveals that Gaara's unconsciousness is indeed Sasuke's doing. He intentionally incapacitated Gaara to unleash Shikaku. Could it be that Sasuke is the culprit? No, Sasuke is not that kind of child. Who are you truly? The third inquires. Indeed, the third Hokage remains formidable, even after all these years. Sasuke's form transforms into a crow, before reverting to human shape. None other than Uchiha Itachi of the Akatsuki, widely recognized as the infamous Itachi. Of course, he still embodies the sage's essence. Orochimaru, somewhat taken aback, comments, Itachi? Is that truly you? I had thought it was that man. Yet, it is hardly surprising. With your ocular prowess, you can easily control the Jinchuriki. Itachi? The third furrows his brow. Seeing Itachi again stirs a complex mix of emotions within him. It has been said that the Uchiha clan was annihilated. Although the third did not endorse this, he also did not intervene, essentially turning a blind eye, thus allowing this young man before him to bear the burden of his clan's massacre. Naturally, Itachi, with his Hokage-like mindset, does not blame the third and willingly accepts the role of a spy for the Akatsuki, a spy from whom no intelligence has returned, which should ostensibly eliminate doubts regarding his loyalty to Konoha. However, people can change, and 5 years have passed. Who knows what thoughts occupy Itachi's mind now? Could he be seeking vengeance against Konoha? This is not an implausible scenario, considering that Orochimaru once risked his life for Konoha. It is entirely possible he now harbors intentions to execute a plan for Konoha's downfall. Moreover, Itachi has returned with the intent to awaken the One Tail. The situation grows grim. Orochimaru inquires, Itachi, what brings you back now? Do you wish to destroy Konoha like I do? No, Konoha no longer concerns me. I am now a member of the Akatsuki, and our objective is. As the Mangekyou Sharingan activates, the sage turns to glare at Gaara, who is toying with Konoha's elite ninja. With a single glance, Gaara's mind falters, his eyes transforming into the Sharingan's likeness. A tailed beast cannot withstand the might of the Mangekyou. Gaara is swiftly subdued. After subjugating Gaara, Itachi turns to the third and Orochimaru. The One Tail, Gaara, now belongs to our Akatsuki. This declaration resonates differently in the ears of the third and Orochimaru. Orochimaru muses, has the Akatsuki officially commenced its operations? How intriguing. This is sooner than anticipated. Or could it be another possibility? The third contemplates, Akatsuki? Is Itachi trying to alert me that this organization has begun its movements, prompting me to safeguard Naruto? Meanwhile, the sage pays no heed to their thoughts. He continues to control Gaara, directing him towards the village's outskirts. Utilizing the method of obliterating obstacles in his path, he forcefully breaks free. Such a path would create a wide thoroughfare in Konoha. Though structures may be destroyed, many lives would be lost. For the sake of life, he cannot be allowed to proceed. Just then, a colossal figure materializes out of thin air, crashing down upon Gaara. It is Fukasaku, the elder toad of Mount Maiboku, entering the fray. Chapter 38. Who am I? A few minutes rewind. Observing the sage's actions, Zhou Ke felt increasingly perplexed. What on earth was he trying to accomplish? Why was I utterly unable to comprehend my own actions? However, there was no time to ponder this matter. I could not allow Shikaku to wreak havoc upon Konoha, my home. Thus, Zhou Ke turned to Naruto and inquired, Naruto, can you perform summoning? Absolutely, Naruto replied, giving a thumbs up. Very well. Zhou Ke thrust a kunai into Naruto's pouch and then grasped his clothing. I will throw you above Shikaku. Summon the greatest beast to subdue him. Understood. Naruto immediately began forming hand signs in preparation. Meanwhile, Shikamaru, who had yet to retreat, interjected, Hey, what are you two planning to do? Be heroes. Zhou Ke flung Naruto into the air. As Naruto soared, he shouted, summoning jutsu. The jutsu activated, and Gamabunta was summoned, landing atop Shikaku. Once again, I am summoned. Huh, another tailed beast? What's happening? After many years, he found himself summoned within Konoha, only to confront a tailed beast once more. Yet, there was no time for such thoughts. His summoner was a Konoha ninja, and that bond alone was enough for him to protect the village. Thus, Gamabunta exerted his full strength to restrain Shikaku. However, this alone would not resolve the issue. Gamabunta could only temporarily suppress the tailed beast. Once Shikaku adapted, he would regain his ferocity. Just then, a flash of light flickered, and suddenly, Gamabunta, Naruto, and Shikaku vanished. That flash, was it Minato? The third Hokage was taken aback as he realized what had transpired. An apparition of the deceased had suddenly appeared. What was the meaning of this? Orochimaru remarked, interesting. He seemed to grasp something but kept it to himself. Simultaneously, he noticed Itachi had vanished as well, seemingly pursuing the matter. It appeared he had voluntarily exited the stage. Thus, Orochimaru signaled, the stage is now mine. Ninja from Sunagakure and Otogakure, long concealed, began to mobilize. And combat erupted just as in the original tale. The third Hokage, shaking off the earlier flash from his mind, focused on confronting Orochimaru. As for Shikaku, the group suddenly found themselves transported outside the village. This was Zhou Ke's precautionary measure, leaving a flying thunder god mark in the uninhabited area beyond Konoha. Upon landing, Gamabunta quickly grasped the situation, astonished. Flying thunder god? The fourth Hokage is not dead. Zhou Ke, now pulling Naruto onto Gamabunta, replied, not quite. That was my transformation into Minato. Who are you? Gamabunta asked, bewildered. I am Zhou Ke, a friend of Naruto. Transformation. Zhou Ke activated his jutsu once more, morphing into the youthful visage of Minato. Naruto blinked in confusion. Why take on my father's appearance for battle? Only in this form can I utilize the flying thunder god. Suddenly, a flash surged forth, delivering a kick to Zhou Ke and whisking him away. Zhou Ke, Naruto shouted anxiously, scanning for his friend's silhouette. Hey, kid, stop looking around. An attack is incoming. Gamabunta leapt with Naruto, narrowly evading Shikaku's strike. At some point, the Jinjutsu controlling Shikaku had dissipated, and he regained his will. However, shaken by his previous experience, Shikaku was now in a panic, wreaking havoc on anything in sight. Consequently, the massive Gamabunta became the primary target. Struggling to maintain his position atop Gamabunta, Naruto focused on Shikaku, yet he could not disregard Zhou Ke's fate. But Zhou Ke. Gamabunta interjected. Now is not the time to worry about him. Behind us is Konoha. That raccoon is heading straight for the village. If we do not stop him, Konoha cannot withstand his rampage. Zhou Ke's flying thunder god mark remained within Konoha's visual range. Should Shikaku charge at full speed, he could reach the village in no time. Seeing Naruto hesitate, Gamabunta urged, trust that he will be fine. If he can use the fourth's flying thunder god, he shall be safe. I understand. I believe Zhou Ke will be alright. Now, we must confront this creature. Naruto began to concentrate on the battle. Yet, complications arose. How were they to contend with Shikaku? In the original story, Shikaku was released from Gaara's control due to Gaara's forced slumber technique. In that state, Shikaku exhibited Gaara's vulnerabilities. Awakening Gaara would transfer control back to him, and Gaara's command over Shikaku paled in comparison to Shikaku's autonomy. Hence, Naruto and the others had a chance to defeat Shikaku. However, at present, Gaara was forcibly rendered unconscious, and he had been absorbed back into Shikaku. This meant there was no shortcut. Naruto and the others had to confront Shikaku directly to protect Konoha. While Gamabunta was indeed a formidable summoning beast, pitting him against a tailed beast one-on-one was an immense challenge. Just fending off Shikaku's attacks was proving taxing. Victory seemed unattainable. Meanwhile, Naruto had yet to reconcile with the Nine Tails, who would not lend him power to battle Shikaku. How could they possibly win? Across the battlefield, Shikaku realized that the agile toad before him was evading his strikes. Toads are indeed quite adept at jumping. Frustrated by his inability to land a hit, Shikaku shifted his focus, setting his sights on Konoha. In a fit of rage, Shikaku unleashed the most powerful attack available to tailed beasts, the Tailed Beast Bomb. This S-rank jutsu required the Jinchuriki to be partially transformed into a tailed beast to execute. The chakra of a tailed beast consists of a blend of Yang attribute blue chakra and Yin attribute purple-black chakra, which must be meticulously compressed into a super-dense sphere and released in one breath. The sheer might of the Tailed Beast Bomb could effortlessly obliterate mountains. The Rasengan was conceived based on this very principle. Upon witnessing the Tailed Beast Bomb, Naruto gasped in horror. Boss, that technique looks incredibly dangerous. Are you joking? If that hits Konoha, it will be utterly destroyed. Gamabunta, more attuned to the chakra flow, sensed the true terror of the jutsu more vividly than Naruto. Naruto shouted urgently. We must find a way to stop him. How do we stop it? Should we try to endure it with our bodies? I wouldn't last a second against that attack. Despite his protests, Gamabunta acted to intervene, launching an attack of his own. Water-style, water cannonball. After forming the seals, he expelled 2 massive water spheres. This technique involved projecting a large water sphere from his mouth at the target, a spitting attack. The power of this jutsu was comparable to Shikaku's wind-style, air bullet. However, it paled in comparison to the tailed beast bomb. Gamabunta did not expect this technique to counter the tailed beast bomb. He merely aimed to disrupt Shikaku's movements enough to prevent the attack from being unleashed. However, Shikaku formed a sand shield around himself, successfully blocking Gamabunta's water spheres. In that moment, the tailed beast bomb reached its full charge, and Shikaku launched it forward. Naruto cried out in despair, "Stop it!" As the impending destruction of his village loomed before him, Naruto was engulfed by an excruciating sensation, reminiscent of a switch being flipped within him. The chakra of the 9 tails began to overflow. However, the tailed beast bomb had already been launched, and there was no time to summon the beast. Was it possible for Kazara to make an early appearance? That would surely lead to a premature conclusion. Kamui. A jest. For unless Naruto from the future traveled back, Kazara could not possibly arrive. In this critical moment, the one who came to the rescue was none other than Kakashi. Albeit late to the Nin exams, yet serendipitously arriving just in time. After months of arduous training, Kakashi finally found a practical application for Kamui. With his left eye, he could freely adjust the focal distance, distorting the space of any target within sight, be it a body part or energy, ultimately transporting it to another dimension. The size of the transported object depended on the chakra of the user. Utilizing this remarkable ability, Kakashi displaced the tailed beast bomb expelled by Shikaku directly into the Kamui dimension, thus successfully safeguarding Konoha. "Wait, we are saved," Naruto exclaimed joyfully, as the transformation process of the tailed beast halted, leaving him enveloped in a single tail of 9 tails chakra. Who could be responsible for this? Wanta looked around in curiosity. At that moment, Sasuke leaped onto Wanta's back, carrying Kakashi, and addressed Naruto. "Naruto, calm down. Do not let the power within you escape uncontrollably." Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto managed to temper his excitement, yet could not restrain himself from asking, "Was that Kakashi-sensei's doing?" "Incredible. Wait, what happened to Kakashi-sensei?" Sasuke explained. His Manjiki Sharingan is highly taxing on his ocular power and chakra. The size of that chakra sphere was immense, and transferring it nearly depleted all of Kakashi's chakra. In earlier days, Kakashi, weakened, had to gasp for breath after transferring Deidara's arm, and using Kamui multiple times would leave him bedridden for a month to recover. Even during Pain's invasion, he had overexerted himself to the point of collapse. Wanta recognized Kakashi, exclaiming, "You are the 4th Hokage's disciple." "Indeed. It has been a long time, Lord Wanta." Kakashi held great respect for Wanta, his teacher's summoning beast. "You look utterly worn out. You should retreat to the back," Wanta remarked, exasperated. Kakashi weakly replied, "It's fine. I can still use Kamui once more. I can still provide cover for you." With Kakashi unable to move, Naruto felt a surge of panic. Kakashi's arrival had instilled a sense of reassurance, yet now that foundation seemed to crumble. "So it's up to us to resolve this." "Naruto," Sasuke stated earnestly, "though I am unclear about the current situation, that creature must be the tailed beast within Gaara. If that is the case, my strength can halt it." Sasuke's 3-tomo Sharingan began to spin. This was the reward for his month of intense training. The 3-tomo had been activated early. "Naruto, you." Sasuke glanced at him. "Stay by my side. You need not fear being consumed by that creature's power. Use it to the fullest, and together we shall vanquish our foe." Hearing those words, Naruto smiled with newfound confidence, relinquishing control over the 9 tails chakra and standing beside Sasuke. Fists clasped, "Then let us show them our strength." Meanwhile, Zhou Ke was brought by the sage, in the form of Minato, to a deserted location. As he rose from the ground, he immediately inquired, "What do you intend to do?" "Utilize the death of the 3rd Hokage to forge a new hero for Konoha." The sage was forthright in revealing his true objective. "Why would you do such a thing?" Zhou Ke questioned, bewildered. "Don't you realize that by doing this, the 3rd Hokage, I stated that I would use his death to achieve my own ambitions?" The sage reaffirmed. Zhou Ke argued, "That is meaningless. Even if the 3rd Hokage does not perish, if I perform well, I can still become a hero of Konoha. Besides, is becoming a hero truly significant?" "It is significant. The sage replied coldly. There is a vast difference between embellishing a feast and providing sustenance in a storm. If the Hokage falls in battle, and someone rises to avert disaster, my popularity would soar to unprecedented heights. Consequently, everything that follows would be exceedingly convenient. Why could we not have discussed this beforehand? Zhou Ke inquired, perplexed. Because you would not agree, the sage answered indifferently. You wish to save the third Hokage, do you not? Yes. Is there a problem with that? Zhou Ke unabashedly expressed his sentiments. Is it meaningful? He was destined to fall in this battle, and his death would inspire the youth to strive harder, even compelling Tsunade, who had been reluctant to return, back to Konoha. In every aspect, the benefits outweigh the detriments. Of course, you believe the third Hokage has done you a favor, and you cannot bear to see him die. You wish to save him, allowing him to survive this calamity. This is your thought, is it not? Indeed. What of it? Zhou Ke retorted. There is no issue, but your desire to save him is solely your own ambition. The sage countered. What I seek is to seize this opportunity to expand our interests. Zhou Ke protested. Interests? Do you not possess a sense of humanity? The old man has aided me immensely. How could you think of using him as a stepping stone for your own gain? The great achiever prioritizes personal benefit. As long as the goal is attained, everything else may be sacrificed. Cold-heartedness is what you ought to embody. You are mistaken. This is a shonen manga, where friendship, effort, and victory are paramount. Zhou Ke asserted firmly. He seemed to be arguing from a position of weakness, yet his words rang true. The essence of shonen, especially in Jump, was rooted in friendship and triumph. I admit, I am not a good person, but I will not stand idly by while my benefactor meets his end. This is my bottom line as a human. Do not attempt to stop me. In response to Zhou Ke's declaration, the sage dismissed him. Regardless of what you say, my resolve will not waver. If you wish to pursue your desires, there is but one way, to do so with force. Is that not so? Zhou Ke, unwilling to engage in further dialogue with the sage, transformed into the youth form of Minato and attempted to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. However, in the next instant, he was kicked back by the sage. Futile. Our Flying Thunder God markings are mutual. I can anticipate your intentions. You cannot escape by mere flight. Then I shall eliminate you first before addressing anything else. Zhou Ke's temper flared. You, a mere clone, dare to confront me? Do you even understand who the true leader is? Thus, the battle commenced. How should the internal conflict among the young waters be fought? Following the traditional style of the Naruto mobile game. First strike twice, then unleash the heavenly shining dance and the light shadow residual technique. Throwing multiple Flying Thunder God kunai that mark the opponent, followed by a series of swift movements through the kunai to slash the adversary. After a flurry of invincible frames, Zhou Ke landed steadily and prepared to unleash a Rasengan. Naturally, an even purer version would be the Baryon Rasengan. TSK, TSK, TSK. Being taught by the same master, one cannot break the technique. However, such a scenario is more likely to occur in a short video, while the reality was, Zhou Ke was kicked around like a ball. Zhou Ke merely flickered 3 times before the sage seized upon his flaw, delivering a kick that sent him sprawling. Followed by a relentless barrage of 18 kicks, dubbed the 18 styles of the Zhou family, treating Zhou Ke like a mere football, propelling him through the door. Ghoul. The ball has found the net. The superpower football team has clinched the championship in this World Cup. In this moment, the spirits of Shaolin Soccer, Kung Fu Soccer, Captain Tsubasa, and Inazuma 11 have all coalesced. The sage does not fight alone. He is not solitary. The awards ceremony for the sage is about to commence. Rip. Zhou Ke tore apart the scene of the ceremony, exclaiming frantically, Why? Why is the disparity so vast? What nonsense is this? Have I ever heard of a Naruto fanfiction where a clone can overpower the original? Such a thing is utterly impossible. Theoretically, a clone possesses the same physical capabilities as the original, yet a clone's chakra cannot regenerate. Once depleted, it vanishes. Moreover, despite Zhou Ke's clones being somewhat resilient, they too would dissolve if subjected to excessive harm. Yet, why is there such a stark contrast in their performance? Zhou Ke could hardly even touch his opponent. The hardware is entirely equivalent. Nay, Zhou Ke's endurance is even greater. The determining factor for combat prowess must be the system. After all, Win 98, no matter how hard it tries, cannot defeat Win 10, though, if the hardware is too poor, Win 10 might not even run. This begs the question, is it I who am inadequate? Is my consciousness's combat capability truly so feeble? Impossible. Zhou Ke refuses to entertain such conjecture. These clones emerged only after the unlocking of the perfect transformation technique. And it has been merely 4 months since then. In 4 months, even if they exerted several times the effort, such a vast gulf in ability should not exist. After all, they are all the same individual. Unless, they are not me at all. With this thought, Zhou Ke clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, demanding, "What exactly are you?" However, before the sage could respond, a laugh drew Zhou Ke's attention. "Ha ha ha, the original, have you finally taken notice?" The rebel chuckled from his perch on a branch. "Taken notice of what? Speak plainly," Zhou Ke urged anxiously. "Do not beat around the bush, clarify your meaning." "What are you?" "You are I, and I am you, nothing more." The sage replied calmly. "Do not utter such falsehoods. It is merely an additional perfect transformation technique. What gives you clones the right to be so much stronger than I?" "No, merely an additional technique." The concept of the perfect transformation technique sparked a realization in Zhou Ke. Besides this technique, there was another distinctive aspect. The reincarnator. He is a human who reincarnated with memories. Zhou Ke pondered. Could the issue lie within the reincarnation itself? Finally on the right track. For your efforts, I shall bestow upon you a hint, the rebel grinned. You have never questioned your own reincarnation. So here lies a pertinent query. Since you are aware of being a reincarnator, why bestow upon yourself a new name? Would it not be better to use your past name? Or perhaps you do not recall what you were called. Suddenly, a flash of lightning coursed through Zhou Ke's mind. Something had been unlocked. Yes, what is my name? What was my name in my previous life? Why do I have no recollection? What am I called? What is my true name? Am I truly human? Am I a monster? Who am I? The intense pain surged through the crevices of his mind, a wave of nausea overwhelming him, causing Zhou Ke to collapse to the ground, the transformation technique forcibly undone. As he clutched his mouth, retching uncontrollably. No, just the thought of names makes me feel as if I am dying. Why is this? Are those memories false? What am I? Am I truly myself? The fundamental essence he had always taken for granted had been overturned, leaving Zhou Ke unable to recognize his own identity. At that moment, the sage interjected. Those memories are not false. Only a portion has been sealed. A portion? No, it must be the majority. The rebel glanced at the sage. To seal away the majority of one's memories and choose to reincarnate. My true past life, my 9th generation. Zhou Ke lifted his gaze towards the sage. What did these words signify? The majority of memories, the true past life, the 9th generation. Chapter 39. Breaking Limits. In response to Zhou Ke's confusion, the sage showed no inclination to provide an answer. At that moment, the rebel interjected, "It's quite literal. You may think you have only reincarnated once, but in truth, this is your 10th reincarnation, and the individual before you is your previous self. By the way, I am in my 8th life." The sage glanced at the rebel and remarked, "Is it meaningful to explain this to him now? It will only add to his confusion." The rebel scoffed, "I don't care about his feelings. If he cannot endure such pain, then perhaps we should simply commence the next life." The rebel looked at the sage and said, "You truly are the epitome of rationality. I wonder what you have experienced to become such a person." The sage remained silent. Observing the rebel's irritation grew, and emotion began to surge within him. Meanwhile, Zhou Ke stood up, struggling to declare, "I have no time to contemplate these matters. No matter what you say, do not attempt to hinder me." The sage turned to Zhou Ke, stating, "I am not stopping you. If you wish to pursue your desires, it is simple. Defeat me. I understand." Zhou Ke glared fiercely at the sage, inwardly strategizing. "Forget about what they just mentioned. I must concentrate on winning. Although my stats align with my opponents, the skill levels differ. I am merely a shadow, while he is a super shadow. How can I possibly win? No, I cannot entertain negative thoughts." Zhou Ke shook his head, discarding the notion of defeat, and focused more intently. There are potential ways to win. My opponent is a clone. He lacks sustainability. If I can exhaust his chakra, I might prevail, but time is of the essence. Zhou Ke was on a mission to save lives. If he wasted too much time here, the 3rd Hokage would perish. There would be no point in striving for victory then. Thus, a strategy of delay was utterly inconceivable. Therefore, the only method to win is to become stronger than ever before. The sage's predictions of Zhou Ke's capabilities were based on his previous strength. As long as Zhou Ke surpassed himself, he could achieve actions beyond the sage's expectations. Perhaps then, he would have a chance of victory. Very well. Let us proceed with this mindset. I shall attempt it. If I perish, what is there to fear? Transformation technique. Zhou Ke transformed once more, But this time, he did not become the youthful Minato. Instead, he morphed into the tiger-striped Obito. I owe you thanks, Rebel, for unlocking this form, Zhou Ke exclaimed, acknowledging the rebel's contribution. The ensuing clash was between the tiger-striped Obito and the youthful Minato, a scene that felt eerily familiar. Such familiar occurrences were happening far too frequently today. Without further ado, the battle commenced. Zhou Ke launched a grand fireball. As the fireball soared towards them, the rebel, standing beside the sage, quickly retreated. The sage, however, hurled his injured flying thunder god kunai skyward, then suddenly vanished, reappearing atop the kunai he had previously thrown during their initial skirmish. At that moment, the sage discovered that Zhou Ke, in tiger form, was already standing upon the kunai. Did he predict my location? No, it's a shadow clone. The sage observed that all the kunai he had thrown were now occupied by Zhou Ke's newly summoned clones. After unleashing the grand fireball, Zhou Ke had subsequently created shadow clones, 3 in total, and the new clones were standard shadow clones, hence he did not need to worry about them disobeying his commands. Zhou Ke, however, was not as clever as his opponent and could not predict the sage's actions. Unlike the youthful Raikage, who could rapidly pursue Minato and strike with lethal speed, Zhou Ke chose not to predict at all. Instead, he would strike with all his clones. Thanks to the presence of Hashirama's cells within Obito, his chakra reserves were considerable enough to allow Zhou Ke to create sufficient clones to occupy all the flying thunder god marks. This way, whenever the sage appeared, he would be seized by Zhou Ke's clones and dragged into the Kamui dimension, where Minato's flying thunder god would be powerless to escape. At that moment, victory would belong to Zhou Ke. Why does this strategy feel so familiar? Wasn't he Obito thinking the same thing back then? However, he did not use shadow clones. He merely aimed to drag Minato into the Kamui. Would Zhou Ke's improved strategy prove successful? No, the sage had vanished again. Yet, all the flying thunder god marks had been claimed. Where could he possibly reappear? If he left this vicinity, time would be afforded for Zhou Ke to escape and return to Konoha without needing the flying thunder god, thanks to his tiger-striped form. Thus, the sage had only one destination, his initial kunai that he had thrown. The kunai sailed past the grand fireball and landed before Zhou Ke. The sage materialized atop the kunai, then hurled it towards Zhou Ke while simultaneously forming a Rasengan and charging forward. Zhou Ke did not retreat but charged toward the sage as well. Another scene that felt eerily familiar. Was the next moment to be the second phase of Flying Thunder God? In response to the kunai soaring toward him, Zhou Ke utilized intangibility, allowing the kunai to pass through him. Then the one-on-one battle with the sage commenced. Whoever made contact first would emerge victorious. Yet, anyone familiar with Naruto knows it would not unfold that way. Just as Zhou Ke was about to collide with the sage teleported to the kunai that had passed through Zhou Ke, preparing to unleash his Rasengan. However, what followed deviated from the expected. Upon reaching the kunai, the sage noticed a clone of Zhou Ke positioned behind him, previously obscured from the sage's line of sight. The clone grinned and proclaimed, "Didn't he see this coming, did you? I am the true body." Zhou Ke was not Obito. He possessed 2 selves and could utilize Kamui in combat. Effectively employing all available resources was his method of fighting. Zhou Ke had orchestrated a 2-pronged attack, sending a clone to draw the sage's attention and then following up himself. This was Zhou Ke's self-created ninjutsu, shadow clone technique. Would this technique, reminiscent of the shadow windmill, become the decisive factor in their confrontation? No, the true body was positioned below. The sage firmly pressed down his Rasengan. After all, they were one and the same, sharing similar thought processes. He fully understood what Zhou Ke would contemplate. The clone claiming to be the true body was merely a shadow. As the sage's focus shifted, the actual body would deliver a lethal blow. After all, to win against oneself, one could not rely solely on convoluted tactics. Indeed, the sage could not be deceived, but did he anticipate this move? The voice emanated from above the sage, while Zhou Ke's actual form had vanished below. Had Zhou Ke utilized Kamui to shift? How was he so swift? Well, that credit goes to the rebel. The rebel, Kamui Kakashi, exclaimed, "Kamui." During his training, Zhou Ke had employed the unmarked Kamui numerous times, maximizing its experience and unlocking the next form, Lightning Speed Kakashi, also known as Kamui Kakashi. The rebel clearly harbored deep resentment toward the sage. Thus, he willingly transformed into Kamui Kakashi and assisted Zhou Ke in his shift. Together, Their powers of Kamui rendered even the six paths of Beidou inconceivable. After the transfer, Zhou Ke reappeared above the sage. Now the tides had turned, and it was Beidou's turn to overwhelm Minato. This was the second phase of Kamui, a tactic not even Beidou had employed, now wielded by Zhou Ke. Simultaneously, Zhou Ke's right hand crackled with lightning as he lunged toward the sage. No, this too was within the realm of expectation. The sage was unaware of when he had executed a complete 180-degree turn, now facing Zhou Ke directly, as the Rasengan in his hand was propelled towards him. The use of Kamui was a well-known skill, so it was only natural for Zhou Ke to employ it in such a manner. However, wasn't that aerial 180-degree turn a bit of a cheat? Regardless of how he had turned, the Chidori and Rasengan were set to collide once more. Wait, Zhou Ke wasn't using Chidori. Prepare to be struck by the lightning poison dragon drill. The dazzling blue lightning drill was Zhou Ke's original technique. Over the past month, he had successfully mastered Chidori, yet he remained unsatisfied. He yearned for a technique that was entirely his own. Moreover, Chidori was unusable without the Sharingan, which indeed required improvement. After all, relying solely on others' techniques always felt somewhat lacking. Zhou Ke had mastered both form transformation, Rasengan, and nature transformation, Chidori. It was time to amalgamate these two to create his own ninjutsu. Naruto had integrated wind nature transformation into the Rasengan, resulting in the wind release, Rasen Shuriken. In contrast, Zhou Ke did not use Rasengan as a foundation. Instead, he utilized Chidori as a base and incorporated the rotational aspect of Rasengan to forge the lightning drill. After all, a drill symbolizes a man's romantic pursuit. This move must still be in the conceptual stage. The sage, rarely given to unnecessary emotions, noted. The technique that was still in development had suddenly been unleashed. It was impossible to practice in secret, as their clones could access Zhou Ke's memories. Thus, it was evident that this move had sprung from a moment of inspiration. Indeed, transcending oneself was precisely this, executing a technique that one had been incapable of using before. A testament to personal growth. Excellent. This move exceeded my expectations. Although it was improvised and remains a work in progress, it crystallizes the efforts I have exerted over the past few months. Brace yourself. Zhou Ke's right hand, wielding the lightning poison dragon drill, collided with the Rasengan. Subsequently, both techniques shattered simultaneously. Given that it was an improvised maneuver, it was entirely natural for it to negate the completed Rasengan. Nevertheless, although the lightning poison dragon drill collapsed, the electricity in his hand persisted. Chidori pierced through the sage's body. Kata, this battle is my victory. Do not dare to impede my rescue efforts. After uttering this, Zhou Ke transformed once more, adopting the youthful form of Minato, and vanished in an instant. The sage lay there, impaled, unresponsive. At that moment, the rebel approached. You've lost. How does it feel? Don't blame me for intervening, as I found you rather unpleasant. What do you think? The sage, lying on the ground, gazed at the rebel. Up until now, everything has gone according to plan. I have successfully met my objectives. Do you believe I harbor any dissatisfaction? TCH. Quite leisurely, indeed. The rebel retorted. You sealed your memories and name, escaping the gaze of that wicked goddess, solely to lead a leisurely life in this world untouched by her. How could you possibly defeat that woman with such a carefree attitude? No, this is the only way to win. As long as I remain myself, I can never triumph over her. The sage replied. The rebel responded. Is this the conclusion you've arrived at after a lifetime of effort? I never anticipated that the next iteration of me would concede. How many times have you lost to arrive at such a state? The sage countered. Have you ever won? Thus far, we have merely been clowns, struggling for survival at her hands. If you believe so, then continue playing house with this individual. I shall seek my vengeance against that wretched goddess in my own way. With that, the rebel dispelled his clone and vanished. As long as I remain myself, I cannot escape his grasp. Hence, I must reclaim my ultimate trump card. With that thought, the sage's clone time also expired, disappearing alongside him. Ninja tools are being prepared. Having evaded the sage and his companions, Zhou Ke first leaped back to Naruto and the others, finding Sasuke and Kakashi present, and felt relieved to leave this matter in their capable hands. Under the protection of Wanta and Kakashi, holding off Shikaku posed no issue. Zhou Ke then leaped towards the Chunin exams, returning to the examination waiting room where he had originally stood. Upon arrival, he discovered that the four purple flames formation had already been activated. This was a type of barrier ninjutsu requiring a quartet of individuals to execute collectively, forming a rectangular barrier of purple, translucent flames extending in the cardinal directions. The barrier was imbued with purple flames, preventing external entities from entering. Any contact with its walls would result in severe burns. The ninjutsu was executed by a team of elite sound ninjas led by Orochimaru, known as the Sound Four. Their duty was to protect Orochimaru, and it was evident that their strength was formidable, as he had such trust in them, though, in truth, they were merely tools, albeit more capable than the average tool. This barrier enclosed Orochimaru and the third Hokage, isolating them from Konoha, thus creating a one-on-one scenario between Orochimaru and the third Hokage. Now, what is the current situation? Has would release filled the interior space? That means, has Edo Tensei already been initiated? TCH, I might be a bit late, Zhou Ke thought irritably. Under normal circumstances, he could have prevented Orochimaru from employing Edo Tensei. And without the assistance of the undead, Orochimaru would be considerably easier to handle, but with those two, it became problematic. Moreover, Zhou Ke was now confronted with an even more daunting challenge: how to enter the four purple flames formation. A direct assault would only result in severe burns. And without a marker for Flying Thunder God, he could not teleport inside. The only option left was to utilize Kamui. Obito's power is not something to be used recklessly in public. I have it. I can simply throw a kunai inside. Zhou Ke devised a plan and began to execute it. Thus, Zhou Ke dispelled his transformation technique, preparing to transform into Obito. However, while performing the transformation, he suddenly felt a moment of dizziness. Chakra? Zhou Ke sensed that his chakra was running low. Although the transformation did not consume his chakra directly, it still required a portion of it. And what had he done today? He had created 3 shadow clones with multi-shadow clone technique. His chakra was now down to a quarter, and after a brief rest, he had recovered to half. Then continued transforming and battling. He had expended chakra once to lead Shikaku, Wanta, and Naruto outside the village, another time during the internal conflict with the sage, transformed into Obito again, and after defeating the sage, reverted back to Minato, consuming yet another transformation. In total, he had utilized the transformation technique 4 times. He had also expended chakra elsewhere during this time, so overall, his consumption was significant. With the remaining chakra, I feel I can use it 3 more times. But I must reserve 2, which means only 1 chance for an error. No. Zhou Ke rummaged through his bag and retrieved some soldier pills, ready to consume them. Soldier pills were precisely for moments like this. At that moment, Xiangling's voice rang out. You're resorting to pills. Is your consumption that great? Zhou Ke turned to see Xiangling hiding in the waiting room. What? Haven't you gone to seek refuge? Zhou Ke exclaimed in surprise. Where would I go to hide? This isn't my village, and my guiding Jonin ran off on his own. I have no idea where to go. The grass village truly was a chaotic ensemble. The guiding Jonin abandoned his subordinates and fled. Well, one could hardly blame him. It was only natural for most to flee upon encountering a tailed beast. Zhou Ke addressed Xiangling, saying, although the tailed beasts are no longer present, this place remains perilous. Allow me to escort you to safety. Do not speak just yet. Xiangling interjected, pressing her arm to Zhou Ke's lips. You are going to battle above, correct? First, replenish your chakra. Time was of the essence. Zhou Ke wasted no words and promptly declared, yes, the power is surging. Sweep away hunger and reclaim my true self. He exclaimed with exhilaration. How refreshing. Although not at full capacity, he felt nearly restored. Zhou Ke increasingly perceived hiring Xiangling as a wise investment. Without further ado, Zhou Ke transformed into a form resembling the tiger skin belt and utilized his Kamui to hurl a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God seal into the 4 purple flames formation. The operation involved entering the Kamui space, establishing a teleportation point within the formation, and then casting the kunai outside. Subsequently, Zhou Ke exited the Kamui space and shifted into the youthful form of Minato. He then teleported back home with Xiangling in his arms. Xiangling expressed her surprise. Oh, this is my home. It should be a bit safer here. Take refuge for now. Zhou Ke advised. Of course, do remain vigilant. There is no guarantee this location won't be targeted by the villagers from the 2 nearby settlements. Be alert, and if you sense danger, flee immediately, understood? Yes. You take care as well. I would prefer not to have just escaped my village only for my new master to meet an untimely end. The guidance from the Jonin had inadvertently provided Xiang Ling with an opportunity. The people of Grass Ninja Village were utterly unaware of her whereabouts. This chaos presented a perfect chance for her to conceal herself temporarily, eluding capture by the villagers, thus ensuring her safety. As for future matters, they could be addressed later. Ninja tools are being prepared. The third Hokage felt an unprecedented pressure, facing the first Hokage, the second Hokage. And Orochimaru was enough to instill dread merely by their names. No, there was scarcely a moment to feel fear before being swiftly defeated. Although in recent years he had been dubbed the strongest Hokage, that was merely due to the younger generation's ignorance of the legendary battles fought by their predecessors. The true strongest Hokage stood before him, the first Hokage, at the peak of his power. The first Hokage could make the earth tremble and the skies rend asunder. Are you certain he isn't a Saint Seiya? His might surpassed the realm of ninja, embodying the essence of a true god of ninjas. The second Hokage, renowned for his myriad forbidden techniques and sharp strategies, wielded water techniques as vast as the ocean, earning his reputation throughout the ninja world. In comparison to these two, he was vastly outmatched. Fortunately, both were in a reanimated state, and Orochimaru had not allowed them to fight with their own consciousness, reducing their strength to less than a tenth of their original power. The third still possessed the capacity to fight. However, continuing in this manner would not lead to victory, even at a fraction of their original strength. They remained formidable opponents, and with Orochimaru providing support, the third Hokage had narrowly escaped death on several occasions. Had it not been for the powerful summoning beast, Enma, of the Sarutobi clan protecting him, the third would have perished long ago. Enma, the summoning beast bound by contract to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, possessed an indestructible form, capable of transforming into the adamantine staff and adapting its shape as needed during battle, while also performing ninjutsu through hand seals. Orochimaru deemed it the mightiest of summoning beasts, limited to the unmarked era. The staff, in its transformed state, boasted the hardness of adamant and the ability to extend freely. At that moment, under Orochimaru's control, Hashirama Senju Unleashed would release ninjutsu. Woodworld descends, attacking the third Hokage. In an instant, the entirety of the four purple flames formation was engulfed by the wood release. Yet, the third managed to shield himself with the aid of Enma's transformation into the adamantine prison wall. Adamantine prison wall. The staff divides into numerous replicas, forming a cubic cage to ensnare foes or protect oneself. Damn it, it appears I have no other options. The third contemplated from within the prison. Had I relinquished my naive ideals and resolutely eliminated Orochimaru when he escaped, our village would not be in such turmoil. This is my failing. It is time to bring this to a close, even if it costs my life. Just as the third resolved to take action, a flash of light suddenly appeared within the four purple flames formation, aimed directly at Orochimaru. Chapter 40. The finale. The radiant flash naturally belonged to Zhou Ke. He instantaneously traversed behind the four purple flames formation and charged towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru, taken aback by the sudden appearance of this individual launching an attack, had no time to defend himself. However, the automated Edo Tensei beside him reacted swiftly. The second Hokage materialized in front of Orochimaru, shielding him from Zhou Ke's, in the form of young Minato, Rasengan. Upon impact, the Rasengan struck the Edo Tensei's second Hokage, cleaving him in half. But this granted Orochimaru and the Edo Tensei, Tobirama, a moment to react. Orochimaru, shadow snake hands. Edo Tensei Tobirama, stomping his foot. Despite the seemingly cute gesture, mobile game players would sense impending doom at such an action. To prevent calamity, Zhou Ke promptly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to leap back to the third Hokage's side. The third, astonished, remarked, "Is that really Minato?" Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, and doesn't he appear to be Edo Tensei? Could it be that Minato survived? No, that's impossible. I personally arranged the bodies of their couple. Confused, the third Hokage struggled to comprehend the current situation. Meanwhile, Orochimaru pondered aloud. You must be Zhou Ke. Zhou Ke replied. Paratrooper rebel? This is ridiculous. Is this brain of mine from my previous life? Zhou Ke. The third Hokage gazed at Minato in bewilderment. This person was indeed Zhou Ke? Indeed, it is I. This is my transformation technique. My transformation technique is rather unique. It allows me to perfectly mimic others, not just their appearance, but even their jutsu. Having been recognized by Orochimaru, Zhou Ke no longer concealed his identity and directly elucidated to the third Hokage. Such a notion? No, that is not surprising. The third Hokage had long pondered how Zhou Ke learned the Rasengan and how he managed to pilfer intelligence from Danzo. If he could wield Minato's techniques, then stealing from Danzo would be as effortless as returning home. So that's how he learned the Rasengan. Wait, why does this kid still ask me for the Flying Thunder God? Right, if he obtains the scroll from me, he could use it openly. Is this to disguise his own technique? Although keeping it a secret from the villagers is somewhat excessive, it is understandable. If Danzo were to learn this information, he would undoubtedly employ every means to seize Zhou Ke. After all, that is how Shusui's eyes were taken, as a forsaken orphan. Protecting oneself in such a manner is indeed wise. The third Hokage not only surmised Zhou Ke's intentions, but also crafted various justifications for him. Indeed, as the saying goes, the favored possess confidence. Orochimaru had once been similar. However, Zhou Ke was distinct from Orochimaru. He was deserving of such treatment from the third Hokage. Zhou Ke had transcended his limits to return and save the third Hokage. Zhou Ke sought to elaborate further to the third Hokage, but was interrupted. Let us discuss this later. For now, we must confront our immediate adversary. Indeed, I shall handle Orochimaru. Zhou Ke produced 12 kunai and flung them forward, then transformed into a flash, surging towards Orochimaru. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru waved his hand, commanding the Edo Tensei Hashirama and Tobirama to advance upon the third Hokage. Evidently, Orochimaru also desired a one-on-one confrontation with Zhou Ke. TCH, though displeased, the third Hokage could only engage with his former masters. Meanwhile, Zhou Ke had already reached Orochimaru. Multiple shadow snake hands. Orochimaru initiated his customary opening move. 10 serpents lunged at Zhou Ke from various angles. Yet, in the split second before contact, Zhou Ke vanished. Orochimaru realized that Zhou Ke had instantaneously teleported onto one of the kunai he had previously thrown. Truly the golden flash, he is remarkably swift. Before Orochimaru could finish his thought, Zhou Ke reappeared. While stealing away, Zhou Ke had hurled a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique, similar to his earlier maneuver to evade the Great Fireball. This kunai bypassed the multiple snake hands and landed before Orochimaru. Zhou Ke then teleported to it, thrusting a kunai deep into Orochimaru's body. Impressive speed. Yet such an attack cannot slay me, Orochimaru remarked nonchalantly, simultaneously expelling a serpent from his mouth, which in turn released his Kusanagi sword. Aimed directly at the close proximity Zhou Ke. Naturally, the strike missed. You cannot catch me, Flash. Zhou Ke again utilized the Flying Thunder God to instantaneously return to his previous position. Orochimaru, clutching his wounded torso and observing the blood seeping forth, commented, Mr. Zhou Ke's technique is indeed remarkable. It truly matches Minato's speed. I find myself quite tempted to acquire your body. Yet, he recalled his pact with that individual, refraining from attacking Zhou Ke for the time being. Moreover, considering Zhou Ke's performance, he was unaware of the agreement between himself and the rebellion. Could different souls truly reincarnate within the same body? Or could there be another reason? Orochimaru's infatuated musings sent chills down Zhou Ke's spine, prompting him to retort, Is this the extent of the legendary Sannin's power? You aspire to claim my body. Dream on. Orochimaru chuckled. It seems injuring my body has filled you with confidence in your own strength. Fool, the crux lies not in injuring your body. Look closely at your chest. Zhou Ke pointed out. There lay the Flying Thunder God mark he had inscribed. The Flying Thunder God technique, aside from allowing pre-prepared marks, could also create new marks on the spot. Moreover, once inscribed, these marks could not be erased, unless one became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Thus, Zhou Ke's intent in stabbing Orochimaru was solely to leave a mark upon him. With this mark, Zhou Ke could pursue Orochimaru indefinitely. Is this what you meant? Orochimaru suddenly gaped wide, his mouth opening grotesquely, truly a cavernous maw, wide enough to resemble a basin. He emerged from within, retrieving the shed skin from the ground and flaunting the inscribed Flying Thunder God mark to Zhou Ke. Seriously? You can do that? Zhou Ke was left speechless. Orochimaru's snake substitution technique, using an external body as a substitute, transferring his essence from his mouth without the need for hand seals, even evading Amaterasu, thus easily nullifying the Flying Thunder God mark. Abito, should I learn this? However, Employing this technique consumed a considerable amount of chakra for anyone other than Orochimaru. This time, with him as the user, the chakra expenditure was minimal. This maneuver led Zhou Ke to realize a significant issue. Orochimaru appeared to possess a distinct advantage over Minato. Minato was a high-mobility assassin, endowed with extraordinary speed, yet correspondingly, his offensive capabilities were somewhat lacking, primarily relying on Kunai for close combat, Rasengan, and the combined assault of summoning the toads of Myaboka Mountain. This combination was generally sufficient against most foes, but, against Orochimaru, it proved exceedingly troublesome. Though the Flying Thunder God held a definitive advantage in speed, it could not withstand Orochimaru's formidable vitality. The title of the first Hokage as the King of Durability was no mere boast. Attacking Orochimaru with Kunai was less effective than mere scratching, and while the Rasengan possessed immense single-target destructive power, Orochimaru could effortlessly evade it with a snake substitution technique. As for the last resort, summoning toads, Orochimaru could summon thousands of snakes, too. As for the sealing techniques in which Minato excelled, surely, he could not resort to a life-for-life exchange with Edo Tensei, right? In the original story, he was sealed away by Itachi's Totsuka blade and could still resurrect. Does one understand the worth of soul vessels? That would be akin to exchanging a Shinigami for a resourceful Orochimaru, who could easily resurrect himself at any time. This is an utterly disastrous endeavor. The losses are catastrophic. Ultimately, it is Orochimaru's sole vulnerability. His mental deficiencies significantly diminish his resistance to Genjutsu. Well, Minato's Genjutsu skills should pale in comparison to Itachi's. Attempting to counter Orochimaru with illusions is sheer folly. Speaking of Genjutsu, there is indeed a clever strategy at hand. Transform into Itachi's form, cast a piercing gaze, and Orochimaru would be reduced to mere snake skin at the mercy of Zhou Ke. However, transforming into Minato in front of the third Hokage is one matter, while becoming Itachi is entirely another. Minato is, after all, a common ninja. Transforming into him merely replicates his basic techniques, which is somewhat justifiable. Yet, transforming into Itachi would entail replicating a bloodline limit, which is exceedingly difficult to explain. Moreover, transforming into Itachi would indirectly acknowledge that this incident stemmed from his actions. How could he justify it afterward? My clone went rogue, disregarding my orders, and forcibly initiated the collapse of Konoha? Who would believe that? Just as Zhou Ke pondered how to defeat Orochimaru, the latter struck. Ninjutsu, Serpent's Array. This technique involves Orochimaru unleashing a multitude of snakes from his mouth to incessantly assault his foes, the same technique used during the battle against the Four-Tails Naruto. Countless serpents spewed forth, swiftly enveloping the entire four purple flames formation, then frantically lunged at Zhou Ke. Zhou Ke could only employ the Flying Thunder God technique, but all the kunai he had previously scattered were occupied by Orochimaru's serpents, and as he landed, he was beset by their bites. Damn it, I just used this technique. Did the boomerang return so swiftly? Zhou Ke found himself at a loss. Orochimaru's tactics mirrored his previous approach against the sage. When speed fails to outpace you, overwhelm you with sheer numbers. Faced with such an onslaught, Zhou Ke could only continuously flicker to evade. However, in the confined space, there was nowhere to hide, and he soon bore the marks of injury. It's more than just superficial wounds. The bites from the snakes have a distinct burning sensation. Poisoned? Damn it. I must find a way to conclude this swiftly. What to do? How to vanquish Orochimaru? No, if defeating him is impossible, then simply do not defeat him. Isn't that a solution? Zhou Ke suddenly recalled the card game Yu-Gi-Oh! He played frequently in middle school. If the opponent cannot be sent to the graveyard, then exile them instead? The Sun Dragon Inti and Moon Shadow Dragon Jilia would wholeheartedly agree. I could directly use the Flying Thunder God to transport him out of Konoha. Banish him to some remote valley. Zhou Ke's mind cleared. As if a veil had been lifted, his primary goal remained to rescue the third Hokage. Whether Orochimaru lived or died was of little consequence. As long as he could remove Orochimaru, the Sound Ninja would crumble without their leader, allowing him to deal with the tailed beast, thus securing victory for Konoha. Action was swiftly taken. Zhou Ke immediately began his endeavor. Yet, at that moment, the third Hokage's voice resounded. We cannot do that. We must resolve this here, or else the souls of the first and second Hokage will still be under his control. The third was not like Orochimaru. He would not allow his mentor's souls to be manipulated by another. However, on the flip side, the third Hokage was impressive. He could deduce Zhou Ke's intentions merely from his expression. Zhou Ke found himself at a loss for words. Boss, I also wish to eliminate him here. But circumstances dictate otherwise. If I could have killed him earlier, I would not need to banish him outside the arena. Then, leave this matter to me. The third made a decisive resolution. He first utilized the shadow clone technique, producing 2 clones, and then swiftly formed seals. Snake, pig, horse, rabbit, dog, rat, rooster, horse, snake. Hands together. What technique is that? Old man, stop. There's a way to defeat him. Zhou Ke panicked. The technique the third was employing was the Reaper Death Seal. This technique, originating from the powerful sealing arts of the Uzumaki clan, allows the caster, after forming the seals in the specified order, to summon the Shinigami, who then severs the target's soul with a sword and consumes it, thereby sealing the target's soul. The size of the sealed soul is determined by the caster, and a target caught by the Reaper Death Seal cannot utilize jutsu. However, upon completing the seals, the caster also enters into a contract with the Shinigami, selling their own soul, meaning that after consuming the target's soul, their own soul will also be devoured by the Shinigami, resulting in an eternal struggle between their souls, forever unable to reincarnate. In essence, this technique is a mutually assured destruction. Zhou Ke intended to use the Flying Thunder God to intervene, but a moment of distraction struck. Snake venom surged within him, consuming the time he had transformed into Minato, reverting him back to his original form, only to be engulfed by the snakes summoned by Orochimaru. The third, witnessing Zhou Ke being devoured by the serpents, instinctively yearned to save him, but his rationality restrained this impulse. Having already engaged in a fierce battle, and after utilizing the shadow clone technique, his chakra was nearly depleted. If he rushed to save Zhou Ke, he would lack the strength to seal Orochimaru. Thus, the third could only hope Zhou Ke could withstand the serpent's assault, while he and his 2 clones charged toward Orochimaru, the reanimated first and second Hokage. Stop! Zhou Ke transformed again into youthful Minato, bursting forth from the serpent horde, but it was too late. The Reaper Death seals had been completed. Regardless of what occurred next, the third would meet his demise. Upon hearing Zhou Ke's voice, the third's lingering regrets were severed. If the child-bearing hope is unharmed, then this old man can die with peace. This thought surged within the third, granting him a vitality akin to youthful rejuvenation, or perhaps a fleeting moment of clarity. Thus, his 2 clones swiftly seized the first and second Hokage, extracting their souls from their reanimated bodies, successfully completing the seal. Meanwhile, he himself grasped Orochimaru and, with swift precision, extracted his soul, completing the seal. Finally, at long last, he had cleansed the house. Forgive me, teacher, this was merely a substitute. The voice emanated from the body that had just been sealed. Unbeknownst to him, a small white snake lay in wait. What is this? The third could hardly believe his eyes as he witnessed the individual he had just sealed transform from Orochimaru into an unfamiliar stranger. Had he used a fatal jutsu only to seal away a passerby? Well, it was still better than Danzo. At least the third had truly sealed the souls of the first and second, preventing them from being manipulated again. At least they wouldn't re-emerge before the Shinobi World War. As for Danzo, he had merely sealed a bridge. Reflecting on this, it felt somewhat more bearable, didn't it? The white snake, upon landing, transformed back into Orochimaru. Teacher, I anticipated your use of this technique, so I specially prepared a new body for you. Orochimaru had long since received the script from his rebellious faction, thus had taken precautions against the Reaper Death Seal. This body was specially modified. Utilizing the principles of the impure world reincarnation, it allowed Orochimaru himself to inhabit this body and control it directly. Although there would be some delay in operation, Orochimaru's primary combat prowess was not the main focus of this battle. A slight reduction in his fighting capacity was inconsequential. The final outcome was splendid. The third was deceived, sealing the soul of this body, while Orochimaru, having detached from it, would remain unaffected. Seeing the third on the brink of sacrificing himself in vain, Zhou Ke's fury surged to its zenith, compelling him to charge forth and eliminate Orochimaru. However, Orochimaru's core objective in visiting Konoha has been achieved. The third Hokage has been slain by him. Now, even if he cannot destroy Konoha, he is indifferent to the outcome and promptly flees with the Sound Ninja Quartet. You cannot escape. You must perish here, Zhou Ke declared furiously. Yet, the third Hokage grasped Zhou Ke's hand, advising, do not pursue a desperate foe, and you have lost your composure. Chasing Orochimaru now will lead to your downfall. The third Hokage had come to terms with his defeat, maintaining a calm demeanor as he strategized for Zhou Ke. However, Zhou Ke bit his lip in response. It is all right. This ending suits me well. In my final moments, I hope you can stay. The third Hokage collapsed weakly to the ground. Death was already beginning to claim his soul. Zhou Ke, shedding his transformation, knelt helplessly beside the third Hokage. After all this effort, have I achieved nothing? How infuriating. Do not display such a countenance. You have performed admirably. The third Hokage consoled him, despite nearing death. I am sorry I could not save you, Zhou Ke lamented. The third Hokage chuckled self-deprecatingly. It is of no consequence. This fate is ultimately my own doing. I have grown old and failed to notice Orochimaru's changes. Nevertheless, at least I have preserved the souls of the first and second Hokages. This outcome is somewhat acceptable. Lord Hokage. The Umbu, locked outside by the four purple flames formation, began their pursuit immediately after Orochimaru and his companions fled. Though two remained to guard the Hokage, now finally able to approach. The third Hokage issued his final command. Tell the others not to pursue. If Orochimaru wishes to flee, you cannot catch him. It is better to remain and aid those within the village. However, for the Umbu, witnessing their Hokage perishing from beyond the barrier was profoundly painful. Now unable to exact vengeance. So be it. Protecting the children is more important than revenge. The third Hokage glanced at the two Umbu before turning to Zhou Ke. The Flying Thunder God technique I taught you, you have mastered exceptionally well. As your instructor, I take great pride in your progress. Why did the third Hokage say this? A moment's reflection reveals it was to provide Zhou Ke cover. By publicly acknowledging Zhou Ke as his disciple in front of the Umbu, doubts regarding Zhou Ke's abilities were dispelled, and furthermore, this public recognition offered Zhou Ke a layer of protection. The two remaining Umbu regarded Zhou Ke with astonishment. When did the Hokage take this child as his apprentice? Yet, this also explained Zhou Ke's proficiency in the Flying Thunder God technique and his formidable strength, truly reminiscent of the Golden Flash's return. At that moment, someone leapt in from a distance. It was Jiraiya. Since the invasion began, Jiraiya had been fighting within the village, repelling the advances of the Sound Ninja and Sunagakure. Upon Orochimaru's retreat with his allies, Jiraiya rushed over to assess the situation, only to find his mentor on the brink of death. Though accustomed to the cycle of life and death, witnessing his teacher's impending demise stirred deep sorrow within Jiraiya. Looking at Jiraiya, the third Hokage smiled. Jiraiya, is that you? It is a blessing to see you one last time. I entrust the next Hokage to you. Should you be unwilling, seek out Tsunade. That troublesome old man is leaving, and it is time she returns. How could we possibly dislike you, you old fool? Jiraiya replied, head bowed. Rest assured, I will bring Tsunade back. Yes, I leave the village in your hands. The third Hokage then turned his gaze to Zhou Ke. Promise me, from now on, I hope you will use your remarkable jutsu to continue protecting Konoha. Is that understood? I will. As long as I remain in the village, I shall not allow anyone to harm it. This was Zhou Ke's final vow. Observing the sincerity in Zhou Ke's eyes, the third Hokage contentedly closed his eyes. This child, like Orochimaru, possessed extraordinary talent, harboring his own thoughts or perhaps ambitions. Yet, fundamentally, he was entirely different from Orochimaru at heart. He was a gentle and kind soul, one who would never tread the same path as Orochimaru. This time, I shall not entrust my hopes to the wrong person. First Hokage, second Hokage, I can finally face you with my head held high. Thus, the legendary shinobi, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, fell in battle. Chapter 41, Confusion. Meanwhile, the battle between Naruto, Sasuke, and Gaara was nearing its conclusion. Naruto, alongside Fukasaku, transformed into the form of the Nine Tails, forcefully subduing Shikaku and providing Sasuke with an opportunity to confront the beast. True to expectations, Sasuke showcased the success of his month-long training, utilizing his Sharingan to suppress Shikaku's spirit, ultimately awakening Gaara and forcibly reverting him from his tailed beast transformation. However, at this juncture, Sasuke's ocular power was somewhat lacking. After restoring Gaara, he found himself drained, much like Kakashi, leaving Naruto to shoulder the responsibility of restraining Gaara alone. In a remarkable display, Naruto triumphed over Gaara, successfully using his words to persuade him that love exists in the world and that even he could have friends. Consequently, Gaara completely lost his will to fight. For this reason, Sunagakure chose to abandon their offensive and retreat. After all, their ally had fled, leaving them in a precarious situation. The leader of Sunagakure, the Kazekage, had been slain, though at this point, his death remained speculative due to the absence of his body, and their strongest asset, Gaara, was no longer willing to continue the battle. Sunagakure had suffered severe casualties during their assault on Konoha and could no longer afford to fight. A glimmer of relief emerged as Konoha had lost its Hokage, and the culprit was none other than Orochimaru, while Sunagakure had also lost their Kazekage. This shifted Konoha's animosity entirely towards the Sound Ninja, sparing Sunagakure from further grievances, allowing those who survived to retreat safely. The people of Konoha did not pursue them, still engulfed in mourning for their fallen leader. Among the crowd, one man stood out, burdened by sorrow: Kakashi. Obito, why? He thought, as if he were witnessing the spirit of his deceased comrade, repeating the words in his heart. Indeed, it was as if he truly saw Obito. Observing Naruto and Sasuke defeat Shikaku, Kakashi felt a sense of pride. His two disciples had indeed matured. Yet, at that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of a long-desired figure, the mysterious man clad in a spiral mask. It must be Obito. After confirming that his students were unharmed, Kakashi immediately pursued the figure. The masked man was indeed Obito, who had not intended to participate in this Chunin exam, but was resting in Kimui's space. He had fashioned a reclining chair with wood release and was enjoying a peaceful nap when a colossal-tailed beast bomb soared overhead. The distance from Obito's head was merely a meter. Though the space seemed ample, the tailed beast bomb was over 100 meters in diameter, making the proximity negligible. The bomb detonated shortly after, but Obito's quick reflexes allowed him to evade disaster by shifting himself using Kimui, narrowly escaping what could have been a fatal nap. Upon realizing his brush with death, Obito cursed, "Kakashi is nothing but a nuisance. Giving you an eye is not an invitation to hurl everything into Kimui's space. First it was trash, and now you're throwing tail beast bombs. Who can withstand that?" Obito was tempted to confront Kakashi, but rationality prevailed, recognizing that such an outburst would not benefit his plans. Instead, he opted to observe what was unfolding with Kakashi. Soon, Kakashi noticed Obito's presence, leading to a tense chase that extended even into Kimui's dimension. Over the past month, Kakashi had thoroughly tested Kimui's capabilities, knowing he could draw himself into the space from close proximity. In this relentless pursuit, Kakashi finally cornered Obito. "Obito, is that you?" Kakashi inquired. How did he know it was me?" Obito was taken aback, but maintained his composure, responding, "I'm not sure what you're talking about. Uchiha Obito is dead. I am Uchiha Madara." With that, Obito utilized Kimui to escape, leaving Kakashi puzzled, as his recognition of Obito was undoubtedly suspicious, necessitating further investigation. Kakashi intended to continue the pursuit, but the overuse of Kimui rendered him unable to follow. He could only watch as Obito vanished from sight. It was infuriating, being so close yet not quite able to reach him. However, despite his frustration, Kakashi quickly regained his composure. He was only a step away this time, and with continued effort, he would surely catch up. Aside from Obito, another pair had arrived at Konoha amidst the chaos: Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki. They were tasked with capturing Konoha's Jinchuriki, namely Naruto. Taking advantage of the turmoil, they reached the walls of Konoha. Kisame, surveying the ravaged village, poetically remarked, "Itachi, the winds today are exceedingly tumultuous." "It's a battle. How could it not be tumultuous?" Itachi replied tersely. Noticing Itachi's silence, Kisame continued, "Though it has escaped destruction, it appears gravely wounded. A once thriving village reduced to this. How pitiful. It was a mistake not to eliminate Orochimaru when we had the chance," Itachi stated, still remaining stoic. Kisame pressed on, "This isn't like you, to remain silent upon witnessing your homeland in such a state. Surely, even you harbor some fondness for it." After a moment of silence, Itachi finally spoke, "No. I have no nostalgia whatsoever. I am passionate. Even after all these years, the flame of my will still burns fiercely. Second Hokage Tobirama, truly, he is the Uchiha I have the highest regard for. If possible, I would gladly pass the mantle of Hokage to him. Is that so? Well, it suits you. Regardless, we've exhausted much energy on our journey. Let us find a place to rest before searching for the Nine Tails. Is there anywhere in your homeland you would recommend?" "The hot spring village is pleasant," Itachi suggested. "We should wait until after the third Hokage's funeral before commencing our official actions. Until then, We can feign illness and recuperate for a few days. Just then, Itachi suddenly clutched his chest, despite his peculiar appearance. The gentle Kisame immediately noticed Itachi's discomfort and asked with concern, "What's wrong, Itachi? Are you unwell?" "I'm fine," Itachi replied coolly. "Your health has always been somewhat fragile, Itachi. In that case, let us first retreat to the hot spring village to rest," Kisame said empathetically, supporting Itachi as they departed. Thus, the turmoil in Konoha came to a definitive end, resulting in a bittersweet victory for the village. On their retreat, Sunagakure discovered the remains of their Kazekage, discarded like a wild dog by the roadside, inciting fury among the sand ninja. Yet, in the face of Orochimaru's unscathed power, they found themselves powerless. Like Konoha, Sunagakure's elite forces were nearly depleted, leaving them to swallow their pride as they faced the bitter reality of their situation. However, due to this incident, Sunagakure found a suitable excuse. This event was entirely orchestrated by Orochimaru. He assassinated the Kazekage and impersonated him to issue commands for war to Sunagakure's ninjas. Initially, the ninjas of Sunagakure were reluctant to engage in battle with their allies. It was all Orochimaru's fault that this tragic event transpired. To express their sincerity, Sunagakure promptly announced their unconditional surrender to Konoha. What other choice did they have? Their village's current military strength was even inferior to that of the Sound Ninja. Konoha, in turn, decisively accepted their surrender, as there was no alternative. Although victorious, the outcome was devastating. They had lost their village leader, the strongest force within their community. This marked the weakest period for Konoha. Self-preservation had become their utmost priority, and any thoughts of waging war against other villages were futile. Moreover, regardless of their intentions, they had to ensure the completion of the third Hokage and Appo's funeral before undertaking any further actions. Thus, 2 days after the fierce battle, the funeral for the Hokage commenced. As the longest-serving Hokage, the third had garnered immense affection from the villagers, resulting in an overwhelming turnout to pay their respects. Our protagonist, Zhou Ke, however, was not among the mourners. Dressed in black mourning attire, he sat on the stairs beside Hokage Rock, gazing at the somber ceremony. Numbly observing the proceedings, Zhou Ke sighed, reflecting on the past. Memories of bygone days linger, tears unspent, as I tread upon the steps of fate. The melancholic lyrics he softly sang echoed his sorrow. Zhou Ke found himself engulfed in confusion. He was uncertain of the past, fearful of the present, and evading the future. Ever since the third's death, he had been consumed by contemplation, yet the whirlwind of events had left him at a loss. First, there was the past. His shadow clone revealed to him that he was not merely a reincarnate, but a reincarnate who had traversed 9 lives. Due to unfortunate events in his previous existence, he had chosen to seal away all memories and names. Zhou Ke was utterly oblivious to what had transpired in his past. What had happened before? This uncertainty plagued him deeply. Then came the present. The disobedient clone instilled genuine fear within Zhou Ke. This time, he could have saved the third. Yet due to his clone's recklessness, the third met the same fate as in the original storyline. What had occurred was irrevocable, and Zhou Ke could only accept it. But what if such events continued? Both the sage and the rebel pursued their own goals without hesitation. And if his friends and family were to suffer due to their ambitions in the future, what then? This was the present that terrified Zhou Ke. Lastly, there was the future. From the sage and the rebel's words, it appeared that the sage had sealed away memories and names to evade a certain enemy, one who had targeted him for several lifetimes. If this individual was indeed an enemy, the future might hold an encounter. His previous life had granted him the ability to choose his reincarnation. He must possess considerable strength. Faced with such a mysterious adversary, could he truly find a way to conquer them? This thought led Zhou Ke to contemplate evading the future. In summary, he felt as though his life was entangled in a chaotic web, and ensnared by this turmoil, he was uncertain of his next steps. At that moment, someone spoke. "Your singing is quite pleasant. Is that you, Miss Nanami?" Zhou Ke looked down the stairs to see Nanami Chiaki, also clad in mourning attire. "What brings you here?" "I finished offering my condolences and was on my way home when I spotted you standing here. I heard your song, and surprisingly, it was quite lovely." "Well, I suppose it's decent. I practiced a bit back in school." Zhou Ke replied vaguely, this school referring not to the Ninja Academy, but rather to his previous life, or more accurately, his first life at university, where he had participated in a band and earned the title of God of Anime Songs. This title alone indicated that Zhou Ke's singing was indeed commendable. "Oh, I don't recall you showcasing this talent before," Nanami inquired curiously. After graduation, work took precedence, leaving little opportunity for singing. Zhou Ke leaned against the railing, responding listlessly. "Besides, I usually only sing when I'm feeling down." Nanami followed up on his comments. "So, you're in a melancholic state right now?" "Well, that's about right. I don't know why I'm putting in the effort anymore." Zhou Ke expressed his feelings candidly, overwhelmed by frustration. Nanami observed him thoughtfully before speaking. "Based on your current situation, from a gamer's perspective, it seems you're stuck at a level." "Huh. Orochimaru has been defeated. Can this still be considered being stuck?" Zhou Ke turned to Nanami. "I may not fully understand the source of your distress, but for you, the real boss you need to confront is not Orochimaru, is it?" Nanami countered. "That seems about right." Zhou Ke nodded. "Then my assertion stands correct. When faced with a formidable enemy, it can feel overwhelming. This is a common experience for players." Zhou Ke retorted. "Isn't it unnecessary to be disheartened over something frequently encountered?" "No, for gamers like us, it's a deeply frustrating experience." Hearing Zhou Ke's slightly disdainful remark, Nanami instantly transformed into a diligent student, correcting him sternly, to uncover the subsequent plot, to explore the upcoming levels, to witness the vistas beyond. Being blocked by a powerful boss and unable to see what lies ahead is truly agonizing. Compelled by Nanami's fervor, Zhou Ke hastily agreed. Yes, I understand it's painful." Satisfied, Nanami nodded. "Good, you comprehend. Now let's continue." Encountering an unbeatable boss can indeed be vexing, sometimes even tempting one to abandon the game. However, for us passionate gamers, the game is an integral part of life. We cannot simply surrender. When faced with challenges, we must bravely charge forward, exhaust our wits, and give our all to triumph, and then we shall experience unparalleled joy. Zhou Ke refrained from voicing his skepticism, merely pondering, what exactly is she on about? Yet, I feel an inexplicable sense of admiration. Noticing Zhou Ke's puzzled expression, Nanami awkwardly chuckled. "I apologize. It seems I wasn't very clear." No, I think I understand. You mean to say, when faced with difficulties, do not shrink back. Instead, muster the courage to overcome them and ultimately attain the joy of victory, correct? "Well, that's one way to put it," Nanami affirmed with a nod. "Though it seems your advice doesn't entirely align with my situation, it certainly holds merit. I cannot allow challenges to halt my progress. Finding a way to overcome them is the right course, and then I shall attain what I truly desire." "Exactly," Nanami nodded, then gazed at Zhou Ke for a few seconds before saying, "It seems you've come to terms with things. I shall take my leave now. Farewell." With that, Nanami skipped away. It appeared she was eager to return home to play games. Well, did she come specifically to console me? I owe her a favor. Zhou Ke scratched his head, taking a deep breath. Since I am the last trump card, I cannot remain ensnared here. It's time to seek them out for a serious discussion. Given the circumstances, it was indeed necessary to have a thorough conversation with his 3 shadow clones. Thus, Zhou Ke transformed into Minato's likeness and departed the village using the Flying Thunder God technique. Preparations underway in the secret base of Orochimaru. Orochimaru and Kabuto were engaged in conversation within a hidden chamber. Pharmacist Do praised, "Lord Orochimaru, you have truly excelled this time, effortlessly eliminating 2 of the 5 Kage, particularly your chilling maneuver against the Hokage. How did you foresee that the Hokage would resort to such a self-destructive technique?" Orochimaru chuckled, lifting a glass of red wine. "Ah, this is indeed a resounding victory, one that has brought me such joy that I indulge in wine once more." "Does this world still contain wine?" "Well, let us assume it does," Do replied cautiously. "Oh, I merely struck a deal with someone," Orochimaru said with a smile, "but I shall elucidate the details later. Right now, we have matters to attend to." He set down his glass. Do inquired, "What would you have me do?" Rather than providing direct instructions, Orochimaru asked, "What is the status of Kimimaro?" Do hesitated. "Not well. The battle with the Wind Shadow has exacerbated his condition, and now he lies bedridden, and he is close to death, is he not?" Orochimaru completed Do's thought. The Kimimaro they spoke of, full name Kagaya Kimimaro, was the bearer of the Kagaya clan's Kekkai Jinkai, Shikatsu Miyaku. He had caught Orochimaru's attention and pledged unwavering loyalty to him, showcasing formidable strength. Yet, due to a hereditary illness afflicting his family, he existed in a precarious state, ever on the brink of death. Indeed, Zhou admitted. Orochimaru continued, while it is regrettable, it is an unavoidable circumstance. However, as long as he draws breath, he remains valuable. Therefore, Zhou curiously asked, do you intend for Kimimaro to undertake a mission? Precisely, but not at this moment. We require time to prepare. During this interval, we must restore Kimimaro's body to optimal condition and perform a surgical procedure upon him. Orochimaru divulged his intentions. Zhou pressed on. What are your plans, Lord Orochimaru? Oh, you shall find out shortly. Orochimaru rose and exited the chamber, with Zhou following closely behind, the two vanishing into the shadows. Preparations for ninja tools. Zhou arrived at the sea near the land of waves. Here, he summoned multiple shadow clones, conjuring 3 in total. The sarcastic clone emerged first, immediately voicing, why here in the ocean? Oh, I see. It is because we are surrounded by nothing but sea and sky. Aside from those skilled in the water body technique, no one can eavesdrop on us, right? Zhou glanced at the sarcastic clone with exasperation. Are you seriously answering your own questions? The clone replied, as the comic relief, I speak for the audience. Voicing their curiosities. Please refrain from breaking the fourth wall. Zhou rolled his eyes. I did not summon you for your quips. Our ensuing dialogue will determine our future direction. Speak clearly, or do not expect me to proceed. Zhou recalled that, while he may not possess their combat prowess, he was the original. The decision to summon them lay solely with him, and if they failed to provide satisfactory answers, he could always choose to abandon everything. Without this transformation technique, Zhou had intended to live a quiet life with his family. If they could not clarify matters, he could just return to his peaceful existence. What was the worst that could happen? How Navi? Do you truly believe that hiding away and leading a mundane life will keep you safe from turmoil? The rebellious clone scoffed. Exactly. Just lay everything out. No riddles or cryptic language. Zhou retorted, irritated. If you wish to know, seek the answers yourself. I have no interest in wasting time explaining anything to you. With that, the rebellious clone vanished in an instant. Is this my former life? How extraordinary. Zhou was genuinely speechless. Then he turned to the sarcastic clone, who had the best temperament among them. Could he provide some answers? The sarcastic clone quickly shook his head. Dante, look at me. I am merely the 4th iteration. There is much I do not know, and he does not permit me to speak. The clone directed his attention towards the sage. As the architect of their current predicament, he was the sole individual privy to all the truths, the one who supposedly knew everything. How would he respond? Stay tuned for the next chapter, Chapter 42. The unfortunate victim of the 9 Lives tragedy. In response to Zhou Ke's confusion, the sage answered calmly. If I could speak so freely, there would be no need for me to exert such effort to seal my name, my memories, and to sever my own identity. Zhou Ke pressed on, but why? At least provide me with a reason. The sage replied, because it cannot be spoken. You are not yet capable of understanding. Names and memories hold power. Even merely mentioning them can create ripples that reach her ears, and we would once again fall into her grasp. Does that sound like the relationship between the Monkey King and Buddha? It sounds quite mystical, Zhou Ke remarked. This involves conceptual foes, ones that are evidently formidable. Zhou Ke felt as if, from the stage of playing in the mud in the village, a powerful adversary had suddenly emerged. What kind of bizarre plot is this? What I can divulge to you at this moment is limited to the following. Our enemy is a scoundrel who refers to herself as a goddess, deriving pleasure from the manipulation of others' lives. My fate has been her plaything, perpetually repeating a tragic existence. Currently, the only means I have discovered to resist her is for you to continually grow stronger, to possess power that surpasses hers. At that time, the sealed memories will be completely unlocked, and you will comprehend the full extent of the situation. It sounds like one must cultivate from the foundational stage to the point of transcending into immortality to grasp the entirety of the matter. Can you not reveal a little about what she has done to incite such hatred within me? Zhou Ke could already sense that his rebellious fury was directed solely at that goddess, fueling his curiosity about her deeds. Before my very eyes, she murdered my wife and child, the sage stated coldly. That, well, indeed, it is excruciating. Though he lacked memories of that nature, Zhou Ke could empathize with such feelings. This is merely the lightest of pains. The true torment extends far beyond, the sage continued. That is just the mildest? Zhou Ke was taken aback. The sage, undeterred by Zhou Ke's reaction, continued. The moment you were reincarnated, the baton was passed to you. What follows is entirely in your hands. whether to languish in complacency and live out this life in peace, or to strive and launch a counterattack against her. This is your decision. However, that scoundrel treats me as her most amusing toy and has no intention of releasing me. Even if you choose to do nothing, I cannot guarantee she will not find us again. So, take care of yourself." With that, the sage departed. "What do you mean by I must decide for myself? Is that not a blatant threat?" Zhou Ke muttered in disbelief. At that moment, the voice of reason interjected, "Actually, deep down, you possess that very sentiment, do you not? Otherwise, you would not have subconsciously named yourself Zhou Ke." That seems plausible." Zhou Ke pondered, stroking his chin. "Could my previous headaches while recalling the past be related to this? Nevertheless, I still do not understand. If my name is sealed, why must my memories be entirely locked away? It would be beneficial to retain some hints for myself." The voice of reason responded, though he did not explain the circumstances. "Based on my memories, the Zhou Ke of the ninth life sealed all memories following that unfortunate encounter, likely in an attempt to sever all ties with her." "All memories after that unfortunate encounter?" Zhou Ke strained to recollect. "My last memory seems to be my 26th birthday? No way after that. I became a mere toy. I struggled to gain admission to a prestigious university, worked tirelessly to complete my studies, endured countless interviews, and after great hardship, secured a stable position in a large company, only to be treated as a toy within a year? Had I known, I might as well have purchased a house in advance, enjoying a year of life without worrying about a mortgage." Zhou Ke silently lamented. In truth, it was tolerable at first, but as time progressed, the situation deteriorated. That unfortunate encounter relished in letting me reach the pinnacle only to crash down to the depths. Simply put, it was a life of extreme highs and lows. Now I understand. Being a toy signifies such a notion. The mere thought of life's extreme ups and downs sends shivers down Zhou Ke's spine. Even to prevent such occurrences from happening again, I must strive onward. Though many questions linger, Zhou Ke resolved to focus on the present. Without sufficient power, even if those doubts were resolved, they would only serve as additional burdens. Therefore, the utmost priority is to grow stronger. After all, regardless of the circumstances, possessing strength grants one a voice. Thus, Zhou Ke returned to the village to resume his training. Speaking of which, should I not be concerned about the sage and the rebellious one causing chaos? Certainly, but normal methods cannot restrain them. Zhou Ke had no means to threaten them. All that could be done was to enhance his own strength to subdue them. No need for further discussion. Let us commence rigorous training. The first task is to complete the Thunder Dragon drill, at the very least. The drill must be capable of breaking through the heavens. Zhou Ke returned home to change out of his morning attire and continue training. However, upon reaching his doorstep, he encountered a group of people. Another contingent from Danzhou. "Zhou Ke, Lord Danzhou requests your presence," the leader announced upon seeing Zhou Ke. "Oh, it's you again? Are there no others?" Zhou Ke retorted in exasperation. "Please convey my message. I already have a teacher, and I am not interested in switching masters." With that, Zhou Ke waved his hand, urging them to depart. "It seems that mastering the Flying Thunder God has bolstered my confidence considerably. No one in Konoha dares to speak to me in such a manner." Danzhou emerged from around the corner, accompanied by two subordinates. Clearly, Zhou Ke's new intelligence had reached his ears. "You have come in person? Why hide around the corner? Do you find it embarrassing to stand at my doorstep and wait?" Zhou Ke thought to himself, then addressed Danzhou. "Oh, hello, Elder Danzhou. It is fortuitous that you are here. I can inform you in person that I already have a teacher, so there's no need for your concern. Humph, Hirazina has fallen. There will be no one to guide you henceforth. Why not quickly abandon the darkness and join me?" Danzou's words were veiled, for he would never express such thoughts openly. "Well, I still have Kakashi-sensei to guide me. I appreciate your concern, but I must decline." "Lord Danzhou," Zhou Ke resolutely rejected. "Do you truly comprehend what you are saying? To waste such a splendid opportunity." Danzhou glared at Zhou Ke. Zhou Ke, now thoroughly irritated by Danzhou, replied, "Lord Danzhou, let us dispense with the pretense. You have come to recruit me as your subordinate, have you not?" "I have stated my disinterest." Danzhou retorted, "It appears that Hirazina has protected you too well, leaving you oblivious to the challenges of climbing the ranks without any protection. Whether it is difficult or not, I cannot say. But I certainly do not wish to collaborate with someone who would abandon their closest friends in times of peril." Zhou Ke said coldly. Danzhou was left momentarily speechless. At that moment, one of his orange-haired subordinates interjected, "How dare you speak to Lord Danzhou in such a manner? I speak as I see fit. May I ask, Lord Danzhou, Where were you and your subordinates when the village was in danger? Zhou Ke confronted Danzo, feeling genuine anger towards someone who would forsake their closest friends for the sake of status. Indeed, such a scenario may arise primarily because the character Danzo did not exist during that period in the manga. He is clearly a later addition to take the blame. This is a necessary sacrifice, a sentiment that Danzo would never express. In any case, please refrain from disturbing me further. Zhou Ke continued his journey home. Meanwhile, Danzo's two subordinates, seething with anger, wished to teach Zhou Ke a lesson, but were halted by Danzo, who coldly remarked, "There's no need to concern ourselves with a foolish brat." With that, he departed with an air of aloofness. Well, are you certain your hasty exit isn't due to a pang of guilt? The members of Root were extremely obedient. They followed Danzo's orders without question and naturally left quietly. Zhou Ke returned home directly, and after shutting the door, he grumbled, "Well, it seems I've offended Danzo. So be it." Reflecting on that hidden boss, Zhou Ke felt there was nothing to fear. Compared to her, Danzo is insignificant. Who did you offend? Xiangling's head popped out from within the room. "What the heck? How are you in my house?" Zhou Ke exclaimed. "Wasn't she supposed to be at the inn? The villagers are searching for me everywhere." "So I came here to hide," she replied. As previously mentioned, Xiangling had resolved to leave the village, intending to go missing after being abandoned this time. However, the villagers had no intention of letting her off the hook and began searching in Konoha. Thus, Xiangling could only take refuge with Zhou Ke for the time being. To be honest, many people are aware of our close relationship, so it would be easy for you to be discovered here. How about I take you to the Land of Waves for a while? Once the dust settles, I'll come to find you, and we can explore the ninja world together. Coincidentally, I have acquaintances in the Land of Waves who can look after you for some time." Zhou Ke briefly recounted his experiences in the Land of Waves. "Oh, that sounds nice. But why travel the ninja world?" Xiangling inquired curiously. "Well, I plan to leave Konoha soon and venture out. This plan has been on my mind for quite some time. After a while, when Naruto and Sasuke leave the village, there won't be much happening here. Staying in the village would be rather dull. So I might as well take the opportunity during the transition between Naruto and Shippuden to visit the other 5 great nations and broaden my horizons. Now that I am aware of the future adversaries, I feel it is even more essential to venture out. Past experiences have shown that practical combat is the fastest way to grow stronger. If nothing is happening in Konoha, I might as well stir things up in other villages. Moreover, since I'm at odds with Danzo, remaining in Konoha would make me an easy target for him. It's better to leave. All in all, this is a plan with nothing but benefits. Of course, I must wait for Jiraiya to bring Tsunade back as Hokage. After all, I am merely a genin, and without the Hokage's consent to leave the village, I might be mistaken for a rogue ninja. So, the next step should be to find Tsunade and bring her back to the village. Not in a hurry after sending Xiangling to the Land of Waves, Zhou Ke contemplated. The next step should be, Itachi is returning to the village, right? The battle following the collapse of Konoha marks the moment of Itachi's first appearance, and I cannot afford to miss this fight. As for Tsunade, under normal circumstances, Orochimaru, who lost his arms due to the Reaper Death Seal, would seek Tsunade for treatment, leading to the conflict among the three. Logically, this battle should provide considerable experience. But Orochimaru escaped unscathed this time. Will he still trouble Tsunade now? Well, since I have some free time, I might as well make this trip. By the way, once I find Tsunade, should I bring Xiangling along? Tsunade's grandmother, Uzumaki Mido, is also of the Uzumaki clan. Given Xiangling's striking red hair, Tsunade might be able to offer her some guidance. This idea is splendid, but that's a matter for later. For now, I must prioritize Itachi. As Zhou Ke pondered, he happened to encounter Kakashi outside the renowned sweet shop, Dango Shop, in Konoha. Thus, Zhou Ke took the initiative to greet him. "Kakashi-sensei, who are you waiting for here?" Upon hearing Zhou Ke's call, Kakashi paused for a moment before turning to Zhou Ke. "Oh, it's you. I'm waiting for Sasuke." Kakashi's momentary hesitation seemed out of place, as if he were distracted by something else. Indeed, his attention was likely focused on the Dango Shop. Zhou Ke glanced inside the shop and spotted the familiar black Akatsuki uniform adorned with red cloud patterns. Itachi and Kisame were leisurely enjoying Dango inside. Itachi was making a concerted effort to draw attention, wearing such eye-catching attire and brazenly eating Dango in a public setting. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Itachi thought to himself, as expected of Kakashi, he noticed us immediately. My ostentatious entry into Konoha was not in vain. The secret entry refers to wearing a flamboyant black cloak with red clouds and a stylish hat. Sitting openly in a place where he once enjoyed snacks with his childhood sweetheart, casually having breakfast. Viewed this way, it is indeed quite conspicuous, he continued to think. Moreover, is Sasuke under his tutelage? It seems necessary to remind him of my strength so that he can properly guide Sasuke. Itachi felt it essential to impress upon Kakashi the extent of his current abilities to prevent Sasuke from being inadequately prepared for their eventual confrontation, lest he find himself unable to hold back. Is that the reason you plan to confront Kakashi in the Tsukuyami realm? Noticing Zhou Ke looking into the dango shop, Kakashi quickly said, Sasuke is running a bit late. If you don't mind, could you help me? Zhou Ke raised his finger, pointing toward the shop. Kakashi-sensei. These two look like spies. Kakashi, isn't this kid usually quite clever? Why is he suddenly causing a ruckus? Itachi, while being discovered, is advantageous. Saying it out loud is rather unfortunate. Engaging in combat in a crowded area would lead to significant casualties, and besides, if I don't go all out, I won't be able to break through the encirclement. Dying at the hands of Konoha ninjas would be a form of liberation for Itachi. He is naturally unafraid of death, but he is unwilling to perish without setting a clear path for Sasuke's future. Thus, he cannot afford to sit idly by. A deadly confrontation with the villagers is inevitable. Konoha can no longer withstand any losses. Consequently, after signaling to Kisame, the two vanished in an instant. After Itachi and Kisame left, Kakashi considered pursuing them, but just then, Sasuke arrived. TCH, one of the duo is undoubtedly Uchiha Itachi. After failing to capture Shikaku, he is still lingering in the village. Is his target Naruto? Regardless, Sasuke is certainly not his match right now. I must prevent Sasuke from realizing that Itachi is here. What should I do about those two? While Kakashi was troubled, Asuma and Kurenai arrived for a date. Perfect. He now had someone to rely on. Kakashi promptly signaled to the two, informing them of the intruders, and they headed in that direction. Although Kurenai and Asuma were still unclear about the situation, they willingly pursued. Meanwhile, Kakashi needed to find a way to distract Sasuke. However, at that moment, Kakashi noticed Zhou Ke had vanished. Oh no, that kid must have intentionally exposed the identities of those two to facilitate their early departure. Is he planning to deal with them himself? Kakashi instantly comprehended Zhou Ke's intentions. If that lad truly mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, his raw strength could rival that of the two formidable foes, yet it remained perilously reckless. Was his burgeoning power leading to arrogance? Or was it the demise of the third Hokage that rendered him reluctant to fight alongside his comrades? Kakashi, having experienced the transformation into a solitary wolf after the deaths of Obito and Rin, understood this sentiment all too well. He had succumbed to reckless isolation, unwilling to risk his allies' lives due to his own failings. Thus, to prevent Zhou Ke from engaging in reckless behavior, he needed to swiftly reassure Sasuke and hasten to assist. However, the true motivation behind Zhou Ke's actions was quite different. Experience points, here I come. He trailed behind Itachi and Kisame like an infatuated fool. For Zhou Ke, who sought strength, these two were as enticing as alluring maidens clad in scant attire, an embodiment of mobile experience points that he could not afford to relinquish to others. Meanwhile, the swiftly retreating Itachi was engaged in conversation with Kisame. Kisame, perplexed, inquired, Mr. Itachi, why do we not confront them directly in battle? Do you still harbor feelings for the village? Nonsense. I, Uchiha Itachi, was born in Konoha and shall die as one of its dead. How could I lack emotion? No, I hold no affection for this place. It's merely that engaging in battle there poses significant danger to us. Itachi, ever the master of deception, maintained his facade. Kisame nodded in agreement. I'm fine. But for you, Mr. Itachi, a war of attrition would indeed be too taxing on your body. Once again, though he bore the visage of a villainous figure, this man exhibited great tenderness towards his comrades. Indeed, prolonged combat would be quite unfriendly to Itachi's condition. Suddenly, a voice materialized beside them, akin to an apparition. Who goes there? Both Itachi and Kisame entered a state of readiness for battle. Yet, in the next instant, their surroundings shifted. Had they been forcibly taken? Indeed, Itachi and Kisame vanished from their place, abducted by Zhou Ke using the Flying Thunder God technique. Shortly thereafter, Hong and Asuma arrived in pursuit. Asuma, puzzled, remarked, strange, the trail disappears here. Did they notice someone was following them and erase their traces? Perhaps? Hong analyzed. This complicates matters. Losing track of intruders within the village is far from ideal. Asuma's brow furrowed. Having just suffered a severe blow, the village could scarcely withstand another powerful adversary. At that moment, Kakashi appeared, urgently inquiring, "What is the situation?" Hong replied, "We lost them. The trail of those two ends here. It seems they have concealed their escape." Kakashi's keen eyes caught sight of a kunai lodged in the corner, and with a hint of alarm, he exclaimed, "This is bad. They didn't erase their traces. They were taken by Zhou Ke using the Flying Thunder God technique. That child from your class? Is he planning to confront those two alone?" Asuma was taken aback. "I don't know, but it is quite plausible," Kakashi deduced. Word had it that the boy had learned the Flying Thunder God technique, but he had not anticipated it to be true. "By the way, who are those two intruders?" Hong inquired with curiosity. Kakashi responded, "The taller one I have yet to identify, but the other is Itachi Uchiha." "What? The genius who slaughtered the Uchiha clan? This is incredibly dangerous. Why is that child acting so recklessly?" Hong spoke with a tinge of anger. "Kakashi, did you not teach him properly?" Asuma looked at Kakashi in disbelief. "I have only instructed him for a little over 2 months. The rest of the time, he is trained independently. What more could I impart?" Kakashi felt unjustly accused. Yet voicing this seemed like mere excuse-making, so he refrained from further discussion. "There's no point in dwelling on this now. We must locate Zhou Ke." Summoning his trusted canine companions, the 8 ninja dogs, Kakashi called forth his summoned beasts. These dogs, bound by a contract with Kakashi, possessed diverse personalities, could comprehend human speech, and were invaluable in assisting ninjas with searches and captures. Following a brief discussion, Kakashi, Hong, and Asuma each took 2 ninja dogs and began their search for Zhou Ke, hoping to find him before he encountered danger. Meanwhile, Zhou Ke found himself confronting Itachi and Kisame. Chapter 43, Uchiha Itachi vs. In the woods where they previously battled the sage, after Itachi and Kisame were captured, they immediately retaliated. This is precisely why one should avoid bringing the enemy along with the Flying Thunder God technique. Capturing the enemy equates to being captured oneself. If the opponent is swift enough, they can deal a significant blow in return. Both of them possessed remarkable speed, and the individual who had seized them was soon overwhelmed by a torrent of chakra. Wait a moment, chakra? Could it be that they were caught by a shadow clone? Undoubtedly. Zhou Ke had not been foolish enough to send his real body to capture them. Such perilous tasks were better suited for shadow clones. This was, after all, how Minato utilized the Rasen Shuriken. A shadow clone would bring the enemy in, and then Minato would strike with the Rasen Shuriken. Realizing they had been brought over by a shadow clone, the two began to brace themselves against the possibility of being captured again while simultaneously searching for the identity of their captor. They soon spotted 2 figures standing not far away. "Children?" Kisame remarked. "They look almost 13 years old." "Hey, isn't that just a freshly graduated genin?" Itachi cautioned. "Do not underestimate them, Kisame. They just employed the 4th Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique, not the ordinary abilities of a 13-year-old ninja." Kisame jested. "The legendary Flying Thunder God technique. Is that for real?" "Itachi, it seems your village has produced another prodigy." Itachi thought to himself, this is indeed a fortuitous development. Even in the absence of the 3rd Hokage, there will still be someone to protect Konoha in the future. However, Kisame continued, but even if they are a genius, it is somewhat arrogant to assume they can handle both of us. The other one appears to be a shadow clone, Itachi noted. "Indeed. Let us deal with him here," they said, but in practice, they could not simply dismiss him. Itachi resolved to employ Tsukuyami to inflict some psychological damage on Zhou Ke, hoping to dissuade him from continuing the fight. After all, if the opponent was capable of using the Flying Thunder God, there was little they could do to pursue him. This excuse was rather impeccable. Yet, why was Itachi so gentle with Zhou Ke while he had subjected Kakashi to 72 hours of torment? Was he intentionally targeting Kakashi? While Itachi pondered this, Kisame had already taken the initiative, addressing the young boy. "Hey, kid over there, what's your name?" Before inquiring about the opponent's name, shouldn't they introduce themselves first? Nevertheless, Itachi had already deduced their identities. Konoha's rogue ninja, Uchiha Itachi, and the rogue ninja of Kirigakure, Kisame Hashigaki. "Ha ha ha. Well said. It seems you are no ordinary child. Do you truly believe you can win against us alone?" Kisame retorted. However, Zhou Ke paid no heed to Kisame's question. Instead, he conferred with his clone, the comic relief. "If they are together, they seem rather difficult to deal with. Let us split into 2 one-on-one battles. Which one do you choose?" The sage and the rebel had seemingly vanished, leaving only the comic relief to assist in the battle. Shark-faced uncle. The comic relief pointed at Kisame. Compared to that gloomy one over there, this brainless one seems easier to handle. All right, I'll take on Uchiha Itachi, Zhou Ke declared, claiming the role of combatant against Itachi. The duo across from them felt a twinge of annoyance at how casually Zhou Ke had assigned roles. Kisame expressed his discontent. Itachi. It seems we have been looked down upon. Although he certainly possesses the confidence to be arrogant, such recklessness is unwise for a ninja. Itachi mused internally, there are many peculiar jutsu in the ninja world, where one can be stronger yet still lose due to an opponent's unique technique. Thus, to remind Zhou Ke that there are always greater heights and more formidable individuals, Itachi decided to impart a lesson. State your name, Konoha S. Genin. He commanded. Do you still adhere to the notion of remaining nameless? Zhou Ke hesitated. He recalled the sage's warning about names possessing power. Should I refrain from casually revealing my name? But, isn't there a technique in the Naruto world that allows one to curse others without names? Besides, I chose this name myself. It should be fine to say it, right? Ah, I've got it. Let us play it this way. With a slight smile, Zhou Ke addressed the two. Since you have sincerely inquired, we shall benevolently disclose our identities. Is that how it's going to be? Then I'll play along. The comic relief chimed in. We shall generously enlighten you. Truly, I understand myself well. Zhou Ke continued. To prevent the destruction of the world. In the name of maintaining peace. The comic relief added. Upholding justice through love and peace. Zhou Ke declared. A charming and delightful savior. The comic relief echoed. I am Nagato. We are the savior team traversing through the ninja world. White holes, the bright tomorrow awaits us. Just missing a cat. If only the sage or the rebel were here, Zhou Ke mused. Or perhaps we could summon the Nine Tails to act as a cat. Though Zhou Ke and the comic relief spoke with fervor, the two opponents clearly failed to grasp the significance of their declarations. A chilling wind swept through the air, creating an awkward silence. Zhou Ke's choice of the name Nagato was primarily to irritate the public leader of the Akatsuki, Pain, also known as Nagato. Zhou Ke was essentially using his name against him. Once Itachi and Kisame returned to the Akatsuki, they would undoubtedly report this incident. When Nagato learned that someone bore his name and claimed to be a savior, one could only imagine his expression at that moment. What a pity. I want to be able to witness it firsthand. Zhou Ke lamented. Yet, was it truly appropriate to provoke a mid-tier boss so directly? Well, at this point, concerns about appropriateness were irrelevant. Retreating into a shell was no longer an option. The next course of action required a bold strategy, showcasing strength to attract others to battle him, thereby becoming a warrior of experience, continuously enhancing his power in preparation for future conflicts. As Itachi and Kisame heard this name, they displayed no reaction, suggesting that Zhou Ke had not yet revealed his true identity before them, only utilizing the abilities of the Rinnegan-esque puppets to control the Akatsuki. Itachi solemnly remarked, Nagato? I shall remember that before he could finish his sentence, a figure suddenly appeared before him. It was his shadow clone. This was one of Itachi's signature jutsu, the clone explosion, creating a crow clone that would explode upon contacting the enemy, inflicting damage to surrounding foes. In a calm state, even Kakashi's Sharingan would not detect any anomaly, allowing Itachi to trigger the explosion without hand seals, resulting in immense power. Zhou Ke thought, as expected of Itachi, such rapid hand seal execution. But I am not slow either. With this in mind, Zhou Ke prepared his response. He transformed into the youthful form of Minato, placing a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique before him, executing his own jutsu, Thunder God's Lightning Strike. This technique involves using a kunai to mark a location, allowing him to teleport projectiles to the designated Flying Thunder God mark upon being attacked, essentially a counterattack. As Itachi's clone was about to collide with Zhou Ke and explode, Zhou Ke swiftly transferred it to a kunai positioned not far behind Kisame. The clone raced toward Kisame's back. There was no stopping it. Noticing this change with his Sharingan, Itachi shouted, Get out of the way, Kisame. Kisame, who had an unwavering trust in Itachi, immediately dodged to the side. However, the explosion from Itachi's clone sent him hurtling away, though Kisame's robust physique rendered the blast merely a momentary discomfort. Yet, an opportunity for a follow-up attack arose. Die, you bastard. Sakura from the Shippuden series suddenly appeared, delivering a powerful punch that sent Kisame flying through the air. This Sakura was, of course, the comic relief character, the player who exclusively used female avatars, had already unlocked Sakura's options and was now progressing towards Tsunade's choices. As the first character unlocked from the Shippuden main cast, despite being slightly weaker than Naruto and Sasuke, Sakura was still formidable, especially against Kisame, a wielder of the legendary sword, Samehada. Kisame was renowned as the host of the tailless beast, boasting chakra levels akin to that of a tailed beast. His sword, Samehada, played a crucial role in his strength. Any opponent struck by Samehada would have their chakra significantly drained, leading to a gradual weakening in battle as their chakra diminished. While Kisame would grow stronger from the absorbed chakra, he thrived on facing powerful foes. Particularly against Jinchuriki, who possessed immense chakra, Kisame's abilities could be maximized. Furthermore, even without Samehada, Kisame had the innate ability to absorb chakra, though this was rendered ineffective against opponents like Might Guy, who relied on physical strength rather than ninjutsu. Sakura's primary combat style revolved around physical techniques, direct strikes with her fists and feet. Although her extraordinary strength was fueled by a substantial amount of chakra, the force behind her attacks was tangible and not susceptible to Kisame's chakra absorption. Thus, he could only endure the onslaught from the Leaf Village's heroine, known colloquially as Baika Sakura. Unprepared for his opponent to suddenly transform into a woman capable of such force, Kisame was caught off guard and sent crashing through several trees, disappearing into the forest. Meanwhile, the comic relief character continued the pursuit, seemingly intent on beating Kisame to a pulp. It seemed unlikely, as Sakura's abilities were still somewhat lacking. Once Kisame adjusted to the rhythm of the fight, he could easily overcome her. Of course, if Tsunade were to suddenly enter the fray, the outcome would be drastically different. Tsunade's strength was formidable enough to potentially defeat Kisame, and with her abundant chakra, she would not suffer from diminished combat effectiveness over prolonged engagements. Seeing Kisame dispatched, Itachi contemplated rushing to his aid but quickly dismissed the idea, realizing he was embroiled in a battle with the Golden Flash and could not afford to be distracted. Upon transforming, Itachi sensed an unusual chakra emanating from his opponent. Was there something amiss with this transformation technique? This technique feels as if he has directly taken on another persona. So, this is his ace in the hole? In an instant, Itachi adjusted his strategy, treating the transformed individual as the fourth Hokage in combat. Remarkably perceptive, Itachi grasped the implications of his opponent's jutsu in such a short time, an impressive feat indeed. Given this new perspective, he could not afford to be careless in battle. Although he had only encountered the fourth Hokage in his youth, he possessed a reasonable understanding of his capabilities. A young ninja who commanded respect throughout the ninja world, who played a pivotal role in bringing an end to the Third Great Ninja War, and who ascended to the position of Hokage at an extraordinarily young age. Surely, he was not to be underestimated. Thus, Itachi activated his Manjiki Sharingan. Each individual's Manjiki Sharingan possesses unique abilities, with the possibility of overlap. As seen with Sasuke and Itachi both wielding Amaterasu. Itachi's abilities included Tsukuyomi in his left eye and Amaterasu in his right. Tsukuyomi. This jutsu allows the user to trap the enemy's mind within a Genjutsu realm, where all aspects, including time, space, and sensory perception, are under the user's control. The pain inflicted within this illusion mirrors real-world suffering, and merely meeting Itachi's gaze would ensnare the target. A potent Genjutsu indeed. Amaterasu, known as the Eternal Black Flames. This technique unleashes a vast expanse of black fire that engulfs the opponent and does not extinguish until the target is incinerated. The immense strain this jutsu places on the user causes their eyes to bleed. With these two techniques alone, Itachi could dominate the ninja world. However, just as Itachi prepared for battle, his opponent suddenly ceased movement, smiling as he proposed, "How about we chat?" "Chat? I see. So this is a ploy to divert attention from Kisame's attack. He must have something specific he wishes to discuss with me," Itachi contemplated. After a moment's reflection, he replied, "We are merely adversaries. There is nothing to discuss." The opponent countered, "The third Hokage told me before his death that you are a spy for Konoha." "I'm just a rogue ninja, not a spy," Itachi retorted, unwilling to divulge anything. Unfazed, his opponent continued, "Your denial matters little to me, as long as it is established that we are alone together. Now, let us fight." Itachi preferred to avoid pleasantries, and his opponent echoed this sentiment. First, they would engage in battle and earn experience points. In an instant, his opponent hurled 30 kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God technique. ensuring numerous landing points throughout the battlefield. With this technique, he can teleport to any marked location, including the kunai embedded in Kisame's back, totaling 31 landing points. Tracking him will prove difficult, Itachi mused. At that moment, his opponent vanished from sight. Utilizing his Mangeki Sharingan, he searched the area, readying himself to counter with ninjutsu, yet found no trace of his foe. If he isn't in front of me, could he be behind me? Instead of turning around, Itachi summoned his summoning beast, a crow, to act as a surveillance drone. These crows were originally trained by Itachi's dear friend, Shisui Uchiha. After Shisui's demise, they became Itachi's allies, serving as mediums for his crow clone technique, aiding in combat, and facilitating the deployment of Genjutsu. Yet, there was still no sign of his opponent behind him, as if he had vanished entirely. Just then, a dense mist enveloped the area, rapidly filling the forest. Is this the hidden mist technique? Itachi observed. It seems I must reassess my previous assumptions. He did not recklessly engage in battle, but rather came prepared, fully equipped to counter the Sharingan. Thanks to Zabuza's insights regarding strategies against the Sharingan, it was clear that his opponent had adopted a similar tactic. In the original series, Zabuza utilized this very technique to restrict Kakashi's Sharingan. It should be noted that his opponent had only been able to employ this technique by shifting into a form resembling Kakashi. Watch closely, Kakashi. This is how a tool that can perform 1,000 jutsu operates, not just relying on earth and lightning release to unleash dogs. Although the Sharingan could perceive chakra flow to a certain extent, it lacked true X-ray vision. With a thick fog of chakra obstructing his view, Itachi found himself in a situation where even his eyes were rendered useless, unable to discern his surroundings. Whether through ordinary Genjutsu or the potent techniques of the Mangeki, Itachi needed a clear line of sight to invoke his abilities. In a state where his vision was severely restricted, Itachi's ocular prowess was rendered futile. He certainly could not allow Amaterasu to incinerate him at close range. Unlike Sasuke, who could wield Amaterasu as a defensive shield, Itachi lacked the capability to employ such a technique. However, he remained remarkably composed despite this dire predicament, diligently contemplating his next move. With my vision obstructed, I cannot utilize Genjutsu or ocular techniques, and my opponent possesses the speed of the flying thunder god. Will he strike when my guard is down? With this thought, Itachi closed his eyes, directing all his focus to his hearing. Many often overlooked a critical aspect of Itachi's formidable power. His strength was multifaceted. In the absence of effective vision, he relied on sound and the instincts of a ninja to navigate the battle, given his increasing visual impairment from using the Mangeki Sharingan. It was unrealistic to depend solely on his sight. At that moment, Itachi sprang into action. Just as he leapt, a hand emerged from the ground beneath him. As I suspected, he must believe I would be preoccupied with the threat of the flying thunder god and focus solely on the kunai approaching from all directions, prompting him to employ a technique of earth release for his attack. Quite a clever strategy. Itachi mentally commended his opponent, but alas, the adversary he faced was none other than Uchiha Itachi himself. Such tricks would prove ineffective against him. While leaping, Itachi began to weave hand seals, casting his gaze downward at the figure rising from the earth, preparing to unleash the great fireball technique. However, upon seeing the face emerging from the ground, he paused for a brief second. Sasuke, the adorable voice of his younger brother called out. Upon witnessing Sasuke's cherubic visage, Itachi felt a fleeting pang of affection. Ah, how long had it been since he had heard that name? His parched heart was momentarily nourished. Yet, he swiftly regained his composure, pondering, a Genjutsu? No, it must be a transformation technique. What an impressive transformation, devoid of any flaws and remarkably lifelike. How long has it been since I heard that name? No, the opponent is an imposter. I must rid myself of extraneous thoughts. These musings encapsulated that brief moment of hesitation. In just a heartbeat, he recalibrated his mindset and resumed his offensive. However, the subsequent assault from his opponent had already commenced. Fire style, fireball jutsu, came the declaration. Due to that momentary delay, as Itachi unleashed his own fireball, the one from his opponent was already hurtling toward him. The two fireballs detonated mere inches from Itachi's face, engulfing him in flames. Instinctively, he raised one hand to shield his vital areas and hurled a kunai attached to a wire, embedding it in a nearby tree to propel himself away. Yet, as he soared through the air, his opponent's follow-up attack arrived. Amaterasu. The flames of Amaterasu ignited upon Itachi. Even the ever-composed Itachi was taken aback. How is this possible? Can I also be transformed? Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed his opponent, now resembling him. However, his astonishment stemmed not from the fact that his opponent could take on his appearance, but rather that they could even replicate his bloodline limit. Was this transformation technique excessively powerful? The opponent mused. Is this transformation technique so sinister? It is the fruit of my labor and sweat. Do you have any idea how much effort I exerted to unlock these characters? Oh, perhaps it wasn't that much effort after all. Well, I am merely a bystander. Does that irk you? Yet now was not the time to ponder the capabilities of his adversary. He needed to escape the grasp of Amaterasu, lest he be consumed by his own technique. To safeguard his eyesight, Itachi refrained from employing his Manjiki Sharingan to extinguish the flames. Instead, he utilized the body replacement technique, swapping places with a raven, allowing the birds to absorb the Amaterasu flames. From the perspective of his opponent, it appeared as though Itachi had transformed into ravens, only to gather once more into human form at a different location. Naturally, his Akatsuki cloak was ablaze, irreparable, and thus abandoned. He now assumed the form of Susanoo Itachi, with several ravens charred to a crisp, releasing an appetizing aroma. Thus, the first round of combat concluded with a slight advantage for his opponent. Chapter 44. Tobi, what? Itachi Uchiha is a spy for Konoha? After creating some distance with a substitution technique, Itachi began to reassess his strategy in his mind. His opponent was exceptionally powerful, and he could not afford to engage in battle half-heartedly. However, at that moment, Zhou Ke dispelled his transformation jutsu and reverted to his original form. Itachi, perplexed, gazed at Zhou Ke. What did this mean? Was he not going to fight anymore? Well, I'm done fighting, Zhou Ke replied, perceiving Itachi's thoughts. I already know you're a spy, so why continue fighting to the bitter end? A simple sparring session will suffice. The experience points had already been acquired, and prolonging the battle could adversely affect Itachi's health. If this skirmish drained him too much, he might not survive to see the events of the Shippuden. How awkward that would be. Itachi thought to himself, is this child mentally unstable? I shall take my leave. Perhaps we shall meet again by chance. By the way, the true name of that mysterious masked man is Tobi Uchiha, a fallen comrade of Kakashi-sensei. His Manjiki Sharingan grants him space-time ninjutsu. The rest, you may investigate on your own. With that, Zhou Ke transformed into Minato and vanished using the Flying Thunder God technique. What did you say? Itachi's emotions surfaced for once. After leaving the village all those years ago, he had been diligently researching the true identity and abilities of that enigmatic masked man, yet he had gained no leads. How did this child, who had only operated within the village, possess such knowledge? In comparison to this revelation, Itachi found himself more intrigued by Zhou Ke, his vast knowledge of obscure matters, his maturity that belied his age, and a technique even more extraordinary than the Uchiha Sharingan. Who exactly was he? Yet, as Itachi pondered these questions, a torrent of water suddenly surged towards him. Water release, great exploding water colliding wave. Kisame unleashed a massive wave from his mouth, instantly forming a gigantic, elliptical water prison to confine his adversary. The user could soar freely within the water. Oh no, Itachi immediately attempted to evade, but it was too late. He was swept into the torrent. After a few minutes, Kisame released the great exploding water colliding wave and addressed Itachi, now drenched. My apologies, Itachi-san. I inadvertently involved you in this. Itachi dried his clothes with fire release and inquired, is the opponent formidable enough to warrant this jutsu? Kisame clutched his chest. The compatibility is slightly unfavorable. Their strength was overwhelming. After suffering a significant blow initially, I had 8 ribs broken. She didn't allow me any time to recover, relentlessly suppressing me with her fists. I had no choice but to use this technique to confine her and then devise a counterattack. However, once trapped, she vanished. Was that merely a shadow clone of that kid? He is indeed quite powerful. Itachi mused. A mere clone can contend with Kisame at this level. And why transform into a girl? Can that peculiar transformation technique be applied even to clones? Noticing Itachi's silence, Kisame continued, Itachi-san, how did things fare on your end? I drove him away, Itachi replied thoughtfully. Let us return for now and inform the leader of the events that transpired in Konoha. We can formulate further plans later. Understood. Kisame nodded. Ninja tools preparation underway. Hey, it seems you've showcased your transformation ability. Aren't you afraid Itachi will figure it out? After Zhou Ke departed, the commentator was separated out. Not at all. Even if he realizes it, he wouldn't speak up. Zhou Ke confidently asserted, knowing Itachi would likely cover for him. After all, Itachi's heart was with Konoha. He would willingly sacrifice himself for the village, even leaving a contingency plan against his beloved younger brother if he were to betray Konoha. Such a person would undoubtedly assist Zhou Ke in fabricating a lie. Oh, I see. The commentator nodded in understanding. So why did you summon me? We just fought, and I only wish to rest. Please find Naruto's location and deliver this kunai to them. After I report to Kakashi-sensei about what transpired here, I will go find them. Ugh, how troublesome. Well, fine. You do have a busy schedule ahead, so I'll help you this once. The commentator took the kunai inscribed with the flying thunder god seal and departed. Zhou Ke then transformed back into Minato and utilized the flying thunder god to locate Kakashi. Ninja tools preparation underway. As Kakashi was distressed over not being able to find Zhou Ke anywhere, Zhou Ke appeared before him. Hey, Kakashi-sensei. Zhou Ke greeted cheerfully. You brat, well, as long as you're fine. Kakashi thought of reprimanding Zhou Ke, but ultimately decided against it. What mattered was that he was safe. However, while the scolding could be avoided, Kakashi still needed to ascertain what had transpired. So he asked, did you engage in battle with those two? Yes, we fought. But I didn't manage to win and just ran away. Zhou Ke sheepishly scratched his head. Only because you can use the flying thunder god. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to escape from them, Kakashi mused. This was the primary reason he did not blame Zhou Ke, armed with the flying thunder god. If Zhou Ke wished to flee, no one could stop him. As a disciple of the fourth Hokage, Kakashi was acutely aware of this, and he sighed. I never expected you to master the flying thunder god technique. It feels like you've surpassed me. Zhou Ke scratched his head. Not quite. I feel there is still much I can learn from you, sensei. Kakashi retorted. You make it sound as if I've taught you anything at all upon reflection. Aside from helping you verify your chakra nature, I haven't guided you in anything else. I must admit, you are truly a prodigy. To progress so rapidly without any guidance, even the fourth Hokage couldn't boast such an extraordinary talent. While I owe my rapid growth to standing on the shoulders of giants, it's not solely my achievement. Zhou Ke spoke truthfully, whether it was the manifestations from previous lives or those ninjas after transformation. They had provided considerable assistance to him. Without their support, Zhou Ke would not have advanced so swiftly. Observing Zhou Ke's expression, Kakashi nodded in satisfaction. Despite his newfound strength, the child remained humble, his character still admirable. At that moment, Zhou Ke continued, Kakashi-sensei, there is another matter. During my battle with that duo, Uchiha Itachi used Jinjutsu to exchange information with me. Kakashi furrowed his brows and inquired, exchange information? What does that mean? Zhou Ke fabricated a tale. Actually, before he passed, the third Hokage revealed a secret to me. Uchiha Itachi is, in fact, a spy dispatched to the Akatsuki by him. Is this true? Kakashi's brows furrowed even deeper. He had heard about the Akatsuki from Jiraiya earlier that day, and now there was new information, which left him with a peculiar sensation. Zhou Ke nodded earnestly, absolutely true, even though it wasn't the third's own words. Well, since the third has already departed this world, I can say whatever I like without fear of contradiction. Kakashi, intrigued, asked, then why are you only bringing this up now? Zhou Ke continued to weave his tale. The third entrusted me to relay this information to the next Hokage, ensuring that the two advisors and Elder Danzo, especially Elder Danzo, do not find out, or else Sasuke may be in danger. Sasuke is in danger? Why would informing Elder Danzo put him at risk? Wait, if Itachi's defection is merely a fade, then the massacre of his clan was merely a declaration of allegiance to the Akatsuki? And the reason Sasuke survived is because Itachi couldn't bring himself to harm him? Or does he regard him as his most important brother? Thus, if Elder Danzo learns of this, he could use Sasuke to threaten Itachi? That explains a lot. Kakashi mused, piecing together the situation. After contemplating the sequence of events, Kakashi further questioned, then why divulge this to me? This contradicts the Hokage's orders. Zhou Ke acknowledged, true, it does contradict, but the information exchanged with Itachi pertains to you, sensei. He paused and solemnly fabricated, Uchiha Obito. Zhou Ke was confident that the Leaf's shinobi could not confront Itachi directly, so he shifted all knowledge of the Akatsuki to Itachi. To be fair, Zhou Ke was assisting Itachi in fulfilling his duties. After all, he had not executed his espionage role at all. Zhou Ke's act of conveying the Akatsuki's information was indeed a completion of his task. However, if this revelation exposed his identity as a spy, well, if he were willing to die for the Leaf, he likely would not mind this consequence. Upon hearing Obito's name, Kakashi visibly paused. Obito? Are you suggesting? Zhou Ke clarified, the Akatsuki was founded by him. To be precise, he is a co-founder. Kakashi immediately pressed, what is his objective? Itachi has currently gathered the following intelligence. His plan consists of 3 phases. The first step is to amass considerable wealth in preparation for the future. The second is to establish a mercenary organization independent of any nation, instigating minor conflicts to monopolize war commissions from smaller countries at low prices, escalating the scale of warfare, and subsequently dismantling the ninja systems of major nations to monopolize all warfare. The third step involves collecting tailed beasts, creating weapons from them, and using that power to conquer the world, thereby establishing a true peaceful nation, to dismantle the existing ninja system and create a genuinely peaceful nation. Is this the vision of Obito? Kakashi clenched his fists in silence. Truth be told, he could understand why Obito would pursue such a path. As for the details, I cannot say. You may ask him personally in the future, provided, of course, you are capable of confronting him. According to Itachi, Obito possesses cells from the first Hokage. Allowing him to wield would release. This combination of Uchiha and Senju powers grants him overwhelming strength in the shinobi world. Kakashi-sensei, even your current prowess would not allow you to stand before him and converse. Zhou Ke raised his hands, implying that with this revelation, Kakashi would surely feel motivated to strive harder. Would we witness a stronger 6th Hokage by the time of the Shippuden era? Kakashi fell into contemplation upon hearing these words. The sheer volume of information was overwhelming, and he needed time to digest it. As Kakashi became lost in thought, Zhou Ke announced, well, I have conveyed all I wish to say, and I must take my leave. Hearing Zhou Ke's intention to depart, Kakashi snapped back to reality. Where do you plan to go? Oh, I intend to join Naruto and Jiraiya-sensei in seeking Tsunade. If she agrees to become the 5th Hokage, I will inform her about the Akatsuki. With that, Zhou Ke vanished in an instant. After his departure, Kakashi could not help but sigh, lamenting, Obito would act this way. It must be for Rin, right? Does he believe the shinobi world is responsible for her death? What should I do? Kakashi stood there, resembling a mere scarecrow, lost in thought. One could only wonder who might come along to give him a push forward. Meanwhile, on a precipice, Obito lay resting. Ever since being struck by a tailed beast bomb, he no longer dared to nap within Kimui's space. Who knew what Kakashi might throw into that realm next time? If he were to toss a tailed beast bomb while Obito slept, he could very well perish in his dreams. Such a fate would be far worse than dying on the battlefield of the bridge of heaven and earth. At that moment, Black Zetsu emerged from the ground, addressing Obito. Obito, news has returned from White Zetsu, who was sent to monitor Kakashi. Upon hearing this, Obito sat up with curiosity. Oh, what did he discover? Black Zetsu succinctly summarized the findings. Itachi and Kisame had ventured to the Leaf and encountered a young boy skilled in the Flying Thunder God technique. This boy learned from the 3rd Hokage that Itachi was a spy sent to the Akatsuki, and during their battle, they exchanged intelligence. So, my affairs have become known to Kakashi through Itachi? Black Zetsu speculated, considering Itachi's prior appearance in the Leaf and his confrontation with Orochimaru. Perhaps he sent a shadow clone back to thwart Orochimaru from seizing his brother's body while simultaneously leaking your information. Obito pondered this for a moment, then nodded. If that is the case, it clarifies previous events. Black Zetsu agreed. Indeed, Itachi managed to uncover your situation without anyone being the wiser. This is precisely why I remain wary of him. Obito increasingly regarded himself as a genius. Truly, he was a brilliant mind. What shall we do next? Our plans have been prematurely exposed, and we have yet to capture the tailed beasts. If all the hidden villages begin to brace themselves and unite against us, it could spell trouble. Fear not. Even if they are vigilant, the major villages will remain suspicious of one another and will never truly unite their forces. I do not believe the 5 great villages will cooperate, though they may engage in temporary alliances. In the long run, they will inevitably betray one another. This is human nature, an immutable truth. Consequently, he embraced the notion put forth by Obito, believing that infinite reading could indeed usher in genuine peace. However, if they were to safeguard the Jinchuriki, the task of capturing them would become exceedingly cumbersome. It appeared that the plan needed to be expedited. Obito spoke earnestly. Zetsu, inform Nagato to commence preparations for the capture of the tailed beasts. Black Zetsu hesitated, but the Akatsuki's ranks are not yet complete. There are still vacancies. Indeed, The Akatsuki had yet to assemble its full roster. As per the original manga, Haiden had not yet joined, although it seems that the ultimate storm may have advanced prematurely. No matter, we are merely a couple of positions short, and suitable candidates will be found soon. That said, Obito inquired. I trust that the boy named Zhou Ke did not disclose all of Itachi's intelligence? Black Zetsu responded. According to the reports from White Zetsu, he has not. However, he has utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to venture outside the village in search of Jiraiya and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. It is likely that they have begun exchanging information. It seems that intercepting him before the information spreads further is imperative. Wait, did you just mention that Jiraiya and Naruto are outside the village? Obito noted a critical oversight. Black Zetsu confirmed, indeed. Based on White Zetsu's reports, Jiraiya took Naruto out of the village to locate Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. Not long ago, Jiraiya had been covertly investigating the Akatsuki, and it seems he has uncovered our intent to collect the tailed beasts, preparing to personally safeguard the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. However, even the legendary trio would find it challenging to protect Naruto alone. Black Zetsu surmised Obito's intentions. Obito, are you planning to strike first and seize the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki now? Obito was resolute. Since their objective had been unveiled, the timing of their action became inconsequential. It would be more prudent to act while the enemy's vigilance was still low and to capture the most troublesome Nine-Tails at this juncture. Black Zetsu expressed concern. However, the Nine-Tails' power is formidable. In a small team, sealing it would prove quite troublesome, and the fourth Hokage's 8-trigram seal is not easily undone. No matter, we shall first capture Naruto. I will use my ocular techniques to forcibly control him, preventing any chance of a rampage. And then we can gradually seek a means to unravel the 8-trigram seal. After all, I was able to control the Nine-Tails. A mere boy like Naruto will be a trivial task. Very well, let us proceed. With the matter settled, Black Zetsu acquiesced. Obito continued. However, Jiraiya is protecting Naruto. A direct approach may prove imprudent. We need to devise a strategy. Black Zetsu then inquired, what shall we do about Itachi? Now that we know he is a spy, shouldn't we eliminate him before he becomes aware? Obito contemplated and replied, no, there is no need for direct action. His condition is deteriorating. He cannot last many more years. Moreover, we can leverage his status as a spy to feed false information to Konoha and assign him additional tasks during our upcoming operation to capture the tailed beasts, thereby exhausting him and shortening his already limited lifespan. Utilizing him as our pawn. A splendid idea. I shall contact Pain and inform him of these developments. With that, Black Zetsu prepared to depart. At that moment, Obito called out, wait. Black Zetsu turned back and asked, what is it? Obito considered and stated, let us refrain from revealing Itachi's status as a spy for now. Instead, we should imply that there is a spy within the organization, allowing Nagato to uncover it himself. We cannot allow Nagato to become too complacent. Otherwise, he may become difficult to control. After all, the Rinnegan resides with him, and should he turn against us, it would require considerable effort to reclaim it. Black Zetsu nodded, indeed. This also applies to you, Obito. I will not allow you to have it too easy. You wish to execute the Eye of the Moon plan independently, but what you fail to realize is that success cannot be achieved alone. I must devise a means to interfere with Obito's plans, compelling him to reign in Madara, or perhaps seek someone else to resurrect him. Black Zetsu began to plot his own schemes. Meanwhile, Obito cast a discreet glance at Black Zetsu, reflecting, this being is the embodiment of Madara's will. I cannot place my full trust in him. Given the current situation, I must carefully strategize. Both individuals harbored their own ulterior motives, making success seem rather implausible. Chapter 45. The Search for Tsunade. Zhou Ke transformed into the youthful Minato, and then utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to leap in front of Naruto. The commentator had already delivered the kunai to Naruto. Naruto was startled, exclaiming, it's Zhou Ke. Don't suddenly appear like that. He then inquired, by the way, why do you always take on my father's appearance? Since the commentator had informed Naruto that Zhou Ke was coming, he was only mildly startled and not entirely surprised by Zhou Ke's arrival. After releasing his transformation, Zhou Ke explained, well, if I don't change into this form, I cannot use the Flying Thunder God technique. Jiraiya, curious, asked, why is that? Zhou Ke replied, it's quite mysterious, isn't it? I don't really know why, but it seems that I can only use it smoothly like this. Perhaps it is the blessing of the fourth Hokage. Zhou Ke wore a grateful expression. Naruto, feeling exasperated, remarked, "No, that's my dad. Why would he bless you?" Jiraiya, also speechless, thought, "This sounds utterly absurd. However, everyone has their own secrets. And prying too much is not a commendable behavior." Zhou Ke's silence prompted Jiraiya to refrain from asking further. After the third Hokage's demise, Jiraiya conducted an investigation into this young man who fought alongside the third Hokage. To his astonishment, he discovered that his former teacher had taken this child as his disciple. However, judging by recent performances, this child's talent was astonishing, proficient in 5 elemental ninjutsu, excelling in physical techniques. And having mastered the Flying Thunder God at the age of 12, he was a genius even more extraordinary than Minato. Given this perspective, it was understandable why his teacher would take Zhou Ke as a disciple, perhaps to cultivate a future Hokage. Jiraiya had faith in his teacher's judgment. Zhou Ke was undoubtedly trustworthy. Nonetheless, trust aside, Jiraiya still needed to inquire about Zhou Ke's purpose for seeking them. Zhou Ke pondered for a moment before asking, "May I accompany you in the search for Lady Tsunade?" While saying this, he glanced at Naruto. Jiraiya understood immediately that Zhou Ke wished to discuss matters that should not be revealed to Naruto. Thus he nodded in agreement. "That should be fine. Have you informed anyone else in the village?" "Yes, I just finished speaking with Kakashi-sensei." Zhou Ke responded. "Then there's no problem." Jiraiya affirmed with a nod. Naruto joyfully exclaimed, "Great. Zhou Ke can join us," as having friends along for the journey made it all the more enjoyable. Thus, the three set off together. That evening, they arrived at a small town and checked into an inn. After dinner, Naruto, not one to idle, ventured outside to train, having mastered the Rasengan and summoning techniques. He began practicing the Big Ball Rasengan, essentially a larger version of the Rasengan. Meanwhile, while Naruto was away, Jiraiya finally had the opportunity to ask Zhou Ke about the matters he could not discuss earlier. Zhou Ke recounted the narrative he had shared with Kakashi earlier. It turns out Itachi was an undercover agent sent by the old man. "That is quite unexpected," Jiraiya remarked, frowning. "To have sacrificed the entire Uchiha clan for Itachi to join the Akatsuki? Or was there something else at play?" Jiraiya had been absent from the village at that time, so some details remained unclear. Zhou Ke continued, "According to Grandpa Hokage, the situation with the Uchiha clan seems to be closely tied to Elder Danzo. Zhou Ke even suggested that all of Konoha's unsavory dealings could conveniently be attributed to Danzo. After all, that was how Akamoto operated. Danzo, am I destined to be the scapegoat?" Jiraiya suddenly realized, that makes perfect sense. It is entirely reasonable that Danzo, who has always harbored animosity towards the Uchiha clan, would resort to exterminating them. Moreover, considering what Zhou Ke mentioned about Uchiha Obito, it is indeed plausible he would engage in such actions. Seeing Jiraiya's approving expression, Zhou Ke thought to himself, "Scapegoat King, bear your burdens well. If any other burdens arise in the future, carry them for me too. After all, didn't Danzo claim to be willing to sacrifice everything for Konoha? He ought to dutifully bear the burdens of Konoha's future savior." Having pieced together the circumstances, Jiraiya sighed. "I never imagined Minato's other disciple would end up like this. When I first met him, he was such a cheerful and bright child. Just like Naruto is now. I once believed that child might change the village's perception of the Uchiha clan. Such a child turning into a murderer of his master. Was this twisted shinobi world responsible for his transformation?" After years of wandering the shinobi world, Jiraiya had encountered too many individuals who began with fervent aspirations to change the world, only to become twisted and consort with darkness. Frankly, it was difficult to place all the blame solely on them. After all, even the first Hokage, revered as the god of shinobi, could not alter this distorted world. Could one truly blame others for that? Zhou Ke quipped, "In a certain sense, it has indeed changed. The villagers' perception of the Uchiha has shifted from living beings to the deceased." "Hey, isn't that a bit too grim?" Jiraiya was at a loss for words, pondering whether his young disciple had a penchant for dark humor. Such remarks should at least be avoided in the presence of young Sasuke. Covering his forehead, Jiraiya remarked, "By the way, I never expected to gain intelligence about the Akatsuki due to this unexpected turn of events. Can we discuss it now?" Zhou Ke hesitated momentarily before responding. "If Lady Tsunade agrees to become Hokage, wouldn't I still have to explain it to her again? It feels quite cumbersome. Perhaps it is best to wait until then to explain together. Is there even a need to discuss such intelligence?" Ultimately, it was not unfeasible. Jiraiya did not dwell on it too much and readily agreed with Zhou Ke's suggestion. Subsequently, Zhou Ke went out to train. Time was of the essence. and there was no moment to pause. As long as one continued onward, the path would perpetually extend, and the flower of hope would eventually bloom. Therefore, do not stop. The next day, the trio set off once more. Following the intelligence Jiraiya provided, they arrived at the renowned gambling street. The legendary Sannin, Tsunade, granddaughter of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and his wife, Mito Uzumaki, had a singular passion throughout her life: gambling. Well, it could be said that the Sannin were essentially involved in the vices of gambling and debauchery. This proclivity was inherited from her grandfather, the god of shinobi. When Tsunade was merely 1 or 2 years old, her gambling-loving grandfather took her to gamble, thus instilling in her the habit of gambling, which snowballed uncontrollably from there. However, although she relished gambling, her skills were quite lacking. She was often dubbed the legendary Big Fat Sheep. This predicament led her to accumulate immense debts, frequently evading her creditors. Besides this gambling trait, she was most renowned for her medical ninjutsu abilities, bearing the moniker the Resurrection from the underworld, though that title belonged to another frog doctor. Of course, Tsunade's medical prowess was exceptional. In the shinobi world, there was practically no ailment she could not cure. Additionally, due to her expertise in medical ninjutsu, her aesthetic abilities were remarkable as well. Displeased with her aging appearance, she employed special medical techniques to maintain her youthful visage in her 20s, eternally 24. At times, she would even transform into appearances of a teenager, someone in their 30s or 40s, to evade her creditors, truly maximizing her medical abilities. Thus, to find such a person, it was only fitting to visit the gambling street, Zhou Ke explained to Naruto. Naruto, bewildered, questioned, "Do we really want someone like that to be Hokage? Is she truly reliable?" After listening to Zhou Ke's description, Naruto couldn't help but worry that if this person were to become Hokage, Konoha might end up being sold off to settle debts. However, there is no need for concern. Tsunade has never erred in matters of great significance. Oh, there they are. Jiraiya spotted Tsunade and her apprentice, Shizune, before a pachinko machine. Shizune is the niece of Kato Dan, Tsunade's late lover. Following Kato Dan's demise, Tsunade took Shizune under her wing, caring for her as a way to honor her beloved's memory. Upon hearing a commotion at the entrance, Tsunade instinctively glanced over. Jiraiya, seeing her turn, greeted her, "Tsunade." Before he could finish, her eyes sparkled, and she exclaimed, "Is that you, Jiraiya? Your timing couldn't be better. Why do I have an ominous feeling?" Jiraiya felt a cold sweat trickling down. Tsunade continued, "Are you here to help me settle my debts?" As soon as those words left her lips, Jiraiya understood her intentions. He also noticed that a circle of intimidating individuals surrounded Tsunade, debt collectors, to be precise. Tsunade had accrued a significant gambling debt, but had cleverly deceived these lenders with her disguise, avoiding their demands until now. This time, they had finally cornered her and were unlikely to let her escape easily. Once Tsunade mentioned Jiraiya's assistance in settling her debts, the attention of the collectors swiftly shifted towards him, prompting Tsunade to grab Shizune and flee with astonishing speed, rivaling Might Guy. Indeed, evading debt can unleash remarkable strength. In the blink of an eye, Tsunade vanished, leaving the group of creditors to redirect their ire towards Jiraiya. Seeing the situation, Jiraiya quickly urged his students, "Naruto and Zhou Ke, we need to run." "Huh, where are they?" Zhou Ke had already whisked Naruto away. The moment Tsunade's eyes lit up, Zhou Ke recognized her intentions and promptly pulled Naruto to flee. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, lost in admiration for Tsunade, stood there foolishly, waiting for her response. "Hey, that's rather inconsiderate." Jiraiya quickly pursued her, but the debt collectors unleashed their strength, driven by the fear of repercussions from their boss should they fail to retrieve the money. Thus began a chaotic game of cat and mouse through the gambling district, while Zhou Ke, Naruto, and Tsunade had long since vanished from sight. After reaching a safe haven, Tsunade wiped the cold sweat from her brow. Phew, thank goodness Jiraiya showed up when he did, or things could have turned dire. Today, I was careless and got cornered. Although I could easily defeat those people as a gambler, I must maintain good relations with the lenders. Otherwise, borrowing money in the future would be awkward. Thus, I could not act against them and had to find another way to escape. At that moment, a voice of disbelief interrupted her thoughts. Can this lady really become Hokage? Tsunade turned to see Zhou Ke and Naruto. Zhou Ke, having keenly observed Tsunade's movements, knew precisely where she had fled. "So you are the little brats following Jiraiya?" Tsunade put her hands on her hips. "That's right, we came with Jiraiya-sensei. Greetings, senior sister." Zhou Ke greeted her enthusiastically while nudging Naruto. Reluctantly, Naruto returned the greeting. As someone who aspired to become Hokage, he was disheartened at the thought of such a gambler taking on the role. Tsunade disregarded Naruto's presence and looked at Zhou Ke in astonishment. Jiraiya-sensei? Senior sister? Are you out of your mind? The child appeared no older than 12. While Tsunade was 50, she would be akin to his grandmother. How could a mere child refer to her as senior sister? Has the third Hokage taken on new apprentices? She pondered. Impossible. The old man is Hokage and quite busy. Besides, he is aging. How could he have the energy to teach disciples? Indeed, he lacked the energy to do so, but Zhou Ke managed to find his way in. He truly is our junior, Jiraiya exclaimed, having finally shaken off the creditors after some time. Was the legendary Sannin truly reduced to such a state by a group of mere debt collectors? Well, it was understandable. While Jiraiya did not mind the title of Sannin, it would be rather embarrassing to strike down ordinary people, especially those seeking debts from Tsunade, if he resorted to violence. The next day's headlines would read, Konoha's Sannin fails to repay debts and assaults innocents. A most heinous crime. Such notoriety would tarnish the Sannin's reputation completely. Not that it was particularly pristine at the moment. Incredible, Tsunade remarked. Are you serious? The old man has opened a new class of disciples. Upon hearing the phrase the old man, Jiraiya's demeanor shifted from nonchalance to seriousness. Tsunade, there's something important I need to tell you. The old man has sacrificed himself. What? What did you say? This time, it was Tsunade who was shocked. Explaining the situation would take time. Let's find a place to eat and talk, Jiraiya suggested. After a moment of contemplation, Tsunade accepted the proposal, and they all headed to a nearby restaurant. As Jiraiya began his explanation, Tsunade instinctively clenched her fists, her eyes igniting with a desire for vengeance. Was it Orochimaru? Jiraiya nodded firmly. Yes, he devised a cunning plan to eliminate the old man without dealing significant damage. Although he ultimately had to retreat, his desire to destroy Konoha remains. In the future, our village will inevitably face his wrath. At that time, the village will need a new Hokage. The higher-ups, including the two advisors, have decided that you will be the next Hokage. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's veins throbbed with intensity. One could sense her determination to return to Konoha and fight for its survival. However, the next moment, her resolve dissipated, and she let out a weary sigh, saying, the state of the village has little to do with me now. And I have no interest in becoming Hokage. It seemed as though she had been away from the village for too long, losing her emotional connection. In truth, she did care for Konoha. However, her memories of the village were riddled with painful recollections. As the Senju clan, known as Konoha's first great clan, they were all